Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. On the pleasant evening of October 30, 1975, it was summer in the Belhaven, Greenwich suburbs. The night before Halloween, Martha was doing her best to persuade her mother to let her go out for mischief night, where she and her friends would pull harmless practical jokes around the neighborhood. Dorothy, Martha's mother, eventually listened to her cries and allowed her to leave, after some tenacious persuasion. As the hours passed, Dorothy called some of her acquaintances out of concern for her missing child, only to discover that nobody had seen Martha. It didn't take long to begin looking for her. Martha would be discovered bludgeoned to death with a golf club, over 200 feet from her home, beneath a pine tree. What took place on the evening of October 30th? What secrets lie behind the walls of exclusive Belhaven? And who could have done something so horrible to such a young soul? Rich in culture and history, Greenwich is one of Connecticut's oldest communities. This seaside town offers you both the lively and thrilling city life and the quaint New England ambiance. And it's only a 50-minute train ride to New York City. No one would have imagined that such a wealthy society would have its hands defiled behind the bar golden doors, and the residents of Belhaven were well known for their wealth and status. Martha Elizabeth Moxley, a social butterfly, was well known for being outgoing and having a good time. Along with her older brother John, Martha was the youngest of Dorothy and John David Moxley's children, born on August 16, 1960. In 1974, the family moved to a large new estate in Connecticut after Martha's father was transferred from his job in Piedmont. It may have been a significant adjustment for everyone when Martha moved to the affluent neighborhood of Belhaven, 3,000 miles from her home, but she was incredibly flexible. She quickly gained a large number of friends, and her lively demeanor and self-assurance frequently attracted peers. She was chosen as Western Junior High School's most popular girl in just 9 months of living there. Martha became well known among the males as a result of her quick rise to fame. One lady who had everything going for her was Martha. She was well known for being gregarious, athletic, and artistically gifted. Martha looked to have an easy time of it. In an interview, her brother John recalled that she was a pleasant, cheerful, and easy to get along with child who was pleasant to be around. Martha was characterized as a family-oriented individual despite her enormous popularity. She would frequently spend her free time playing with her cat Tiger or drawing about the house. She did, however, have a wilder side. Like any other adolescent child, Martha would spend most of her days at the Belhaven Club in the summer of 1975, either swimming or playing tennis. She would frequently mingle with other kids from upscale clubs beside the pool. It was said that the children of these groups were of a distinct breed. They attended prestigious academies and boarding schools and were wealthy, even by Greenwich standards, in contrast to her other pals. One family in particular stood out among these children, the Skakels, who were the notorious Kennedy's cousins. It was well known that Martha had a close relationship with Thomas and Michael Skakel. The Moxleys lived next door to the Skakels. Ethel Skakel and her husband Robert F. Kennedy had 2 nephews, Michael and Thomas Skakel. Additionally, the families were related, and Robert was the late President John F. Kennedy's brother. Rushton, Ethel Skakel's brother, and his wife Anne had 7 kids. These included Michael Skakel and Thomas Skakel, who were 15 and 17 years old respectively when Martha was murdered in 1975. The Skakels were not a contented family. Later, Michael Skakel would point to a repressive Catholic morale and sexual attitude, chronic illness, and drunkenness as recurring reasons for domestic strife. After Anne Skakel died of brain cancer in 1973, her alcoholic husband Rushton Skakel continued to deteriorate. He frequently left the kids unattended at home, with unrestricted money and little supervision. According to Michael Skakel, his mother's passing caused an even greater degree of disorder to take over our home. They were only 150 yards away from the Moxleys. Because there was no parental supervision, the Skakels frequently had a steady stream of teenagers at their house. In the privacy of Belhaven's gated enclave, Martha was enjoying her best summer days. She smoked, had a few beers, and occasionally sneaked out throughout her adolescent years. Martha wrote about a few incidents that occurred during these holidays in her diary. A lot of them were about the Skakel boys. Martha was particularly worried about the improvements Thomas was giving her. On that date in 1975, she wrote, "Dear Diary, Me, Jackie, Michael, Thomas, Hope, Maureen, and Andra. When driving in Tom's car, I was practically sitting on Thomas's lap because I was only steering. He kept putting his hands on my knee, then I was driving again, and Tom put his arm around me. He kept doing stuff like that. Martha also left a message for Michael on September 19, 1975, stating, "Michael was so totally out of it that he was being a real asshole in his actions and words. He kept telling me that I was leading Tom on when I don't like him, except as a friend. I said, well, how about you and Jackie? You keep telling me that you don't like her and you're all over her. He doesn't understand that he can be nice to her without hanging all over her." It was clear that Martha felt conflicted about the Skakel brothers and frequently questioned whether she should leave their home. Although she continued to worry about her personal comfort and safety, nobody could have predicted what would happen next. The hour of mischief, October 30, 1975. Martha tried to persuade her mother to allow her to go out with her friends. Martha did everything she could to win her mother's approval, while her father, John, was away on business. Dorothy finally caved in to her daughter's persistent pleading and allowed her to spend the night out. Belhaven was a safe neighborhood. Since everyone entering and leaving the area was thoroughly screened, crimes were extremely rare in such a secure area. Along with her pals, Helen and Jackie Jeffrey, Martha went out. In order to meet with Kennedy cousins, the three of them headed to the Skakels' house. As the night wore on, midnight finally arrived. Dorothy's worry didn't kick in until 2 in the morning because she was accustomed to her daughter occasionally skipping her curfew. She initially believed Martha might have simply spent the night at her friend's house. When she called Sheila, Martha's best friend, to ask where she was, she discovered that she hadn't seen Martha since 9:30 p.m., which was around the time when all of the children returned home. When 3:30 a.m. arrived, Dorothy was so anxious that she called Thomas Skakel, their neighbor, who gave Sheila the same response. She eventually gave up about 3:35 a.m. and ended up phoning the cops for assistance. Almost soon, the local Greenwich officers were dispatched to the Moxley residence. Dorothy and they quickly looked around the neighborhood and found nothing unusual. In the end, the officers reassured Dorothy and requested her to wait until morning. However, just before they left, they forwarded Martha's information to all the stations in the area so that they may be on the lookout for any Martha sightings. Dorothy quickly dozed off while she waited for her daughter to arrive by the window. When Dorothy hurried to Martha's room the next morning, October 31, 1975, she discovered her bed was vacant. A strong, eerie feeling had begun to wash over her as the cops were brought in once more. She was aware of a problem. Dorothy was unable to wait, so she and her son John began to search the area. The first place they looked was the Skakel home. Dorothy had never visited her neighbor's house in the 15 months that they had been here, and the first thing she saw there was their hostile dog. She knocked on the door, somewhat frightened by the terrifying experience, and Michael, the younger Skakel sibling, opened it shortly after. Dorothy insisted on finding anything, though, so she asked to peek at the camper parked outside. She thought Martha might have merely slept off in the camper's back, but when she looked inside, she discovered it was also empty, shattering her hopes. By this point, the local community had heard of Martha's disappearance, and the police, accompanied by friends and neighbors, had arrived to examine Belhaven's grounds. Shortly after, shaking with terror, Martha's friend Sheila hurried to the Moxley home. She struggled to find the right words to express what she had just seen while crying. Sheila begged Martha's mother to dial 911 in order to get assistance. She claimed that Martha is not moving and that a horrible incident had occurred. They needed assistance since she had been attacked. Jean, Dorothy's companion at the moment, requested her to remain still while he returned to see what had transpired. John arrived at the scene and discovered something horrifying. The missing teen was laying face down beneath a large pine tree at the border of the Moxley property, 200 feet from her home. The shattered golf club was protruding straight through the back of her neck, and the back of her head was bludgeoned. Martha's slacks and underwear were pushed down to her ankles, and her clothing was covered in bloodstains. A broken 6-iron golf club was found close to the teen, and it was used to repeatedly hit Martha in the head. The club was discovered broken into 3 pieces due to the power of the contact. Except for the handle's grip, the parts of a broken golf club were scattered on the ground close to her body. When the body was found, the police officers were taken aback. In the past 30 years, Greenwich had not seen a violent crime case, much less one as horrible as this one. Given the gravity of the issue, the local police were ill-equipped to deal with it. A crew from the Connecticut County Station was assigned to conduct a more in-depth inquiry. Martha's body was transported for an autopsy. After forensics at the scene tried their utmost to collect as much evidence as they could, the autopsy revealed no signs of sexual assault, and the first cause of death was determined to be the blunt force of her head. Later on, it was found that young Martha Moxley lived out her days as a virgin. In order to determine the precise timeline of the homicide, Greenwich local police officers began collecting alibis from every witness they knew while the inquiry was still underway. The Skakel brothers were the first on the list. Both lads gave their separate alibis for the time of the murder when they were questioned by the police on the same day. Thomas Skakel told investigators that he last saw Martha outside his home at 9:30 p.m. He claimed that after saying farewell to her, he immediately went inside to watch The French Connection with Kenneth Littleton, the family's new live-in instructor. Soon after, Thomas returned to his room to finish a paper on Abraham Lincoln for school. However, his teachers denied ever assigning such a task. Eventually, 2 polygraph tests were administered to Thomas. Thomas cleared the second one, but the first one's findings were still unclear. Michael Skakel said investigators that he had driven to his cousin Jimmy Turn's residence at approximately 9:15 p.m. and returned at approximately 11 p.m. Although they lacked concrete evidence to establish Michael as a suspect, the police were instantly suspicious of his statement. In the fall of 1976, Kenneth Littleton, then 24 years old, was also the subject of an investigation. Before leaving the residence, he reported to the police that he heard sounds outside sometime between 9:30 and 10 p.m. Michael, his older brother, Thomas, and 2 other Skakel boys were not at home when Littleton checked on the 7 Skakel children, according to Detective Solomon's statements. He claimed he did not see anything when he was out, but he did hear some sounds, like rustling leaves coming from the bushes on the property. Littleton went on to say that it wasn't until 10:25 p.m. that Thomas joined him in front of the television. Within half an hour, the other Skakel guys returned home. According to reports, Littleton was unaware of Martha Moxley's identity. Despite failing many lie detector tests, Littleton was never charged with any involvement in the case, even though the night of her murder was really his first night at the Skakels. 2 shocking pieces of evidence were discovered by authorities throughout the ongoing inquiry. A Tony Payne golf club had been used to stab and beat Martha Moxley. Upon closer examination, the same golf clubs were discovered at the Skakel residence, but one was missing. These golf clubs bore Anne Skakel's initials etched on them. When their father, Rushton Skakel, learned of Martha's death, he hurried home after spending the previous day hunting. He was very cooperative with inspections and statements at the start of the inquiry, but he quickly ended his interactions with the police. On the recommendation of their lawyers, the Skakels stopped cooperating with investigators on January 22, 1976, and refused to answer any further questions. The alibis Martha's friends provided were the second item that caused a lot of people to wonder. Martha Moxley and her friends went out on the evening of October 30, 1975, to take part in Mischief Night, where the locals would ring bells and play practical jokes like toilet papering houses. Her pals claimed that Martha was spotted kissing her elderly escapee brother, Thomas, after flirting with him. Shortly afterward, one of her companions said that they had last seen Martha and Thomas fall inside the fence near the pool in the Skakels' backyard at approximately 9:30 p.m. Over the next few months, police are planning to conduct more than 200 interviews. To finish the process, each of them takes many polygraph tests. No one has an obligation to cooperate with the police, but in most instances, individuals who have some knowledge that may lead to the identification of an individual who has committed a violent crime are more than pleased to contribute that information to the police. So it's most unusual when an individual possessing information decides that he does not want to give information to investigators, stated Donald Brown, the state's attorney for Fairfield County at the time of Martha's murder. Initially, a lack of information caused the case to become cold for nearly 20 years. Following a suggestion that William Smith Kennedy, another member of the Kennedy family, might have been involved in the murder, Martha Moxley's case was revived in 1991. Although his ties to the Martha Moxley case were eventually severed, William was on trial for assault charges. and the entire incident ultimately resulted in the case being reopened with fresh leads. Dr. Henry Lee, a famous forensic pathologist, was brought in by the police the same year. Technology was not available in 1975, but Dr. Lee was able to use it. Clothes discovered in the Skakel family's trash soon after the murder were among the things Dr. Lee looked at. Dr. Lee concluded that the hair belonged to a Caucasian male. "We found some hairs and fibers. Some of the hair is microscopically similar to hers, other hair is dissimilar to hers." He was unable to produce a match since he lacked a hair sample from any of the potential suspects. However, Dr. Lee was able to offer a potential explanation for Martha's murder after looking through the photos taken at the crime site. Someone attempted to apply force as seen by the blood stain on her body. It implies a murder with a sexual motive. Michael soon emerged as the case's main suspect. Rushton Skakel reportedly engaged a private investigator shortly after to discreetly clear his family name. He hoped that material would surface that would raise doubts about other individuals, including Kenneth Littleton, a past suspect. But his scheme failed miserably. The Martha Moxley investigation now involved private investigators Jim Murphy, a former FBI agent, and his sidekick, Willis Billy Krebs, a former lieutenant in the NYPD. It was discovered that both Tom and Michael Skakel had lied to the police when the two men questioned them about what they had done the night of Moxley's death. It was actually closer to 10 p.m. when Thomas Skakel last saw Martha outside his house, not 9:30 p.m. Additionally, Thomas and Martha did some inappropriate things outside of his house before he returned inside. Krebs claims that once Thomas acknowledged this, he started to cry, but his attorney interrupted him before he could say anything more. When Michael Skakel got home from his cousin's house at about 11 p.m., he told the investigator that he didn't go to bed. In fact, he had climbed a tree outside the window of Martha Moxley's bedroom and done something improper. Dominic Dunn, a writer and author, obtained the investigator's report and forwarded it to state inspectors. Even though Frank Garr, a former officer on the case, expressed his suspicions regarding Michael Skakel, they were previously disregarded for lack of evidence. His theory would gain further impetus from this report. The Moxley case was covered in 1982 by Leonard Levitt, an investigative writer for Newsday, a newspaper based in Long Island. He had a similar hypothesis regarding Michael as well. He revealed that she recognized her assailant because there were no resistance wounds. The fact that she was repeatedly struck with a golf club suggests that she was angry, which made this situation unique. It also suggests that the two must have known each other, making it a crime of passion. It took Levitt 20 years to cover Martha Moxley. According to the report, the police were presented with shocking admissions from Thomas and Michael Skakel. On the night of the murder, Thomas and Michael both admitted to the investigators that they had misled the police about their testimonies. Thomas informed them that he went inside his home after 9:30 and then out again to spend an additional 20 minutes with Martha. He now says that at around 10 or 10 o'clock, he left Martha after they had a sexual encounter. The story he told doesn't make sense if you go back and look at it today. An investigator and a one-person grand jury were tasked with reviewing the Martha Moxley case in 1998. Judge George N. Thim determined after reviewing the evidence that Michael Skakel should be charged with her murder. In his late 30s, Michael was charged with Martha's murder. The court took nearly 20 years to provide justice. After a 3-week trial that mostly relied on circumstantial evidence, he was finally found guilty. Part of the golf club, a 6-iron, had been found by investigators from a set that had belonged to Michael's mother. Regretfully, though, authorities lacked tangible proof linking Michael to the murder inquiry. He said he was watching Monty Python's Flying Circus at a cousin's house, miles away from the murder site. Nevertheless, jurors subsequently stated that his inconsistent behavior and the incriminating remarks he had made had persuaded them. Skakel's old classmates later provided testimony throughout the trial. It seems that Michael had even admitted to them that he had killed Martha while he was a student at a lawn institution, a specialty institution designed to help problematic teenagers get back on their feet. Gregory Coleman, a former classmate, testified during the June 2000 pre-trial hearing that Skakel told him, "I am going to get away with murder. I am a Kennedy." Coleman also claimed that Michael had mentioned that he was attempting to make advances on the girl, but she was not complying, so he drove her skull in. However, Coleman passed away from a heroin overdose in August 2001, therefore he did not return to testify in Michael's murder trial in 2002. Although the Skakel secrets were kept carefully guarded, Michael in particular was known to have a troubled history. There was quite a stir when rumors circulated that Michael had stayed inside a lawn school. It was during a group session at his reform school that Michael confessed to killing Martha on the evening of October 30. Joe Reese, the proprietor of the school, denied that any such claims had ever been made. Nevertheless, during the Skakel trial, numerous witness statements supported the story. Two of Michael's old Elan school classmates came forward to testify. John D. Higgins was one of them. Michael claimed he only remembered bits and pieces of the crime, and Higgins characterized the experience as a weeping, dazed, and bewildered confession. However, Michael boldly declared that he was certain he would get away with killing Martha because of his family name, according to Gregory Coleman, the other witness. Robert Kennedy Jr., Michael Skakel's cousin, became a fervent supporter when Skakel was sentenced to prison in August 2002. He only thought that his relative was being falsely accused by political propaganda and had never committed the murder, Kennedy stated. "I know Michael Skakel and I know he didn't commit this crime." During a 1997 interview with CBS 48 Hours, with the help of ghostwriter Richard Hoffman, Michael Skakel recorded his autobiography, Dead Man Talking, A Kennedy Cousin Comes Clean. One particular audio that was played during the trial was especially damaging. Michael claimed to have been intoxicated, smoked marijuana, and had abnormal cravings on the night of Martha's death. Skakel was terrified when Dorothy Moxley knocked on his home that morning. On the tape, he stated, "I was still high from the night before, a little drunk." Michael claimed to have asked himself, "Did they see me last night?" because he was afraid that someone from the Moxley household would catch him in the act. He claimed that when he was on their tree, he committed a few improper behaviors. However, the prosecution contended that Michael was speaking of being observed using the golf club to beat Martha. Michael's defense countered that he had an alibi for the period of time Martha was murdered, and that there was no tangible evidence to convict him. However, Michael was portrayed by the prosecution as a jealous teenager during the trial. According to them, Michael was under the influence of drugs and alcohol when he was angry at being rejected by his crush, and he ended up acting on his ideas after obtaining the murder weapon. The jury returned a guilty judgment on June 7, 2002. Skakel received a prison term ranging from 20 years to life. Shortly after the commencement of its fourth day of deliberations, the State Superior Court jury declared its judgment shortly after 10:30 a.m. In the crowded, quiet courtroom, Skakel and Rush looked nearly incredulous as the foreman announced the verdict. It was one of the most terrible and complex cases in the Northeast, encircled by a whirlpool of celebrity and fortune, and the people celebrated the justice served. The Moxley family's 27 years of agony came to an end. Mrs. Moxley broke down in tears as she addressed a large crowd of reporters and television crews outside the courthouse. Mrs. Moxley claimed to have prayed in front of the judge. "My prayer started out, 'Dear Lord,' again today, like I have been doing for 27 years. I'm praying that I can find justice for Martha. You know, this whole thing was about Martha." She added, "This is Martha's day. This is truly Martha's day." Michael's attorneys and supporters battled to get his conviction reversed while he was incarcerated. All 4 of the appeals that were submitted were rejected. Then, on October 23, 2013, Michael was given a new trial because his defense lawyer, Mickey Sherman, had not represented him in a way that was constitutional. Consequently, on November 21, 2013, Skakel was freed on $1,200,000 0 bond. The prosecution made every effort to have Skakel's conviction upheld. They were successful. The Connecticut Supreme Court ultimately decided by a vote of 4-3 in December 2016 that his representation was, in fact, legitimate. But the dispute didn't end there. In a subsequent 4-3 verdict in May 2018, the court overturned its earlier result, finding that Mickey Sherman, Michael's attorney, had not presented any proof of Michael's alibi at the initial trial. Retrying Michael is still an option for the prosecution, although it will undoubtedly be challenging given the deceased witnesses and other issues. In a statement released, Michael's legal team commended the court's ruling, stating that it had made the correct choice. Michael, who insists he is innocent, has been wrongfully imprisoned, according to the attorney. But the Moxleys are still convinced that Michael is guilty, Dorothy declared. I have no doubt that he did it. After hearing the evidence against Michael Skakel, the jury in the 2002 trial returned a verdict that John Moxley, her 59-year-old son, claimed still gave him comfort. There's a comfort level on our part that we know what happened, he stated. Now 55, Michael Skakel resides in Westchester County, New York, with his aunt. In addition to trying to get over the trauma of his previous conviction and incarceration, he spends his day caring for his 15-year-old son, George. Legally, he must request permission from the court before leaving Connecticut or New York. I'd like to put this nightmare behind me so I can begin to have some semblance of a life with George, without all of this hanging over my head, he wrote in his email. I lost 11.5 years of my life. I miss George's childhood altogether. I know I will never get those years back. But I feel lucky to spend time with George now. For more than 40 long years, Martha Moxley's death was a constant source of anxiety for the Greenwich neighborhood, as well as her family and friends. Although many still maintain that the verdict against Michael was contrived, the state of Connecticut did not receive fair justice for Martha's death, and a mother lost her daughter as a result. Many people think that because of his wealth and connections, Michael left as a free man. John David Moxley, Martha's father, fought for his daughter's justice until his death in 1988. Even now, the Martha Moxley affair continues to bring the Kennedy family notoriety. The 2016 book Frame Up: Why Michael Skakel Spent Over a Decade in Prison for a Murder He Didn't Commit was written by Robert F. Kennedy, Jr. Martha's 84-year-old mother, Dorothy Moxley, said she was at a loss for words after reading the book. She went on to say that in her whole life, truth had never been so perverted and controlled. She continued to suspect Michael of killing her child. A whole chapter of Kennedy's book was devoted to defaming Martha's father, John. He made many accusations against the Moxley family and questioned his whereabouts on the night of the murder. And as of December 2019, Michael Skakel is still at liberty. The people of Greenwich will always remember Martha Moxley. Before she could fully mature from her adolescent years, a young, attractive girl was deprived of her youth. The Kennedy men have buried victims of tragedies before. Although there is still a lot of conjecture surrounding this case, we offer our sincere sympathies to the family of the dead. The trial between Michael and the Moxley family was a war fought by the entire United States. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Ryan Smith was born in 1975 in San Diego, California, USA. He has always loved traveling and learning about other cultures. Ryan left his country at age 27 because he wanted to learn about the different kinds of people through their customs, languages, and traditions. This young man wanted to learn more about how people lived in Eurasia, especially in the countries that used to be part of the Soviet Union. So in 2022, Ryan took his dreams and backpack to Azerbaijan, a country that used to be part of the Soviet Union. The Caspian Sea and the Caucasus Mountains surround the country, which is in a place that is kind of in the middle of Eastern Europe and Western Asia. Because of this, it was a great place for a young traveler to begin exploring the world. Ryan moved to Baku, which is the capital of Azerbaijan, and studied the language and culture there. He wrote on his website that he worked at a carpet market in a city with walls around it at that time. In this way, he learned about one of the oldest and most valuable crafts in the area. The skills needed to make carpets are passed down from one generation to the next. This is a tradition that has almost died out over the years. The young designer was amazed by how beautiful the items were and thought about how making handmade carpets could be a business. Ryan thought about his idea and came back to the United States in December 2005 to start building the project. He met Laura Joy, a young and beautiful teacher, while he was in the United States. They got engaged and then married. Laura encouraged her husband's interests in traveling and learning about other cultures. In 2011, the couple went to Georgia, which used to be part of the Soviet Union and borders Azerbaijan. In Georgia, in the city of Marnoli, two young people got married with plans to start making traditional carpets there. They were very young when they had a son in 2014 and named him Kleb. At the same time, Ryan and Laura were advertising their long-awaited project to weave their own carpets by hand. The American who worked on the project used traditional Azerbaijani techniques to make it possible for everything made with this technology to sell on the international market for more than $1,000. While Laura taught English at a nearby public school, her husband went to different villages in the area to find weavers who would be willing to work with them. Ryan was surprised to find that not many masters were still using the old ways. Some of the people who joined the plan at first refused to work with it for different reasons. Ryan's prices were not acceptable to all, and some people didn't know the original designer and weren't sure if they could meet the brand's needs. Ryan wrote on his blog that he spent 4 days in Kosalari, which is where he met artists who were interested in his project. Ryan didn't just want to make money or keep an ancient culture alive. He also wanted to become a public figure of goodwill by getting women from rural areas who know how to weave in old ways to join his project. This would give them the chance to bring back an old craft that would help them support their families. Quickly, Ryan and Laura Smith became one of the most admired couples, and the American visitor thought that a city with only 20,000 people living in it was the most expensive place to live. His wife, Laura, became friendly with the people in the city, taught and made a lot of friends. Ryan, on the other hand, earned respect by promoting the value of the ancient carpet weaving culture. Most people in the area thought the Smith couple were good people they could ask for help. A couple of Americans who came to visit got so used to the people, traditions, and culture that they applied for citizenship in 2012 and were soon citizens of both the U.S. and Georgia. Word on the street was that the couple was going to use their own money to build a kindergarten with a playground. Tragically, tragedy struck the couple in the most unexpected and terrifying way, just as they were sure they had finally found a home and that the future looked bright for their family. In July 2018, Ryan, 43, and Laura, 42, were going to take a few days off to go on vacation with their little dog, Kleb, and get away from their normal lives. Laura's friend Sabina Talibova said that Laura called her on July 4 to tell her about her plans to go to the mountains and let them know they would be gone for 2 days. The couple chose to go to a small, beautiful place near the Godori Mountains that no one would see. You can go for walks and have picnics in this area, which is known for its trails, beautiful waterfalls, and stunning gorges. Instead of getting away from things and finding peace of mind in this quiet corner, the Smith family had their worst nightmare come true. They wanted to find a local person to act as their guide so they wouldn't get lost and could travel through the mountains without being scared. The parents also wanted to make sure that little Kleb was safe and that the trip would not be too long or hard for the baby. Finally, they met Malkaz Kober, a shepherd from the area. He didn't live here, but he knew the area well because he took his sheep and goats to graze there every day. People in Malkaz's area thought he was a good guy because he was always calm. The Smith family hired Malkaz as a guide because they had heard good things about him and knew the area. It wasn't long after they left for the mountains that the couple learned about Malkaz's terrible plans and claims. It turned out that the group went out on the mountain and, when they got to the clearing, set up camp for dinner. In order to get fresh water in the middle of the summer, they chose a spot near one of the many springs in the area. There was a time when Ryan must have paid attention to his guide because he thought he wasn't being careful enough with the gun he always carried. There was a heated argument between the two men, and no one thought Malkaz would shoot Ryan in the head with a gun. After that, he shot the man in the back again. The baby's crying and Laura's screams of fear drowned out the sounds of gunfire in the mountains, but the worst was yet to come. Even though the woman begged him not to, Malkaz put the gun to Kleb's head and fired straight at him. Laura turned into stone because she was scared and didn't know what was going on. But when she saw Malkaz's cold eyes, she knew what he really wanted. Her instinct to protect herself worked. Sarah ran as fast as she could to stay safe and keep her husband and son from getting hurt. But when she got to the edge of the waterfall cliff, she saw that she couldn't get away. The shepherd is said to have pushed the woman off a cliff and then hit her with a weapon. It is where Laura's body fell into the water. The investigation that followed said that Malkaz buried Kleb's body in a remote area and also sent the murder weapon there. The shepherd then went back to the village like nothing had happened. Sabina, Laura's friend, started to worry when she hadn't heard from her for 3 days after a family trip. Shiana tried calling Ryan and Laura, but never heard back. Another group of people who were with Ryan were also confused because he hadn't called anyone in a long time. On July 6th, someone called the Center for Rapid Response and Emergency Situations to say that a Georgian family with American roots might have gone missing in the mountains. The caller was Sabina, and she said that the Smith family and their 4-year-old son had been in the mountains for more than 2 days and could not be reached by phone. 15 rescuers were sent to the gorge to look for a family that was thought to be missing. When rescuers got to the designated area, they found Laura's things and car. But as the searchers went further along the small group's path, they came across something terrible. At the base of the waterfall, there was a dead body. Rescuers who were lost stepped up their efforts and expanded their search area. About 800 meters from the waterfall, the body of a person was found. Because of the season's high humidity and heat, the body broke down faster, so at first, the police said the victims didn't show any signs of violence. An investigation was started because that's what the Georgian criminal code says should happen. But no one knew anything about the little girl. It was clear what would happen to the helpless baby after 3 more days. Investigators were able to figure out that Malkaz was the last person the family talked to. It was said that the 19-year-old shepherd knew where Kleb was while he was being questioned. On the 4th day, after the Smith family went to the mountains, Malkaz showed police where he buried Kleb and the gun. The next day, Georgian police said in a statement that Malkaz Kabari, a young shepherd, had been arrested and was being held on suspicion of killing the Smith family. The news that a married couple and their son had been killed shocked everyone in Georgia, especially the Weavers in Marneuli. It was also said by the American consulate that this crime was very scary. Together with the Georgian police, an FBI team actually took part in the investigation and helped look for and process evidence. The charges against Malkaz were dropped by the Tbilisi Municipal Court on July 11th, but he was still arrested. The conductor said that 2 foreigners who came in a black car were the real killers of the family. It is said that these people killed the Smith family and threatened to kill him and his family if he called the police. They then left Malkaz alive so that the shepherd would be blamed for killing 3 people. Malkaz's lawyer said that he couldn't do anything violent to Laura because the man said he wasn't ready for that since he was still a virgin. People from Ryan's family, friends, and public advocacy groups gathered in front of his Marneuli home on July 12th with toys, flowers, and lit candles to show their support and remember the victims. The next day, Malkaz's lawyer confirmed that the accused person was not guilty. He went on to say that the crime was done by 2 foreigners and that his client Malkaz initially pleaded guilty because of psychological pressure. However, proof against Malkaz started to show up one piece at a time. The autopsy report of the victims was the strongest proof that Malkaz was guilty. 2 bullet holes were found in Ryan's body, one in the head and one in the back. Kleb was shot in the head from right in front of him. DNA tests proved that the biological material found in Laura's body and on her underwear belonged to Malkaz, and it was proven that she had been abused. The killer's and Ryan's DNA were both found on the murder weapon. A technical check of the phones of the victims and the person they say killed them by the FBI also revealed that Malkaz's phone had pictures of Laura's dead body at the waterfall. The shepherd even showed them to some people he knew in the area and told them that he had found a dead body while walking through these areas by accident. The phone search history showed that Malkaz had been to a number of sexually explicit sites a few days before the incident. Investigators came to the conclusion that the young man's interest in Laura was the reason he did what he did, and that he knew what he was doing from the moment the Smith family called Malkaz to take them to the waterfall. David, Malkaz's lawyer, quit after the autopsy results came out saying that he could not defend the shepherd for moral reasons. As soon as David was taken off the case, it was taken over by another lawyer. He insisted that the client was innocent and asked for Malkaz's previous confession to be thrown out. Mariana, the shepherd's mother, stood by her son and agreed with the lawyer that the police may have used the threat of jail time to get the guy to confess to the crime. Family members of the suspect said that the police accused Malkaz to close the case because the crime was well known. But on November 9, 2018, Malkaz was charged with killing 3 Smith family members. Besides those charges, he was also charged with assaulting Laura. A psychological test of the young shepherd showed that he is healthy, sane, and ready to be put on trial. Before his trial, Malkaz was being held in jail until April 9, 2019, but the prosecutor said they had strong proof of his guilt and that he would be punished for such a terrible crime. A group of 12 judges met on March 25, 2019, and all of them agreed that Malkaz was guilty of killing more than 2 people with extreme cruelty. He planned to kill someone in order to hide another crime, which was assault on March 27, 2019. The judge in Gori district announced that the criminal would be sent to prison for life. The criminal's family members protested the life sentence, which they thought was unfair. Friends and family of the Smith family were relieved by the sentence, and the defense lawyers said they would appeal the verdict to the appellate instances because they thought there had been errors in the process. The U.S. consul in Georgia said that the verdict was fair for the Smith family and that there was no doubt that Malkaz was guilty. The people of Marneuli have loved and respected Ryan and Laura Smith ever since they moved to Georgia. Their brutal murder has been a blow to the community that the couple chose to call home. Not only did Ryan's community project bring back an old tradition, it also gave many women a way to make money and feel safe. Dozens of women who wanted to run their own businesses were sad and uncertain when their husbands died. Soon after the terrible events that killed the founders, the project was brought back to life by foreign investors who support Ryan's ideas and give local craftsmen jobs. After leaving the life they knew in the West, Ryan and Laura went to Asia to find cultural treasures. Along with being greeted by grateful people in the community, they came across a dangerous being who pretended to be a kind shepherd. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. A young woman was discovered deceased on the floor of her own apartment. The police launched an investigation and quickly discovered several very concerning facts. It turned out that the residents of this complex had long noticed something unusual and lived in fear. Throughout the investigation, detectives discovered more and more horrifying details until they arrived at an unexpected truth. But this was only the beginning. Stephanie Bennett was born on August 30th, 1979, in the small town of Rocky Mount, Virginia. Stephanie's parents divorced when she was a child, so she lived with her mother. However, their father lived nearby, so the young woman saw him almost every day. Stephanie's father eventually remarried, and she gained a stepsister named Diana. Stephanie attended Roanoke College, which is 350 kilometers from her home. In her final year, she met Walter and they began dating right away. After college, the couple relocated to different cities but remained together. Stephanie moved to Raleigh, North Carolina, with her stepsister Diana and a mutual friend, Emily. They rented an apartment in the Bridgeport residential complex, which is located in a quiet, peaceful neighborhood on the city's outskirts. The young woman found a job at IBM, and her boyfriend relocated to Greenville, South Carolina, to pursue an engineering degree. Stephanie stayed in Raleigh for about a year. By that time, she and her sister and friend were planning to move to different cities. The young woman, who was only 23 at the time, was planning to move to Greenville to be with her boyfriend. And the couple had already begun looking for a place to rent. In May, Stephanie went to Greenville, where she and Walter looked at several apartments and chose a suitable option for rent. When she returned to Raleigh, her friends and sister were no longer in the apartment Emily had moved to. He then called her sister Diana, who in turn contacted Stephanie's colleagues. Stephanie didn't show up for work that day, which was very unusual. Stephanie was always responsible and would have told her boss if she was sick. If she was sick at home, she would have answered the phone. Diana asked her friend to go to their apartment and see if everything was fine. When they knocked on the door, there was no answer, so Diana requested that the apartment manager open it with a spare key. As soon as the man walked into the apartment, he saw a horrifying sight. Stephanie lay lifeless on the floor of the room, naked and bruised on her neck. The manager immediately called the police detectives, found Stephanie's documents, and confirmed that the deceased was indeed her through a photo on the laundry basket cover which was under the window in Emily's bedroom. Investigators noticed leaves and concluded that the killer may have entered the apartment through the window. They also discovered that the home phone was in the closet in Emily's room and the cable was cut. Apparently the perpetrator was hiding there too. The perpetrator took the object he used to kill a victim with, as the police were unable to find it in the apartment. Meanwhile, investigators interviewed all the residents of the complex, hoping someone might have seen the killer. During these conversations, the police learned that something strange had been happening in the residential complex. For several months, people regularly noticed someone peeping at them through the windows of their apartments. They complained to the manager, but the management of the complex could not find the person. Interestingly, at least once this person was seen at Stephanie's window. In addition, several months ago, an unknown man near the lake near the complex assaulted a young woman who went for a run. After this incident, Stephanie was afraid to stay alone in this apartment and wanted to move to Greenwell as soon as possible. Detectives studied the area around the complex and discovered something strange in the bushes. They found dozens of pieces of women's underwear, which as later turned out belonged to Stephanie. The police thought the killer took them out of the apartment, but then for some reason threw them in the bushes. However, shortly after this version was refuted, it was discovered that a teenager from the neighboring apartment regularly sneaked into Stephanie's room and stole her underwear, which he then threw into the bushes. When investigators questioned all of the residents, he admitted this, but denied being involved in the murder. His DNA sample was taken, but it did not match the one obtained from the killer's sperm. As a result, he was no longer suspected of the offense. The police believe the most obvious candidate for the role of the killer was the same man who repeatedly peeped into the complex's female residents. After interviewing everyone who had ever seen this person, the detectives compiled an approximate portrait. It was published in newspapers but produced no results. Investigators conducted a routine check on the victim's boyfriend. He voluntarily gave his DNA, which did not match the killer's sample. Furthermore, Walter was hundreds of kilometers away from her home at the time of the murder and could not physically be present. After that, the police approached all of the complex's male residents and asked them to voluntarily provide their DNA. This also yielded no results. The experts found no matches among the 283 samples collected at this point, and they had no serious leads. Detectives set up surveillance of the residential complex, hoping to catch the man who was spying on the residents. They were surprised by how quickly they achieved success. On June 3rd, police noticed a man approaching several ground floor windows and peering into the apartments before stopping at one. This individual began to satisfy himself, and the police arrested him immediately. This pervert turned out to be Christopher Lee Campen, who had previously been caught spying and was convicted of stalking a woman 3 years before. The detectives believed they had finally apprehended the murderer, but were disappointed. Christopher's DNA did not correspond to the sample found on the victim's body. He was charged with being fine, but he was no longer considered a suspect in the murder investigation. Since then, the police have continued to investigate the case, but they have found no substantial leads. A year later, the lead detective learned about a lab in Florida that could determine a person's ethnicity using DNA. However, he had doubts about this technology, but he didn't want to miss such an opportunity as a test. He sent the DNA of 4 of his colleagues of different ethnicities to the lab. The experts succeeded in their task 100%, and the detectives sent them the DNA of Stephanie's killer. The lab determined that the DNA belonged to a white person, but this information did not help the police much. In August 2003, the victim's father offered a reward of $100,000. However, in April 2004, they yielded no results. Detectives decided to interview all residents of the complex again after hearing testimony from multiple witnesses. They suspected that the man arrested for voyeurism was not the only one who walked around the complex and looked into other people's windows. With the first man's identity and photographs in hand, the investigators wanted to speak with the residents who had seen the voyeur again. Unfortunately, no one had ever seen his face. This man frequently appeared at night and was almost always dressed in a hoodie. However, some witnesses said they saw him without the hood but could only see that he had long hair. The Texas interviewed several dozen people until they finally reached a man who saw this person right in front of Stephanie's window before her murder. His testimony was already with the police, but this time he remembered something else. The witness claimed that he saw this person a few days after the incident during daylight hours while walking his dog near the wooded. It was related to the murder, so during the initial questioning the police did not receive this information. One thing is for sure, detectives only obtained this information 2 years after Stephanie's death. Now they knew they should be looking for a man with a Labrador, judging by the fact that this person was walking his dog in the area. He must have lived nearby, and here the detectives noted one interesting fact behind the forested area where the witness saw the man there. The man was very thin with long hair and always wore baby clothes. Many people thought he was trying to attract as little attention as possible in his case. However, it worked. Just the opposite. The police decided to find out more about this person and talk to an elderly resident who, according to the staff, kept an eye on everything happening in the complex. And here they were in for a very unexpected turn when they told her they were investigating the murder of Stephanie Bennett. The woman replied, "Haven't you arrested anyone yet? Everyone knows it was that guy with the big dog." The detectives were, to say the least, shocked. It took them 2 years to get to this person, and the residents of his complex initially suspected this man, but none of them deemed it necessary to share their suspicions with the police. It turned out that Drew had moved out of that complex and settled on the other side of town. The investigators decided to talk to him and came to his apartment, but no one responded to their knock on the door. They came there several more times at different times of the day and never received an answer. Either the man was never home, or he purposefully refused to open the door for them while they attempted to locate him. The police questioned his former neighbors at his old home, and they were able to locate several witnesses who revealed troubling information. A woman on the floor above noticed Drew with a young boy. They were walking down the street a few days after Stephanie's murder, discussing something. According to the witness, Drew told the boy to stop contacting the police and not tell them anything. Investigators quickly concluded that the young man in question was the same teenager who had stolen underwear from the victim's apartment. Several women had reported being afraid of Drew after spotting him during runs or walks in remote areas. The man would either closely observe or follow them. Detectives who had been unable to speak with Jews located his workplace and went there. He was a chemist at a fertilizer production laboratory, and the investigators managed to catch him at his workplace. He immediately stated that he had not heard of Stephanie Bennett's murder, which was strange considering that he lived just a kilometer away from her complex at the time. The man clearly had no desire to talk to the police and told them he was very busy at the moment. Drew told the investigators that they could come to his home at an appointed time, and he would answer all their questions. The detectives met him at his apartment, and the man finally opened the door to them. During the conversation, he stated that he had never walked his dog near Stephanie's complex. However, given that the police had many witnesses who had repeatedly seen him in that area, the investigators immediately understood that he was lying. The man also claimed that he did not wear glasses, even though his driver's license indicated that he was required to wear them while driving, and several witnesses had reported that the man who was peeping into the windows of other apartments wore glasses. As expected, Drew refused to voluntarily provide a DNA sample. The detectives then decided to conduct surveillance on him, hoping to obtain a sample in a different way. However, this proved to be a very difficult task since the man did not leave behind any items that could be sent to the laboratory. For example, during lunch breaks he would leave work, sit in his car, and just stare. At one point the man did not eat anything, so the investigators could not obtain any objects with his DNA. Once they noticed Drew throwing an empty water bottle into a garbage bin, detectives took it and sent it to the laboratory, but experts were unable to extract the DNA sample from it. According to one version, Drew took someone else's model and purposely threw it on the street, knowing that he was being watched. After that, the police decided to obtain his garbage, but here too, they were unsuccessful. For several days they never saw Drew take it out. Interestingly, the man's neighbors also could not remember ever seeing him with the trash bag. Next, investigators asked Drew's boss for help. The woman agreed to help them obtain any item from his workplace that might contain Drew's DNA. She watched him for several days but couldn't get any of his belongings. Drew rarely ate at work, never threw anything away, and she couldn't find a single hair on his desk, which seemed odd given that the man had fairly long-haired. Investigators were already convinced that Drew was purposefully concealing all traces to prevent them from obtaining his DNA. One day, the boss noticed him tying his hair back with a rubber band and then bending down to pick up all the hairs that fell in the process. After that, The woman decided to invite him for a lunch break at a cafe to supposedly discuss some work matters. But even there, the man was extremely cautious. He mostly ate with his hands, put all the used napkins in his pocket, and even took the straw and cup with his drink for dessert. They ordered banana pudding, and Drew finally used a pour. However, the results were too imprecise, as more biological material was required for a thorough comparison. Finally, the detectives received a warning to search Drew's workspace. They hoped to find some items that contained his DNA. The investigators were concerned that if the man found out about the surge, he would flee, so they decided to conduct it in the evening. They discovered gloves, which the suspect was required to wear when working with chemicals, among his belongings. The detectives suspected his DNA was inside, so they took them and replaced them with another pair. They were still concerned Drew would try to flee, so they kept him under surveillance for several days until the laboratory confirmed that the gloves did, in fact, contain his DNA. On October 18, 2005, police quietly surrounded the laboratory, where a man worked, and waited for him to exit. Investigators were concerned that if they attempted to arrest him inside the building, he would kidnap or assault one of his colleagues. Their concerns were justified when the man emerged from the building and was apprehended right away. He was discovered to be carrying a loaded pistol and appeared to be aware that the police were just steps away from apprehending him. Throughout a 6-hour interrogation, Drew remained silent, refused food and water, and barely moved. Detectives eventually had to place him in a wheelchair to move him around the area. After obtaining a search warrant for his apartment, investigators discovered a laundry basket taken from Stephanie's home. His belongings also included 9 pistols, 2 rifles, 40 knives, a sword, and a machete. The detectives also discovered a set of lockpicks and handcuffs. They also discovered a notebook with the names of dozens of women and quickly located them to ensure their safety. One of the women was a resident of his complex who had complained about Drew earlier in the investigation. She claimed that he had been watching her on the street and that his gaze made her uncomfortable. Drew's concerns were confirmed when police discovered her underwear and tampons in her home, as well as a copy of her high school graduation tape. Drew had broken into her apartment, removed the tape, made a copy, and returned the original. He kept these items for quite some time, even after moving into his apartment. They also left a check in his apartment. They also submitted a check in the name of a woman who was killed in 1999. Investigators discovered that Drew lived in her city at the time, and that the woman was shot with a relatively rare caliber gun, which was found in the man's collection during the search. Drew became a suspect in this case, but he first had to face trial for Stephanie's murder. A month after his arrest, the prosecution announced that they would seek the death penalty. The trial was scheduled to begin the following year, and Drew spent that time in solitary confinement, but it never took place. On January 1, 2006, a man was found dead in the same cell. Despite all precautions, he managed to take his own life. Investigators were certain Drew had killed Stephanie Bennett, but after a search of his home, the inevitable question arose: how many other victims could this person have had? At the very least, he was almost certainly responsible for the woman's murder in 1999. However, detectives were almost certain that Drew had been involved in additional crimes. The police discovered several intriguing facts about his biography after thoroughly researching it. Drew was raised in a family of 3 brothers. Their father constantly humiliated and beat the children until the mother fled with them to another state. As a result, Drew became a very withdrawn teenager, and this only intensified in the future. Despite this, he received a good education and got a decent job as a chemist. His colleagues said he was very smart, but his social skills were practically non-existent. He had no friends. He didn't talk to anyone at work and always tried to keep as far away from the team as possible. However, the judge concluded that the prison staff had taken all necessary precautions but were unable to stop the man. Stephanie Bennett's father attempted to sue the management of the residential complex for ignoring residents' reports of a peeping Tom and not paying enough attention to the safety of residents on the premises. In his opinion, there was not enough lighting around the building at night, and anyone could walk there unnoticed. He also learned that the window in his daughter's apartment had been broken, but the complex management did not rush to fix this problem even though it was. Please leave your thoughts on this story in the comments, and thank you for watching. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Menajay Starin, 34, a mother of 3, was reported missing by her father on May 1, 2023. Sometime in April 2023, she disappeared from her St. Paul, Ramsey County, Minnesota residence. The St. Paul Police Department's officers immediately began looking for her. They discovered disturbing information that led them to one individual, her boyfriend, 40-year-old Joseph Stephen Jorgensen. As they investigated Jorgensen's participation further, what sinister and terrifying secrets would come to light? Would we eventually learn the truth behind Manager's disappearance? We are examining Joseph Jorgensen's unsettling case today, so let's go straight to the riddle without any more ado. More than 300,000 people live in St. Paul, a thriving city in Ramsey County, Minnesota, that is teeming with both historical and contemporary charm. It promotes a feeling of community and welcomes variety. The Cathedral of St. Paul, the James J. Hill House, and the Summit Avenue area are just a few of the historic landmarks and neighborhoods of St. Paul, one of Minnesota's oldest cities. Statistics show that you have a 1 in 124 risk of becoming a victim of violent crime and a 1 in 24 probability of becoming a victim of property crime in St. Paul. Nevertheless, despite advancements, a horrible and unimaginable crime in 2023 rocked the city to its foundation. On May 23, 1989, Menajay Starin was born. Not much is known about her early years. It is uncertain if she had any further siblings, however records show that she had a brother named Nora Starin. Menajay was 34 years old and a single mother of 3 kids by 2023. She lived in a little apartment in St. Paul, Ramsey County, Minnesota, at 1428 7th Street. Whether she had ever been married is still unknown. Reports from people who knew Menajay at the time portrayed him as a likable person. People who knew her talked about how she was kind, patient, and positive with everyone she met, no matter what their background. Nevertheless, despite these admirable traits, Menajay battled personal issues. She struggled with mental health problems and drug addiction. Her family was aware of these difficulties, which contributed to her children not living with her, since she was having difficulty overcoming her own challenges. Menajay was undoubtedly unable to give her kids a secure upbringing because of the circumstances surrounding her addiction and mental health issues. For Menajay, life went on in spite of the difficulties. Then an unforeseen event occurred. Menajay's father called the St. Paul police in panic on May 1, 2023. He disclosed concerning information regarding Menajay's battles with drug addiction and mental health concerns throughout the call. He said that she had intended to check herself into a drug rehab facility but never did. His last communication with Menajay took place on April 18, 2023. She had looked scared and suspicious. It worried her father that she was afraid of a boyfriend. As soon as the call was over, the police got to work. They went to Menajay's place to find her. Regretfully, she could not be located. The investigators were looking for answers when they came across and spoke with a man who was only recognized as the father of one of Menajay's children. The man broke with her typical pattern by admitting that he had not heard from Menajay either. Because they shared responsibility for their son, she would typically check in on him on a frequent basis. He expressed his worry, pointing out that it was quite uncommon for Menajay to neglect to check on their child's welfare for over 8 hours. The man also revealed that Menajay had previously contacted him using a variety of different phone numbers. However, April 21, 2023 was the last time they spoke. During their discussions, the detectives also located Menajay's neighbor. An unsettling observation was relayed by the neighbor. The neighbor claims that she once saw Menajay with red marks on her neck and a black eye. It's unclear exactly when this occurred, but the neighbor questioned Menajay after becoming frightened by the upsetting scene. "Have you been assaulted?" she asked Menajay. Menajay had verified the neighbor's assumptions, much to her dismay. Menajay begged against calling the police, even though the neighbor's first reaction was to do so, believing that doing so would only make matters worse. The inquiry became more complicated as a result of this discovery, and the cops were left to deal with the unsettling truth that had pervaded Menajay's life. The detectives continued their inquiry by talking to the residential complex manager of Menajay. He gave them some insightful information. They discovered that, although not mentioned in the lease, Menajay had a lover named Joe who frequently visited her residence. The manager then gave a phone number linked to Joe to the detectives. After obtaining the phone number, the investigators carried out their investigations and verified that it belonged to Joseph Steve Jorgensen, a 40-year-old man. They showed the manager Jorgensen's photo to get confirmation, and the manager recognized him as the person he knew to be Managie's lover. The investigation underwent a sea change after this discovery, which paved the way for a disturbing and strange chain of events. One of the most important pieces of evidence was now an apartment security camera that was located close to Managie's home. The apartment manager notified investigators on May 24, 2023, that the security footage had been discovered to document a concerning event that occurred on April 21, 2023. The video showed Managie running out of her residence in obvious distress, with her lover Jorgensen chasing after her. He swung her around violently and led her back into the flat. There was no accompanying evidence of Managie leaving her apartment, but the video claimed that this was the last time she was seen entering it between 5:55 and 6 p.m. on that fatal day. Subsequent analysis of the security footage showed that between April 21, 2023 and April 28, 2023, Jorgensen entered and exited the residence several times. Remarkably, it was found that Jorgensen entered the residence 28 times in all throughout this time. Furthermore, the apartment management attested to the fact that Managie had only had one set of residence keys. According to the CCTV footage, Jorgensen used a key each time he entered the residence. The investigators were left with a number of troubling questions as all of these findings were revealed. Jorgensen frequently visited Managie's flat. What transpired during these encounters, and most importantly, where was Managie? Additional examination of the security tape also showed that at 4:55 p.m., Jorgensen was seen on CCTV leaving the flat on April 28, 2023, with a suitcase and 2 duffel bags. Sitting on the driver's side, he carried the suitcases into a pickup truck with the Minnesota license plate NLV 6177. Jorgensen sped off in his car. Investigators quickly learned that the pickup truck belonged to a man who lived in the Maplewood apartment complex at 89th Century Avenue. Following these events, investigators looked for a family friend who had important knowledge about Managie's relationships and behavior. According to the family acquaintance, Managie had never gone more than 24 hours without getting in touch with her loved ones, even if she struggled with drugs and crises. Her abrupt absence had been all the more worrisome because of this regular pattern. The family acquaintance also revealed that he had a phone discussion with Jorgensen after Managie vanished. At the time, Jorgensen had informed him that Managie had gone to the store but had never come back. The family acquaintance claims that Jorgensen also voiced worries that Managie might have been harmed by a man named Cassell. This Cassell had been characterized by Jorgensen as a suspicious person. After that conversation, the family friend disclosed that he had lost communication with Jorgensen. Equipped with this fresh knowledge, the detectives realized how serious the situation was. They were unable to overlook the fact that Jorgensen had not attempted to notify the authorities that Managie was gone. In addition, the evidence showed that after Managie vanished, no one had entered her flat but Jorgensen. Their suspicions were heightened by this information, and they focused all of their attention on Jorgensen as a potential target. The police, assisted by a property manager, made the decision to perform a comprehensive search of Managie's residence due to the developing concerns and evidence, and COP came in. Their focus was quickly captured by the disturbing findings as soon as they entered. The screen for one of the bedroom windows was lying discarded on the floor, as the police and property manager observed. A closer look around the living area also showed a television with several cracks in the screen. Prior to this discovery, the property manager attested that the screen was undamaged. The officers discovered a smashed glass panel on the microwave when they searched further. There were indications that it had been cleaned. They noticed that the bedsheet in Managie's bedroom had been partially taken off, exposing a foam cushion on top of the mattress. The disturbing scene was heightened when they discovered a massive hole in the foam pad that had been purposefully cut and removed. At the foot of the bed were red smears. These discoveries heightened the already mounting anxiety about Managie's abduction and led the detectives deeper into a maze of disturbing hints and terrifying possibilities. The officers acquired a warrant to conduct a comprehensive search and process Managie's flat in order to gather crucial forensic evidence after completing the required legal procedures. On May 25, 2023, the warrant was executed. A disturbing reality was revealed after crime scene technicians carefully inspected the premises. Large volumes of blood were found in the living room, particularly on the floor, the couch, and the kitchen. Someone had tried desperately to get rid of the blood's traces, as seen by the obvious signs of an attempted cleanup. It was becoming more and more clear that someone had been killed or gravely hurt inside the flat. The sad reality was verified by further investigation of the preliminary findings. Manajay herself was the owner of the blood samples that were taken at the site. The authorities discovered crucial evidence about Manajay's finances as they continued their inquiry. She was found to have gotten aid via an electronic benefits transfer, EBT card, issued by the state of Minnesota. With this card, people who get government assistance, like food stamps, can buy directly from merchants. A warrant to view Manajay's EBT account information was quickly acquired in recognition of the importance of this discovery. Following her final confirmed sighting on April 21, 2023, a number of transactions were discovered throughout the investigation. One such instance occurred on May 9, 2023, when Jorgensen made an ATM withdrawal at the Speedway, which is situated at 11th Century Avenue North in Maplewood, using Manajay's EBT card. He went to the Dollar Tree store at 7150 Valley Creek Plaza in Woodbury that same day and used Manajay's EBT card. He made a really odd buy there: a cleaning bucket, 2 boxes of saran wrap, paper towels, trash bags, liquid cleaner, latex gloves, and disinfectant wipes were among the items on his shopping list. The investigators were intrigued by this odd collection of materials. Jorgensen used Manajay's EBT card once more on May 11, 2023, at the Cub Food Store located at 1177 Clarence Street in St. Paul, Ramsey County. Additionally, he used the card at another Dollar Tree location in Oakdale, located at 7085 10th Street North. This time, he bought more cleaning supplies, disinfecting wipes, extra boxes of saran wrap, and paper towels. The frequent acquisition of such goods merely contributed to the enigma surrounding Jorgensen's actions and motivations. Authorities discovered information linking another person, just known as ZD, adding still another level of investigation. This, ZD, made use of Manajay's EBT card as well, in order to access data pertaining to Jorgensen's Google and Gmail accounts. Detectives then went ahead and obtained a search warrant. The investigators' worries were heightened when they discovered a string of significant Google searches Jorgensen had conducted after analyzing the data they had collected. Jorgensen had looked up the term jugular on April 21, 2023, what do police do with a missing persons report on May 1, 2023, and how to clear cookies from an Android phone on May 3, 2023. On May 27, 2023, he searched for how to remove GPS from a Lime scooter. On June 4, 2023, he searched for lime for soil. At this point, it's important to note that lime, the material Jorgensen had asked about, can be used to hasten a body's decomposition process and the smells that go along with it. This fact, which the police were well aware of, made them even more concerned about Jorgensen's possible role in Manajay's disappearance. The police took decisive action in light of the strong evidence against Jorgensen. On June 26, 2023, the apartment investigators targeted Jorgensen's apartment and secured a warrant to search it. In anticipation of a potentially explosive situation, a SWAT unit stepped in to execute the warrants. Jorgensen reacted to the police confrontation at his apartment by locking himself in his bedroom. The situation became much more dangerous and urgent when Jorgensen, to the horror of everyone around him, lit a fire. The SWAT unit moved with extreme caution. In the ensuing battle, Jorgensen resisted the officers with great vigor and even tried to take a SWAT officer's gun. The officer eventually managed to capture Jorgensen. He was immediately sent to the local hospital for assessment as a precaution. This was done in order to protect his health and deal with any possible mental health issues that might have influenced his behavior. 2 other people were in the residence with Jorgensen when he was taken into custody. One of them, a girl who wished to remain anonymous, had visible signs of injury. She had a red neck, several bruises and scratches. Jorgensen threatened to harm her, saying things like, "The neighbors won't hear you scream." Later, the woman would tell the authorities that Jorgensen had strangled her. Jorgensen's roommate was the second person in the residence. The roommate had sought shelter in his own bedroom during the police-Jorgensen confrontation. Without any opposition, the roommate was likewise hauled into custody. The roommate later gave a statement in an interview at the St. Paul Police Department. He revealed that his sense of smell had been lost as a result of a catastrophic brain injury. He also disclosed a long-standing relationship with Jorgensen. Interestingly, the roommate explained, he didn't spend much time with Jorgensen or the women Jorgensen brought to the flat because he worked Monday through Friday. Officers spoke with Jorgensen's friend, ZD, after these incidents. The other man who had been seen using Manijay's EBT card was this one. It's still unknown when the interview with ZD will take place. ZD made it clear during the conversation that he did not have a close relationship with Manijay, revealing that he had only met her once or twice. ZD claims that Jorgensen told him that Manijay had been admitted to a mental health hospital when he asked about her. ZD further revealed that he assumed Jorgensen had authorization to use Manijay's EBT card because Jorgensen gave him both the card and its associated PIN. Officers also spoke with the apartment management in charge of Jorgensen's home. The manager revealed that there had been several complaints about a foul smell emanating from Jorgensen's apartment around May 15 or 16, 2023. The entire building was filled with the stench. The manager said it looked like the smell of a dead animal. The management provided further context by disclosing that on May 18, 2023, he and a maintenance worker tried to enter the flat to conduct an inspection. But in response, Jorgensen became hostile, both verbally and physically, barring them from a certain bedroom that seemed to be the source of the smell. Unfazed, the manager told Jorgensen and his roommate that they had a week to clean the apartment, and they did just that. The manager then revealed that he and the maintenance worker had seen Jorgensen pull and carry big black duffel bags out of the apartment not long after. Astonished by the scene, they had discussed the likelihood that Jorgensen was carrying a corpse. The St. Paul Police Department's Forensic Services Unit meticulously examined Jorgensen's flat in light of these discoveries. According to their report, a sizable pool of blood was found in the front closet, which was also the spot where the unpleasant smell had been detected. In addition to the blood that had soaked through the carpet and carpet pad, the scene was made even more unsettling by the presence of additional biological material and recent maggot activity. In the closet where Jorgensen had tried to ignite the fire, blood was also discovered. Officers also found 2 padlock keys in Jorgensen's residence after his detention as part of the investigation. After looking through Jorgensen's phone logs, it was found that on May 18, 2023, his phone had pinged near a storage facility located at 8881 Weir Drive in Woodbury. On May 5, 2023, someone started renting a storage space at the facility under the name of Jorgensen's roommate. Interestingly, the unit's access code was used to enter the building just as Jorgensen's phone rang in the same vicinity. On June 28, 2023, detectives quickly secured a warrant to search the storage facility after realizing the importance of this material. Investigators visited the assigned storage container 2 days after Jorgensen was taken into custody. They were welcomed by a strong and awful smell that was typical of decaying flesh as they got closer to the area. One of the padlocks seemed to suit one of the keys that were taken from Jorgensen's flat, but in order to get in, the investigators finally had to cut both padlocks. They found a number of things inside, including a small carry-on luggage, a blue duffel bag, and a huge cooler that was carefully wrapped in plastic. It is noteworthy that one of these bags was the same one Jorgensen was seen taking out of Manijay's flat in the video. Furthermore, a green tote with cleaning materials similar to those Jorgensen had previously bought was discovered on top of the cooler. 2 coolers and a duffel bag were cautiously taken out of the unit while being supervised by the Forensic Services Unit. From these receptacles came a clear and overwhelming smell of rotting meat. The contents were kept out of reach until they were taken to the medical examiner's office for additional analysis because they were enclosed in several layers of plastic. A human body was discovered inside the bag and coolers after being examined using an X-ray machine. The limbs and legs were in the larger bag, and the torso was in the larger cooler. However, there was a head in the smaller cooler. The found remains were then autopsied by the Ramsey County Medical Examiner's Office. The torso, the first set of remains, was carefully taken out of the huge cooler, which was heavily wrapped in several bags and layers of saran wrap. It had been carefully hidden and preserved. The head, which was also covered in many layers of saran wrap and bags, was the next group of remains to be removed. The remaining pieces of the legs and feet 2 arms and 2 thighs, made up the final set of remains, which were then taken out of the duffel bag. Additionally, a significant amount of saran wrap had been meticulously wrapped around these bones. The medical examiner had to spend a lot of time unwrapping the corpses. The remains identified as belonging to Manijay was satisfactorily established by the medical examiner after extensive investigations and analysis were completed. The Ramsey County medical examiner did identify the remains as those of Manijay Staran of St. Paul yesterday, Thursday, June 29. Dental records and identifiable tattoos were used to prove identity. Unfortunately, it was determined that her death was a homicide once the method of death was determined. After this, investigators returned to the CCTV footage taken from Manijay's apartment, paying close attention to the luggage Jorgensen had taken from the building. Upon closer inspection, it became more and more clear that Jorgensen had mutilated Manijay in her own apartment, carefully separating her remains and packing them in different bags he carried. Jorgensen was charged with a number of crimes related to Manijay's death. Given the seriousness of his alleged acts, he was legally charged with 1 count of second-degree murder. Jorgensen was also charged with arson for purposefully starting a fire in his residence while he was arguing with the SWAT squad members. The accusations were expanded to cover actions including disarming an officer and making violent threats. Jorgensen made a brief court appearance on the afternoon of June 30, 2023, to answer to the murder charge. He moved his head back and forth during the hearing in response to Assistant Ramsey County Attorney Eastwood's presentation of the complaint's specifics. Eastwood also asked that $5 million, 0 cents, be established as bail, and Judge Timothy Carey granted this request. Jorgensen simply gave his name when asked, remaining largely mute throughout the court hearing. To indicate that a thorough defense plan was being developed, the defense lawyer chose to postpone any discussions about bail until later. On the same day that Jorgensen appeared in court, St. Paul Police Sergeant Mike Ernster announced a major revelation that came to light during their ongoing investigation at a press conference. Fanta Giovan, a 33-year-old woman who was Jorgensen's previous girlfriend, was also reported missing. The last recorded sighting of Giovan was in July 2021, and Jorgensen was the only person present. Interestingly, no one had previously reported her absence, thus the police recently opened a missing person investigation. Tragically, police said at a press conference on July 7 that they had located the remains of 33-year-old Fanta Giovan in a different storage facility in Coon Rapids, which is 30 miles from the property where Staran's body was recovered and north of Minneapolis. Although more information about this second victim has not yet been made public, it is generally assumed that Jorgensen is also accountable for her murder. In light of these continuing events, Manijay's family thanked the police for following up on every lead in their unrelenting pursuit of the truth. Jorgensen faces a potential sentence of 40 years in jail on the charge of second-degree murder should he be proved guilty. August 21, 2023 is when Jorgensen is expected to appear in court again. Justice is currently being sought in the wake of this horrific tragedy, which has revealed the truth about Manijay's premature death. We now have a better grasp of the unfortunate events that transpired thanks to the work of law enforcement. A disturbing thought emerges as we consider the horrifying specifics of Jorgensen's actions. Are we about to discover a possible serial killer? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Where is the line that cannot be crossed again? How does an ordinary woman go from being a loving wife and mother to a cruel murderer capable of dividing a country into 2 opposing groups? And how did her name become a hot topic among locals and make newspaper headlines for years? Roxana Valdez could respond to this question. Murderers do not stand out in a crowd, are unrecognizable at dinner, and may even live under the same roof without revealing their true identity. They are indistinguishable from those who have never crossed the line. Thus, no one could have predicted what Roxana did on the spring evening of April 5, 2014. And when they found out, they couldn't believe it. But let us start at the beginning. Roxanne died, and little is known about her. Despite the efforts of numerous Chilean reporters who competed to tell her story, they were unable to find much information about her. Her criminal record provided little information beyond the fact that she was born in 1957 in a small village in Chile's Punta Arenas province. That was it. Perhaps the lack of information was due to journalistic ethics, as the locals, known for their fiery tempers and unique customs, may have retaliated against Roxana and his relatives for her crime, potentially turning their lives into a living hell. Valdez married a man whose name, for unknown reasons, is either unknown to the press or not disclosed. She had a son with him, but it's clear that her marriage was not the dream every girl hopes for, as the couple split up in 2011. As a single mother in a small village with few jobs, Roxana faced significant challenges. In such communities, the primary occupation was growing and selling fruits and vegetables, and even local educational institutions emphasized agriculture. Roxana found work at the Don Gregorio boarding school, where students were trained to become agricultural technicians. She worked as a night supervisor at the school, ensuring that students slept and did not engage in disruptive activities. Her responsibilities did not include the actual care of the children. Roxana's son also attended this boarding school because she worked in the fields during the day and was unable to give him the attention he required. Claudio Munoz Ramirez, who worked at the same boarding school as Roxana, was the head of grounds maintenance. His duties often required him to work at night, which is how he met Roxana. Despite being 14 years younger than her, they had a lot to talk about. Roxana would spend entire nights discussing school issues and her own failed marriage to Claudio. They also shared similar experiences in their personal lives. Claudio had 2 daughters that he adored, but he felt disconnected from their mother and considered divorce several times. However, he stayed in the marriage because of a promise he made to her late father. Claudio appears to have forgotten his promise and began spending his free time with Roxana, away from his family. Finally, he made a decisive move. He did not explain himself to his wife. Claudio gathered his belongings and left the house. He clearly went to Roxana, who gladly accepted him into her life. Their relationship developed quickly and effectively. Roxana invited a man she barely knew into her home, with whom she had only shared nighttime conversations. She seemed to overlook the fact that there were children nearby who required constant attention. Amid these enjoyable and heartfelt conversations, Roxana failed to notice his true personality. He was actually quite temperamental and sometimes even cruel. However, it was probably too early to say who was more cruel of the two. Claudio's first serious outburst of aggression occurred inside the boarding school. On a scheduled community cleanup day, students were given different areas to clean up. Brooms, buckets, dustpans, and rags were distributed to ensure a thorough cleaning. As is often the case, some students protested and refused to participate. Claudio, who was in charge of cleanliness but had no teaching experience, became enraged by these students and threatened to beat anyone who refused to participate in the absence of teachers at night. It is unclear whether he would have carried out this threat, but the students eventually began cleaning and later complained to the principal about Claudio's threats of physical violence. The principal was displeased and requested Claudio's voluntary resignation. It's worth noting that the Don Gregorio boarding school was practically the only place in the area that provided stable and reasonably paid employment. Claudio spent some time looking for work, fields, and fruit, but it became clear that his efforts had been in vain. He and Roxana decided to seek a better life elsewhere, leaving her son at the boarding school to complete his education. They thought it was too risky to go on this adventure with him. To avoid relying on employers after being burned once, the couple decided to start their own small business, a fruit kiosk, and relocated to a favorable location, the commune of Molina, a few hours' drive from Chile's capital. This region is well known for its vineyards, which produce renowned wine brands that are exported around the world. Roxana and Claudio bought a kiosk near their new home, found suppliers for vegetables and fruits, and began their small family business. Claudio oversaw the purchase and transportation of products from suppliers to the kiosk, while Roxana was in charge of sales throughout the day. Hiring an employee was not feasible due to the additional costs. Furthermore, they feared that an employee would fail to closely monitor the perishable goods, resulting in additional losses. Claudio was visibly upset and even angry when he learned that Roxana was expecting their first child together. Perhaps it was a moment for serious thought, But Roxana, perhaps blinded by her new relationship and their thriving business, did not oppose her husband's viewpoint. She agreed that once the child was born, they would quickly turn it over to her relatives for upbringing. Unfortunately, there was no child to give away. Cloudy's behavior has dramatically changed since then. He frequently yelled at his wife and occasionally resorted to physical violence. Neighbors from nearby houses, irritated by their noisy new neighbors, frequently called the Chilean police, the Carabineros, to intervene and settle domestic disputes. When the Carabineros arrived in response to a call, they saw Roxana in tears and nearly half-naked running out of the house, followed by Claudio. Roxana confessed to the officers that she had been the victim of systematic domestic violence, which had resulted in a miscarriage. She even required psychological assistance following the incident. However, as time passed, the grievances faded and the troubled couple resumed their normal lives together. Following the incident, Claudio should have faced criminal charges, but a compassionate Roxana decided to give him another chance after obtaining a promise that it would be a one-time occurrence. Claudio promised never to repeat such behavior. His previous actions with his ex-wife, however, suggested that his words may not be taken seriously. Unfortunately, history repeats itself. Claudio temporarily stopped physically abusing Roxana, but he developed the habit of leaving the house at night to binge drink in local bars. He spent a significant portion of their family budget not only on alcohol but also on local women of questionable character. Roxana tolerated her husband's behavior, believing that Claudio would calm down once they had a child together. In a sense, she was correct. After Roxana gave birth to a healthy child in 2013, Claudio stopped carousing and fully immersed himself in their business, which needed to expand. They purchased another kiosk in the surrounding area, as well as a vehicle for product transportation. Roxana also invested in firearms for protection because they lived and worked in dangerous areas. The family's wealth rose dramatically, but only on paper. Claudio reverted to his old ways, squandering money on drinking and committing domestic violence against Roxana. In her testimony, Roxanne described the escalating abuse in her relationship with Claudio. Claudio's drinking was infrequent at first, but it quickly became more frequent. He would return home and accuse Roxana of imagined infidelities, resulting in physical and sexual abuse. Despite her pregnancy, Claudio's actions appeared deliberate, culminating in a miscarriage in August 2012 that sent Roxana into a deep depression. Claudio went out to a local bar one night and did not return home until the following morning, as is his usual routine. Roxana was used to his behavior but still worried about him. Claudio had stolen 5 million Chilean pesos, approximately $6,000, from Roxana's sale of her mother's house to spend on alcohol and brothels. This betrayal shocked Roxana because the money was for their joint business and was hidden in their daughter's room. Claudio eventually returned home late that evening. Roxana confronted him over the missing money. Claudio, uninterested in discussing the matter, hit her and admitted to squandering all of the money. This was the final straw for Roxana. Without saying anything, she went into their bedroom, retrieved a revolver meant for protection against local criminals, and shot Claudio in the chest. He died instantly, stunned by her drastic action. Roxana, equally shocked by her own actions, attempted to stop the bleeding from the fatal gunshot wound, but it was too late. The close-range shot with a .38 caliber bullet was fatal. Roxanne's desperate act was a tragic culmination of ongoing domestic turmoil. Roxanne's testimony reveals her deep regret and awareness of the immorality of her actions. She admits that when she reached for the revolver, her intention was not to intimidate Claudio, but to kill him. She recalls Claudio abusing and assaulting her numerous times, as well as her failure to report him to authorities or retract her complaint due to fear. She dreaded being alone even before they had a child together. After shooting Claudio, Roxana's immediate concern was the potential impact on their daughter, particularly if Roxana was imprisoned and the child was placed in an institution. That night, Roxana determined that the best way to handle the situation was to dispose of the body and report Claudio missing. He was aware that the police knew about his frequent disappearances during drinking binges. Disposing of the body was a difficult task for Roxana, a delicate woman who decided to remove it piece by piece. She began by severing the limbs and head with kitchen knives designed for cutting meat. This process required 5 knives because they kept doubling. Then she boiled the dismembered parts in the largest pots she had, all while playing with her young daughter, who was completely unaware of her mother's actions and her father's fate. Roxanne's calculated approach to disposing of the body while maintaining a sense of normalcy for her daughter exemplifies the complexities and desperation of her situation. The day following cooking and cooling of the body parts, Roxanne organized them into plastic containers by hand, leg, head, and torso. The containers were then placed in garbage bags. She loaded the bags into her car and drove to St. Lucia, where she scattered them on a vacant lot. Before leaving, she thoroughly cleaned her home with bleach. Despite finding a suitable location, she lacked the courage to dispose of the bags from her car once she arrived in St. Lucia. Roxana's testimony revealed her internal conflict. It's strange that I had the courage to commit such a heinous crime and dismember a human body like it was a piglet. But I couldn't bring myself to get rid of the evidence. I was nervous the entire drive, fearing that police would stop and search my car at any turn. This fear caused panic, despite the fact that I had a backup plan in place, which involved my daughter pretending to rush her to the hospital if she was stopped. I even considered pinching her to make her cry more loudly. Unable to discard the remains, Roxana returned home with them and hid the bags in the garage. She cleaned the interior of her car with bleach again and went to see Claudia's relatives, claiming that he had stolen a large sum of money and hadn't been home in days. They simply shrugged in response. She then went to see her mother and brother. Her mother was extremely concerned about Roxanne's behavior. She was not eating, had a glassy-eyed expression, and kept asking the same questions. The only question she promptly answered was about Claudio's absence, stating that he had gone to buy goods for their store, but was delayed due to a flat tire. Returning home, alone with her thoughts and the hidden evidence, Roxana broke down and called her brother for assistance. When he arrived, she confessed all and showed him the containers. Her brother was understandably shocked. Roxana called her brother to vent and share the nightmare years she had with Claudio, but most importantly, she needed his assistance in disposing of the containers containing the body. However, her brother refused, fearing police involvement and being charged as an accomplice. He urged her to confess to the Caribou Narrows, with Chilean police insisting he would do it if she refused. She was disappointed but realized she had no other option. Roxana complied. That night, Roxana went to the 4th police station and announced her intention to make a significant statement. Officers who knew her assumed she wanted to report her troublesome husband. However, they were taken aback by her confession. Roxana was immediately arrested. The news quickly spread throughout the area, attracting a large number of journalists to the station. They waited eagerly to photograph Roxana as she lay down, hoping to capture a few images, and, if they were lucky, ask her some questions in front of the officers. As the journalists waited, Roxana was eventually brought out handcuffed and in distress. She stated, "I'm afraid he'll kill me one day," before being led into a police car. The case appeared straightforward. Roxana had confessed, provided evidence, and voluntarily surrendered. However, prosecutor Monica Ballesteros requested a more thorough investigation. She was skeptical of Roxanne's easy confession and requested an extended arrest to conduct a forensic examination. Ballesteros wants to prove that Claudio was still alive during the dismemberment, which would significantly increase Roxana's sentence. The judge authorized a 60-day detention for further investigation. Meanwhile, Roxanne's attorney, Carolina Gutierrez, claimed that Roxana acted out of extreme emotional distress, which was likely exacerbated by postpartum depression and chronic domestic abuse. She highlighted Roxanne's cooperation and voluntary confession as mitigating factors. However, the prosecution's theory that Claudio was alive during dismemberment crumbled when forensic results revealed that Claudio died from a gunshot wound to the chest. The bullet from the .38 caliber revolver ruptured the heart and damaged vital organs, disproving the prosecution's initial hypothesis. Given the developments, the aggravating circumstances were dismissed. Another lawyer, Juan Pablo Cardenas, who sought to make a name for himself in this high-profile case, stated that the firearm used in the murder was legally registered. He also mentioned that Roxanne's first report of domestic violence to the police was filed only 20 days after the couple began living together. Following a medical examination, psychologist Rodrigo Valenzuela presented documents to the court indicating that Roxana was severely mentally unstable at the time of the crime. This meant she wasn't fully aware of her actions and her emotional instability was linked to the deaths of two children, one in August 2012 and the other only 3 weeks before the crime. Furthermore, a forensic examination requested by the prosecutor revealed that Claudio had a high blood alcohol level of 3 grams per liter at the time of his death on April 17, 2015. Following a year of various examinations, investigations, and evidence gathering, Roxanne's trial began. The media frequently sensationalizes tragedies and dubbed the case the Molina Cooks case, alluding to Roxanne's dismemberment and boiling of her former husband. Some unscrupulous journalists, seeking to draw attention to their publications, even made up stories that Roxana had eaten a portion of the remains, despite the fact that this was purely a product of their imaginations. Roxana refused to make any statements during the trial, citing her awareness of the media portrayal and her deep distress over it. The prosecutors attempted to persuade the judge that Roxana committed a serious crime under Chilean law and patricide standards. However, they were unable to prove that the murder was premeditated. The defense attorney argued that his client acted in self-defense, protecting herself from a brute who had brutally mistreated her for years. The court hearing lasted several weeks, and the entire Chilean population followed the case closely. Prosecutor Monica sought a 15-year prison sentence for the accused. However, after carefully listening to the defense and the jury's opinions, the judge sentenced Roxana to 6 years in a lenient correctional facility. Claudia's relatives, who had already protested when they heard the prosecutor's request for only 15 years, were utterly disappointed by the final court decision. They attempted to deny any family violence and claimed that Claudio, as a businessman and financially independent, could not have stolen $6,000 from Roxana. They also claimed that Claudio had admitted to them that Roxana frequently took out the revolver from the closet and told her husband that she would kill him someday. In an interview with the press, Claudio's sister attempted to blame Chile as a state, claiming that there is no justice and that the judicial system is completely corrupt, given that such brutal criminals receive such short sentences, equivalent to minor robberies. Even Giselle Claudio, his first wife, defended her ex-husband, assuring everyone that there could not have been any violence on Claudio's part. She had lived with him for years, and he had never dared to touch her. Meanwhile, Roxana frequently instigates arguments out of jealousy and possessiveness. Regarding Roxanne's subsequent imprisonment, she served only 2/3 of her sentence in the colony before being transferred to a semi-open education center in Tulsa due to good behavior. Roxana was able to communicate with her daughter and was eventually released early. The press, of course, became interested in this case again, and the public was outraged that the cook from Molina was released so early. However, there were those who, while considering Roxana a murderer, justified her actions by viewing her as a victim in the overall situation. The case is still being debated in the country today. Overall, this story highlights the serious consequences that can occur if domestic violence is not addressed early on. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A young mother who never thought she would be killed by her husband. A form of social and psychological influence known as manipulation occurs when someone tries to alter another person's thoughts and actions in order to further their own agenda. Similar techniques are usually used by manipulators, who may utilize physical or moral assault, blackmail, or deceit. Their tactics are frequently so complex and crafty that the victim is unaware that they are serving the manipulator's agenda. This usually occurs when the victim solely trusts the manipulator because they are in love with them. Maria Fernanda Quesada's case was categorized as femicide, which is defined as a male doing a willful crime against a woman. The most terrible thing about this crime was that it was completely foreseeable, and the girl's family thought the tragedy would happen eventually. Despite her fear of her violent husband, Maria caved in to his manipulation because she loved him and wanted to keep the family together for the benefit of their kids. She did not perceive danger when her lover asked her to a fatal encounter, since she had total faith in him. Childhood, family, and early years of Maria Fernanda Quesada. On June 18, 1994, a girl named Maria Fernanda Quesada was born in the northern Costa Rican town of La Garita, which is part of the Guanacaste province. For the Quesada couple, her birth was a great miracle because she was the only kid in the family. For many years, Maria's mother had been treated for infertility, and physicians had given up on her ever being pregnant. Nevertheless, she was able to conceive and give birth to a healthy kid, in spite of all the predictions. In an effort to shield her from all problems and give her everything she required, her parents lavished her with love and attention. Though her mother's health prohibited her from having further children, Maria remained an only child despite her early dreams of having a big family with brothers and sisters. The girl then made the decision that she would eventually have at least 3 children and start a big, contented household of her own. The Quesadas put in a lot of labor and were regarded as wealthy by the norms of their home province. They encouraged the growth of their only daughter's skills and abilities in every manner and sought to provide her with the greatest education possible. Maria got the chance to go to art school and study music at the family's large, comfortable home. All of Maria's family members were kind and trustworthy, but she was particularly close to her maternal aunt. Since Maria was only 6 years older than her mother's younger sister, they were close friends from an early age, sharing secrets and becoming practically inseparable. Quesada had a creative personality, was a gifted student, and loved painting and sculpture. She was described by those around her as a nice, intelligent, sympathetic, compassionate person who was always willing to help. She was quite gorgeous, always had lots of friends, and connected with people easily. At the age of 18, Maria, a single mother, began dating a boy she had known in school. Their bond grew rapidly. When Maria told the young man she was pregnant, everything fell apart. Even though he had looked dependable and affectionate, at her age the young man was utterly unprepared for the demands of family life and child-rearing. He urged that she end the pregnancy right away, and when she refused, he announced the end of their relationship. Despite her grief, Maria remained hopeful that the father would reconsider and return when the baby was born. But at that time, her ex-boyfriend had moved on to someone else and had no intention of interacting with the son he had fathered. Maria's parents and aunt provided her and her son with the majority of their assistance and financial support. The young mother understood that she would have to support her son independently, as she couldn't rely on her family indefinitely. She started searching for methods to make a living since she wanted to enjoy her job. She soon found internet tutorials on how to make soap and wax candles for decoration. Maria, who is artistic, was intrigued to this exercise and thought it had a lot of promise. Maria pushed herself into producing soap and candles by hand and selling them online. She took customized orders for personalized soap and candles based on each customer's tastes and set up social media groups to promote her products. Her business took off right away. Her orders increased quickly along with her social media following. She aspired to become a master craftsman and kept honing her technique in the hopes of earning enough cash to start her own store. Maria also began earning a respectable living by providing online classes on how to make soap. She kept living with her parents and kid, accumulating money for a house of her own and dreaming of a scary suitor and an education. Despite her hard work, Maria never gave up on her dream of finding a deserving guy who would adore her growing baby as if he were his own, and with whom she could have a happy, stable family. This dream was shared by her loved ones, but they were terrified for her future when she brought her new partner into the house. Quesada traveled to the city in the fall of 2017 to purchase materials for producing candles and soap. A charming young man called Esteban Rovira Vargas came up to her while she was shopping. He complimented her and said he couldn't help but come over and introduce himself since he was so taken by her beauty. Maria consented to go for a stroll with Esteban and have coffee with him because he came off as courteous and sincere, soon gaining her trust. Their surprising affair began when Maria handed him her phone number after a quick talk. Even though Maria was 12 years older than Esteban, she didn't think that would stop them from having a happy future. Although it was unclear to many around her what had captured her heart, she fell in love with him the moment they met. Maria was completely different from Vargas. Despite his harshness, rudeness, frequent use of profanity, and several negative habits, he never discussed his history. Although he had significant savings that many believed were acquired through unethical means, he did not officially hold a job. In the glove box of his vintage pickup truck, Esteban stored his handgun. He seldom gave up the pistol, but he never gave an explanation. Maria had a suspicion that her partner might have ties to the criminal underworld, but she was too scared to confront him about it. Nor was she aware of his previous relationships. Maria made the decision to present Esteban to her family approximately 4 months into their relationship. It turned out that she had every reason to be extremely anxious about her parents' response. Esteban was impolite, confrontational, and used profanity. Any inquiries or comments sparked rage and unexpected outbursts. Because he publicly scared Maria's parents, they started pressuring their daughter to end the connection as soon as he left their house, out of concern for her safety. But Maria wasn't merely in love. She refused to hear any arguments, since she was so overcome by her emotions. Her lover would eventually calm down, settle down, and become a good husband to her and a caring father to her son, as well as to the children they would have together, a family like his. Because she naively thought that her love, care, and support would help him manage his outbursts. After getting to know Quesada's parents for a few weeks, Esteban made the decision to present his family to Maria. His invitation to his mother's place for a family dinner became a nightmare for Maria. Like Esteban, the Vargas family members were irritable, violent, and conceited. They spoke loudly, shouted profanity, and any disagreement might quickly turn into a brawl. They were contemptuous of their son's new romantic interest, calling her names and even drawing comparisons to his former partners. That didn't sit well with them. They didn't try to hide their love, and Maria already had a child from a past relationship. Maria did her best to contain her cries of humiliation and pain. The situation was exacerbated by the fact that Esteban's relatives enjoyed drinking strong liquor, which made them even more hostile and erratic. Maria openly expressed to her parents that she thought they were nefarious and nasty. Her mother and father made another attempt to persuade their daughter to distance herself from Esteban and his family. Maria, however, persisted in her belief that things will work themselves out in due time, particularly since Esteban made an effort to act appropriately while her presence in a miserable marriage. Maria announced her pregnancy to her partner in December 2018. Although he wasn't particularly excited about the news, Esteban concurred that it was time for them to formally announce their love. The bride was 4 months pregnant when the couple tied the knot on April 6, 2019. Their wedding was stunning, featuring a seashore ceremony and a white dress. After the wedding, the couple moved into a modest home that belonged to Esteban, but he started acting strangely from the first few days of their marriage. He hurled tantrums over nothing, used his fists without hesitation, and no longer suppressed his angry outbursts. Maria's 5-year-old son witnessed the frequent humiliations, beatings, and insults that became the norm in their family. Maria not only put up with all of this for several months, but she also kept it a secret from everyone. To keep her family from seeing the bruises on her face and body, she avoided going to see them. To avoid drawing attention from her neighbors, she wore long sleeves despite the heat and applied makeup meticulously to hide the bruises around her eyes. But she became more and more terrified for the life of her unborn child and concerned about the impact this would have on her older son. Maria thought Esteban would soften and benefit from fatherhood after the kid was born. Esteban deftly placed the burden on her, reminding her that he had embraced her with a child that no one else desired, while she suffered daily abuse, accusations, and humiliation. Knowing that the woman in love wouldn't leave, he skillfully played on her emotions, knowing how to intimidate her and get her to cooperate. Esteban's main tool of control was Quesada's fear of being left alone once more, this time with 2 kids. But just before the baby was born, Maria hurriedly packed her belongings, grabbed her boy, and ran away to her parents. Following yet another severe beating, they urged her to go to the police since they were horrified by her appearance. There wasn't a single unmarked location on her body, but she steadfastly refused, taking care of her father instead. Maria resided in her parents' house in the last weeks before giving birth, since she was not in a rush to file for divorce and still hoped that the birth of her kid would make things better. She refused to heed to her family's less hopeful advice to dissolve the marriage as soon as feasible. When Maria gave birth to a son on August 11, 2019, she called her husband right away to let him know. Within 15 minutes, Esteban, appearing both happy and confused, hurried to the hospital. He knelt down and begged his wife to forgive him, to come back to him, and to promise that everything would be different. After being released, Maria went home with the kids since she now trusted him. It goes without saying that Quesada's parents were taken aback by their daughter's choice. Maria would not listen, even though they knew this was their son-in-law's ruse and manipulation. After a heated dispute, Maria declared that she would pick Esteban if she had to choose. Her parents didn't want to lose the opportunity to see their grandchildren, or damage their relationship with their only daughter. For the first few months, they had to respect her choice. The new father did spend almost all of his time with his wife and infant boy. He took care of them and even helped out around the house. But he was coolly detached in his treatment of his stepson. Although he made an effort to hide it, it was clear that the stepfather felt uneasy around the boy, even if he did not abuse him. In addition, Esteban formally obtained employment, and it appeared that he was making every effort to ensure his family's welfare. Maria was ecstatic since everything was now coming to pass just as she had imagined. But her joy was brief. However, this little reprieve even caused Maria's family members to reconsider their perception of Esteban and conclude that he had in fact improved. The ideal family lived under one roof with a monster for exactly 1 year, but soon after their son's first birthday, Esteban appeared to lose it. All the cruelty, hate, and anger he had been holding inside erupted, transforming their house into a veritable torture chamber. He nearly robbed his wife of her eye, fractured several of her ribs, and beat her viciously. Maria ran to her parents in fear, and they pleaded with her to call the police again, but she refused. Esteban arrived a few days later, apologized, and requested her to go back to her house. To everyone's surprise, Maria said she still had faith in her husband and hoped they could resume their happy life together. In order to avoid calling the police, Maria kept blaming everything on absurd home mishaps, even though she kept getting seriously hurt and landed up in the hospital over the course of the following few months. The couple's home was frequently the source of screaming and shouts, which the neighbors heard and even saw. A man assaulting his spouse. But Maria continually pleaded with them not to call the police. Because they didn't know what to anticipate from Esteban and thought he might attack at any time, the locals were terrified of him. Not until the situation reached a breaking point in November 2021 did Maria call the police out of fear for her life and her son's safety. She and her kids returned to her parents' house because she could no longer share a household with a despot, a manipulator, and an outright sadist. She also succeeded in getting Esteban to sign a restraining order that forbade him from approaching her and the boys. Doctors noted multiple bruises, contusions, and abrasions of various healing stages on her body, which showed systematic and severe beatings, and Quesada documented the injuries. Vargas frequently abused his wife and threatened to hurt her, according to her family and neighbors. The court thus prohibited him from approaching his wife and making contact with their child without her permission. Esteban, meanwhile, continued to visit Quesada's home despite the restraining order. Every time he waited for Maria to go outside and insist on speaking, she would quickly return inside to avoid him. She eventually only left the house with family members because she was afraid of her husband attacking her, being brutally attacked, and having her children taken away. Almost immediately after Maria filed for divorce, the couple had to deal with the difficult task of allocating their assets and determining who would get custody of their kid. She filed a domestic abuse case, which was backed up by witness accounts from family members and neighbors, as well as medical papers detailing her injuries. By doing this, she wanted to be granted sole custody of the child. Esteban obviously had his own agenda, and on March 3, 2022, he visited his still lawfully married wife's parents' home in defiance of the court order. He asked to talk to Maria, appeared totally composed, and acted courteously. He persisted despite her parents' attempts to reject him. Maria herself showed up at the door a few minutes later and consented to speak with him in private. Although it's unclear exactly what Esteban said to her, he was quite persuasive, and Maria consented to accompany him to their shared house in order to resolve some matters. Furthermore, Esteban persuaded her that he missed the child and desired to spend time with him, so she brought their son along. Maria reassured her parents that nothing negative would happen, despite their strong opposition to their daughter and grandson traveling anyplace with this dangerous man. The last time her parents saw their only daughter alive, she took the child and climbed into Esteban's car. In the car, the couple began to argue. By the time they arrived at their home, the neighbors could hear and see Esteban shouting and screaming profanity at Maria. When the couple and their little boy entered the house, the situation worsened. The shouting continued, and soon there were loud noises that sounded like dishes and furniture being shattered. Then Maria's frantic appeal for assistance was heard. followed by the sound of a sobbing kid. A man across the street hurried over to assist after neighbors alerted emergency services. The front door swung open as he got closer, and Esteban, covered in blood, emerged on the threshold. He had a blood-stained knife in one hand and the sobbing toddler in the other. His face was contorted in anger, and his eyes were wild. Vargas got into the car and drove off, while the neighbor retreated, terrified for the boy's life. Upon arrival, the cops discovered a young woman's disfigured body with no indications of life. Maria was lying in the kitchen, many stab wounds visible, in a pool of her own blood. There were bloodstains all over the walls, furniture, and even the ceiling, which demonstrated how viciously the victim had been attacked. The dead had 11 stab wounds on her body, according to forensic experts, the majority of which were located on her wrists and upper chest, which she had used to cover her face. Esteban appeared to have ambushed her from behind, taking her by surprise. The 3 injuries to the shoulder and neck region made this clear. Maria probably attempted to flee from behind, but her husband caught up with her and proceeded to stab her in the hands, head, and chest. The last stab wounds were detected close to the heart, and her body was discovered on its back. Look, find the kidnapped child and the perpetrator. Who had dealt with the poor widow was obvious, but where was the culprit, and where had he taken the child? Esteban's automobile was discovered on the side of an empty road a few hours later. There were bloodstains inside, and the criminal weapon, which had the man's fingerprints on it, was lying on the floor. The car was proclaimed sought, and the criminal decided to get rid of it, for obvious reasons. He could have stolen another automobile, boarded a bus, or hitched a ride. But since the man was wearing bloodied clothing, which would have surely raised suspicions or questions, the possibilities of using public transportation and hitchhiking were promptly discarded. It is likely that he stole a car to get away. The police had good grounds to suspect that the criminal would try to enter Nicaragua with the youngster, so they initiated an emergency manhunt. All border checkpoints received notifications containing pictures of Esteban and his small son within hours, and the fugitive was captured by dark. The criminal's jeans and sneakers still had bloodstains from the victim, but he had even managed to locate a clean shirt. He attempted to flee the nation in a stolen car with his small kid inside, as was to be expected, but he was apprehended at passport check. Without resistance, the man requested a lawyer right away. In the investigation of the stolen car crime, a gun that belonged to Esteban and had his fingerprints on it was also discovered. Femicide, a crime against a woman because of her gender, was the original classification for the crime. Femicide is a particularly serious crime in Latin American countries and is typically punished with life in prison. The bloodied knife bearing his fingerprints, the bloodstains on his clothing, and the neighbor's statements verifying that only he, Maria, and the infant were there in the house were all signs that pointed to Esteban. The investigation also found that the individual had been charged with assault and bodily harm on several occasions in the past. However, a 2.5-year-old boy was the only person who saw the incident happen. Thus, a certain approach was used by the criminal and his attorneys. According to Esteban, he was merely protecting himself from a furious woman who was frantically reaching for the knife after Maria had attacked him. The man claimed that he only recognized what had happened when his wife became silent, and that he couldn't even recall how he caused the wounds. The Vargas family attempted to damage the deceased's reputation at the same time by accusing her of being unfaithful, a horrible wife, a troublemaker, and a bad mother. According to the defendant's family, the tragedy occurred when Maria incited Esteban to attack him. They made every effort to present the offender as a victim of the situation. During the investigation, the lawyers said that the avaricious Quesada family planned to seize all of his belongings and deny him the opportunity to see his kid. The victim's body, which had been buried a week after the crime, had to be exhumed. Once again, independent experts confirmed that the first 3 blows were delivered to Maria from behind, denying Esteban and his defense's assertion that she had assaulted him first. Trial and sentencing. Since the criminal's trial didn't start until March 2023, the defendant and his attorneys had ample opportunity to prepare a strong defense. However, the Quesada family was backed by a number of activist groups that fought for women's rights, as well as by large crowds of people who demanded that the criminal receive fair punishment. The 9-year-old eldest son of the deceased was able to testify in court and describe the stepfather's brutal abuse of his mother. At the time of the crime, the younger child who observed it was just 2.5 years old. After consulting with him, Psychologists concluded that the boy's cries of "Daddy, don't" were caused by a deep-seated phobia of kitchen knives whenever he came upon one. The child said that everything became red after his father had harmed his mother. To prevent additional trauma, the youngster was not brought into the courtroom even though these materials were turned in. Numerous witnesses, including neighbors, family members, and acquaintances, testified against Esteban, recalling instances in which he had been violent with his wife. Dozens of witnesses also frequently observed bruises and contusions on the young woman's body, and the police had recorded evidence of beatings just prior to the divorce proceedings commencing. Esteban Rovira Vargas was convicted of the premeditated crime against his wife on May 15, 2023, and given a 36-year sentence in a maximum security jail. The deceased woman's relatives were given custody of her 2 children. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. The case of Sabrina Queter, a heinous crime in an affluent London neighborhood. Compulsive thoughts are a mental disorder defined by the occurrence of ideas and actions that occur against a person's will and from which they are unable to break free. In some extreme cases, these thoughts can literally take over the mind, and when combined with a complex manipulative nature, innate cruelty, and a manic desire for dominance, the result is a time bomb. Sabrina Queter, a British woman, had every opportunity to live the fabulous, wealthy, and carefree life she had envisioned since she was a child, but it was never enough. No partner was good enough for her, and she always felt like she was born for fame, attention, and luxury. Her unrealized ambitions and obsessive fantasies eventually led to delusions and violent outbursts. Unfortunately, Sabrina discovered a defenseless man on whom she vented her rage. This case became one of the most notorious and high-profile in British history. An innocent girl who cared for her children was the victim of a deranged situation. Sabrina Queter. Her early years. Sabrina Queter was born on December 5, 1982, in a London suburb, with a distinct blend of French and Algerian heritage from her parents. This unique combination most likely contributed to her striking appearance and fiery personality. Sabrina, the eldest of 4 children, was the family darling, constantly praised and held up as a role model for others. Her family moved to France when she was 2 years old, settling in Paris where she spent the majority of her childhood and youth. Sabrina's complex personality began to emerge during her school years. Her former classmates later described her as arrogant, domineering, self-absorbed, and exceedingly selfish. She had few friends, both at school and among her neighborhood peers, and she considered everyone around her to be unworthy in comparison to other bright and outgoing girls her age. She was especially hostile, seeing them as competitors and enemies. With her stunning appearance, a striking brunette with brown eyes and an impressive physique, Sabrina could have pursued a modeling career if she could connect with people instead of manipulating them. As a child, during her youth, she participated in sports and expressed an interest in music. However, her inconsistency, impatience for quick results, and lack of effort hampered her success in all fields. Years later, Sabrina claimed that she was treated harshly by her maternal relatives in France during her childhood. However, these claims were never supported or proven. In contrast, her family insisted that she was indulged and constantly sought attention. Sabrina suffered a back injury while participating in sports as a teenager, which led to her dependence on prescription painkillers. She attempted to obtain these drugs illegally, resulting in her arrest and a police warning. Sabrina was always hyper-focused on herself and her appearance, craving constant attention. She was confident that her future held a wealthy, glamorous life filled with celebrity interactions and her own stardom. Her fantasies seemed to overshadow her reality at times, as she believed she had earned her place in Hollywood. Sabrina holds an English and French literature degree from the Sorbonne. However, since 2006, she has claimed various fashion industry professions such as stylist, makeup artist, fashion designer, and designer, despite her lack of actual expertise in these areas. Complex relationship with Wissam Madouni. Sabrina Queter is known for her stunning appearance and a penchant for captivating men and exploiting their affection, but she never considered any of her suitors to be worthy of a serious relationship. She was literally waiting for a prince who would fully obey her. Sabrina was still unsure of her life goals after graduating from school, believing she was entitled to everything without effort. Nonetheless, she enrolled at the prestigious Sorbonne University while also working at a sweet shop for financial support. At the age of 18, she met Wissam Medouni, who was 6 years her senior, worked as a manager at the headquarters of a major French company, and attended one of Paris's most prestigious universities. Despite not being particularly attractive, he wished to pursue a master's degree in order to advance his career in the celebrity world. He fell deeply in love with Sabrina and was willing to satisfy all of her desires and fantasies. Sabrina found Medouni appealing, seeing him as someone she could manipulate as well as a ticket to a wealthy life. He was ambitious, capable of great professional success, and eager to pamper and spoil her. The couple started dating in 2000 and decided to live together after a few months. Sabrina quickly revealed her true nature, attempting to control my duties in every way. If her demands were not met, she resorted to tantrums, threats, and even physical violence. Furthermore, she soon began openly cheating on Medouni, with no attempt to hide or justify her actions. She could have flings with anyone, from a random acquaintance to Medouni's best friend or colleague. Despite numerous attempts to end the relationship and leave her, Medouni always returned, unable to let go of his deep love for Sabrina. Medouni received his master's degree and a significant promotion in 2001, and he began earning a substantial income, which he lavished on Sabrina's expensive clothing and entertainment. Its family owned several properties in Paris, and he managed them, giving Sabrina all of the rental income. Medouni, who also had Franco-Algerian roots, saw Sabrina as a kindred spirit. According to some reports, the couple married in a special Muslim ceremony in the fall of 2001, as evidenced by a certificate issued by a mosque in Argentina. However, the religious ceremony was insufficient to establish the union as official and legal. The couple had a son, whose paternity Medouni officially acknowledged. However, years later, a Frenchman named Anthony Francois claimed to be the child's father, and a witness in Queter's trial described her as volatile, unpredictable, promiscuous, and manipulative during her relocation to London. The global financial crisis hit hard in 2008, causing the company where Wissam Medouni worked to go bankrupt, costing him his high-paying job. Around this time, Sabrina Queter developed a strong desire to move to London. She made the decision without consulting her partner, leaving her with few options and hoping for a new career in one of the world's major financial hubs. Medouni followed her to London, where he found employment in a major English bank. However, Sabrina has struggled to establish herself in the fashion industry. Her ambitions to be a designer, model, or makeup artist were stifled by a lack of skills, experience, and formal education in these areas. Consequently, she had to lower her expectations. She worked in a variety of positions over the years, including nanny in a call center, cafe, and even network marketing. Sabrina Queter's search for love took an unexpected turn when she rekindled her teenage passion for music, adding the titles of musician and composer to her resume. Despite her enthusiasm, Sabrina struggled to secure professional opportunities in the music industry. She attended a number of auditions and social events in the hopes of making valuable connections. Sabrina was fortunate to meet Mark Walton, a well-known musician, songwriter, and one of the founding members of the popular Irish boy band Boyzone. After leaving the group, Mark went on to become a successful producer and music mogul, working with Jennifer Lopez, Jessica Simpson, and Lady Gaga. By 2016, his net worth had surpassed $1 billion. Mark was exactly the type of person Sabrina had hoped to meet on her way to a life of fame and luxury. She impressed Mark with her beauty and charisma. He was captivated by her and openly admitted to falling in love at first sight, unable to think of anyone but the beautiful woman. Their relationship grew quickly, and Sabrina worked hard to remain pleasant and endearing, eventually ending her relationship with modernity because she saw a bright future with Mark. His previous relationship and child did not deter her. Within weeks, the lovers had moved in together to a luxurious home in an affluent area of London. Mark covered all of Sabrina's expenses, including the rent for the lavish house she chose for several months, in order to bring and live the opulent life she had long desired. which included socializing with celebrities, attending elite events, wearing couture clothing, and even appearing in glossy magazines. Sabrina found it difficult to manage Mark because she was afraid of losing him. She couldn't control her nature for long, and soon began to be jealous of every woman around Mark. Sabrina's demands grew over time, requiring more gifts and luxury. Mark spoiled her with designer clothes, jewelry, and trips to upscale restaurants and clubs. But it wasn't enough for her. The couple's home had a high turnover of staff and nannies, as Sabrina's paranoia led her to believe they were either stealing or trying to seduce Mark. Her irrational behavior eventually. Mark was driven to his breaking point. In 2011, he ended the relationship and moved to California, leaving Sabrina with nothing. Losing Mark also meant losing the luxurious lifestyle she had enjoyed. Sabrina began conducting interviews, accusing Mark of cruelty, violence, and substance abuse. She called him crying, begged him to return, and even threatened to commit suicide. But none of these tactics brought him back. Who is the father of the second child? After realizing she had lost Mark Walton, Sabrina Queter contacted her ex-partner, Wissem Madouni, who was a successful bank executive, and immediately forgave and accepted her back, despite still having feelings for her. They resumed living together. Sabrina discovered she was pregnant shortly after her reunion with Madouni. She quickly notified Walton, who, through his lawyers, expressed a willingness to provide for the child and Sabrina by offering a monthly allowance. However, Walton insisted on a paternity test after delivery to confirm his fatherhood. Sabrina's refusal to take the test, which could have resulted in substantial regular payments, indicated her uncertainty about the child's paternity. Instead of agreeing to the test, she demanded that Walton double the proposed allowance. After his refusal, she declared war on the musician. Sabrina took to social media to spread false claims that Walton was obsessed with her, insanely jealous of modernity, and physically threatening them. She accused Walton of breaking into their home, assaulting Madouni, frightening the children, and sexually assaulting her in an unnatural manner. However, she was unable to back up her claims because Walton had a solid alibi and had been in the United States since their breakup. Sabrina temporarily stopped accusing her ex-boyfriend after Walton filed a defamation lawsuit and the police threatened her with legal action. She settled in Wimbledon, southwest London, with Madouni and their 2 children, leading a seemingly peaceful existence as the conflict appeared to be resolved. Sabrina Queter, a French nanny who was used to handling household chores but found it difficult to manage 2 children, decided to hire a nanny who could also help with housework. She advertised a job online and conducted interviews in person. The majority of candidates failed to meet her expectations, and those who did not last long in her household. Sophie Leonette, a young French woman, responded to the advertisement. At the time, Sophie, 19, was in her provincial hometown in France, so the interview was done via video call. This modest, unassuming provincial agreed to all terms including childcare, housework, and cooking, in exchange for a symbolic weekly salary of £50, which included full board and lodging with the employer. Sophie was born on January 7, 1996, in the small town of Troyes, near Alex, and her parents, Catherine and Patrick Leonette, were simple workers with a modest, if not poor, lifestyle. Sophia graduated from school with a diploma in childcare but did not want to work in her province, preferring to relocate to a larger city, known for being shy, quiet, and unassuming in appearance, but extremely kind and open-hearted. Sophie was loved by those who knew her despite her poor vision. She wore glasses, which she was slightly self-conscious about, and their conversation made her realize that Sophie, the plain Gain, would be an ideal target for her manipulations. Furthermore, Sophie was eager to gain experience and good references, so she was willing to work for the minimum wage. Sophie thought Sabrina seemed like a serious and reliable employer, which she told her parents before leaving for London. Kind employers rose to a sophisticated status. Initially, Sophie Leonette seemed to be doing well, believing that working for the Tweeters would be a great way to start her nanny career. She quickly bonded with the children, completed household chores as required by her contract, and had enough time and resources to improve her English and explore city attractions. This peaceful period lasted several months, and everything seemed fine. Madouni lost his job, and the family's only reliable source of income became Walton's monthly child support payments. To bring it back, Walton was asked to pay more money, which prompted him to request a DNA test to confirm his paternity. The family faced serious financial difficulties, including high rent and basic living expenses. Of Sabrina, unwilling to cut back on her luxuries and desperate to maintain her socialite lifestyle, she became irritable and aggressive, frequently venting her frustration on the young nanny. The couple tried to start a bakery with their last funds, but it failed. Sabrina then turned to Walton and asked for a large sum of money to start a clothing line, only to be met with a categorical refusal, resulting in tears and complaints about poverty. Sabrina frequently complained to Lynette about her ex-lover, and the nanny attempted to console her employer. What happens next varies according to the source. According to one version, who either devised a scheme to use Sophie as a weapon to blackmail Walton. She intended to portray Sophie as Walton's, an accomplice and lover who was allegedly planted in their home to disrupt their lives and endanger the children. Sabrina claimed that the provincial fool was in love with Walton and used her as a tool for vengeance. She believed that recording and presenting the nanny's confessions to the police would be sufficient evidence to seek restitution from Walton for his heinous act. Sophie refused to make false statements on camera. Another version, as argued by Quitter's lawyers in court, suggested that Sabrina believed in her conspiracy theory because of her mental illness and saw Sophie as an enemy and a threat to her family. She allegedly did not force the nanny to give false testimony, but she truly believed Sophie was Walton's accomplice who infiltrated their home to harm them. Regardless of the truth, Sophie's life quickly devolved into a living nightmare, a torture chamber in the basement of a wealthy home. Sophie Leonette, a young French woman, was initially burdened with extra work that did not correspond to an increase in her meager salary. Eventually, she was engrossed in endless chores from dawn to late night, with no personal time and effectively imprisoned within the house walls. Sophie's pay was soon halted entirely, preventing her from fleeing or returning to France. Her employers seized her passport, making her a captive. Her interactions with family were strictly monitored. The situation worsened. Sophie was barely fed and constantly pressured to make false statements about Walton, whom she had never met or known. She was only communicated with through screams, insults, and threats, and was accused of stealing money and valuables. She was threatened with imprisonment if she didn't comply with their demands regarding the musician. When screaming and blackmail became ineffective, the Sabrina Coiters used more brutal and sophisticated methods. Sophie was effectively relocated to a cold basement where she spent all of her time when not working, eating scantily once or twice a day and becoming emaciated and weak. However, the cold and hunger were not her worst experiences. Physical abuse became the most traumatic stage. It began with slabs and hair pulling, but quickly escalated to Sabrina breaking Sophie's nose and a violent assault. The sight of blood seemed to enrage Sabrina, making beatings a daily occurrence for Sophie. Every day brought new methods of cruelty intended to cause unbearable pain and suffering. The basement of this wealthy house in an affluent London neighborhood became a true torture chamber for the lioness, with no hope of rescue. In late summer 2017, Sabrina Quiter brought the unfortunate Sophie Lioness to a police station, claiming Sophie was ready to testify against Mark Walton, with whom she allegedly had a romantic and criminal relationship, and who had allegedly sent her to their house to abuse the children. However, Sophie remained silent and refused to say what Sabrina demanded, so the police decided to speak with her privately and take her to a separate room. Sabrina was furious, fearing Sophie would reveal the horrors taking place in their home and implicate her and her husband. Sophie mysteriously chose not to reveal anything or seek help. The police's reaction was also peculiar. Despite seeing a malnourished, scared, and weakened young woman, they did not contact a doctor or psychologist to ensure her health and safety. At that point, the 21-year-old man weighed less than 40 kilograms, had lost some of her hair, was missing a front tooth, and was limping noticeably. Despite this, the officers remain unconcerned and simply allow everyone to leave. A disturbing phone call and a funeral pyre. Sophie Lionette sobbed as she made her final call to her mother in mid-September. Sophie told her mother that she wanted to return home but didn't have any money. Catherine, without going into detail, simply told her daughter that she would buy her a ticket and that she should pack her bags immediately. This was the last time she heard Sophie's voice. A few days later, on September 20, 2017, in the evening, the Cougars' neighbors called the police. They were alarmed by a fire in the yard, not so much by the fire itself as by the nauseating, sweetly greasy odor it emitted. A neighbor reported that it smelled like burning flesh and hair, as well as something identifiable, and that the thick smoke clouds that stretched half a block immediately impregnated clothes and skin with a stench. Firefighters and a police car arrived on the scene. The house owners, who appeared calm and unaware of the reason for the emergency services visit, met them after extinguishing the fire. What appeared to be a charred human hand was discovered among the ashes. The couple was immediately apprehended, and severely burned human remains were recovered from the fire. The deceased's gender and age were indeterminable, but the body was quickly identified as Sophie Leonette, as evidenced by the melted metal frame of the glasses embedded in the skull, which Sophie always wore. The cause of Sophie Leonette's death was difficult to determine because her body had been almost completely burned. Forensic experts discovered multiple rib fractures, jaw cracks, and evidence of blunt force trauma on her skull and limbs, indicating that she sustained these injuries while alive. In addition, she had several missing teeth and a severely damaged nose. Sophie had suffered prolonged and brutal beatings, resulting in broken bones and knocked-out teeth. However, the extent of the fire damage made it impossible to assess the state of her internal organs and identify any penetrating wounds. The discovery of horrific video recordings in the house depicting Sophie being tortured and coerced into confessing collusion with Walton and intent to harm the children exposed her captor's true sadistic nature. Sophie was brutally beaten with an iron cord, a golf club, and even electric shocks. She also faced humiliations, such as being forced to submerge her head in the toilet until she suffocated. Experts believe Sophie died of asphyxiation before being burned on the pyre, sparing her the agony of being alive during the burning trial and sentence. Sabrina Queder and Ouissem Madouni denied guilt and expressed no remorse for their heinous crime. Following the murder, Madouni calmly went to a nearby supermarket to purchase firelighter fluid for burning the body and dinner for his family, as if nothing had happened. The first court hearings against the sadistic couple started in March 2018. Sabrina attempted to portray herself as a victim, blaming Mark Walton for driving her to a pathological state with his constant torment. Sabrina was diagnosed with mental disorders, but she was not insane and could understand her actions. We were physically healthy but psychologically dependent on Sabrina and blindly obedient to her. Sabrina's former lover, who testified in court, described her as a cunning manipulator rather than a mad woman because she planned her moves so carefully. Another witness stated that she always made up enemies, but did so rationally and for selfish reasons. On June 26, 2018, the court found the couple guilty of torturing, humiliating, and murdering their nanny in aggravated circumstances. They were sentenced to life in prison, with the possibility of parole after 30 years, and neither admitted guilt despite ongoing appeals to reduce their sentence. Sabrina attempted to feign insanity, hoping to be transferred from prison to a hospital, but was unsuccessful. Mark Walton testified at the trial that he felt guilty about his ex-lover's actions because he committed these atrocities to gain his attention and financial compensation. He expressed his heartfelt condolences to the victims' parents and voluntarily issued a large check to assist the bereaved families who had lost their beloved daughter. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. The tragic story of the Rose family is regarded as one of the most bizarre and perplexing crimes committed in America in recent years. This case stood out to investigators not only for its cynicism and cruelty, but also because the victims and alleged perpetrators were close relatives. Despite the fact that many years have passed since the crime was committed, and the perpetrator has long served his harsh sentence in prison, this story still has many unanswered questions and white spots. Many people still question the fairness of the court's decision. Now let us get down to business. It was an ordinary family living in a provincial suburb of Bristol, Tennessee, who had never been on law enforcement's radar before. Curtis and Lena Maria Rose, an elderly couple who had lived together for more than 40 years, led the family. They had 2 grown daughters and 6 grandchildren, but we'll focus on the family members who were directly involved in this high-profile case. So at the time of the crime, the elderly owners, Curtis and Lena Maria Rose were present in the house and surrounding area, along with their eldest daughter, 39-year-old Tosha Milhorn, her husband James, and 6 children. Tosha and James had 2 shared children, and the other 3 were heirs from a previous relationship. A neighbor girl stopped by the house to play with them. It is worth noting that Tosha and James, along with their children, spent about 2 months living at Tosha's parents' house while their own home was being renovated. Later, another key player in those events, 19-year-old Seth Denton, arrived at the house. He was Tosha's eldest son, but his relationship with his mother and stepfather was strained, to say the least, and they avoided communicating with each other in any way possible. Their most recent meeting ended tragically, according to neighbors. The Rose couple was very happy and prosperous. Their daughter Tosha was happily married to James, who worked as an auto mechanic and enjoyed restoring vintage cars. The carnage took place at the Rose couple's family home. Police officers who responded to the call later described it as the worst crime scene they had ever seen and the bloodiest in the history of their quiet county. The bodies of 2 women, Lena Maria and Tosha, a mother and daughter, were discovered in the house, shot nearly point blank. Tosha was sitting in a chair at the dining room table, while her mother lay on the floor between the table and the refrigerator. James, Tosha's husband, was also lying on the doorstep of the house, critically injured and being rushed to the hospital. Despite the doctor's efforts, the man died as a result of severe internal injuries and blood loss. There were no injuries among the children in the house. They were most likely not targeted by the shooter or were simply out of his field of vision during the adults' massacre. Almost immediately after the crime, the police received 2 consecutive phone calls. The first call came from the house's owner, Curtis Rose, who reported that his eldest grandson Seth had committed a shooting and then fled the scene. But then Seth called, telling a different version of what had happened and blaming it all on his grandfather Curtis. In addition, Seth was wounded in the arm, and Curtis admitted to shooting him, claiming that he was trying to detain his grandson and prevent him from fleeing the scene of the massacre. Seth Denton, the alleged killer, was apprehended in a hospital after seeking medical attention for the wound. The investigation then sought to retrace the tragic events and determine what actually occurred in the Rose family's home. Surprisingly, only one version was used as the foundation for the investigation, with the second version receiving serious consideration only a few years later. On August 29, 2015, around 6 p.m., residents of houses near the crime scene heard a series of gunshots. No one paid much attention because there were forests nearby where hunting wild animals and birds was permitted. Later, one of the neighbors stated that he was concerned about the number of shots and then the silence, but he did not believe it was a good reason to call the police. Another neighbor testified at the trial that, in addition to the gunshots, he heard screaming and went out onto his house's porch to see what was happening. At that point, he noticed a young man running down the path from the neighbor's house to a parked car on the road.
He was being pursued by another man, but the witness had a limited view of what was going on due to the trees along the road. He only saw the guy jump into the car. Then 2 shots rang out, and the car took off. Just a few minutes later, neighbors heard sirens and saw police and emergency vehicles approaching Rose's home. Soon, an air ambulance helicopter landed on the lawn outside the house, ready to pick up James, who was still alive. Everything was like a movie shoot and none of the witnesses knew what was going on. Arriving police officers were greeted by the elderly owner of the house, who was holding a firearm. Another gun belonging to him was later discovered in his bedroom. Curtis provided his version of events, which was used as the foundation for the investigation and was long thought to be the only one.
Curtis claims there was no reason to pretend trouble that day. In his and his wife's home, he saw his daughter, her son-in-law, and grandchildren, as well as a neighbor's child who came to play. He was tinkering with his trailer in the backyard of the house. He heard gunshots, but like most neighbors, didn't pay much attention, assuming they were hunters in the woods. Suddenly, his oldest grandson Seth appeared at the trailer, unannounced and excited. The young man said there had been a tragedy and asked him to contact emergency services. Curtis immediately followed his grandson into the house, where he discovered the bodies of his wife and daughter. Curtis immediately thought about the children in the house. They were in the other room, terrified, but none of them were injured. He led them to the back of the house and locked them up so they couldn't see the horror that was going on inside. While Curtis was calling 911, he noticed his grandson hurrying out of the house and running toward the road. The homeowner drew his gun and began chasing Seth, believing he was the murderer. As Seth got into the car, Grandpa fired 2 shots. One bullet shattered the rear window without hitting the driver, while the second struck Seth in the left shoulder. Despite his injuries, he managed to flee. But after reaching the nearest house, Seth paused to call the police and report what had happened. The local sheriff, who was conducting an investigation, was puzzled. The crime scene appeared so strange and illogical that he couldn't recall any similar cases. In a breaking news report, he stated that the investigators had a difficult task ahead of them in reconstructing the entire crime scene. Following the arrest of Seth Denton, it was necessary to determine why the young man treated his family members so cruelly. Most surprisingly, such a motive was quickly discovered. Seth was Tosha's eldest child, whom she had given birth to when she was very young. Her relationship with the boy's father did not work out, and her son was primarily raised by his grandparents. While the young woman settled her personal life, some reports indicate that Tosha suffered from bipolar affective disorder and visited the clinic on a regular basis. Her son may also inherit this disease. The boy harbored a deep resentment for his mother, whom he rarely saw. With age, this feeling evolved into hatred, which Seth frequently expressed to friends and relatives. After graduation, the guy decided to join the army, and when he returned home a year later, he settled back in with his grandparents. However, the young man soon realized that he wanted to start his own life and relocated to the city, where he rented a small apartment with a friend. He got a job at a local fast food restaurant, but shortly before the tragedy, he was fired. Family and friends spoke highly of Seth, noting that he had no violent tendencies, did not associate with bad companies, and never broke the law. Despite these positive characteristics, detectives believed that Seth's main motivation for the crime was his dislike for his mother and her current spouse. According to the investigation, the events of that day unfolded as follows. Around 5 p.m., Seth drove his car to his grandparents' house. He wore a camouflage jacket and had a semi-automatic rifle in the car. He left the car by the roadside and entered the house through the back door, carrying the weapon. Seth then fired several shots, killing his mother and grandmother and severely injuring his stepfather, before leaving the jacket and rifle by the back door and going to his grandfather's house to ask him to call the cops. The order in which the shots were fired was never determined because Seth denied all guilt. Furthermore, it was unclear why he asked his grandfather to contact the police rather than fleeing the scene of the crime. It is assumed that his primary targets were his mother and stepfather, and the man murdered his grandmother as an unnecessary witness. The main evidence proving Seth's guilt in the case was his jacket and rifle found on the threshold at the back door of the house, traces of blood on his shoes, and bullets discovered in his car. Surprisingly, approximately 100 rounds of ammunition were discovered, but no one questioned why he required so many if he only intended to kill 2 people. Another unusual feature was the timing. According to the grandfather, Seth hurriedly left the house after he and his grandson entered and saw the terrible picture. Curtis found and rescued the children, called the police, pulled out his gun, and eventually caught up with his grandson and shot him twice. It wasn't until 2016 that the young man presented his version of events in court, which no one had previously considered for whatever reason. According to Seth, he has always been close to his grandparents, who raised him, but he avoids meetings with his mother at all costs. As a teenager, he frequently visited shooting ranges with his grandfather, who encouraged him to join the army. On that fateful day, Seth called his maternal aunt Amanda, his mother's younger sister, and explained that he was going to see his grandparents but did not want to meet his mother there. The woman was unaware that Tosha and her husband were visiting her parents, so she assured Seth that he could leave without fear of encountering his mother and stepfather. Amanda confirmed this information in court, stating that her nephew could not have known Tosha and James were at Rose's home. Seth had hoped to go to the shooting range with his grandfather, which is why he had brought a rifle and so many rounds of ammunition. He drove up to the house, grabbed the gun, and went directly to the trailer where Grandpa usually worked. There, his grandson showed him his rifle and they had a brief conversation about it. Curtis then walked towards the house, holding the rifle, and his grandson followed him. Seth knew his grandfather had a gun and expected him to follow him, and then they would shoot targets together. However, when Curtis entered the room, he immediately opened fire, leaving the people in the room with no time to react and no attempt to flee or hide. According to Seth's lawyers, Curtis may have been temporarily insane when he killed members of his family, but this version appeared untenable, so it was not initially considered or marked in court. Although traces of the victim's blood were found on an elderly man's clothes and shoes, he was not initially included in the list of suspects. The young man in the dock faced the death penalty for the premeditated murder of 3 of his family members. His grandfather had been a key witness in the case from the start, and despite openly stating that he was willing to kill his grandson that day, the court found his actions justified. Curtis Rose was not taken to the station or questioned as a suspect, and his account of the events of that day was accepted as the only true one. Furthermore, many details and inconsistencies were simply overlooked, and Seth's version was not even considered until a year and a half after the incident. The majority of the physical evidence confirmed Curtis's words, but what was missing from the picture was somehow ignored by the investigation. The main argument in court was that Mr. Rose had no obvious reason for killing his wife, daughter, and son-in-law. The concept of temporary insanity seemed unrealistic and untenable. The trial lasted more than a week, with nearly 200 pieces of evidence presented and dozens of witnesses, including neighbors, relatives, and family friends, testifying. The grandfather and grandson's testimony contradicted each other, and it was clear that one of them was lying. The jury deliberated over several days. They admitted to being emotionally and physically exhausted, but when it came time to reach a verdict, they all agreed that the defendant was guilty of all of the charges. Thus, Seth Denton was found guilty of 3 murders. However, after a thorough review of all of the evidence and circumstances surrounding the tragedy, the court decided to exclude the death penalty from the possible punishments, instead imposing a life sentence without the possibility of parole for the next 50 years. The convict himself never admitted guilt. He's currently serving his sentence in a Tennessee prison. The orphaned children of Tasha and James Milhorn were placed in the care of other family members, including their Aunt Amanda and grandfather Curtis. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Marlene Warren, 40, and her 21-year-old son Joey were occupied with their weekend in their comfortable Wellington home on May 26, 1990, when Marlene heard the bell ring. It was a clown. When Marlene believed that someone had sent her a gift, she was ecstatic. Behind the paint and outfit, however, was a murderer who suddenly produced a gun and shot Marlene in the face. Why did they pick Marlene, and who was this murderer? Watch this space to discover out. Welcome back to Mysterious Hook, friends. We are examining the Marlene Warren case today. But first, if you haven't already, please think about clicking the bell symbol and subscribe button below to join our channel. So let's go straight to the riddle, without any more ado. People who wish to avoid the crime of West Palm Beach, Fort Lauderdale, and Miami would move to Wellington, Florida, which was known as a village. Wellington hosted numerous celebrations and events all year long. A well-known event that drew equestrian lovers from all over the world, the Winter Equestrian Festival, took place from January to April. It included a range of contests and performances. Another popular event that featured bourbon tastings from different vendors and bacon-based food was the Wellington Bacon and Bourbon Fest. A local club named Mar-a-Lago used to host a number of well-known individuals, including Madonna and Bruce Springsteen. People feel comfortable and content in the town, which is a lovely environment with superb schools. Wellington has been described as a rather safe and tranquil community in terms of crime rates and safety. Wellington has been ranked as one of the safest cities in Florida and has a crime rate that is lower than the national average according to numerous polls. While everyone else was having picnics, barbecues, and parades over Memorial Day weekend in May 1990, the Warren family experienced a tragic event. The birth date of Marlene Warren is April 15, 1950. Growing up in Michigan, she enjoyed spending time on her grandfather's farm with her sisters. She loved to bake, paint, and create art, especially clowns. Her parents even had a room devoted to clowns, and the entire family loved them as much as she did. At the youthful age of 15, Marlene gave birth to her first kid in 1965, naming him after her husband, John Arns. She went on to have another child, Joey, in 1969. Unfortunately, Marlene's first husband, John Arns, passed away in a vehicle accident, leaving her a single mother of 2 children. Later, in 1972, she wed Mike, also known as Michael Warren. Marlene was 22 years old and Michael Warren was only 19. They relocated to South Florida, where Michael's family resided, from Michigan. In addition to starting to invest in rental properties, which finally generated a significant amount of revenue, Michael was hired as a meat inspector. Michael left his job to start Bargain Motors, a used car yard, while Marlene oversaw the rental properties. He sold automobiles to those without credit who were unable to purchase them elsewhere. Mike and Marlene purchased their ideal home in Wellington, Florida in the late 1980s. But Michael was arrested in 1983 for tampering with his second-hand automobile's odometers. Despite receiving probation and entering a guilty plea, he continued to operate his business for a few more years. While Marlene oversaw their rental homes, Mike concentrated on his business and spent time at the racetrack. The two led different lives. When Marlene's oldest son, John Jr., passed away in a vehicle accident in 1988 at the age of 22, sadness struck once more. The relationship between Michael and Marlene was strained after his passing. Sheila King, the spouse of Richard Spud Keene, one of Michael Warren's colleagues, was introduced to him at this period. The bond between Sheila and Michael was immediate. Though it was clear to everyone around them, they originally kept their relationship a secret. On May 26, 1990, a wet Saturday, Marlene, 40, stayed at home while Michael went to the racetrack. She was preparing breakfast for her 21-year-old son, Joey, who was hosting some of his pals. A knock on the door occurred at approximately 10:45 a.m. Marlene thought it was a present when she opened it and saw a clown holding balloons and flowers. Having adored clowns since childhood, she was quite thrilled to see one at her door. However, a gun was in the clown's costume and underneath the balloons. After drawing his weapon, the clown shot her in the face. Joey witnessed the clown driving off in a Chrysler LeBaron after hearing the gunshot and running to the door. Bill Kramer, a neighbor, had also heard the shot, and Marlene was on the ground, dying. Some rushed outside, claiming that Joey's mother had been shot. Marlene was transferred to the hospital when an ambulance was summoned, but she passed away on May 28, 1990, 2 days later. Marlene was a wonderful person who was always polite, respectful, loving, and kind. Her demise, however, was regrettable. Joey saw a clown leaving after Marlene was shot, but all he could recall was that the clown had brown eyes. Joey initially gave the police a sketchy description of the culprit, stating that they had large hands and broad shoulders. Crucially, though, he did witness the clown drive off in a white Chrysler LeBaron. Michael Warren was initially under suspicion, but because he was at the racetrack, he had an alibi. Consequently, the cops focused on Sheila Keene, his girlfriend. The more they looked into it, the more proof they found that she was involved. At the time of the crime, Sheila Keene and Michael Warren were accused of having an affair. Although Michael strongly disputed allegations, authorities were examining the relationship to determine the opportunity and purpose behind Marlene's murder. Sheila had a criminal history from her childhood in Central Florida, and also went by her maiden name, Sheila Shelter. Sheila was renowned for being incredibly gorgeous, assertive, and even wild. Her long hair was frequently compared to that of Crystal Gale's. Sheila had a criminal history from an early age, which included charges of stealing and shoplifting. Her mugshot from a few years later showed her grinning as if the arrest had not bothered her. According to those who knew her, Sheila had surrounded herself with negative influences and older males since she was a little girl. Richard Spud Keene, a former member of the Ku Klux Klan who had served time for drug trafficking, was her husband. Sheila was 20 years younger than Richard. In order to be near him when he was incarcerated, Sheila even relocated to Georgia. Richard began working with Michael Warren after Sheila's husband was released from Georgia prison and they returned to Florida. The three ex-offenders soon started hanging out and doing shady things together. In one such instance, Sheila pretended to be a sex worker in order to meet a person in a motel room who had bought a car. The automobile was repossessed by armed Richard and Michael while she was inside. The buyer was also seen being held at gunpoint by Sheila, and the three of them escaped. Richard gradually slipped into the background as Michael and Sheila became closer. Sheila rented an apartment in Pine Ridge, and because Michael spent so much time there, the locals thought she was married to him. Investigators were informed by Michael and Sheila's co-workers that they thought the two were having an affair. They were immensely fond of one another and would go out for long meals. They were in fact having an affair, according to a lot of evidence. According to police documents, Michael's mother recalled an instance in which she went with him to a racetrack. She asked Sheila if she loved Michael after sensing a connection between them. Michael said that he loved himself, but Sheila affirmed that she did. At this time, Michael and Marlene's marriage was failing. Michael would come in angry after a battle with Marlene, according to a car dealership employee, and offer $10,000, 0 cents, to anyone who killed her. Michael is also reported to have stated that if someone were to get rid of his wife and never have to work again, he would make them wealthy. Michael and Sheila were both named as suspects in the case following Marlene's murder. Investigators began to wonder if Michael's girlfriend could have perpetrated the crime, even though he was the clear suspect. Since most males would shoot their victims in the heart rather than the face, the murder's character sparked suspicions. As the investigation progressed, the evidence began to implicate Sheila rather than Michael, which made detectives think that she might have had a reason for committing the murder. The police's primary objective during the inquiry was to locate the white Chrysler LeBaron that Joey had seen. They discovered that the vehicle had been rented by a couple from Payless Cars, a local car dealership. They became confused and called the incorrect number from a phone book ad when it came time to return the vehicle. The number on the advertisement was Michael Warren's, and it was for his vehicle dealership, Bargain Motors. However, Michael's advertisement bore a striking resemblance to one for the Payless car lot. Someone at Michael's car lot told the couple to leave the car outside the gate with the keys in the windshield wipers after they called the number, assuming it was for Payless Cars. But soon after, the vehicle was taken. Investigators found a Chrysler LeBaron in a Winn-Dixie parking lot about 5 miles from the crime scene on the day of Marlene's funeral. Inside the automobile, many hairs were found, some of which seemed to be from an orange and yellow fibered acrylic wig. But at the time, DNA technology was not yet advanced enough to accurately identify the fibers or the hair samples. Investigators discovered the location where the suspect purchased the clown suit, balloons, and flowers in addition to the vehicle. A few days prior to the murder, a woman walked in and asked for a clown costume, especially Ruby's clown costume, an afro clown wig, Bob Kelly clown makeup, and a sponge nose, according to 2 women who worked at the Spotlight Capazio costume shop, who told police. The woman insisted on buying the outfit that night, even though the store employees first encouraged her to come back the following day because they were closed. According to reports, she was about 5'8", had long chocolate hair, brown eyes, and was dressed in trousers and a men's work shirt. Sheila was identified by the police as the woman who visited the business at closing time a few days before to the murder, after the employees recognized her from a photo lineup. As the investigation into Sheila's possible involvement in Marlene's murder progressed, more evidence began to mount against her. One piece of evidence came from a public grocery in the area that offered the particular kind of mylar balloons the clown was using. An employee there recognized Sheila from pictures and recognized a long-haired woman with brown hair who purchased those balloons only an hour and a half before to the murder. The fact that Sheila had previously dressed up as a clown when married to Richard Keene only served to heighten suspicion. The pair resided in a Pahokee trailer park near Lake Okeechobee. Sheila had made friends with a number of locals, including some workers at a store that sold car parts. She had even entertained them by dressing up as a clown on one occasion. Prosecutors felt they lacked sufficient evidence to make an arrest, in spite of this growing body of evidence. About a year later, in 1991, Michael and Sheila emerged as the main suspects, intensifying the inquiry. Michael and Joey appeared on a radio show in an effort to clear his name. Michael denied any involvement in the murder during the questioning. Was it your suspicion that you were a suspect from the start, Michael? He certainly never expected to. In reality, I like to discuss that in detail. Joey, who was shocked to learn that Sheila was even a suspect, stood up for her. Would it surprise you that she would be a prime suspect if you had heard, been told, or been asked that the police were suspicious? She is even named as a prime suspect in all of this. It was, indeed. Because of the clown's stature, Joey initially thought it was a guy, but the evidence was starting to suggest that it was a lady. Sheila was the main suspect, because Michael had an alibi to prove he was at the racetracks when the murder occurred. However, a twist that went back in time appeared just when it appeared that the case was going nowhere. Joey was accused with attempted murder in 1987, when he was about 18 years old. Christopher DeSantis became the attorney for the Warren family. DeSantis and Michael Warren were celebrating Joey's trial victory as they left the courthouse following a favorable hearing. Michael then jokingly inquired as to whether a person might still inherit their estate if they had hired a hitman to murder their wife. The lawyer was surprised, but he said that unless there was manslaughter or the murderer was someone else, the law forbade a murderer from inheriting. Sadly, DeSantis provided yet another example, which he eventually came to regret. According to him, it would be challenging to obtain a conviction if someone donned a clown suit because their identity would be concealed. It wasn't meant to suggest that he should wear a clown outfit or something similar, for instance, if you were wearing one. However, the point was that you cannot be found guilty if you are unable to provide identification of the offender. He didn't mean to suggest that Michael should dress like a clown, but the idea was that there couldn't be a conviction if identity couldn't be established. DeSantis had essentially handed him a murderous recipe. The authorities suspected that the clown figure was retaliating against Joey and his pals, so they also examined DeSantis as the inquiry into Marlene's death developed, and suspicions were placed on Michael and Sheila. However, this exchange between Michael and DeSantis later turned into a crucial piece of proof. It sparked speculation about whether Michael had heeded the lawyer's counsel and disguised himself as a clown to carry out the crime. It became evident during the course of the investigation that Marlene had previously indicated dread of her husband before she was murdered. She had expressed her desire to divorce Mike to others, but she was afraid he would murder her. When combined with DeSantis's assertion, this implied that Mike was aware of his right to inherit property following his wife's murder. In spite of this, no one was arrested in the weeks that followed these disclosures, because investigators need hard proof to move forward. The months passed with no resolution to the case. Although Michael and Sheila denied any romantic involvement, their co-workers suspected that they were involved. A year following Marlene's passing, they relaxed and went on a trip to the Bahamas, staying at the upscale resort casino hotel. Other couples saw them enter. Michael was loud and brazen, and Sheila looked uncomfortable. This alerted the authorities once more. Michael chose to appear on a radio show once again in the interim, and he revealed that he hadn't spoken to Sheila in a month, when in fact Sheila was constantly with Michael. Investigators started looking into Michael as a possible suspect in his wife's death after his radio appearance. They conducted a search of his company and secured a warrant to examine his documents. Investigators discovered that Michael, who had a history of fiddling with the odometer, had been repeating the behavior at his vehicle dealership. They accused him of theft, fraud, odometer tampering, and racketeering, among other offenses. Michael was given a 9-year prison term, but there was still no hard proof that he or Sheila were responsible for Marlene's death. In 1997, fresh evidence surfaced that would revive the case when it appeared that the inquiry had reached a standstill. A guy gave police a tip in 1997 that connected Michael Warren to the murder of his wife. According to the informant, who was the son of a recently deceased Bargain Motors employee, his father made a startling admission to him as he was near death. The informant claims that his father informed him that if he pulled up a car that was immersed in water, all the solutions to the case would be revealed. In addition to claiming to know who plotted the murder and where the clown suit and pistol were stored, he even provided the precise position of the car. Investigators thought that by reclaiming the murder weapon and outfit, they would finally be able to solve the case, because this was a significant lead. When divers were dispatched to the scene, they discovered the car, but regrettably, nothing important was within. Due to this setback, the investigation had to start over, and the case once more remained unsolved for a while. Sheila Keene and Michael Warren made the decision to wed in Las Vegas in 2002. Although the case was still open and the investigation into Marlene Warren's death had stopped, Marlene's parents were certain that Sheila was the murderous clown. Sheila was once again a top suspect when the investigation was reopened in 2013, especially because of her marriage to Michael. The Wellington clown murder is one of the cold cases that the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office is looking into thanks to a grant. To examine the evidence and speak with witnesses, they assembled a task team comprising representatives from the FBI and the state attorney's office. The indictment was obtained thanks to the task force's submission of fresh evidence for DNA analysis. This contained DNA samples from Sheila and Michael as well as other suspects in the case. The potential DNA samples discovered in the clown wig and additional hair strands within the Chrysler LeBaron were also added. Investigators were able to approach the case from a new angle thanks to the data gleaned via analysis and interviews. Mike and Sheila had made a fresh start in the little Virginian town of Abingdon, where they had completely changed who they were. Their neighbors described them as amicable and in love, and Sheila had even changed her name to Debbie. They appeared to be leading a nice life. Just across the line in Tennessee, they had even opened a well-known fast food restaurant named the Purple Cow. Michael and Sheila were eventually located at the restaurant by investigators. Even though they were primary suspects, they were still working and leading normal lives. They were neither fleeing nor attempting to hide. They appeared to be doing well and to have finally moved on from their past. Despite the fact that Michael Warren was typically seen as a joyful and easygoing person, not everyone had a positive opinion of him, particularly following an incident with one of his neighbors that revealed a different side of him. When questioned about his decision to steal some rocks from his neighbor's property without permission, Michael reportedly said that they ought to be considerate of one another. Asking for permission beforehand would have been the neighborly thing to do, the neighbor retorted. Then Michael insulted the neighbor, using a nasty phrase and labeling him skinny. The neighbor refused to back down and referred to Michael as a bully. A sinister mystery lurked in the background of Michael and Sheila's ostensibly perfect lives in Abingdon, Virginia. Sheila, who her co-workers called Debbie, told a terrifying story about how she had escaped punishment for murder in Florida while intoxicated one evening at a party. In the meantime, investigators in Florida worked tirelessly to solve the case, using the most recent DNA technology to identify a possible suspect in Marlene Warren's murder. The evidence suggested that Debbie, also known as Sheila Keene Warren, was the one who had carelessly revealed her lethal secret to her gullible co-workers. Mike and Sheila were stopped by the police on December 26, 2017, while they were returning from Vermont to their hometown of Abingdon in their Cadillac SUV. Sheila was taken into custody without question. Rather, she inquired as to if her spouse was also being taken into custody. Sheila was detained because she was charged with first-degree murder with a firearm, a crime that had gone unresolved for 27 years. Sheila had avoided arrest until that day, even though she had been a main suspect from the start of the investigation. She could now be sentenced to life in jail. A mugshot was taken when a video of Sheila being taken into the police station was caught. She is shown grinning in the mugshot, which is similar to the one from when she was initially detained as a teenager. It was disturbing to see the disparity between the seriousness of the act she was being charged with and her casual demeanor. Sheila Keene Warren vehemently denied any involvement in the crime, according to her attorney. She believed in her own innocence, as evidenced by the many letters she penned while there. Even though the murder weapon was still missing and 27 years had passed, and the clown's first description was that of a man, the state of Florida was certain they would get a conviction. Following her arrest in 2017, Sheila had been detained pending trial while detectives worked to strengthen their case against her. Ultimately, on April 25, 2023, Sheila, 59, entered a guilty plea to the charge of shooting Marlene Warren while disguised as a clown. Her attorney insisted she was innocent, but he thought her guilty plea strengthened her case. She might have received a minimum sentence of 25 years in prison if the jury had found her guilty. But because she entered a guilty plea, her term was lowered to just 12 years. Interestingly, Sheila's attorney even proposed that because of her outstanding behavior while inside, she might be released as early as 2024. The investigators were able to solve the case after Sheila confessed. However, do you believe Sheila meant what she said? Or was she merely trying to find a way to get her sentence reduced? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Known for its opportunities, innovative businesses, and beautiful beaches, California is one of the most popular states in the United States. Some people find that California fulfills their aspirations for a better life. People come here to look for new chances, education, employment, and opportunities. They are prepared to put in a lot of effort to fulfill their dreams and reach their goals. Some of them go on to become prosperous business people, athletes, or artists, while others find contentment in raising a family. Dreams aren't always intended to come true. California turns into a destination of disappointment and unfulfilled dreams for some people. After graduating from high school, Maribel Ramos worked in security at a department store with the long-term objective of becoming a police officer. But in order to pay for the college education she would require, she enlisted in the Army. Maribel was on the verge of earning a criminal justice degree from Cal State Fullerton after serving 2 combat deployments in Iraq. When Maribel Ramos failed to show up for planned events on May 3, 2013, friends filed a missing persons report in the spring of 2013. She was last captured on camera delivering her rent check. Maribel and her roommate, Kwang Choi Casey Joy, lived in an Orange, California apartment. The fact that Maribel had called 911 a week and a half prior to her disappearance added an unsettling element of mystery. In the taped call, she expressed her fear and threatened to take drastic actions to protect herself. After 8 years of service, Maribel Ramos, a 36-year-old veteran of the U.S. Army, wanted to return to civilian life. She had the will and perseverance to accomplish her goals, since she knew what she wanted to do. Maribel quickly turned her attention to other areas of life when her military career was over. Her decision to attend university was one of her major choices. Before her mother passed away in 2009, she and her mother moved into an apartment in Orange, California. Maribel asked her sister Lucy Gonzalez if she would move in, since she had the place to herself. Regretfully, Lucy declined, stating that she and her daughter were content with their current residence, and that they would move in if Maribel was unable to find a roommate. Maribel made the decision to post a Craigslist ad looking for a new roommate, and she quickly got a few responses. However, one in particular caught Maribel's attention. A man named Kwang Choi Joy contacted her to ask about the apartment. Kwang wrote in his message that he was a laid-back man seeking lodging in Huntington Beach while he looked for work. Maribel Gonzalez and Lucy Gonzalez met Kwang and found him to be a modest, polite man. In addition, he disclosed to the sisters that he was childless and had never been married. The prospect of having a calm, isolated roommate sounded too tempting to resist for Maribel, who was almost done with her degree. It became evident that Kwang had no one in his life in the weeks following his move-in with Maribel Ramos. Kwang rarely left the apartment and was always alone at home. Maribel soon began inviting Kwang to family gatherings. He became acquainted with the majority of Maribel's family as he accompanied her to various meals, games, and gatherings. Maribel Ramos and Kwang's relationship gradually developed into a friendship. The two frequently went grocery shopping together and took their dogs for walks. Maribel Ramos did not show up for a weekly softball game on May 3, 2013, which was unusual for her. Maribel's friends and relatives made multiple fruitless attempts to get in touch with her. She wasn't in her apartment when the family checked. Since they couldn't locate her, they filed a missing persons report, and the police started looking into it right away. Maribel's residence was visited by the police. Her car was parked next to the home when they got there, but no one answered the door when they knocked. According to the neighbors who were interrogated, nothing unusual had been heard or seen. From the outside, everything appeared to be completely normal. No shattered windows or other indications of a break-in were observed by the officers. They made the decision to enter and check on Maribel. Everything in the house appeared to be in its proper place. Nothing at all suggested that a crime had been committed there. But there was light in Maribel's bedroom. One of the pillows had no pillowcase, and the bed was not made. It was kind of weird. Lucy said her sister would never leave a mess like this. Upon examining the room, it became evident that Maribel had no plans to travel. She had all of her clothes on. Her wallet, ID, and cell phone were the only items gone. The investigators had specific tasks because Maribel's car was parked close to the residence. Maribel Ramos had been trained extensively in the military. She had good discipline. Everyone assumed Maribel was in trouble because she was not the kind to simply vanish without a trace. When the investigators got to the residence, Kwang Choi Joy, Maribel's neighbor, showed up out of the blue. He stated that he had not seen Maribel since approximately 10 p.m. the day before. An hour later, he had returned from his walk, but Maribel had already left. Surveillance video recorded at 8:15 p.m. Maribel was seen dropping off her rent payment the night before she vanished. That was her final public appearance. She left after dropping off the envelope. She doesn't appear to be afraid or anxious about anything in the video. She seemed perfectly at ease and was not in a rush. Maribel's family chose to use social media to solicit assistance while the detectives went through all of the accessible camera evidence. They encouraged anyone with information regarding Maribel's whereabouts to get in touch with them after sharing a photo of her online. Involving as many people as possible in the hunt was their goal. When the investigators attempted to track down Maribel's cell phone, it was unreachable. The police were investigating her personal life when they learned that she had recently been romantically involved with a man called Paul Lopez. On the day before Maribel vanished, he was the last person to call her. Naturally, he had to show up at the police station to respond to certain inquiries. Paul acted with great assurance. He said that he and Maribel were still in the early stages of their relationship and had not yet become sufficiently intimate. In addition, Paul claimed to be seeing other women. Paul claimed that he had not questioned Maribel about whether she had dated anyone besides him. Additionally, Paul attested that he had not spoken to Maribel on the phone since Thursday night. Paul stated that he was employed for the gas company and that his shift began at 4 p.m. They didn't see each other on Thursday until midnight. Although Paul was forthcoming, the detectives could not be certain that he was speaking the truth. But there was a GPS tracker in Paul's truck. All of his movements that evening were monitored by the cops. This information indicates that Paul was not in the vicinity of Maribel Ramos' residence. During his discussion with the investigators, Paul brought up Maribel's roommate, Kwang. Maribel's relationship with Kwang had recently worsened, according to Paul. In talks, she frequently brought up her roommate, lamenting his lack of funds to make the rent payments on time. Furthermore, Maribel was arguing with Kwang on Thursday when Paul spoke to her. Maribel told Kwang she wanted him to go, and Paul overheard her say it. She informed him that the following day was his move-out date. Paul threatened to evict Kwang and his belongings if he didn't move out the following day while he was on loudspeaker. Maribel said that there was no need for that and that she was going to bed when Paul offered to help and that he would drop by if needed. They didn't talk again after that. The investigators turned their whole attention to Kwang after they heard about the arguments between him and Maribel. Kwang was 54. As a teenager, he traveled from South Korea to the United States. There was nothing to suggest that he had a criminal history, and his record showed no serious transgressions. But as they dug deeper, they found a history tainted by rage. His sister claimed that Kwang was so violently angry that she had to file for a restraining order against him. An examination of his social media profiles revealed a close relationship between him and Maribel Ramos. But after talking to Maribel's relatives, the investigators discovered that her relationship with Kwang was not as ideal as it appeared in many social media pictures. Kwang and Maribel Ramos appeared to be the ideal roommates, until Kwang made the decision he wanted more. Kwang called Lucy Gonzalez during the summer of 2012. He told her that he wanted to marry Maribel and start a family with her because he was in love with her. Although Kwang deserved what he sought, Lucy Gonzalez informed him that Maribel had no interest in him in that sense. Later, Lucy informed Maribel about the phone conversation and suggested that she reject Kwang right away to avoid a heated argument. According to reports, Maribel told Kwang that she had no romantic interest in him. Kwang first appeared to have handled the rejection well, but as time went on, he began taking extreme steps in what appeared to be an effort to persuade Maribel Ramos to reconsider. He reportedly spent over $10,000, 0 cents on plastic surgery to look younger, purchased an entirely new wardrobe, got a tattoo, and paid to take Maribel on a cruise. It quickly became evident that Maribel Ramos and Kwang Choi Joy's connection had changed from friendly to compulsive. A desperate phone call Maribel made to 9011 just 12 days prior to her disappearance was eventually discovered by the authorities as a graphic piece of evidence. In the call, which was recorded 12 days prior to Maribel Ramos' disappearance, Maribel stated that she felt unsafe around her roommate, saying, "I'm just calling to let you guys know that if something happens that I did it because I was trying to defend myself." Given her strong physical training, it was clear that there were reasons why Maribel was afraid of Kwang. Maribel served 2 combat tours in Iraq, as was previously mentioned. This might have contributed to her psychological issues. Military members deal with a lot of challenges, which frequently impacts their civilian lives later on. The detectives called Kwang in to question him in order to determine what transpired between Maribel and him. He appeared affable and at ease. Kwang claimed that he was deeply concerned about Maribel's disappearance because she was a close friend. Kwang claims that he had a wonderful time living with Maribel for around a year and a half. They enjoyed parties, danced in clubs, and on a trip together, the investigators requested Kwang to explain Maribel's 911 call because they knew that things were not as great as he claimed. According to Kwang, they got into a fight when they went to karaoke together that evening. According to him, Maribel was typically either very amiable or hostile when she was intoxicated. Kwang claims that she began screaming at him and claiming that she didn't like and wasn't attracted to him at some point that night. Since they were enjoying themselves, he said that he did not see the crux of the issue. And then she dialed 911. Kwang responded that he and Maribel got into a dispute on Thursday night over the rent. When asked when they had last argued or quarreled, Kwang believed the investigators ought to examine Paul more closely. Kwang claims that he last saw Maribel at approximately 9 o'clock in the evening, when, following a disagreement, he took a vehicle excursion to decompress. Maribel was gone when he got home, and since her car was still there, he assumed that Paul or someone else had taken her up. Although Kwang's account appeared credible, the investigators were concerned about one aspect of his look. The detectives noticed large scratches on his arms, which were covered by a t-shirt. They appeared pretty new. In response to a question about where the scratches came from, Kwang said he scratched himself on some bushes while strolling through the park. Even though this raised suspicions, Kwang was freed since, at this point in the investigation, there was no proof linking him to Maribel's disappearance. A few days after it started, the inquiry into Maribel Ramos' disappearance came to a standstill. The likelihood of discovering her alive was dwindling over time. The investigators decided to bring in forensic specialists to conduct a thorough examination of Maribel's home in an effort to find any new hints. They believed that with the aid of contemporary technology, they would be able to see things that the human eye could not. Kwang was actively assisting the police at this time. For a more thorough inspection, he gave them permission to search his rental automobile without a warrant. A police dog trained to look for human remains was also employed by the authorities. However, neither Maribel's car nor Kwang's car had any scent that the dog could identify. In the meantime, Kwang was spending a lot of time online in the days following Maribel Ramos' disappearance, posting comments on forums pertaining to her case to express how much he missed his friend. However, in spite of his efforts to portray himself as the distraught roommate on the internet, Kwang had oddly begun to distance himself from Maribel's relatives. Kwang claimed to be collaborating with the authorities in a number of interviews. When the detectives noticed this habit, they started to monitor him around the clock in the hopes that he would make a mistake and lead them to Maribel. After handing over his laptop and phone to the police to investigate his presence, Kwang went to the public library to access the internet. The investigators want to see CCTV footage. His actions didn't seem out of the ordinary at first. Like other guests, he took a laptop and used it. He returned the laptop and departed after spending almost 2 hours there. His laptop's internet history was something the police were eager to examine. In order to protect their privacy, visitors' browser histories were deleted after they returned their laptops. The police, who were trying their hardest to locate Maribel, were disappointed once more. Everybody has times in their lives when everything seems to fall apart. When Maribel Ramos abruptly vanished, her family experienced precisely this. Nobody was aware of her whereabouts or potential fate. Her family was in dire straits. In the hopes that someone had seen her or knew where she was, they posted posters across the town. But this was insufficient. The family understood that in order to get the message out, they needed to employ contemporary technology. They set up a social media page explaining the circumstances and requesting assistance from anyone with information about Maribel. The family's social media activity quickly caused a lull in the investigation. Maribel had been missing for about 2 weeks, and the authorities were still unsure of her whereabouts. But on May 16, things took a surprising turn. On social media, Maribel's family shared that they were organizing a search for Maribel in Peters Canyon, as well as an awareness walk. Meanwhile, the detectives discovered that Kwong had given back the rental automobile. They had previously inspected the car, but this seemed odd, so they decided to do it again. Recall that a dog trained to detect human remains did not detect any scent in Kwong's vehicle during the first search. However, a dog responded swiftly to the trunk's odor this time. The detectives realized they were on the right track, even though this was insufficient to apprehend Kwong. Kwong returned to the library to use a laptop after seeing on Facebook that Maribel's family was organizing a walk and searched in Peters Canyon. He was unaware, meanwhile, that the police had secured a warrant that allowed them to remotely examine the laptop Kwong was carrying. The investigator's monitor displayed the information he was seeking. One of Kwong's search terms was, "How long does it take for a human body to decay?" Then, using Google Maps, he located the location in Peters Canyon where Maribel's family had organized a gathering for anyone interested in joining the search. Then he zoomed in and out on a fairly ordinary area of Modjeska Canyon. Peters Canyon was 10 miles away from the place he looked up on Google Maps. The officers who were observing his conduct at the time were in shock. The only thing on everyone's mind was, had Kwong simply revealed them where he had hidden Maribel's body? The investigators wasted no time in going to that location. As you can see, there are no residences in the area, making it a somewhat remote location. The cops searched for 30 minutes before finding a shallow grave. Although they were certain of whose bones they had discovered, they still needed to await the forensic analysis's findings. The police came to Maribel's residence on May 17 in order to take Kwong into custody. He attempted to escape by jumping out of the window when he noticed the authorities coming, but he was apprehended and sent to the police station. Kwong no longer appeared to be the kind and self-assured individual he always was. He persisted in denying any involvement in Maribel's disappearance and denying any knowledge of her whereabouts. He was unaware that the remains had been discovered by the police. Using dental records, the forensic specialists were able to identify the victim. Maribel Ramos was the owner of the discovered remains. It was unable to pinpoint the precise cause of her death because of variables including the weather, the degree of decomposition, and the fact that the body was in an animal's habitat. Kwong was accused with several offenses. Death is usually tragic and leaves a lasting impression on the loved ones of the deceased. This sorrow was experienced by Maribel Ramos' family when their sister and cherished daughter vanished out of thin air. They had no idea where she might be or what had transpired. They made a social media page explaining the situation, posted flyers across the city, and solicited assistance from anyone who might have information on Maribel. However, the family's hopes were dashed 2 weeks after she vanished. Despite experiencing sorrow, suffering, and hopelessness, they managed to find the fortitude to go on. They love Maribel and remember her. The trial was held in 2014. The authorities could only conjecture as to how Kwong might have killed Maribel Ramos because her remains were too decayed to establish her cause of death. Joy, according to the authorities, was in love with Maribel Ramos, who had other feelings for him. On May 2, 2013, Kwong and Maribel got into a fight over rent. They surmised that Kwong must have ambushed Maribel because she was combat trained and could have easily defeated him in a fair fight. According to the detectives, he smothered her while she was sleeping after sneaking into her room in the middle of the night. After that, he drove her to a distant place while placing her body in the trunk of his rental car. He had to navigate through stretches of barbed wire there, which caused his hands to get scratches. There was a chance that Kwong had moved Maribel's body more than once because the police dog did not pick up the scent during the first check of his vehicle, but there was no proof to support this notion. Forensic evidence linking Kwong to the crime was scant, but during his trial, the jury was told how Kwong had developed an obsession with Maribel, how she had called the police to tell them she was scared of him, and how Kwong had used Google Maps to locate the precise location of her grave. During the trial, Kwong entered a not guilty plea. I miss Maribel more than anyone. I think about it. I've been here about 440 days in jail. I think about it almost every day. He added that he had never Googled the location of the gravesite in Modjeska Canyon. Family wants me to apologize, which I cannot apologize for something I haven't done. Maybe someday truth will come out. Maybe I'll just die inside prison. No, he replied. Kwang claimed that although they went on a single vacation together, they slept in different beds. In my assumption, I was set up straightforward. We always maintained we were good friends. We were platonic friends. She was like my sister, he stated. He said he didn't know who killed Maribel when questioned about it. During his opening statement, Adam Vining, Kwang's attorney, termed him strange but maintained that his client was not involved in Maribel's death. A crime will be proven here, stated Adam Vining, and the crime that will be proven here is improper disposal of a body. According to Vining, Ramos was prone to paranoia after returning from years of fighting PTSD. He also suggested that she might have passed away from a medical issue. Prosecutors concurred that the case was circumstantial. Kwang's online search at a public library, which focused on the exact location where Maribel Ramos's body was discovered, was the crucial piece of evidence. Kwang Choi-joy was convicted of second-degree life deprivation on July 30, 2014. His sentence ranged from 15 years to life in prison. Kwang insisted on his innocence in dozens of letters to the judge. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. At exactly 11:23 a.m. on the morning of August 15, 1975, the Marple Police Department received a phone call. David Zanstra, a clergyman and the director of a summer Bible camp, was the caller. Gretchen Harrington, an 8-year-old girl, had vanished, according to his terrifying account. The camp was less than half a mile away from Gretchen's house in Delaware County, Pennsylvania, and she had planned to walk there. But she never did. They immediately launched a desperate search for Gretchen, but to no avail. Gretchen's skeletal bones were discovered in neighboring Ridley Creek State Park on October 14, 1975, 2 months later. The community was left confused and uneasy as the crime went unsolved, in spite of this startling discovery. After Gretchen left for the summer Bible camp, what happened to her? Would the truth regarding Gretchen's death and abduction ever be revealed? Marple Township, which is in Delaware County, Pennsylvania, in the United States, is the setting for today's case. It was home to more than 23,000 people as of 2015. The Broomall Fields and Marple Gardens are two of the many fascinating attractions in Marple Township. With a crime rate below the national average, Marple Township is a rather safe area to live. It is among the safest communities in Pennsylvania, with a crime score of 0.17. The story of Gretchen Harrington started here. Harold Boyd Harrington and Ina Harrington welcomed Gretchen Eleanor Harrington into the world on June 13, 1967. Harold, her father, was a Presbyterian church preacher at the time. Gretchen had 2 older sisters, Zoe and Harriet, in addition to her parents. According to Gretchen's family, she was a sweet, gentle girl who exuded kindness. Gretchen was in the 2nd grade at Delaware County Christian School in Newtown Square by 1975, when she was 8 years old. Before a terrible incident upended Gretchen and her family's lives, everything seemed to be going smoothly. Gretchen left home early on August 15, 1975, to go to a summer Bible camp program. There were 2 places in this camp. A guy by the name of David Zanstra was the pastor of Trinity Church Chapel Christian Reformed Church, which was the first. Harold, Gretchen's father, served as the pastor of the Reformed Presbyterian Church, which served as the second venue. The first church hosted the Bible camp programs in the morning, and David would then drive the kids to the second church. The Zanstra and Harrington families knew one another quite well. Both moms fulfilled the customary role of a pastor's wife, and both fathers served as pastors. They lived close to one another. In actuality, Gretchen's dearest friend was one of Zanstra's daughters. That day, Gretchen's voyage was unique. She usually walked with her 2 sisters. 11-year-old Harriet and 12-year-old Zoe to the summer Bible camp program. They did it every day. But on that specific day, their mother, Ina, was taking their infant home after giving birth to a baby named Jessica. Harriet and Zoe decided to wait for them to return. In spite of this shift in schedule, Gretchen's father, Harold, urged her to continue attending the summer Bible camp program in order to keep up her flawless attendance record. Thus, when her father said goodbye, Gretchen started the walk by herself. She started walking up the hill toward Trinity just after 9 in the morning. Harold watched her closely as she continued along Lawrence Road. He had no idea that after she was out of his line of sight, he would never again see his daughter alive. On warm summer days in the 1970s, it was rather common to observe kids strolling by themselves in a quiet suburban area like Marple. People didn't even consider the possibility of danger. Children used to play freely into the late hours of the night. Without any concerns, they wandered the streets, went into the woods, and even took a dip in Darby Creek, which ran behind Gretchen's house, to cool off. Without the use of cell phones or GPS watches to stay in touch with their parents, kids would walk blocks to their friends' homes. Simply put, Marple was a very safe place. Many longtime Philadelphians opted to relocate there for that very reason. Gretchen was expected to appear at Trinity Chapel Christian Reformed Church by 9:30 a.m. in the 1960s, but she failed to show up on time. Harold's realization of her disappearance was the first clue that anything was wrong. At approximately 11 in the morning, Gretchen's pals arrived at the house's front door in search of her. Harold acted right away, since he was worried and couldn't see Gretchen in the classrooms or in the area. To find out where his daughter was, he called the Trinity Chapel Christian Reformed Church and talked to David's wife, Maggie Zanstra. He was informed that she hadn't been spotted, though. After this, David called the Marple Township Police Department and officially reported Gretchen missing. Ruma and Marple Township were rocked by Gretchen's disappearance. Around the next day, August 16, 1975, hundreds of individuals were involved in a massive hunt for her. This comprised volunteer firemen and dog teams that searched farms, wooded areas, and both sides of the creek. From above, a Pennsylvania State Police helicopter kept scanning the area, but with so little information available, the authorities were forced to end the extensive search on August 17, 1975, just 2 days after Gretchen vanished. Daniel Hennessy, the police chief, openly acknowledged to a local newspaper that they had no idea where she was. The entire town went into a frenzy as a result of this circumstance, completely upending the sense of security in the area. In response, family members and friends began handing out flyers to local drivers. Gretchen's most current school photo, which showed her with a missing tooth and a happy childlike smile, was used on these flyers. Due to the lack of information, there were many unsolved questions and a rise in conjecture. Did she flee? Did she drown in the creek by accident? Was it someone she knew, or could it have been a stranger? The mystery of Gretchen's disappearance left everyone puzzled and extremely worried. The police spent the days that followed Gretchen's disappearance gathering information and trying to piece together what had happened. On August 19, they conducted one of their most important interviews with David. In the course of this discussion, David revealed that on the day Gretchen vanished, he had in fact driven a group of kids to the church. He claimed, nevertheless, that he had not seen her that day. Gretchen's sisters, Harriet and Zoe Harrington, returned to Delaware County Christian School as August gave way to September. However, because they were confused of what to say, their fellow students found it difficult to approach them or have a conversation. When standard investigative techniques failed to produce any results in the face of such a heartbreaking circumstance, the police chose to take an unusual approach to find Gretchen. They sought the help of Judith Richardson Hames, a psychic. Judith was well known for helping law enforcement solve almost 100 criminal cases, especially those involving missing children, by using her psychic powers. Judith sat down with police officials in September 1975 and made a forecast that she hoped would turn out to be wrong. She thought Gretchen was dead, based on her psychic revelations. On October 14, 1975, 1 month later, a jogger in Ridley Creek State Park discovered a decomposing body concealed in the trees. When he saw a human fingernail, his initial confusion about what he had discovered was eliminated. As soon as the jogger realized how serious the situation was, he called the police. After examining the unique clothing found with the bones, Gretchen's parents were able to verify that it belonged to her. The medical examiner then used dental data to connect Gretchen's body to the body. Tragically, it was determined that Gretchen had been murdered. According to the forensic analysis, she had been severely beaten because her skull had many fractures. Despite the police's initial suspicions of mistreatment, the autopsy produced no hard proof to back up this theory. Harold, Gretchen's father, stood in the pulpit and gave a moving speech on Sunday, October 19, 1975, a few days after her body was found. He mentioned Gretchen's trust in Christ in his heartbreaking speech. He emphasized that although her murderer was no longer bound by their horrible deeds, she was now free from this world. David presided over Gretchen's funeral, which was a solemn occasion. Gretchen was 8 years old. She was buried in Johannesburg, Michigan, USA's Meridian Line Cemetery after the ceremony. Meanwhile, new enthusiasm for the investigation was sparked by the finding of Gretchen's body in the woods. Witnesses came forward to describe different people they had seen in the area where Gretchen's body was discovered. Men who had visited the area were described in these eyewitness accounts. As a result, the police were inundated with community suggestions, some of which seemed more promising than others, and others of which proved irrelevant or useless for pursuing justice. Investigators investigated a variety of possible possibilities, including closely examining local residents with past criminal histories. The evidence box at the Marple Township Police Department offices started to collect dust after they failed to produce any noteworthy leads. Reel-to-reel tape interviews, photographs, and memoranda were among the many items in this box that were pertinent to the case, but it was left dormant due to the lack of progress. The investigation into Gretchen's abduction became chilly over time. Sometimes a detective might review the case at roll call meetings or in their own time during a routine week. Every time, it felt pointless to search through the file in the hopes of finding something they had previously overlooked. They were frustrated and unable to make any progress on the case because the leads consistently ended in dead ends. The first detectives who had been investigating Gretchen's disappearance had either retired or died, so there were no updates on the case for many years. However, things took a dramatic change in the fall of 2022. A woman, whose identity was kept secret, contacted the Marple Police Department and said she wanted to talk about Gretchen's murder and disappearance. Sergeant Nick Coffin was in charge of Gretchen's cold case at the time. Consequently, this woman's message was sent to Coffin's phone when she called the Marple police. Coffin was told by the woman that she thought she knew who might have caused Gretchen's terrible demise. Suspicions of a potential connection were raised when she also brought up an attempted kidnapping episode that had happened around the same time. The long-standing mystery surrounding Gretchen's disappearance and death was given new life by this unexpected contact. State troopers scheduled an interview with the woman, who was designated as a confidential informant and only known by her initials, SF, on January 2, 2023. This interview would turn out to be a significant turning point in a cold case that had been unsolved for almost 50 years. SF claims that Gretchen and one of her sisters, Zoe, had gone to school with her. Investigators were also informed by SF that she had been friends with David Zanstra's daughters and had often visited the Zanstra home, often spending the night there. When she was 10 years old, SF recalled waking up in the middle of the night to see David touching her inappropriately during one of these sleepovers. Terrified by this unsettling conduct, she moved and caused David to rush out of the room. This unwanted touching happened again the next night, which is shocking. When the girls woke up in the morning, SF made the decision to tell David's daughter about her father's disturbing behavior. To her surprise, the daughter said something like, "He does that sometimes." Eventually, SF found the strength to tell her parents about this upsetting event. The Zanstra family responded to the problem by moving to Plano, Texas, a Dallas suburb, shortly after Gretchen vanished. In the course of her interrogation, SF also provided state police with details of a girl named Holly, a neighboring child whom she saw as a friend. She said there had been an attempt to kidnap Holly. As the discussion progressed, SF showed the investigators a childhood journal she had kept. She had mentioned that a man had attempted to kidnap Holly twice in a particular diary entry, dated September 15, 1975. She continued to write in the diary that she suspected this man, whom she called Mr. Z, of being the one who had abducted Gretchen. David was what she referred to as Mr. Z. The investigation into Gretchen's murder and disappearance gained a crucial new dimension as a result of SF's revelation. Investigators were inspired to find 83-year-old David, who was now living in Marietta, Georgia, northwest of Atlanta, by SF's interview and her diary entries. David was interviewed by investigators at the Cobb County Police Headquarters in Marietta on July 17, 2023. Andrew Martin and Eugene Trey, two Pennsylvania troopers, conducted this interview. The tone of the conversation was rather amicable at first. David denied ever seeing Gretchen on the day she vanished, but when the police told David about the assault claims made by a lady who had written about her experiences in the diary, things took a different turn. As the discussion went on, David finally lost it and admitted to something really unsettling. David told the police that he had seen Gretchen that morning as she was making her way to the church. According to him, she accepted his offer of a trip in his green AMC Rambler station wagon because she had no reason to refuse. However, David told detectives that he took Gretchen to a nearby wooded area instead of taking her to church as he had promised. He parked the car there and told Gretchen to take off her clothes, but she refused. He then punched Gretchen with his fist, causing her to bleed and sustain brain injuries. David then acknowledged that he attempted to hide Gretchen's half-bare body with sticks after learning she was dead before he left the scene. Detectives were in a state of shock as they processed the horrific contents of David's confession. Following this startling disclosure, David was taken into custody and charged with a number of grave offenses, including first-degree murder and criminal homicide, because of his confession about Gretchen. At last, 83-year-old David Zanstra is in prison. Gretchen Harrington was kidnapped and brutally murdered by him in 1975, according to the prosecution, while she was walking to the Bible camp where he served as a pastor. In any case, David's admission brought some closure to Gretchen's destiny. It also brought up an unsettling query with far-reaching consequences. Could there be more victims for this man who has publicly confessed to killing one girl and hurting others? David had spent a number of years as a pastor at a now-closed church in Flanders, New Jersey, before moving to Marple. He had been a vocal opponent of sexuality education in the local school district's curriculum while he was a student at Trinity. He relocated his family to a church in Plano, Texas, which is just outside of Dallas, little than a year after Gretchen's remains were found. He served as the congregation's leader for 7 years. David then proceeded to the Living Faith Community Church in San Diego as part of his pastoral journey. In 2005, at the age of 65, he retired from his last pastoral position in Fairfield, California. Authorities knew that this extended tenure of leadership gave him significant access to and influence over young and vulnerable people. They were thus left wondering how much he might have done during these years. Although the Marple community had finally gotten some of the answers it had been looking for decades, many locals were not at all at ease with the unexpected turn of events. It had been far more reassuring to think that this horrible thing had been done by an outsider, a troubled criminal, someone who had come into town at random, kidnapped a little girl, and then disappeared as quickly as they had appeared. However, the offender was a well-respected member of their own community rather than an outsider. It was a devout figure, a husband and father to his own young daughters. The community's sense of security was further destroyed by this. Following all of this, Gretchen's family released a statement. They conveyed their appreciation to law enforcement for their continued commitment to the matter. Additionally, they expressed their desire that the person who killed Gretchen would be held accountable. David's legal team first opposed an extradition procedure after his arrest, but prosecutors, under the leadership of Delaware County District Attorney Jack Stolsteiner, asked Governor Josh Shapiro's office for help in getting the confessed criminal back to Pennsylvania. David is currently being looked into for any abuse cases. In addition to this case, investigators also collected a DNA sample from David, which may be useful in a wider context, supporting the investigation of other missing individuals as well as assault and murder cases across the country. One cannot help but consider the intricacies and turns that have transpired over the years as we draw to a close this horrific case. What obstacles must Gretchen's family overcome in order to find healing and closure after all these years? What about the criminal, David? How should he be held accountable for his acts, in your opinion? And what effect would his arrest have on other possible abuse cases? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Till death do us part doesn't often last that long. Feelings of sweetness and tenderness can rapidly give way to disappointment, annoyance, and even hatred. The most sensible course of action in certain situations is to break up, if not as friends, then at least not as enemies. However, when big quantities of money and the opportunity to become wealthy quickly come into play at the expense of an ex-lover's life, an innocent person's destiny may be decided. The example of Gary Bentley is hardly unusual. Although people have been slain for much less, the murderer in this case wanted to keep $1 million and live a comfortable and easy life. Did Gary foresee what would occur? According to his parents, he did. They were trying to protect him since they felt uneasy and worried about him. However, Gary found it hard to accept that his child's mother, the love of his life, was truly capable of murder. Even though his mother was still alive, he battled valiantly to keep his failing marriage intact for the sake of his kid. But ultimately, he died and the youngster was left an orphan. What is known about Gary Bentley's early life then? On August 31, 1984, Gary Lewis Bentley was born in Louisville, a small rural hamlet in Jefferson County, Kentucky. He was the youngest of Gerald and Lisa Bentley's 2 children. From a young age, Gary and his older sister Amy had a tight and trustworthy relationship. The Bentleys owned their own farm and put a lot of effort into providing their children with a quality education and other necessities. The children helped out as well and weren't afraid to take on the physical and labor-intensive tasks involved in farm management. The family was close-knit, supportive, and always looking out for one another. Gary spent a lot of time with his father, Gerald, from an early age. They frequently went hunting, fishing, and camping together and were quite close. His father showed him where to collect edible mushrooms and berries, taught him how to handle a pistol, and gave him survival tips, including how to survive in the bush. Gary became quite interested in guns as a teenager. He eventually began collecting firearms and understood how to use them. He was best friends with his father and they went fishing or hunting almost every weekend. Gary was a true handyman who could make or mend almost anything, making him the epitome of a small-town gentleman. He was described by many around him as gentle, laid-back, and always ready to provide a helping hand to those in need. Gary had no bad habits, avoided negative influences, excelled in school, and never ran afoul of the law. He was a calm, introspective child who prioritized his family. Gary majored in engineering in Frankfurt, the state capital, where he attended college after high school. He returned to his hometown of Louisville after graduation, where he began his career as a basic electrician before swiftly rising to the position of his one and only love. Gary fell in love with Tasha, a girl he met while attending college. They didn't mind the slight age difference between them, even though she was about 1.5 years older than he was. They moved in together in 2006, not far from Gary's parents' house, after dating for a while. Tasha was pursuing a nursing degree when she was hired by one of the city's hospitals, where she immediately gained the respect and admiration of her colleagues. But she didn't stop there. In order to further her profession, she continued to work and pursue further studies. Gary and Tasha ultimately made it official in 2012 by inviting all of their family and friends to their lavish wedding. The couple was ecstatic when Tasha became pregnant shortly after. They welcomed a child, whom they named Connor, in the spring of 2013. Both Gary and Tasha had successful jobs by the time their first kid was born. They were able to travel, purchase 2 automobiles, move into a larger, more comfortable house, and essentially live worry-free because they were earning a solid living. A few years later, Gary's plans to have a large family and at least 2 more children with Tasha began to fall apart. What did Tasha conceal? Their marriage was ideal for the first 4 years. They were viewed as a model pair. They held well-respected, lucrative careers. We are excellent guests, wonderful parents, and close friends. The couple frequently invited close friends and family to gatherings they hosted at their house. When someone needed assistance or support, they were always the first to offer it. Gerald and Lisa, Gary's parents, are ecstatic with their daughter-in-law and grandchild. However, things began to drastically shift in 2016. After going through a difficult period, the Bentleys' marriage started to suffer. It all began when Tasha started experiencing issues at work, which had never happened to her before. She was often griping about the terrible working conditions, her supervisor and her co-workers. Gary tried his best to help her, but he cautioned her against quitting too soon because it would be difficult to find another position that paid well. The couple made the decision to take a trip in the fall of 2016 in an attempt to decompress and release some stress. They flew to a vacation, leaving their son with Gary's parents, along with their long-standing friends Annie and Kevin Day, with whom they had been close for years. They traveled to Jamaica. The initial days of the journey were ideal. They all enjoyed one another's company, explored the island, and unwinded on the beach, but Tasha appeared preoccupied, as if her thoughts were elsewhere. She was often texting someone, and if someone asked her who she was speaking to, she became quite protective. Gary and Tasha began to quarrel more and more the longer they were on the island. Their pals claimed that Annie and Kevin felt uneasy since the disagreements seemed to start out of nowhere and swiftly turned into heated disputes. When Gary and Tasha got into a heated dispute one day while on a yacht, Kevin attempted to lighten the mood by cracking a joke. Gary splattered beer on his face in retaliation. Kevin didn't take it personally, since he knew that Gary's response was more about the stress that Tasha was causing than it was about the joke. After feeling ashamed, Gary repeatedly apologized and said he had no idea what had happened to him with the new job. Tasha informed Gary that she had resigned from her position shortly after they got back from their trip. Gary wasn't pleased with her choice because his family's financial status may suffer if she lost such a high income. He did, however, have some funds that would enable them to survive and continue their way of life till she got another work, because he was a prudent and thrifty guy. However, Tasha was employed as a consultant at a large pharmaceutical company the day after she quit. She hadn't mentioned getting a job before quitting, so this was strange. Although it appeared that someone might have assisted her in getting the job, Tasha dismissed it as pure serendipity, claiming that she happened to stumble into the interview. Even though Tasha appeared content with her new career, circumstances at home didn't improve. She stopped cooking, was rarely there, neglected the house, and showed no concern in Gary's situation. She even neglected their son, letting his grandparents handle the most of the child-rearing. Mrs. Bentley began to leave town on the weekends, claiming to be on work travels. She was always talking on the phone, always finding a quiet place where no one could listen in. She claimed that it was work and that she needed to talk to her supervisors or co-workers about it when questioned. In order to prevent anyone from checking her phone, she also set a password, something she had never done before. She'd become aloof and secretive. Gary, however, was the one who was caring for his son and giving him all of his love and attention, spending all of his free time with the youngster and doing everything he could to ensure he didn't feel abandoned. He nearly lived for him. Gary still loved his wife and wanted to keep their marriage intact, if only for the sake of their child, despite their frequent arguments and her lack of interest. Mexico excursion with the family. Seeing the strain in their son's family, Gary's parents made the decision to take him, Tasha, and their grandchild to one of Mexico's most stunning resorts as a surprise, in the hopes that it would provide a tranquil setting for them to re-establish contact and spend quality time together. They selected a comfortable hotel in a remote location. The internet was spotty and frequently interrupted, and cell coverage was scarce. This made it possible for the family to spend time together and enjoy one another's company. At the beach and go for lengthy strolls. Tasha, though, was clearly annoyed by the lack of connectivity. She was always looking for a signal to send texts or make phone calls. She became enraged and screamed at Gary's parents and their young boy. Gerald, Gary's father, thought her actions were odd and made the decision to speak openly with his son. He expressed his concern that Tasha might be cheating. Gary attempted to laugh it off, but Gerald could tell by the expression in his eyes that his son was thinking the same thing but was feigning indifference. Because of their daily arguments, Tasha insisted that they end their vacation early and go back home. Citing pressing work issues, she finally prepared her belongings and declared that she would return by plane by herself. Even though they were paid for an additional week at the hotel and received no reimbursements, this compelled the other members of the family to depart early with her. An odd series of fires in the spring of 2017. Tasha called Gerald, her father-in-law, and sounded upset, asking him to come and get her. She clarified that her automobile was totally wrecked after catching fire at a fueling station. She had to visit her insurance provider before returning home. Gerald naturally hurried to her aid, but he couldn't get rid of the uneasy feeling. In the years she had known Gary, one of her automobiles had inexplicably burned up 3 times. The car was reduced to scrap metal each time it occurred at a gas station, making it hard to identify the true origin of the fire. Tasha consistently earned substantial insurance settlements, and the events were consistently attributed to malfunctioning gas station equipment. Tasha would insure the cars for the maximum amount shortly prior to the fires, always using different insurance firms, and these fires occurred around every 3 years. She said she didn't know how it happened, and some family members and acquaintances even speculated that she might have enemies who were deliberately damaging her vehicles. Nevertheless, Tasha purchased a newer, more costly vehicle following each collision. Even if the fires had a suspicious pattern that made intentional property destruction all but impossible, the insurance companies had no reason to reject her claims. By summer 2017, the not-so-secret affair had. Almost every weekend, Tasha would vanish, claiming to be on work excursions. She seemed to live a life apart from Gary and their son, growing increasingly aloof. The Bentleys' neighbors, friends, and relatives started to think that Tasha was having an affair. Gary took these rumors quite personally. He gave up making jokes about it, and would either be silent or abruptly shift the topic. Gary's parents made multiple attempts to speak with him, telling him that things couldn't continue this way because, in essence, the marriage had already ended, but Gary consistently gave the same response. For Connor's sake, he was committed to keeping the family together and still loved his wife. He hoped that things would return to normal, that Tasha would wake up, and that she would reevaluate her priorities. Gary, Tasha, and their kids celebrated Thanksgiving at his parents' place in November 2017. Amy, Gary's sister, arrived with her family as well. When gift-giving became commonplace, Tasha claimed to be too preoccupied with her job to purchase any, but it turned out that she had not. She promised to fix it and come back shortly after apologizing and leaving. After spending hours away, she returned with nothing, not even a gift for her son, when everyone stared at her with confusion. It would have taken her the entire night to go through the lineups everywhere, she said. Amy was unable to contain herself this time. She drew Gary forward and asked him directly whether he understood that Tasha was most likely seeing someone else and wasn't even attempting to conceal it any longer. With a gun safe in the bedroom, Gary merely replied that they would take care of it themselves. Gary called his father the next weekend to invite him over and bring some equipment. Gerald was glad to assist and arrived at his son's house with all the necessary supplies in less than 30 minutes. As previously stated, Gary had been a gun collector since he was a young man, and his home was stocked with shotguns, hunting rifles, handguns, and other firearms. He even had some rare objects strewn about in various areas. Gary, however, made the snap decision to create a safe in his home, collect all of his guns, and secure them. Gerald was a little alarmed by this abrupt decision, and inquired as to why Gary felt the need to conceal his gun collection. Gerald could tell his kid was scared of something, even if Gary didn't provide a clear response. It didn't appear like he was concerned about intruders. Tasha claimed that she came up with the idea because she was afraid and thought they would be in danger when she got home. Gerald didn't give it much thought at the time, but her words felt odd. The catastrophe, the unexplained home murder, was just a few days away. On Sunday, December 10, 2017, Tasha called her father-in-law to inform him that the garage door was open when she arrived home, and that she had been unable to get in touch with Gary all day. Concerned that burglars might have broken in, she begged Gerald to come over because she was too afraid to go inside. Fortunately, Gary was at home alone himself and Connor was safe, staying with his grandparents. Gerald ran as quickly as he could. Everything appeared to be in order at first sight. Although the garage door was open, there were no indications that the residence had been broken into. Everything appeared to be typical. There were no signs of an intruder and nothing seemed missing. Gerald repeatedly yelled at his son, but he never answered. He discovered Gary's lifeless body on the bed in shock when he entered the bedroom. Gary's body was already chilly and exhibiting symptoms of rigor mortis when Gerald attempted CPR. Still in shock that his kid had left, he dialed 911 right away. He didn't realize until later that the bedroom gun safe had been broken into and that several of the weapons were gone. The forensic results showed that Gary had been murdered by a single, close-range gunshot to the head when the forensic team arrived. It was possible that he was asleep and didn't even hear the killer approach because he was in a sleeping position on his side in bed and had no other injuries or indications of a struggle. Valuables, a jewelry box, and even cash left in plain sight remained unharmed, making the incident appear to be more than a normal heist. This suggested that the gun safe was the primary goal. Only a small number of guns, none of which were very valuable, were stolen nevertheless. These were not the murder weapon, nor were the remaining firearms. Tasha, Gary's wife, was the leading suspect from the beginning of the investigation, since she didn't appear to be a grieving widow. She carefully explained to the police what had happened during the day before she and her father-in-law discovered the dead. Second, every member of the couple's family and circle of friends attested to the fact that Gary and Tasha's marriage had been in trouble for some time and that a divorce was imminent. Third, 2 big dogs owned by the Bentleys growled at everyone but their owners. However, the neighbors had not heard any barking, and if they had, Gary probably would have awakened up. Tasha stated that she had left the house to run some errands because Gary had intended to go hunting that day. She claimed that after lunch she had attempted to phone him but had been unsuccessful. She attributed the situation to poor reception and was not really concerned. When asked, her pals confirmed that she had visited a friend's house on her way home. The crime was committed without any witnesses. That day, nobody saw strangers or heard anything untoward. Not even surveillance footage from cameras in the area provided any helpful hints. The crime seems to have been a well-thought-out plot to fabricate a robbery in order to get $1 million insurance coverage. Tasha received a call from a friend named Annie Day, who wanted to offer her sympathies and ask if she could assist with funeral planning. Annie was shocked at Tasha's reaction. She explained that she had more important things to do and that Gary's parents were taking care of the burial. A trip to the insurance company for a sizable payoff was one of the more crucial tasks. It seems that Tasha had persuaded Gary to get $1 million life insurance policy not long before the murder. Gary accepted, though he wasn't really happy about it, to appease his wife. Tasha attempted, but was unsuccessful, to raise the compensation to $2 million, 0 cents, a few days prior to the crime. The motive was now obvious, but there was still no concrete proof that Tasha was responsible for the killing. Meanwhile, information about her 3 prior burned-out vehicles, all of which had caused significant damage, came to light. Insurance payouts. It was discovered that Tasha had previously engaged in similar insurance fraud, an accomplice or a lover. Tasha had been seeing a coworker named Anthony for more than a year, according to one of her acquaintances, and he was the one who helped her land a new position. Suspecting that Anthony might have assisted his lover, investigators made the decision to ask him about his role in the crime. Anthony said that he and Tasha had been romantically involved for a long time and that they frequently met at his house. Tasha was going to leave Gary, he said, and they were even going to celebrate New Year's Eve 2018. Anthony hurried to offer an alibi as soon as he became aware that he was being investigated as a suspect in the murder case. He claimed to have been at his parents' house, assisting them with repairs on the day of the murder. That day, they visited a number of second-hand stores, all of which were caught on camera. The murder weapon and the missing guns from the safe were still unknown, but detectives came to the conclusion that Tasha had probably acted alone, which explained why there were no traces of a break-in and why the dogs hadn't barked. Tasha's account of events. Tasha frequently added additional information, changed her tale, and attempted to place the blame elsewhere. She even brought up Gary and Kevin Day's argument when Gary flung beer in his friend's face when they were on vacation. Tasha believes that Kevin may have harbored resentment and seized the chance to exact retribution. But after being questioned for a few hours, Tasha eventually gave up and admitted, although she acknowledged killing her husband, she held Gary responsible for the incident. According to Tasha, Gary was violent toward her and their kid, and on the day of the murder, he struck their child once more. She claimed that was the final straw, and she retrieved a rifle after waiting for Gary to go to sleep. But there was no evidence to support any of Tasha's assertions. Tasha's assertions were not substantiated by any of her relatives or friends. In actuality, everyone supported Gary, praising him as the most loving parent they had ever known, and a loyal, loving husband. They maintained that he would never touch his wife, much less their beloved young boy. Tasha eventually disclosed the hiding place where she had hidden the firearms taken from the safe, including the murder weapon, a pistol, after even the child attested that his father had never harmed him or his mother. It was interesting to see that Anthony's fingerprints were on the gun. It found out that Tasha had left her lover's prints on the gun after giving it to him to hold. If things didn't work out, she intended to frame him, but she confessed before she could carry out that portion of the plan, which included trial and sentencing. Gary's murder trial started in June 2021, and the prosecution claims that money was the main driving force behind the crime. After receiving the $1 million insurance payment, Tasha sought to use some of the funds to refurbish Anthony's home, where she would soon move. Tasha Bentley was convicted of premeditated murder and trying to obstruct the inquiry on July 20, 2021. She received a sentence of 55 years in jail, with the chance of release in 2037 at the latest. Little Connor is currently being raised by his paternal grandparents after losing both his parents in a single, sad event. This crime was discussed in the American Monster episode of Investigation Discovery. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Have you ever pondered how a fatal occurrence could result from a single poor choice or harmless action? On one of the riskiest days of the year, picture a couple kayaking. It was meant to be simply another adventure, but the way it ended was so unexpected that I'm still having trouble understanding it. Where do you think the distinction between mistake and truth lies, people? How can a single word or deed alter everything? Will this story leave you wondering about every detail, or will you be able to form your own opinion? The most exciting portions are still to come, when everything comes crashing down in a flash. Stay tuned. Everything you do has the potential to backfire. In the hands of justice, a single remark uttered in a state of shock might turn into a weapon. An unforeseen series of events can permanently alter a person's life, as seen by Angelica's narrative. For outdoor pursuits, the Hudson Valley is a perfect location. Those seeking excitement are drawn to the breathtaking scenery and fast river. Although kayaking is a popular sport among adventurous people, the river may be cruel. Even seasoned athletes make blunders from time to time, but they are aware of this. For Vince Viafore and Angelica Graswald, the sea represented intimacy and freedom. Excited, they ventured out on the Hudson once more on that fatal evening of April 19, 2015. Both had years of experience and were accustomed to obstacles, but the Hudson was not on their side that day. Strong waves were created by the rising gusts, and they chose to continue forward even though their gut told them to turn around. Their destination was an island with a Scottish-style castle that always pulled them in, with its enigmatic and historic ambiance. They enjoyed the outdoors during the day, but things suddenly changed in the evening. Although the frigid seas and powerful waves were a warning, they were forced to return since it was simply too dangerous to spend the night on the island without any equipment. The situation took a terrible turn when water started to enter Vince's kayak. Vince was in the chilly water without a life jacket, and he was in danger. Angelica called the emergency services because she was so shocked. Desperately, she said that the current was drawing him farther away and that she was unable to get to him because of the strong waves. The scenario was made more difficult by the dispatcher's difficulty locating the pair. Every second mattered and time was running out. Rescuers arrived at the scene too late, but by the time they got there, Vince was already sinking beneath the wave. From the coast, Vince was nowhere to be seen, and the event's solemn atmosphere was only heightened by the sky's growing darkness. Let's take a closer look at Angelica at 35. Angelica was a woman who had big plans. She was interested in photography and thought it would be her career. Her true name, though, was Latvian-born Angelica Lips. After 2 marriages and 2 divorces, she continued to pursue a better life outside of her native country. Her goals were to establish a career, get a work visa, and reside in the United States. She was fortunate. She moved to the United States and got a work as a nanny. But when she met Vince at age 46, things really started to shift. Despite their different ages, Vince, who had gone through 2 divorces, was successful in the construction industry, and their relationship developed swiftly. Let's examine Vince in more detail now. Vince was a giving individual. He collected people, threw parties, and lived an active and vibrant life. He and Angelica first met at one of these events. She moved into his house in the little New York town of Poughkeepsie a few weeks later. Their relationship progressed quickly. Conversations about marriage and kids became commonplace. However, there were problems simmering beneath the surface, and they only got worse the day before the terrible incident on April 18, 2015. Vince and Angelica attended another party the day before the catastrophe. While Vince and his pals were enjoying themselves, Angelica left early, saying she wasn't feeling well. She appeared aloof and hardly engaged with people. The tension between them became apparent to Vince's friends, and it eventually turned into a small but noticeable argument. But there was nothing noteworthy that night. That evening, they parted ways and didn't get back together until the next morning. At that point, Vince revealed his kayaking ambitions. He was adamant that they reconcile and go out on the Hudson River to enjoy some time together. Let's revisit that fateful day. Angelica accepted the plan in spite of the chilly weather and growing wind. For a photo shoot, the pair intended to go to Bannerman's Castle, which is situated on an island in the middle of the river. In the hopes of getting some amazing pictures, Angelica packed stylish attire for a variety of photographs. The wind was getting stronger, and it seemed to portend problems, but by noon they were at the water's edge, ready for another adventure. Around them, huge waves swelled, and every movement was stiffened by the cold. Even though Angelica could see that the weather was getting worse, they continued because of Vince's intransigence and love of adrenaline. Angelica would never forget what Vince said before they left. "This will be your life's journey." The meaning of those phrases would become hauntingly new. The trip to the castle proceeded without incident a few hours later. To set the tone, Angelica informed the cops that they had had a few beers together before leaving. Since they had to return, they both understood they had to maintain their sobriety. On the way back, however, everything changed. As the waves rose higher, Vince began to lag behind. He yelled that his kayak was absorbing water, and Angelica turned to see his boat sinking. The tidal tide pulled her toward the coast as she attempted to turn around. She contacted emergency services as soon as she landed, but Vince had already vanished into the chilly Hudson River. The night of April 19, 2015. Marked the start of a search that continued into the following day and into the night. While a sonar-equipped boat fought fog and choppy waves, divers dove into the murky Hudson to find Vince's body. They searched the region with rescue helicopters, but to no avail. As they struggled to deal with the catastrophe, Vince's family was in a state of shock and panic. Even though they realized the chances were poor, his friends and family clung to the hope that he had somehow survived the icy water and powerful current. Ironically, Angelica seemed the most composed of all the worried individuals. As if nothing had happened, she kept updating her social media accounts with pictures and videos. Vince's family was really offended by this behavior because they thought it was improper and even suspicious. Her statements did not strike a chord with the distraught family members, despite her assertion that she was clinging to hope and waiting for her fiancé to arrive. Angelica had to return to the police station for additional interrogation, 10 days after Vince vanished. It was all because of a remark she had made in her first exchange with detectives that seemed casual. On the way back, she may have unintentionally taken the drain plug out of Vince's kayak, she said. The investigation's trajectory was significantly altered by this minor detail. The idea that Vince's death was just an accident began to lose credibility, as there were suddenly more questions than answers. Angelica also informed the cops that Vince's paddle was broken. It was challenging to row correctly since it had missing a locking ring. The detectives' suspicions were only heightened by this, and they began to think about the possibilities of foul play, a broken paddle, and a missing plug. Investigators were worried by these details. When taken together, these minor details led the authorities to believe that Angelica might have purposefully created the conditions for Vince to drown. However, why would she have done this? The whole picture felt lacking without the motive, which was still a mystery. Investigators began contacting those who knew both Vince and Angelica in an attempt to learn more about her potential motivations. Angelica had lived with Michael Coven for a number of years before the police got in touch with him. Although Michael acknowledged that he couldn't totally rule out such a scenario, he was astonished to hear of the accusations surrounding Angelica. He disclosed that there was a darker side to her cool-headed and collected exterior, At times, especially after drinking, Angelica would become combative and initiate disputes, which Vince, Michael claimed, quietly put up with. But only a few weeks prior to the catastrophe, Vince told a buddy that he was seriously considering getting married to her. He characterized her as aggressive and manipulative, particularly when she became unruly when being questioned. Although Angelica acknowledged that there were disagreements in the partnership, she insisted that they were only about their personal lives. The detectives were put on hold by her evasive remarks and imprecise wording. Fauci, an increasing amount of evidence suggested that Vince's death might have been a premeditated tragedy rather than an accident. The motivation proved to be more important than first thought. In addition to interpersonal problems and resentment, Angelica had a particular financial incentive. She was the principal beneficiary of Vince's roughly $500,000 life insurance policy. It was a substantial amount that could provide her with a new beginning and resolve her financial issues. Since Angelica didn't have a job at the moment, this money may have a significant impact on her future. Due to these fresh disclosures, Angelica was no longer the heartbroken fiancé but rather the main suspect. She insisted on her innocence in spite of this. Nevertheless, she was arrested on charges of second-degree criminal wrongdoing and released on bail of $9 million, 0 cents. Which, considering her foreign nationality, she could scarcely afford. Angelica was kept in detention pending trial because investigators were concerned that she could try to escape. According to Angelica's defense, her remarks during the 11-hour interrogation were not legally enforceable. Since Vince's body had not yet been found, her lawyer maintained that it was impossible to verify any foul play or deliberate crime in the absence of forensic proof. He maintained that Vince died in a terrible accident. He said that a wave caused the kayak to capsize and that the drain plug may have fallen off later when the boat began to sink. The defense set up an experiment on the Hudson River to bolster their version of events. There was a person sitting in a kayak of the same model who looked like Vince. Even on a calm day, the tests showed that the ship was resting very low in the water, only a few inches over the surface. This proved that even if the plug hadn't been loosened, big waves could readily fill the kayak with water. The lawyer also reminded everyone that Vince had been drinking, which might have affected his ability to coordinate and react in a flooded kayak, make dubious confessions, and conduct water experiments. This led to a great deal of discussion. Even though Vince's body had not been found, the inquiry was moving forward. The drain stopper, a tiny hole little larger than a fingertip, was the primary source of conflict. The idea that such a minor detail might have led to such a tragedy was difficult to accept. Since Vince's kayak had a drain opening on top, it seems doubtful that enough water could have entered the boat for it to sink. As doubts grew, Angelica's attorney demanded more studies to help solve this riddle. A precise simulation was carried out using the same kind of kayak, a mannequin that had the same size and weight as Vince, and circumstances that were very similar to those of that fateful day. According to the studies, the kayak didn't fill with water fast enough to capsize even after the drain plug was removed. Only a few droplets of water were able to enter through the drain hole, far too little to have resulted in a deadly situation. This implied that Vince's kayak could have easily made the final mile or two back to shore even without the plug. But the prosecution turned its attention to the paddle after the experiment appeared to totally refute the plug argument. Angelica stated that the paddle was broken and lacked the locking ring, which investigators thought might have made it more difficult for Vince to maneuver the kayak. The defense, however, refused to concede even in this case. They showed that the paddle's operation was unaffected by the ring's removal. It was still robust and totally functional and could be used efficiently. This did not alter the fact, though, that Angelica confessed to touching Vince's paddle and the plug while being questioned. This admission served as the impetus for the accusations against her. Even the smallest elements, like touching the paddle or unintentionally brushing across the plug, were used by the police to suspect Angelica of intentional acts because they appeared to be part of a well-planned crime. However, the defense persisted in its struggle in spite of the prosecution's seeming rational argument. According to Angelica's lawyer, during the interrogation, her comments were taken under emotional stress. After reviewing all 11 hours of the recorded interview, the defense called in a false confessions expert who came to the conclusion that the police had used significant psychological pressure. According to the expert, the investigators employed traditional methods intended to force a confession. Question. During the questioning, they forced her to repeat words that supported their story, played the parts of the good cop and the bad cop, asked leading questions, and didn't give her time to process the situation. Angelica was frequently perplexed. Her emotions became more erratic and her answers became less specific. The expert contended that her statements should have been interpreted cautiously because she was in a condition of shock. Her brief statement that she had previously considered ending the relationship was one that the investigators took note of because it was taken to be an admission of intent to hurt Vince. The defense actually argued that this statement had nothing to do with what happened that day. It simply alluded to their long-standing marital problems. Although Angelica discussed freedom in a more general context, the police decided to take a different tack. According to the interrogation specialist, Angelica never used terms like crime or death in such contexts, and the investigators' manipulation of her admissions was more likely to be the consequence than the truth. However, after they got what they wanted, the investigators ignored these information and rejected whatever else Angelica said. The defense contended that the drain plug in Vince's kayak had been broken for months prior to that fateful day. Angelica claims that they had gone kayaking multiple times without the plug, and that there had never been any significant issues. Although there were hazardous circumstances on the river that day, the disaster was caused by the weather rather than any deliberate activities. However, the prosecution did not waver in its position. It all made sense to them. A woman fed up with the partnership, looking for money, arranging an accident to earn insurance payouts, and becoming independent. The questioning of Angelica seemed to go on forever. She felt trapped and had lost all sense of time. She initially made an effort to resist, but her determination waned as the officers kept bringing up the drain plug problem. Her account of the plug, whether it was present or not, got confused, which the investigators decided to take advantage of. The pivotal moment occurred when a tired Angelica requested to go home to feed her cat. The moment the investigators had been waiting for came when tears filled her eyes. They increased the pressure since they could feel how vulnerable she was. Despite the fact that she never explicitly admitted to a crime, the police persisted in asking her a series of leading questions. According to an expert who later watched the interrogation video, Angelica looked worn out, overburdened, and obviously unable to think straight. Her erratic answers were the usual outcome of emotional exhaustion rather than a deliberate admission of guilt. The expert claims that she only wanted to get away from the constant interrogation, which caused her to provide a number of evasive responses that served as the foundation for the case against her. Vince's body, meanwhile, was still unaccounted for. His friends and family were left in limbo, their suffering getting worse every day. His body was not found in the Hudson River, close to the same Bannerman's Island the couple had visited on the day of the tragedy, until the morning of May 23, 2015, over a month after he vanished. Drowning was verified as the cause of death by the autopsy. There were no indications of struggle or foul play. There were traces of alcohol in Vince's blood, but not much, indicating that the severe weather and the cold water temperature had the biggest effect on him. A few days after the body was discovered, Vince's kayak was found. As expected, the paddle had no locking ring, and the drain plug was gone. However, its functionality remained unaffected by the ring's absence. None of these circumstances by themselves could have caused drowning, the defense argued. It was a confluence of factors, including the chilly water, high winds, absence of a life jacket, and drinking. The catastrophe was brought on by this combination rather than anything Angelica did. But the prosecution wasn't going to back down. They concentrated on the contradictions in Angelica's claims, interpreting them as proof that she was responsible for Vince's demise. They had a simple theory. She purposefully damaged the kayak in order to put Vince at danger of dying. But Angelica's attorney maintained that Vince's own carelessness was to blame for the regrettable mishap. Under the influence, he decided to go out on the sea without a life jacket and, in bad weather, he took that gamble even though he knew he had little chance of surviving in the icy water. Even though Angelica insisted she was innocent, the case changed course when the prosecution saw that charging her with willful injury would not stand up. It was insufficient to persuade a jury that breaking a paddle or pulling out a drain stopper were simple crimes. In addition, the defense made strong arguments and experts attested to the possibility that such a disaster might occur in given conditions. The prosecution reached a standstill and made a plea offer to Angelica. She consented when they suggested that she enter a guilty plea to involuntary manslaughter, which would only carry a few years in prison rather than a life sentence. Angelica was found guilty of involuntary manslaughter and given a 4-year prison sentence. She only had a few months left to serve, though, given the time she had previously spent awaiting trial and throughout the legal proceedings. As part of the plea agreement, Angelica spent less than 4 years in jail, 32 months, before being released on parole in December 2017. Although she was given a 4-year sentence, she actually served less than half of that amount because of time served and early release. Therefore, the parole system permitted her to become released earlier in late 2017, even though her term was legally 4 years. Tensions persisted, even after she was freed. The result was too difficult for Vince's family to accept. They were outspoken in their displeasure with the light sentence, believing that Angelica was the cause of their son's death. However, Angelica insisted that the truth was known only to her and to God. She insisted that Vince's death had been a terrible accident and that she was not to blame. She encountered fresh difficulties after being freed. She had trouble finding work and faced deportation. Angelica's guilty plea prevented her from claiming Vince's insurance benefits. She was compelled to return to her own country 16 months later, where she started to reconstruct her life and put the trauma of those incidents behind her. She claimed to be completely recovered from the experience, enrolled in a university, obtained employment, and carried on with her life. People, this is a story with many unanswered questions that may never be resolved. A complicated and intense picture is painted by Vince's passing, Angelica's actions, and the contradictory testimony. In these circumstances, it's simple to be influenced by the narrative of the prosecution or by public opinion, but it's crucial to keep in mind that the truth isn't always clear. In my opinion, the legal system is capable of errors. Particularly in situations such as these, false confessions can result from coercion, psychological weariness, and interrogation techniques. Angelica was in a predicament where she was disadvantaged by both the external factors and her own blunders in speech and behavior. However, was she really to blame for Vince's passing, or was it really a terrible mishap that turned into a nightmare for all those concerned? I want to now address you, the audience. Which do you believe is more significant in this tale, chance or guilt? Has a judge made a mistake in Angelica's case, or is she really involved in Vince's demise? If you were in her shoes, what would you have done? More significantly, can we always rely on judgments based on contradicting evidence? I want to know what you think. Stories like this one make you wonder about the thin line that separates accusation from truth. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. No case, no body. There is no body in our story, but there is a case on a November morning in 2011, which was mentioned in English law following the captain's miracle. 3 years after returning home to her leased apartment on Ubarovicha Street in Vladivostok, Galina Kolyadzinskaya vanished. Her parents still think Galina is alive and are waiting for her return in April 2024. Her boyfriend Victor Cohen was found guilty of her murder, although no tangible proof of her purported death was shown at the trial. Following Victor Cohen's release from jail, the matter gathered traction and split the public in two directions. Some people think Victor's sentence for murder was too light, while others think he was sentenced for a crime that never happened. Together, let's learn how a well-known criminal case involving the death and disappearance of an unproven man spread across the nation, sparking debate among onlookers and leading to the formation of organizations to look for Galina. Viktor Polov was born in Vladivostok on July 9, 1988. He adopted Cohen as his last name. When the youngster was very little, his parents split in 2012, leaving his mother and grandma to raise him entirely on their own. He graduated from Far Eastern State University's high school gymnasium in 2005. He enrolled in the PR department at the same university's Institute of Mass Communications, but left after 6 months in 2007. Ilona, who had COVID, presented her sister Galina, who was 3.5 years older than Victor, to her classmate. Galina Kolyazinskaya was born in Rostov-on April 22, 1985. Her parents relocated to Vladivostok when she was 13 years old. The girl stood out, had a theatricalized way of dress, and was characterized by her brightness. She was slim, intelligent, and highly creative. After completing her education, she attended an art school before enrolling in the Far Eastern Federal University's Faculty of Design. She captured Victor's heart, and he fell deeply in love for the first time. They left their hometown of Vladivostok for Moscow, and Victor abandoned school because they both wanted to enroll at the Theater Institute. Vitya did not fail the entrance examinations, but Galina did. However, he made the decision to go back home in support of his beloved girl, and the two of them moved back to Vladivostok and began living together. Victor found out of his grandfather's passing and the inheritance he had inherited upon his return. The couple decided to use the remaining funds to invest in a successful business after renting an apartment in the heart of the city and purchasing a car each. The young couple was depressed as a result of their unsuccessful attempts to set up a shop for the fabrication of automobile tires, start a chain of donut shops, and even resell church kila. As time went on, the young people's relationship started to fall apart due to conflicts. The furious argument between the couple did not end there. Galina's pals once saw Victor grab his fiancée by the neck during a fight between them, but sometimes Galina did the same. She might break the furniture in their leased apartment or strike her partner. Galina eventually began attending nightclubs more frequently, and Victor developed an interest in other women as a way to escape the issues in his present life. After another trip to the club, Galina was on her way home early on the morning of November 14, 2011. Galina was incensed that Victor was not home, so at 6:43 IEM, she called him and insisted that he come right away. Victor arrived at their leased apartment 15 minutes later. The young folks decided to eventually part ways after a fight broke out between them. Galina sought 300,000 rubles from Victor in exchange for the previously gifted car, after which she would go and stop bothering him. She left the flat, as it turned out, forever after Victor gave her the money. Galina's parents became concerned and began phoning her the following day, but she had turned off her phone. Victor also did not return their calls. He didn't call the girl's mother to inform her of the argument until the second day following Galina's departure. After extorting a substantial amount of money from him, she packed up her belongings and departed. "I'll never be seen by you again. Don't try to find me. Inform my mother that I'm doing well." Victor also told Galina's mother that he repeated what Galina had said in her final words. Galina's parents and friends were not shocked by her abrupt absence, because she was known for her flighty behavior and might go absent for days. He called her after she left, but the girl did not return his calls either, because the phone was initially only switched off. However, 3 days later, the police started looking for Galina Kolyadzenskaya when her father informed them of his daughter's abduction. The matter was enthusiastically taken up by specialists, and Victor was initially called to the station for a discussion. Since he saw Galina last, he was able to address a number of questions throughout the interrogation. Victor said that he had another woman and frequently argued with his girlfriend, whom he had become distant from. Victor claimed that he was tired of his scandalous lover, who could throw her hand at him or slather his car with yogurt when she was envious. Galina once declared while intoxicated that if her opponent kept dating her, she would rip his hair out. Galina wasn't killed by me. We did argue with her. After packing her belongings and taking all of our money, 300,000 rubles, she departed. Her whereabouts are unknown to me, Victor demanded. The investigating team also looked at both of the young people's automobiles and the apartment where they shared housing, but they were unable to find any evidence of Galina's murder or blood traces. During the questioning, Victor was even put through a lie detector test. Although the young man's evidence was muddled, it was not shown that he was responsible for Galina's disappearance. After questioning Galina's neighbors and acquaintances, the police declined to file a criminal complaint because they could not find any evidence of corpus delicti. But Galina had never been anywhere but Vladivostok. Her passport was not from another country. Victor moved in with his new girlfriend, Tatiana, and began a new life after gathering Galina's possessions and giving them to her parents. Young people's affections were so intense that they made the decision to get married in 2012. Victor finally shed his father's last name, which had burdened him since he was a young boy. His future wife, who heard the lovely last name in one of the films, suggested the Cohen option, which he found appealing. The vanished Galina Kolyadzinskaya was forgotten. For a number of years, a young married couple has been married for 3 years. Cohen flew with great joy. They had a calm and collected life, visited the mountains, and traveled frequently. However, once Galina vanished for 3 years and the case was reclassified as a murder investigation, everything changed. At first, Elena Kolyadzinskaya, Galina's mother, was not overly concerned. She was aware that her creative and erratic daughter could go far based solely on her mood. The fact that no one demanded in June 2014, based on the materials of the inspection of the fact of Galina Kolyadzinskaya's unknown disappearance, that a criminal case under the article of murder be started, may help to explain why the case did not become a criminal case for nearly 3 years. Employees of the Crime Investigation Department started to piece together different explanations for Galina's disappearance after she was placed on the wanted list as missing. These included murder and traveling overseas to work as a model. The police became aware of Kolyadzinskaya's ex-boyfriend as they were figuring out the latter version. As it happened, Cohen and Galina were frequently at odds. His relationship with another lady caused him to feel jealous of the girl. Additionally, it was said that when Galina was younger, she was organizing a trip to Korea. She had previously worked as a model in China and planned to stay in this line of employment. Since he was the last person to see Galina alive, ex-boyfriend Victor Cohen was named as the primary suspect. There was further reason to suspect Victor of being engaged in the crime because of the testimony he and the witnesses had previously provided at different points during the case regarding the circumstances surrounding Galina's disappearance. After being called in for interrogation on July 23, 2014, Victor was arrested and brought to the investigation unit. He admitted there that he had strangled Galina following another argument on the morning of November 14, 2011, then dismembered the body in the restroom, placed the remains in 3 plastic buckets, and transported them to a wooded area close to the Variag factory. There, he built a fire with tires, burned the body, and scattered the ashes in various locations. Throughout the interrogation, Victor Cohen acted with assurance. He cursed a lot and didn't use appropriate language when he spoke to the investigator about you. He related the story of his life, from infancy to the present, in an open and friendly manner. When he sat in front of the police officers with his feet on the ground and grinned, he remembered how he had burned and dismembered his ex-lover Galina. Experienced cops were astounded by his cynicism and calm. He felt untouchable. Victor complained to the investigator that his initial plan was to ground the body in a meat grinder, cook it in a steamer, and then flush it down the toilet. However, he soon gave up on this strategy out of concern that he may be identified and the sewer system would get blocked. He said during the same interrogation that Galina was interfering with his new relationship, so he strangled her. Victor remembered his ex-girlfriend as a unique individual who was an attention seeker. Her fierce temper might produce a huge scandal at home, and she frequently vanished in nightclubs. Galina frequently stated in chats that she would want a lovely life as an escort model, but she also refused to accept the claims that such job is impossible without the supply of intimate services. Up to a certain point, Victor tolerated all of his friend's strange behavior and kept thinking of her as a nice and fascinating individual. I was annoyed during Victor Cohen's grilling. I stood close to the coffee maker. As I stood there, I drank some coffee. I felt something change. There was only this one individual. I went home, went to where she was sleeping, apologized, and began strangling her. She opened her eyes and began to struggle. After choking her for a while, I sobbed and left the house. Fear wasn't the reason, it was loss and frustration. Even though I was aware of what I had done, I remained composed since I am a reasonable person. In November 2011, following the interrogation, the agents brought Victor to his residence with Galina Kolyadzinskaya. That night, Victor showed how he strangled Galina on a folding sofa for an investigation experiment in the flat. He claims that because she was intoxicated and slept off when he was certain she was dead, she did not protest. He hurried out of the apartment and headed to his car, where he devised a heartless scheme to dispose of the body. In India, the bodies of the deceased are burned, and vehicle tires are frequently used in this process to achieve the proper burning temperature. Victor learned about this elaborate method of disposing of the body from a documentary on the country. Victor informed the agents that killing and disposing of the body was considerably simpler than he had anticipated. Victor was brought to the empty lot where he reportedly dumped Galina's body late at night. Cohen had to identify the precise spot on the girl's body where he had set fire to it, in complete darkness. Human rights advocates claim that he was brought to an area devoid of CCTV cameras and traffic, making it impossible to establish his innocence. Important information were also missing from the case. As Victor himself frequently noted, it was unclear how and what he used to carve up the body, because a regular kitchen knife could not be utilized any further. It was unclear how he was able to place Galina's remains in 3 buckets, how he transported them out of the door where everyone could see them, and why no one noticed. The Bygalovs, who rented the apartment to Galina and Victor, were then questioned by the inquiry. When they found out that the cops were in the apartment, they acknowledged that they couldn't get in touch with Victor. They discovered the apartment was empty when they got there to inspect their accommodations. The ceiling was free of occupants and their possessions. They discovered black streaks on the wallpaper, which were probably caused by storing automobile tires, and brown splatters that the couple believed were from coffee or tea. However, Victor Cohen, the captive, was unaware that a video camera was recording his interrogations. He later withdrew his testimony after realizing he had said too much on camera. He claimed that during his interrogation at the Karbasheva Street Operative Investigation Unit, they used illegal interrogation techniques to coerce confessions from him, and that Victor was threatened with harm if his wife Tatiana visited the same station. He went on to say that the operative cops had made up the tale he told during the hour-long interrogation, and that his phone billing from that evening was used to pinpoint the location where the bodies were burned. However, does the CCTV footage from the investigation unit actually show torture? At 6 o'clock in the evening, Tatiana Cohen drove up to the building. She was not permitted inside, so she remained outside. Around 6:30 p.m., Tatiana also entered the facility, and 20 minutes later, Victor was taken in for interrogation. At 6:38 p.m., the questioning began to be recorded. After 8 minutes of torture, he quickly produced a confession and conjured up a vivid, gory tale in great detail. Following the initial court hearing on August 11, 2015, Victor Cohen was found guilty of Galina Kolyatsinskaya's murder. According to the court's August 11, 2015 verdict, he was given a sentence of 9 years and 10 months in prison, which he was to serve in a strict regime penal colony. Tatiana, Victor Cohen's wife, became his most devoted defense attorney after he was accused of murder because she believed he was innocent. Every inhabitant of Vladivostok kept up with the news and even attended Victor Cohen rallies. People separated into accusers and defense. Even after hearing the heartbreaking news that her husband would have to serve nearly 10 years in prison, Victor's wife remained steadfast in her defense and refused to back down. During the court session, the revealing footage that was retained in the criminal case was revealed. Victor claimed that interrogators used torture and threats to get confessions out of him during court procedures, which led to the case becoming well known. Victor was discharged from the hospital with a diagnosis of ear barotrauma and concussion. His lover had been burned, dismembered, and strangled in cold blood by a young, attractive man with large brown eyes. Nobody was able to accept it. A man with charisma could pursue a career in acting. In fact, he was admitted to the Theater Institute of Moscow. Victor refused to study, as we already know, and he was characterized favorably by friends, classmates, and even casual acquaintances. Attorneys based their case on the fact that no human DNA was detected at the location where he burnt the body, or in the flat where the crime was allegedly committed, according to the inquiry. Witnesses even claimed to have seen Galina in the city after she vanished. The public was stoked by Elena Kolyatsinskaya, Galina's mother, who genuinely thought her daughter was still alive. She stated in every interview that Victor was innocent and that Galina would return shortly to explain her disappearance and where she had gone for so long. Victor Cohen argued that the circumstances surrounding the murder that were submitted to the investigators were wholly made up after the guilty verdict. Ultimately, no biological evidence was discovered at the purported location where the victim's remains were burned. Additionally, the forensic analysis of Cohen's residence and vehicle produced unconvincing findings. Additionally, the defendant supported Galina's parents, who believed their daughter was still alive. Ivan Mikolev, the defendant's attorney at the time, claimed that there was no objective evidence in the investigation. Nothing was found when the earth at the clearing where his client is said to have burned the body was examined. There were no biological traces found during the examination. Some of the case materials were later discovered to be missing as well. The lie detector data, camera footage, and inspection reports of the apartment and automobile that were acquired back in 2011 led Cohen's defense team and family to assume that the case had been reclassified to absolve him of guilt for the unsolved homicide. It was never discovered that Galina disagreed with the court's decision. Victor filed an appeal and started arguing that he was not a party to the incriminating crime and that the police had coerced him into making the confession. Tatiana Cohen started a massive campaign to defend her husband. She actively maintained social networks, participated in protests, and made appearances on a variety of talk shows and programs. In exchange for posting false information, she actively raised money for a lawyer. The case was sent to the Court of First Instance for a second trial in a separate court after the Court of Appeals rejected the verdict on December 7, 2015, citing violations of the Code of Criminal Procedure. Victor Cohen was also found guilty of Helena Kolyadzinskaya's murder following the Court of First Instance's retrial. As a result of the June 21, 2016 judgment, he was given a sentence of 9 years and 9 months in jail, with the option to do his time in a severe regime colony. Victor Cohen served his term after the Court of Appellate Instance upheld it on November 28, 2016, despite the fact that the conviction had been challenged once more. Following the appeal, Tatiana remarried, divorced Victor, and stopped having any affairs. It came out that her position as a wife was a well-planned game, since Tatiana started seeing someone else right after Victor was arrested. This was not what everyone had anticipated. Tatiana declined to respond. The court decided even though Helena Kolyadzinskaya's body was not located. Victor Cohen was duped based on circumstantial evidence, and there was a lot of it. First, Victor's confession, in which he states that he chose to grind the body in a meat grinder in order to dispose of it after the murder. In 2015, he went to the Maxim shopping complex and actually purchased a meat grinder and a pressure cooker at the Technica Dome store. Records from the store's database pertaining to meat grinder purchases made on November 14, 2011, were seized as part of the investigation, and among them was the last name Polivavi. The time on the invoice and the receipt from the store's database match. Additionally, the store administrator attested in court that the database was not altered with the intent to fabricate information. Furthermore, the verdict was significantly influenced by Victor Cohen's cell phone bills. Victor remained in the apartment from 11 a.m. to 6 p.m. on November 14, 2011, probably dismembering the body and transporting it in buckets to the woods close to the Variag facility at night. Victor kept saying that after Galina departed, he contacted her, but her phone was unreachable. Victor last spoke with Tatiana on the phone at 11:51 p.m., right outside the Variag facility. Victor's phone bill, however, indicated that he did not call Galina between 10 a.m. and night. Furthermore, it's clear from listening to the court proceedings when Galina Kolyadzinskaya and Victor's billing is disclosed that, following Galina's disappearance, she received calls from friends, family, and even Victor's mother, but not from Victor. If it were Victor, someone would at least convey a message to his missing friend, especially because everyone is searching for Galina and Victor is suspected. Victor, however, didn't. He knew, of course, that there would be no response. Sales receipts for 320-liter plastic buckets with locks and lids that were purchased on the same day as the meat grinder were also included in the case. Sadly, the receipts don't include a last name, so it can't be confirmed that Victor Cohen purchased them. However, how could Galina fit into buckets that held 320 liters? The enamel found in the bathroom was another piece of circumstantial evidence. Galina was dismembered in the bathtub by Victor, who then used a metal brush to scrub the tub so hard that he obliterated the enamel after covering everything with foil to conceal the bloodstains. Victor claimed in the confession video that Galina had damaged the bathtub's enamel by frequently using acidic or alkaline cleaning solutions. Following her disappearance, witnesses who said they saw Galina at Sheremetyevo Airport in Moscow and at a shop in Vladivostok were later proven to be untrue. CCTV footage from the airport shows that no such girl was discovered. One of the witnesses was the subject of a criminal case under the article on giving false testimony. My only and primary concern when researching this case was why no additional clues were discovered. Even the slightest details are impossible to foresee and conceal. After all, there must be some evidence left if Victor killed Galina. The response was straightforward. Victor refused to allow the police to enter his apartment over the first few days. He moved in with Tatiana right away, and the apartment's owners were unaware of the situation. It wasn't until December 8th that he finally took his possessions. When the policemen arrived to see how he was doing, nobody opened the door. It took 12 days for the cops to enter the residence. Instead of using luminol, they just made things right. The apartment's owners began remodeling on December 10. Only on December 27th were the two vehicles examined. Remind yourself that on November 14, Galina vanished. Victor thus had a month and a half to clean the car's interior and roughly 3 weeks to clean the flat and hide his tracks. Therefore, why were neither Galina's remains nor DNA traces discovered? Experts have concluded that, under artisanal conditions, it is still conceivable to completely burn the person, which is precisely what occurred in this instance. Wild animals may have scattered the black fragments Victor claimed to have scattered in the forest close to the burning site, depriving the inquiry of the final piece of evidence. Galina was dismembered and placed on tires, where Victor set the fire at the proper temperature to burn the bones. Black pieces of burnt bone were all that remained of her. Citing the length of time that had passed, he did not mention the precise site of the campfire. He had simply forgotten. We would need to use a sieve to sort through a sizable portion of the forest in order to locate the body's remains. However, why? Nothing is known about Helena Kolyatchinskaya if the murderer is not apprehended for almost 13 years. The statements of the man found guilty of her murder recount the final day of her life. Where may Galina have gone if Victor Cohen hadn't killed her in the first place? It is nearly impossible to become lost in today's environment unless you are a professional in the intelligence service, according to seasoned, retired investigators who spoke casually with journalists. Galina had to be located in 13 years. She could not avoid leaving traces, even if she lived abroad under a phony identity. She would have been identified as she would have needed to be fingerprinted, even to replace her documents. Victor Cohen claims to have been tortured and married someone else, but he never once says that Galina will return, that he is waiting for her, or that she will prove his innocence. He is fully aware that the primary witness is not present and cannot be. Victor never once claimed that he was innocently imprisoned, that 10 years of his life had been taken from him, or that his cherished wife, Tatiana, had left him because she didn't want to wait for him there. He has no resentment of the system, no desire to defend his honor, and no intention of suing to establish his innocence. He is aware that no one will ever find the body. He destroyed it with fire. No proof exists. He acts as though he has done time for his crime, and this allows him to fabricate all these tales of the disappearance. He's clean now. What are the possible claims? He served time after being found guilty. Everything has been redeemed by him. Even in such detail, an innocent individual would not be so heartless as to implicate himself. Many people nationwide are still in shock at what transpired. Even though the case has now been concluded, they are continuing searching independently for Galina. Because Galina's parents are still hoping for daughter to return home, they utilize forums to advertise and occasionally share pictures of girls who look a lot like her. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Faith Hedgepeth, then 19 years old, was discovered dead in her Chapel Hill apartment in 2012. When authorities started their investigation, they soon encountered a wall of uncertainty and dead ends. They were diverted by conflicting accounts from her closest friends and family, odd 911 calls, and false leads. Investigators were frequently left with more questions than answers. When a seemingly promising lead turned out to be a dead end, the case became colder as time went on and important pieces of evidence stopped making sense. The identity of Faith's killer remained a mystery despite constant efforts. Why did the inquiry stall so significantly, and who was responsible for her brutal death? Let's investigate this case. Unaware of the tragic turn their day would take, Rosario and her companion Marisol Rangel arrived back at their flat just before 11 a.m. on September 6, 2012. They called for Faith as they walked in, but the place was oddly silent. Uncertain of what to anticipate, they approached Faith's bedroom with trepidation. They were stunned by what they discovered. Faith's corpse was on the ground, partially wrapped in a blanket and covered in blood. 3 years after Faith was brutally killed in an apartment she shared with a friend by a killer who is still at large, there are still many unanswered questions and speculations surrounding this case. Shocked, Rosario called 911, her voice shaking as she described what she had found. Once vibrant, Faith was gone, leaving the friends to wonder forever, who could have done this, and why? We must examine the final hours of Faith's life in order to comprehend what transpired to get to this point. Around 5:45 p.m. on the evening of September 5, 2012, Faith went to a rush event for Alpha Pi Omega, a Native American sorority at the University of North Carolina. She met Rosario after departing at 7:15 p.m., and the two of them studied at the library until almost 9 p.m. Around this same period, Faith texted her father about her plans for the future. He still has the final voicemail he ever got from her saved. After returning to the flat at around 11:30 p.m., they went out once more, landing at The Thrill, a nightclub, at 12:40 a.m. They danced and socialized for around an hour and a half. Their departure was captured by security cameras. Since Rosario wasn't feeling well, they made the decision to return to the flat, arriving just as Faith's Facebook account was accessed. Faith's phone sent a text message to Rosario's ex-boyfriend Brandon Edwards at approximately 3:40 a.m. "Hey B, can you come over here please? Rosario needs you more." You know. Please let her know you care." 3 minutes later, the same phone sent another message that contained the word "than," which was thought to be a correction for a typo in the first message. The last known activity on Hedgepeth's phone was this text exchange. After that, Rosario attempted to get in touch with Edwards and then collegiate soccer player Jordan McCrary, but neither of them answered. Rosario thought Faith was asleep when she left the flat at 4:25 a.m. She stayed at a friend's place until the next morning. Rosario attempted to contact Faith once more at 10:30 a.m., but received no response. She contacted Marisol out of concern, and the two of them proceeded to the apartment where Faith's death was found. Who was in charge? Is Rosario Rangel or another person involved? Faith's cause of death is still unknown, but as the inquiry progresses, more information will become available. Faith Hedgepeth, a proud member of the Holly-Washapani Native American tribe, was born in 1992 in Warren County, North Carolina. After her parents divorced, Faith was raised by her mother, Connie, and she grew up in a difficult home. Connie, who had 3 children already, named her Faith because she thought it would give her the courage and optimism she needed to raise a 4th kid in a challenging situation. Faith was a good student in spite of these obstacles. As a cheerleader, honor student, and involved member of multiple clubs, she succeeded in high school. She attended the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill, thanks to her diligence, which earned her a Gates Millennium Scholarship. Faith dreamed of becoming a teacher or a pediatrician and wanted to be the first member of her family to earn a college degree. Despite taking the spring 2012 semester off, she had a successful first 2 years at UNC Chach. She shared a Chapel Hill off-campus apartment with her friend Karina Rosario and Rosario's boyfriend Eric Taco Jones throughout that summer. But Karina and Eric had a violent relationship, and Faith assisted Karina in obtaining a protective order against Eric after he twice attempted to enter into their apartment. Eric lost his temper and even threatened to kill Faith if he couldn't reconcile with Karina. Faith's life had taken a dark turn, and even though she continued to have hope for the future, she found herself in a precarious situation. Faith's family was devastated by her passing. Faith's loss was unfathomable to her mother, who had already dealt with a lot of difficulties as a single mom raising her children. Having lost a sister who served as a support system and role model, Faith's siblings were also devastated. Her family was left to deal with her passing. She had been a bright, kind young woman with a bright future. In addition to being extremely personal, Faith's passing was a setback for the entire community, which had supported her aspirations and watched her develop. Her family was left feeling incredibly empty and unable to comprehend why someone so full of promise had been brutally ripped from them. The choice to start the investigation into Faith's death in secret sparked immediate criticism. In contrast to standard police practice, the Chapel Hill authorities took considerable care to conceal information. All records were sealed by a court order, and even the media's repeated requests for information were turned down. The police worked discreetly behind closed doors, gathering evidence from the incident without disclosing what they had discovered, while the community awaited answers. Semen and extracted DNA were the first important clues from the actual crime site. When the autopsy report stated that Faith had died from blunt force trauma to the head, most likely from a rum bottle, the question became even more complicated, even though it matched male DNA discovered elsewhere in the apartment. From the beginning, the police focused on one man, Karina Rosario's ex-boyfriend, Eric Taco Jones. He was a prime suspect because of his history of domestic abuse and his previous threats against Faith. "Forgive me for what I am about to do," Jones had even warned in a text message to a friend the night before the murder, and he later shared the same statement on Twitter. He altered his Facebook banner to a haunting precursor to what appeared to be an admission of guilt 3 days after Faith's death. "Dear Lord, forgive me for all my sins and the sins I may commit today." Police were unable to directly link Jones to the crime in spite of these warning signs. He provided a DNA sample, but it did not match the evidence gathered at the scene. No matches were found in additional DNA testing from other individuals, including those who had visited the local nightclub where Faith and Karina had spent time. After Jones was formally ruled out as a suspect, the inquiry appeared to come to a standstill. It appeared as though the puzzle pieces would be put together fast when the inquiry into Faith's death originally started, but as time passed, detectives discovered evidence that only made the mystery more complex. The disclosure of some anticipated and some surprising details suggested an incomprehensible level of intricacy. The 911 call, which would subsequently come under close examination, was a crucial piece of evidence in the case. After discovering her friends dead at their apartment, Karina Rosario called. Many found it strange that she only referred to Faith as her buddy during the call, never mentioning her by name. Reporter Tom Gasparovia questioned the legitimacy of the conversation, speculating that it might not have been Rosario but perhaps Marisol Rangel, whose voice sounded similar. Additionally, Rosario appeared abnormally hesitant during the conversation, despite the dispatcher's repeated requests for her to check Faith's respiration, Gasparovia noted. Was the individual who found the body truly as innocent as they appeared to be? Was the 911 call itself a hint? The people who were following the case started to have these types of questions. The odd information wasn't limited to the 911 call, either. Confusion was further exacerbated by another important piece of evidence discovered close to the crime scene, a mysterious letter written on a piece of ripped paper. Written in a sloppy hand with a ballpoint pen, the message said, "I'm not stupid, bitch, jealous." Its rambling, angry writing appeared to be the result of a fit of wrath, but it was unclear what it meant. Why would someone leave a letter at a murder site? The ripped piece of paper seems to have come from a takeaway bag from Time Out, where Faith and Karina had eaten at that evening. However, was the note a spontaneous outburst or a private communication to Faith? When forensic specialists examined the note, they discovered that the handwriting was erratic. The word "stupid," which was written much more clearly, was underlined by one, perhaps by someone attempting to hide their identity or deceive investigators. Even more concerning was the fact that the message seemed to be written before the murder because there was blood all around the room, and the note itself seemed free of blood. Why abandon it? Was it a deliberate deception or a hint? Reporter Tom Gasparelli speculated that Faith might not have been the intended recipient of the note. The murderer might have planted it to trick detectives. Was it a last desperate communication, or was it a lie? The note's emotional tone suggested intense annoyance or jealousy. Was it Faith or someone else that the murderer was angry at? Faith's own phone provided yet another horrifying piece of evidence in her case. Faith's phone unintentionally called a friend the night before she was murdered, recording a brief but unsettling chat. With background noise and muddled conversations, it initially appeared to be a simple pocket dial accident. However, when audio specialist Arlo West examined the call, he found some concerning snippets. West also claimed to hear a woman's voice saying, "I think she's dying," followed by a man's voice saying, "Do it anyhow." References to Eric and Rosie that seemed to connect the conversation to Faith's roommate Karina Rosario and her violent past with Eric Taco Jones were also heard. The call's timestamp of 1:23 a.m. coincided with the claimed time when Faith arrived at the club. Police initially brushed it off, thinking the call was simply background noise from a night out. However, West pointed out that there were several oddities, such as the unusual absence of typical nightclub sounds, which gave the scene a strange vibe. Did the call record the last seconds before Faith was killed? Or might it have been recorded earlier? These unresolved issues gave an already terrible case a troubling undertone. Investigators were left with more questions than answers as they combed through this perplexing evidence. Although these pieces of evidence were far from conclusive, they were sufficient to raise the possibility that the murderer may have left behind more than just tangible evidence at the site. They might have left a trail of psychological hints that, if the investigators could decipher their actual meaning, could tell us a lot about the killer's mental state. The public's annoyance increased while the case went unresolved. A $29,000 0 reward was given by the university, the Halawashaponi tribe, the local Crime Stoppers chapter, and the apartment complex where Faith had resided for any information that resulted in an arrest. It was believed that the reward would lead to a tip that would completely unravel the case. However, months and weeks went by with no improvement. There was still no breakthrough when Governor Bev Perdue increased the award by an additional $10.00. The probe was conducted in secret in the interim. The UNC student newspaper, the Daily Tar Heel, petitioned for the release of the secret documents in November 2012. The case remained sealed beneath a veil of silence when the court rejected their plea, despite publicly claiming that their daughter's death certificate verified she had been battered. Faith's family was also kept in the dark about several specifics. The town of Chapel Hill remained uneasy as the months passed. The FBI has created a profile of the male DNA recovered from the scene by January 2013. According to the authorities, this person had lived close to Faith, had expressed interest in her, and his actions had probably changed after the crime. The court nevertheless mandated that the records be kept secret in spite of this development. The public was left in the dark about the case, which appeared to be proceeding behind closed doors. The police didn't formally ask the North Carolina State Bureau of Investigation for assistance until September 2013, a full year after Faith's passing. Chris Blue, the police chief for Chapel Hill, acknowledged that they had run out of options and that the case had gone cold. The murder of Faith was still a mystery, and the case files were still sealed. After 2 months, the inquiry took yet another unsettling turn. Publications such as the Tar Heel started to doubt the investigation's objectivity. Why hadn't the police pursued important leads? Although the police had never thoroughly searched the neighborhood, neighbors in the apartment building where Faith had resided said they had concerns about Eric Jones long before the murder. Only Faith's apartment had actually been completely examined. The other apartments in the complex, including the woods beyond the building, had not been looked at. When it was discovered that police had never examined security footage from the Thrills parking lot, a significant lost opportunity became apparent. The owner of the towing firm that was in charge of the parking lot, the nightclub where Faith and Karina had spent the night before the murder, had installed security cameras that may have recorded important footage. But it wasn't until almost 19 months after the incident that the police requested to view it. The court eventually ordered the records to be opened in 2014. Following a great deal of public pressure. Following the release of important papers by investigators, such as the search warrants and investigative notes, there was a flurry of media coverage. These documents demonstrated the extent, or lack thereof, of the police involvement in the case. They also offered the first glimpse of the chronology of events that preceded Faith's demise. The autopsy report was eventually released to the public in September 2014, over 2 years after the murder. It validated the suspicions of many. Faith had suffered severe physical abuse. Blood was discovered beneath her fingernails, indicating that she had retaliated against the severe blow to her head. Initially believed to be the key to identifying the murderer, the DNA recovered from the site remained a mystery. The question of who killed Faith Hedgepeth and why remained unanswered despite ongoing investigation. Unanswered questions became more pressing as the investigation progressed. Had the police conducted the inquiry improperly in the beginning? The most disturbing of all was the identity of the man whose DNA was discovered at the scene, and the reason behind Faith's murder. For years to come, these questions would still exist. Faith Hedgepeth's death remained a mystery for years, with many speculations but no conclusive solutions. One thing was certain: despite the speculation about suspects and motivations, Faith's killer was probably someone who knew her. According to Chapel Hill police, the murder was committed by a member of her UNC Chapel Hill social circle rather than at random. Investigators interviewed more than 2,000 people over the years, obtained 750 people's DNA, and reduced the number of potential suspects to 10. Chief Chris Blue stressed in 2016 that the case was still very much alive despite the lapse of time. In their quest for the truth, the police continued to concentrate on this core group. However, the issue still stood. What motivated the murderer to carry out such a heinous act, and who was the murderer? But on September 23, 2016, almost 4 years after Faith's passing, the case took even another unexpected turn as the inquiry proceeded to uncover. Unexpectedly, the Chapel Hill police announced that they had teamed up with Parabon Nanolabs, a genetic testing business that had created a device that could create physical representations of suspects using their DNA. This public image provided a unique look at the unidentified culprit and was solely based on the DNA profile found at the crime site. It wasn't a perfect portrait, of course. It was predicated on phenotyping, which is the process of predicting physical characteristics from an individual's genetic makeup. Snapshot: Parabon's technology uses DNA to forecast skin tone, freckles, eye and hair color, and even the shape of a person's face. The president of the organization indicated that, while their system could provide a remarkably high level of detail regarding a person's possible appearance, it was unable to forecast a person's height or weight. A man of mixed ancestry, mainly Native American and European with some Latino heritage, was the image produced by DNA analysis. In addition to having origins in Mexican, Colombian, and Iberian civilizations, he was probably dark-skinned, black-hailed, and freckle-free, with faint indications of South American and African heritage. The forecast provided a very accurate likeness and was made with over 80% confidence. Investigators were able to see a potential suspect for the first time thanks to this picture, but it also made them wonder, who was this person? Why had the police failed to identify them? And how did their DNA get to the crime scene? Notwithstanding this recent development, journalist Tom Gasparoli hypothesized in 2017 that the murderer might be a distant acquaintance of Faith's who harbored animosity or resentment toward her. When authorities began concentrating on Faith's roommate, Karina Rosario, this theory gathered traction. Since Rosario never mentioned Faith by name and only ever referred to her as a friend, her 911 call raised questions. Faith's texts to her ex-boyfriend that evening conveyed a sense of urgency over Rosario's need for him. Although Rosario claimed to have left the flat while Faith was asleep, there were questions raised regarding her account. Rosario remained silent and had moved away, but she kept in touch with investigators. Gasparoli made hints that she might be more knowledgeable than she was admitting, and that she might have the secret to cracking the case. The question was whether the truth will ever be revealed for so long. A significant development in the case did not occur until 2021. A breakthrough in September 2021 would finally provide resolution after almost 10 years of mystery, but it also sparked new inquiries. Miguel Salguero Olivares, 28, of Durham, North Carolina, was taken into custody by Chapel Hill police after he had not been previously considered a suspect. Why was he arrested and what changed? DNA was the solution. In August 2021, Salguero Olivares was detained on a different charge of driving under the influence. However, the DNA found during his arrest would eventually link him to Faith Hedgepeth's murder. According to court records filed in January 2022, Salguero Olivares' DNA and the palm print on the murder weapon both match those taken from the crime site. Even though the discovery marked a sea change in the case, the police were still hesitant to speak in public. Chief Blue informed the media that although Salguero Olivares had been taken into custody, the full narrative will take time to develop. Now, it was unclear how Salguero Olivares, an unidentified player in the case, had gotten involved. How did he relate to Faith? Although the arrest introduced a new level of intricacy to the case, It did not provide all the answers. Did Salguero Varese have a close relationship with Faith, or was his involvement only incidental? What had motivated him to carry out such a horrific crime was maybe even more disturbing. Salgado Olivares is currently in 2024, awaiting his trial, and minimal information is available about him. New possibilities and previous ideas of Faith's death blended together as investigators examined Salgado Olivares' involvement. Did he have a deeper connection to her? Or was he just a stranger? What did that mean for Rosario and other suspects if he was involved? Roland Hedgepeth, Faith's father, conveyed his appreciation and thanked God for allowing him to see this event. Connie Hedgepeth, Faith's mother, assured the public that the truth regarding her daughter's passing will eventually come to light. While Salgado Olivares' arrest provided some clarification, it also sparked other inquiries. After years of research, the case remained mysterious, and the full tale was still unknown as it entered its second decade. Although the arrest didn't end the investigation, it did offer a new dimension and raise questions about whether this was the last piece, or merely a new development in an ongoing mystery. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. On Madison Street in New York, Officer Freeman saw a man throwing big black garbage bags into the river's edge early on April 7, 1996. The man froze as Freeman came closer. The officer noticed the two cars next to the man, their trunks stuffed with trash bags. He searched and found something startling. Bloody tools and blood-soaked clothing were found in the bags, along with a dismembered body that had been cut into 66 pieces in the most gory way imaginable. The man who disposed of the bags introduced himself as Vladimir Zelinin, 48. The police quickly learned that the person inside the bags was Yakov Gluzman, a 48-year-old billionaire and well-known cancer researcher who had tragically been duped by Vladimir. When Vladimir brought up Yakov's wife, Rita Gluzman, the case took an unexpected turn. The crucial query was, what role did Rita play in this terrible incident? Was she planning to murder her husband, or was Vladimir just assigning blame to deflect criticism and avoid responsibility? We must go back in time and meet Yakov Gluzman, the man at the heart of this whole situation, in order to fully comprehend it. What part did he play in this terrible incident, and who was he? January 2, 1948, was Yakov Gluzman's birthday. He was an internationally renowned scientist who made significant contributions to the study of cancer. Since their early years in Ukraine, which was then a part of the Soviet Union, Yakov and his wife Rita had known one another. 1948 saw the birth of Rita Gluzman in Ternopil, Ukraine. She was the oldest child of Holocaust survivors, Paula and Lob Shapiro. As a child, Rita saw friends and family members killed by the Nazis, which gave her a distinct viewpoint. Nevertheless, Yakov was unable to obtain a visa to depart the Soviet Union due to his importance as a researcher. He was regarded as an emerging, talented scientist. In February 1970, Rita found out she was expecting their son after departing for Israel. To facilitate their emigration, Yakov took a menial job as a carpenter, sacrificing his academic career in the Soviet Union. Rita persuaded the UN to bring her and Yakov back together in America with the aid of Jewish organizations. She even put pressure on the United States by going on an 18-day hunger strike close to the UN Senate to assist in her reunion with Yakov. Rita's will to go on a hunger strike was obvious. She was a very motivated individual. She desired to succeed in her life. Yakov was allowed to join her in the West by the Soviet Union as a result of her efforts. Yakov was able to carry on with his scientific work after the couple eventually got back together in the United States in 1972. They made Long Island, New York their permanent home in 1977, 5 years later. Yakov founded the pharmaceutical business Harbor Laboratory in New York by 1987. With Yakov's assistance, Rita also founded her technology business, ECI Technologies, at the same time. In 1987, Yakov advanced to the position of Director of Molecular Biology at Rockland County's Letterly Laboratories. Yakov worked in Rockland, so Rita had to make the difficult choice to move to Long Island while managing ECI Technologies. As the family's fortunes improved, they eventually moved into a large home in the posh neighborhood of Upper Saddle River, New Jersey, which is a very pleasant upper-middle-class neighborhood. The homes in this lovely neighborhood are very comfortable and sit on 3/4 to an acre of land. Vladimir's claims don't add up. If Rita and Yakov had a happy marriage, is he making this whole thing up to cover up a darker agenda, such as eradicating Yakov for financial gain? Let's go back in time to the discovery of Yakov's body before drawing any conclusions. Officer Freeman made a strange discovery in a parking lot near the river's edge on Easter, April 7, 1996. 2 cars with open trunks were the first thing he noticed. He also saw Vladimir Zelinin, who had one glove on his right hand and was dressed in a t-shirt. Large black trash bags were being thrown into the river by Zelinin. Freeman cautiously approached and saw that Zelinin's shoes and pants were splattered with blood, and that a surgical glove was also covered in blood. The air was heavy with the stench of drying blood. As Freeman continued his investigation, he discovered 2 bags, one containing blood-soaked clothing and the other containing bloody tools, including a hacksaw, axes, knives, and a scalpel. Unbelievably, 8 additional bags containing Jakob Glusman's tragically dismembered remains were found in the trunks of the 2 cars. His nose and lips were even removed, as part of the horrific act of chopping his body into 66 pieces. Vladimir Zelinin, wearing blood-stained trousers, stood beside Officer Freeman. Zelinin, who was Russian, could hardly speak English. He shockingly disclosed that Vladimir's cousin, Rita Glusman, had been instrumental in his immigration to the United States just 11 months earlier. As Vladimir admitted that Rita was the one who coerced him into carrying out the unimaginable deed of killing Yakov, the terrifying realization came to light. Rita had already left with her passport when Bergen County authorities showed up at her house the next day. Prosecutors were concerned that she may have escaped abroad, but Rita was allegedly on her way to Long Island while Zelinin was being held in Bergen County. It was clear that she knew the police would be looking for her. She made a quick stop in Nyack along the way, stealing a set of New York license plates from a parked car to hide her car's New Jersey tags. There was little question that Rita had planned the murder and was now evading the authorities, despite the fact that investigators in both jurisdictions had not formally named her as a suspect in her husband's death. They made it clear in a public alert that they wanted to talk to her. After her husband passed away, Rita disappeared for 6 days. On April 12, 1996, the police finally located her in Cold Spring Harbor, Long Island. Rita was caught breaking into a guest cabin by a cleaning lady during a routine cleaning round at the Hawk's Nest cabin. Her husband had worked for a company that owned this cabin. The woman had quickly called the police because she thought Rita was a thief. Rita attempted to flee by scurrying out a rear window onto the lab grounds after being confronted. She was eventually located and taken into custody by the local police. Notably, authorities discovered a variety of travel brochures, including some from Switzerland and Australia, inside her car, which also had a stolen license plate. When Rita Glusman was arrested, the police were taken aback to see her. She was no longer the woman who wore expensive clothing. Her clothes, makeup, hair color, and even airline information had all changed. The police became increasingly suspicious because she had completely changed her appearance. However, there was one issue that prevented the police from charging her with her husband's murder under New York law. When flaws started to show in their marriage's apparently flawless exterior, the investigation took a different turn. The couple's hidden tensions surfaced during their move from Long Island to New Jersey. It turned out that moving to New Jersey, even though it was a mutual decision, put Rita under financial strain, particularly for her business, ECI Technologies. Yakov's income was crucial to the company's survival because it was not doing as well as it once did. However, there was one contradiction. Despite Rita's claims that the move left them impoverished, she was spotted driving a BMW, wearing mink coats and leading a fairly opulent lifestyle. On the other hand, Yakov used to wear regular jeans and drive a 1983 Nissan. According to his friends, he was more of an ordinary guy who wore khakis everywhere he went. The American dream appealed to Rita. She desired high living and spas. Yakov Glusman left the home in New Jersey in the summer of 1995 and rented a second-floor apartment in Pearl River, just a few blocks from his place of employment. Yaakov had begun dating a woman he had met in 1994 while traveling to Israel to visit his family. By September of that year, the rift between Rita and Yaakov had become irreversible. While Rita's technology company was in danger of going bankrupt, Yaakov was making progress in his career as a cancer researcher. In a phone call with his father in the fall of 1994, Yaakov acknowledged that his marriage to Rita, which had lasted 25 years, was failing. Yaakov Glusman filed for divorce. The ECI Technologies company became a focal point during their divorce proceedings. Yaakov insisted on thoroughly examining the company's finances before accepting any terms, while Rita desired sole ownership. Rita was devastated to hear this. Yaakov claimed marital cruelty as the cause of the divorce when he filed for it. Tragic events occurred 4 months later, in 1996, when the couple's already shaky relationship was further strained when their 25-year-old son died while serving in the Israeli army. Yaakov wanted to leave Rita because she was so furious. How could he have the audacity to abandon her, who was so invested in his transformation in the United States? Rita noticed that she was becoming desperate, and some people noticed that her behavior was becoming unpredictable. She found it difficult to control her cravings for luxury, even after Yaakov gave her $90,000 when he moved out a year earlier in 1995. She was suddenly in America, where she could eat as much as she pleased. For her, it represented success. Rita Glusman engaged a private investigator to look for any negative information about Yaakov in an effort to stop the divorce. She went to unlawful measures such as wiretapping Yaakov's phone and even threatening to spread the AIDS virus to his girlfriend. She wanted to discredit this woman in Israel by putting cocaine on her, among other things. She had attempted to hire a lot of people. Her husband was being followed by others. She had extortion attempts against her husband's family. Rita Glusman started planning his murder after these plans failed to stop the divorce. She experienced yet another setback when she was arrested on shoplifting charges after being caught stealing small items from a New Jersey pharmacy. Her business kept failing, and as accusations were made by both parties, the divorce process grew more acrimonious. Rita was prepared to involve her cousin Zelinin and had already made a firm decision. Despite being straightforward, her plan was extremely cruel. Rita got a key to her ex-husband's apartment in the months before Easter. During one of their arguments, she persuaded him to give it to her and had a copy made. She was aware of her ex-husband's routine, which included him spending Saturday nights at the lab and typically coming home at 11:30 p.m. Knowing this, Rita made sure they had everything they would require, including a knife, a scalpel, a hacksaw, and a variety of cleaning supplies. Rita and Zelinin drove from Bergen County in a late-model Ford Taurus registered to her company on the evening of April 6, 1996, just hours before Yaakov was scheduled to return home. They parked near Yaakov's apartment in a poorly lit spot and waited in silence in the living room. It was 11:30 p.m. when Yaakov parked his Nissan Maxima and went inside his apartment. At that moment, Zelinin struck first with an axe. When Yaakov entered his apartment with an axe and a hatchet, she and Vladimir were waiting for him and jumped on him, attacking him. Rita Glusman then approached and started striking her husband with the axe, according to Zelinin. It was then that Zelinin's hand was injured. He was unable to see exactly where he struck Yaakov because of the darkness, but the scientist fell to the ground. Rita then attacked her husband with ferocity and violent force. Her axe once slipped and struck Zelinin's right hand, causing it to bleed continuously. Rita insisted that they would examine Zelinin's wound later because they were pressed for time. She took a knife out of the bag and stabbed her ex-husband in the chest to make sure he was dead. His bloody body was dragged into the bathroom, where it was dismembered. Rita was adamant that no part of the man was big enough to be recognized. To make it impossible for anyone who might find the body to identify him, they even cut off his nose and lips, in addition to cutting off his fingertips to prevent fingerprint identification. Rita went into a cleaning frenzy, trying to get rid of any sign of the crime while Zelinin kept butchering the body. Around 3 in the morning, Kathy Armstrong, a neighbor who lived 1 floor below Yaakov, was the only one who heard a thumping and banging sound. April 7, 1996. She was unaware that the remains of Yaakov were being disposed of, his bloody clothes and body parts packed into 9 plastic garbage bags. Another bag was filled with the equipment needed for the gory task. After that, The bags were placed in the two cars' trunks. After returning to East Rutherford, Zelenine would dispose of Gluzman's remains in the Passaic River and then, before dawn, dispose of the car. But there was a hitch. They were not on time. Zelenine unintentionally set off the car's theft alarm while loading it. If anyone in the apartment complex heard the alarm, they didn't bother to look into it because it was only a short cry in the night. Rita, however, became frightened, leapt into the Taurus and told Zelenine to run. After circling the neighborhood for a while, they cautiously made their way back to the apartment complex, checked to make sure everything was okay, and went back to their solemn task. And it took longer than Rita had expected to dismember Yakov and clean his apartment. The necessity to treat Zelenin's hand wound, which resulted from Rita's violent behavior against her husband, further threw off this schedule. Zelenine and Rita stopped at a CVS pharmacy in the town of Fairlawn on their way south. It was captured on a security camera that Rita spent $32 on bandages. What at first glance seemed to be a simple murder case turned out to be anything but. After investigators inspected the crime scene at Yakov's Pearl River apartment, the strange traces of forensic evidence that the investigators found had not yet been tested. Even after testing, there was still uncertainty, because there was no assurance that Rita would be directly implicated in the crime. The police knew that even if they were able to locate Rita's stray fingerprint, a competent defense lawyer could have it rejected by linking it to one of the couple's sporadic arguments. At this point, Zelenin's confession was the only solid evidence the police had. This presented a problem, though, because according to New York state law, an accomplice's testimony could not be used as the basis for a murder case unless it was backed up by other witnesses or strong evidence, neither of which was present at the time. Michael Rosen, Rita's lawyer, attempted to obtain bail the day after her arrest, pointing to the peculiar circumstances of the case. Rosen filed a felony examination after the judge denied bail despite the possibility of murder charges. For Rita to be detained without bail, prosecutors had 48 hours to demonstrate that she was dangerous and that there was a chance she would run away again. Since the police couldn't produce enough proof, Rosen was successful and Rita was taken to jail after posting a $250,000 bond. However, everything changed when an FBI agent called. Unexpectedly, Rosen was ordered to bring Rita to the United States, White Plains Federal Court Building. Rosen found this surprising and didn't understand why the federal government was becoming involved. The reason became evident as Rosen and Rita arrived. Local authorities had worked with federal prosecutors to devise a novel strategy to charge Rita for her role in her husband's death, while Michael Rosen had been preoccupied with getting her bail. Federal prosecutors invoked the Violence Against Women Act, a 1994 domestic violence statute, in a brief 4-page complaint. It was a daring step. This law permitted federal intervention in cases of domestic violence committed by someone who crosses state lines, a tactic that had never before been employed against a woman. But it gave the police the power they needed to bring Rita to justice. It was noteworthy because it gave them permission to use Zelenin's testimony. In court, Zelinin described the events leading up to the incident and how they dismembered Yakov. Vladimir Zelinin claimed that Rita Gluzman was behind a wall a few feet away and that he was concealed behind the door as it opened. Zelinin struck Yakov's head with an axe for the first time as soon as he entered the room. With a knife in hand, Rita hacked and stabbed Mr. Gluzman until she nearly cut Zelenin's fingers off his right hand. According to Zelinin, he began by chopping off the arm at the shoulder, followed by the left leg below the knee and the right leg below the knee. Then, he claimed, he severed his head. Witness reports from Yakov's neighbors who saw a couple packing bags into a car at 3 in the morning were among the other pieces of evidence the police brought in. April 7, 1996, Rita was recognized by a pharmacy employee as the agitated woman buying bandages and antiseptic at 4 in the morning. The same morning. In addition, Rita's controlling personality was acknowledged by a private investigator she hired to spy on her husband and his lover. More than a year and a half after Yakov's passing, on April 3, 1997, Rita faced the U.S. Judge Barrington Parker, District Court. Despite her denials, the jury found her guilty of killing Yakov, dismembering him and dumping him in the river after being persuaded by Zelenin's testimony. She was given a life sentence in prison by the judge. In the Soviet Union, the woman who had once been celebrated as a symbol of freedom for a whole class was now imprisoned. Vladimir Zelenin was later given a 22-and-a-half-year prison sentence in May 1997. Rita Glusman was released from prison on compassionate grounds in 2020 because of her deteriorating health, which included early Parkinson's disease and multiple strokes. Although Yakov's brother wrote a letter opposing Rita's release, expressing horror and fear, the judge took into consideration Rita's request for a second chance to avoid dying in prison. Rita went back home after the judge allowed her release despite reservations. Due to a broken marriage, Yakov Glusman's life took a terrible turn. The unfortunate thing is that rather than finding a peaceful solution, his wife, once regarded as a symbol of freedom, caused their relationship to devolve into a nightmare. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Have you ever pondered the lengths people will go to in pursuit of love? However, what if that love turns out to be something else? What if everything you see is a carefully constructed web of deception and manipulation, and the protagonist of this tale is enmeshed in his own fantasies? The multimillionaire from Wales, who appeared to have it all, ended up trapped in his own delusions, which caused him to let his life descend into a nightmare and bring down those around him. There are no simple solutions in this tale, and you'll be astounded to see how deeply feelings and passions drove events to a terrible conclusion. The Welsh tycoon and multimillionaire Peter Morgan, who was once at the pinnacle of his success and had unimaginable fortune, was suddenly on the verge of catastrophe. Pay great attention to every detail, because there is significantly less truth to this story than you might imagine. His life, which appeared to be full of wealth and perfect harmony, concealed behind its facade the darkness that frequently engulfs people going through a midlife crisis. A crisis that upends routine and forces a person to grasp at the opportunities they lost in their youth, ultimately leading them down a perilous path. This tale opens on a peaceful Welsh morning, in the traditional way that it was used as a haven for those looking for comfort behind its fortified walls. One woman admitted that her lover, who had previously made her happy, had turned into nothing more than a source of annoyance as they sat on a sofa in a hut nestled in the thick forest, revealing their secrets. She was about to make a choice that would alter everything. A man, meanwhile, was sitting at his house miles away, gripping his cell phone. His trembling fingers seemed to be an attempt to cling to what little tranquility he still had. He had heard words that would change his life forever only a moment before. Born in 1962 on a 300-acre farm close to Newport, Peter Morgan has a long history of achievement and wealth. This narrative took place in Wales in 2016. His family was financially secure when he was growing up. He realized early on that his future was predetermined. He would follow in his parents' footsteps and become a farmer. Even yet, Peter displayed characteristics of entitlement and disinterest in learning. He had a simple picture of his life and never dreamed of venturing beyond the known bounds. He left school at the age of 16 to work in the family business, which turned out to be a reliable source of money even though he had no official schooling. For many years, Peter's life was predictable. He married a childhood friend, worked on the farm, and settled down with his 2 kids in the small town of USK. For a while, Peter was content with the security and comfort of family life, but on his 30th birthday, he made the decision to turn his life around. He left the farm to start his own business, which was very profitable, despite not being very exciting. His network of industrial chicken houses began with poultry barns. The business prospered, and Peter sold it for 7 figures by the time he was 40. This turned out to be a pivotal moment in his life. Although the midlife crisis arrived subtly, its consequences were severe and swift. It seemed as though Peter had suddenly changed from a reasonable businessman to a man who was driven to experience life in all its ferocity and disorder. He started spending money like there was no tomorrow, purchasing expensive vehicles like Lamborghinis and Ferraris, and furnishing his newly purchased estate with ostentatious accessories like a helicopter and a tank. It soon became clear that he was fascinated by weaponry. He had an AK-47 on the desk in his office, but that was just how it looked. Financial excess was only one aspect of the changes in his life. Peter initially stepped over the line when he paid a performer for an intimate service at a private club, while on a business trip to Amsterdam. He woke up and felt compelled to continue after this, which was his first act of infidelity. Peter lived a double life from that point on, one that was characterized by stability and family, the other by luxury and the indulgence in forbidden pleasures. At a VIP club in 2011, Peter's life changed when a friend introduced him to an app that allowed him to reserve top escorts. His demise began with this exchange of words. After returning home, Peter immersed himself in the virtual world where his dreams came true. Morgan soon made it a point to never see the same lady twice, so he spent all of his free time looking through profiles and setting up encounters with escorts all over the nation. From Newport to Cardiff, every encounter was different and special. Cleverly disguising it as work travel, it was his own escape from his family life. Helen, his wife, had no suspicions. Peter had mastered the art of hiding his activities by claiming that his trips were necessary for work, and Helen, perhaps preoccupied with her own obligations, was unaware that her husband was leading a double life. In the year 2000, everything changed. At the age of 12, Peter met a young, vivacious woman named Georgina Simmons on his 50th birthday. Georgina was born into a household of 3 boys and grew up in Newport. She was confident, headstrong, and had a strong personality. At 16, she left school, found work at a call center, and enrolled in cosmetology classes at the same time. The connection between Georgina and Peter Deem, a guy 6 years her senior. School first appeared to be a dependable route to a secure future, but when she gave birth to her daughter Emily at the age of 17, her life started to change. She attempted to adapt to her new job as a mother, but she soon met Peter Morgan, who would fundamentally alter her life. As a young mother, Georgina Simmons attempted to fit in at Peter's mother's home, where they shared a small daughter. She had just enough money from her job at a contact center to scrape by, and she woke up every morning in the dingy, unwelcoming dwelling. She was aware that she wanted more. She firmly believed that she was entitled to greater things, including more money, freedom, and excitement. She was tired of spending her days in a stuffy office on the phone, and she yearned for something more, something that would give her life purpose and luxury. Georgina's boyfriend, Pete, was a quiet, homely man who didn't like for parties or a flamboyant lifestyle. She frequently grumbled about their meager income and how they had to make compromises on everything as a result. He was happy with routine and stability, unlike Georgina, but his longing for a peaceful, uncomplicated life made her feel stuck and unable to see a way out. Georgina made the decision to make a living by using her looks. The young lady almost developed an obsession with her appearance. She started wearing provocative clothing, playing around with cosmetics, and exploring the potential of cosmetic surgery. She soon had liposuction, 2 breast augmentation procedures, and burlesque and exotic dance classes. A world with unrestricted financial flow became possible as a result. She began earning amounts she had previously only dreamed about while working at a private dance club. She made the decision to undergo a whole makeover in order to draw the interest of rich guys who could afford to hire her. Her life began to alter at this point. Eventually, Georgina and Pete were able to leave his mother's house and move into their own apartment. She also thought she had at last acquired some independence for a while. However, it was insufficient. Her aspirations and desire for luxury increased daily. She started thinking about becoming a high-end escort after her job at the club failed to meet her needs, which she rationalized to herself as a means of providing her daughter with a better future. Under the alias Hannah James, she signed up for a well-known app that charged high prices for a variety of services. Georgina was correct when she predicted that her skills and appearance would draw in wealthy clients. Pete opposed the idea, even though he was aware of Georgina's ambitions. He didn't want his spouse to do such work because he was aware of the dangers associated with those kinds of interactions. But he had to make a compromise since he loved Georgina and was afraid of losing her. In exchange for keeping their love secret from their families, the pair consented to an open relationship, enabling Georgina to carry on with her escort business. Only a few clients had access to her private life and services, which were kept under wraps. When Peter Morgan, a multimillionaire going through a midlife crisis, came across Georgina's photo on the app in May 2012, her profile became viral. He was enthralled right away and set up a meeting. As Peter and Georgina ate dinner together on their first date and engaged in light conversation, Peter felt a connection he had been lacking. Her confidence as well as her appearance drew him in. He paid her $200, 0 cents, for a kiss that night, but by morning the sum had increased dramatically. For Peter it was more than work, but for Georgina it was simply labor. Peter preferred variety and had never met the same woman twice before, but Georgina was different. Their encounters went from once a month to once a week, and he was prepared to repeatedly pay for her time. Peter became aware that he was in love with her. Money was no longer a concern and he enjoyed being with her. He was paying for her business as well as her services. Morgan lavished her with presents, clothing, shoes, pricey jewelry, and even a red Ferrari while they were out to eat and watch movies together. Over time, his emotions started to develop into an obsession. As much as possible, Peter wanted Georgina by his side. She was more than just an escort to him now. She was a companion, something his wife and kids would never leave. Peter paid Georgina $10,000, 0 cents, to stay with him for the weekend, not realizing that another woman was spending time with him in their family home. Helen, Peter's wife, was unaware that the events unfolding in her bedroom could cause their marriage to fall apart. It was all business to Georgina. It didn't interest her. Despite Peter's increasing fixation on her, all attention was on the lavish amount of money he spent. Without showing any regret, she kept seeing other clients. Even her boyfriend Pete stayed in her life in spite of her relationship with Morgan. This didn't stop Peter, though. He chose to give Georgina greater exclusive rights, since the one thing that disturbed him was the idea of other clients spending time with her as well. The concept of sharing her was intolerable. Georgina accepted that Morgan was willing to spend a huge amount of money on her being his only partner. She was aware that one client may bring in more money than dozens of others. From that point on, Georgina only saw Peter, who was earning about $133,000, 0 cents, a month. This sum paid for her personal expenses, food, and living expenses. Although it appeared that everything was under control for a while, their agreement was about to set off a series of events that would permanently alter their lives. For Georgina and her daughter, the old mansion, which seemed cut off from reality, turned into a sort of jail. Intoxicated by his wealth and power, Peter Morgan thought he had complete control over his new princess's life. Since the main house was too dilapidated, he moved Georgina into a small bungalow on the estate's grounds, claiming it was for her and her child's safety. As part of their agreement, Morgan made sure her boyfriend Pete Dedium was not allowed to enter the property at all, which effectively isolated Georgina. This isolated existence in an opulent environment continued for 3 years. Peter made every effort to fabricate a fantasy of a fairy tale for Georgina, including lavish holidays in South Africa, expensive presents, and trips to London and other cities. He made it a point to spend as much time with her as he could, and paid for her beauty procedures. Georgina had evolved into more than an escort in his mind. She was like family. Peter was utterly engrossed in his fantasy as they drove ATVs throughout the estate, watched movies, walked along well-kept trails, and enjoyed private moments. However, beneath all of this apparent luxury, fissures were starting to appear. Even though she lived in a castle, Georgina continued to carry out her tasks without showing any affection for Peter, treating him as merely a client. Her boyfriend, Pete Deem, was able to visit her less frequently the more time she spent with Morgan. He tried to alter the situation as he battled her absence and the widening gap between their worlds. Pete started concentrating on improving himself, working out and trying to look more attractive to Georgina. He upgraded his wardrobe with designer clothes, lost weight, and even whitened his teeth in the hopes of regaining her attention. But the truth was far harsher than he had expected. Helen, Peter's wife, meanwhile, began to suspect that anything was up. She had long disregarded her husband's dubious business travels, but when she found a receipt for flowers sent to a different woman, everything changed. She was aware that her husband had been cheating on her for a while, but rather than addressing him, she further distanced herself by going about her everyday business. She appeared to be happy with this arrangement, or maybe she just didn't want to become involved. Georgina started calling her lovers Rich Pete and Poor Pete at the same time, obviously preferring the former. Pete was humiliated by this moniker, which made him feel even less successful. Despite being surrounded by luxury, Life in the castle remained detached from the outside world. While her daughter was growing up apart from her father, Georgina spent days and nights with Morgan. Her relationship with Pete disintegrated totally during this time, but Georgina remained unconcerned, seeing Morgan only as a source of money. Peter paid extra costs, totaling thousands of dollars for each session with Georgina. This made it possible for Georgina to continue living a luxury lifestyle. She began inviting other ladies into the castle to keep things interesting, and Peter enjoyed the extra thrill this brought. Though he insisted that she continue to be his primary companion, he frequently asked Georgina to meet new ladies since he enjoyed these scenarios. Peter once invited Georgina and one of her escort pals to his family home while his wife and children were on vacation. They spent the evening having a good time in the marital bedroom. Morgan, however, desired more. In order to fulfill his dream of a trio consisting of his wife Georgina and himself, he asked one of the women to wear Helen's clothing. He was aware that Helen would never consent to such a situation in practice, but it didn't stop him at the time. Peter was unaware that Georgina was recording everything as his fantasy came to life. She captured every moment of the night, from her friend changing into Peter's wife's clothes to everything that happened in the bedroom. Later on, the sequence of events would be significantly influenced by this footage. While the affair went on, Morgan's life started to fall apart. Pete Deem, Georgina's first boyfriend, had had enough. The fact that his partner was spending more time with Morgan than with him and their daughter was becoming intolerable to him. The first breach in Georgina's existence came when he made the decision to break up with her. Helen found out shortly after Peter's wife did. When she unintentionally discovered texts between her husband and Georgina, she realized how serious the infidelity was and made the decision to cease ignoring it. Helen would no longer listen to Peter's explanations, even if he was confessing everything. She demanded a sizable portion of their assets when she filed for divorce. In a short period of time, Georgina experienced two catastrophes that she was unable to recover from. The first was when her father committed suicide in the middle of 2015. She was totally devastated by the incident, and before she could move past that loss, she experienced yet another catastrophe. After their split, her ex-boyfriend Pete Deem also committed suicide because he was unable to handle living without Georgina and their daughter, and had fallen into a deep melancholy. He was discovered hanging in a wooded area in November 2015. The last straw was these incidents. Georgina, who was once powerful and self-assured, plunged into a deep sadness. Alcohol and illegal drugs became her friends. She was drawn into a darkness that seemed unbreakable as her life began to fall apart because she was unable to cope with the loss and the suffering. As time went on, Peter and Georgina's friendship soured. She ignored his efforts to maintain their relationship and started to coldly separate herself. In her heart, Georgina held him accountable for her ex-partner Pete's passing. She believed that he was the one who had destroyed her life, so she turned to another man, a longtime friend she had known for years, for solace. Their relationship began to develop as she felt liberated from pressure and control in his company. For Georgina, it was a chance to break free from Morgan's control and experience real care and support. But this new man's presence made me quite uneasy. Georgina was considered his property by Peter Morgan, who refused to let her spend time with anyone else. Over time, it became increasingly clear that Peter considered her as his property, since he was often reminding her of the money he had invested in her life, supporting her and her kid, and that, in his opinion, gave him the right to control her. She grew more rebellious the more he attempted to manipulate her. Every time they went to an event together, Georgina stopped putting up with his allegations and demands. She publicly humiliated him and made him feel unworthy without hesitation. Her fiery and unyielding nature was suddenly working against him. Her actions grew more damaging. As Georgina's use of mind-altering substances increased and Child Protective Services learned of her unhealthy lifestyle, she further plunged into a world of illegal drugs and alcohol in an effort to dull the agony of her losses and failures. Concerned about Georgina's suitability as a mother to her daughter Emily, authorities opened an investigation. Simmons' initial response upon learning of the investigation was to place the blame on Peter. She was certain that in order to exert more control over her life, he had notified social services. Even though there was no proof that Morgan was involved, Georgina would not hear any justifications. She believed that he was to blame for all of her bad luck, so she chose to speak with him directly, which led to a heated argument. This controversy turned into the pinnacle of their escalating hostility. Peter, a man accustomed to dominance, was unable to release her. In order to keep tabs on Georgina's every action, he started spying on her. Making use of his access to the estate, he placed listening devices in the cottage, where Georgina resided. Since each device had a SIM card, he was able to make calls and listen in on what was going on in the room when he was at home. Every day, Peter would connect to the gadgets and listen in on her discussions. This concern with surveillance turned into a full-fledged obsession. To find out if Georgina was cheating on him or scheming against him, he would call the devices up to 10 times a day and listen to recordings for hours. Over 2 months went by, and the majority of the talks Peter overheard were routine, including small talk with friends and conversations with her daughter. But all that changed on January 10, 2016. George had a close friend over that day, and when Peter called to listen, the conversation changed. Georgina was venting about him, and he heard it. She said that although she felt stuck because of Peter's financial support, her life with him had turned into a nightmare. She acknowledged feeling like a prisoner in the estate, and resented him for bringing child services into her life. Thankfully, Georgia was not in danger of losing custody of her daughter because the child services investigation was over. She did not, however, intend to inform Morgan of this result. She understood that she could take advantage of his emotions to further exploit him and obtain more money. Georgina was aware that the possibility of losing her daughter was a potent instrument for manipulating Peter, and she was determined to take use of it in order to obtain as much as possible. However, she had a more ambitious plan. Peter heard Georgina candidly inform her friend that she planned to deceive him into signing the bungalow to her before permanently severing their relationship. The compromising video footage of the night they spent together with her friend, who had disguised up in Peter's wife's clothes, was another weapon she had at her disposal. By threatening to show the video to Morgan's ex-wife and daughters, she intended to blackmail him. Peter heard her plan and knew that everything depended on it. He realized that Georgina's goal was to ruin his life by taking advantage of his weaknesses. His whole universe seemed to be crumbling under him at that very moment. He was aware that his acquaintances and associates would abandon him if his daughters learned about the recording and would not want to interact with him. As he listened to these revelations in the quiet of his house, Peter Morgan experienced a range of emotions from shock to wrath, realizing that all he had worked so hard to build could fall apart in an instant. The fact that the lady he trusted was planning such a betrayal astounded him. Her remarks minimized all that he had done for her, exposing their relationship as a figment of her imagination in which he was only a puppet. After barely surviving the night on January 11, Peter started to carefully consider every stage of his revenge plan in an effort to take back control of his life. His phone's search history revealed his plans the very next day. He was researching everything he may require to carry out his scheme. Peter Morgan bought rope, rubber gloves, plastic bags, and zip ties from a hardware store on January 12. He made a beeline for the house where Georgina resided as soon as he got back to the estate. He made no effort to be polite this time. He addressed her right away and claimed to be aware of her plans. He made it plain that he would not permit things to go in that manner and accused her of blackmail. In a last-ditch effort to retain her, Peter promised her everything, including marriage and a portion of his fortune. As he tossed a stack of cash at her feet, he even proposed to get a life insurance policy, designating her as the beneficiary and guaranteeing her $1 million in the event that he passed away. However, she ruthlessly turned him down rather than accepting his offer. Peter became blindly angry after hearing her hateful and disdainful remarks. His goal was to scare her, so he grabbed the rope and looped it around her neck in an attempt to intimidate her. His intentions changed, though, when Georgina threatened to cover all costs. An act of brutality was the result of all the rage, frustration, and disappointment that were inside of him. Peter closed his eyes, tightened the rope, and kept going until her respiration ceased. Peter felt nothing but emptiness when Georgina Simon's life passed away. He wrapped her body in plastic, secured her ankles and wrists with zip ties, and put on the rubber gloves. Then, believing that no one would discover her there, he took her to an old family home where his family had resided. He concealed her in an outbuilding. However, his recklessness and haste proved to be his downfall. Every action was recorded by the security cameras he had personally placed, and authorities were able to follow Georgina's whereabouts thanks to her cell phone, which he neglected to switch off. Georgina's friends and acquaintances were worried when she failed to arrive to pick up her kid from school. When her absence became evident in the evening, the police promptly began searching. Morgan, attempting to stick to his story, emerged as the prime suspect. He stated that she had asked him to go when he saw her around noon. Peter tried to claim that he seized Georgina's phone to shield her from dangerous substances, but the police soon discovered that he was lying under pressure from detectives. He was brought to the station for more interrogation, nevertheless, because his account was not credible. A few hours later, he sobbed and admitted to Georgina's killing, saying he had been driven to the brink. He tried to defend his behavior by claiming that he had given her everything in the hopes of preserving their relationship, but all he received in return was dishonesty and threats. Peter Morgan's trial garnered a lot of media attention. He later attempted to argue for a lighter sentence despite his confession, pointing to emotional and mental health problems. An attempt was made to reduce the accusation to manslaughter by distress, but in the end, the evidence, including his own confession and the surveillance footage, was so strong that Peter Morgan was given a life sentence, with the chance of release after at least 25 years. This is where I want to take a moment to address every one of you directly. There is more to this story than a detective story or a criminal report. It's a tragedy that exposes the frailty and preoccupation of people. Attachment was mistaken for ownership by Peter Morgan, a man who yearned for acceptance and love. He ultimately fell prey to his own illusion that he could purchase a relationship with money. Motivated by her aspirations and the wish to provide her daughter with a brighter future, Georgina was unable to stop and became entangled in a game that ultimately led to catastrophe. Little Emily, who lost both her parents, is maybe the most sorrowful character in this story. She fell prey to adult games where she had no reason to worry about the future. Remember that if you own up to your faults early on and refrain from basing your pleasure on deception and power, you can always find a way out of even the most dramatic and challenging circumstances. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Doug Estes, then 33, went out that afternoon with his stepson and a buddy on November 17, 1990, a Saturday and the second day of firearms deer hunting season. The bodies were found by Estes's stepson. The ideal day for a hunt was November 17, 1990, but before they could catch a game, Jim Bennett and Doug Estes's lives were cruelly taken in Kalamazoo County, starting a domino effect that would last for more than 30 years. There were 2 hunters who were suspected and 2 hunters who were killed. A concealed clue that held the secret to solving the mystery was latent amid the enigma. What was the hint that prevented its discovery earlier? Why did it take the investigators so long to find out the truth? The way of life in Kalamazoo County, Michigan, throughout the thriving 1990s, was characterized by a strong work ethic, solid interpersonal ties, and a common dedication to advancement. There were 223 of 411 people living in Kalamazoo County, Michigan. A diverse range of people with varying goals were present, with one crime defining its history. The 1990s unfurled as a transformational decade against the backdrop of this dynamic county. On November 17, 1990, a relatively warm day in Kalamazoo County, the fatal day occurred. The hunters were headed to the Fulton State Game Area in hopes of catching a good game. Bobby Brown and Doug Estes, his stepfather, were among them. The group believed that splitting apart was a smart move and went in different directions. In order to identify the deer's movement, Doug, Bobby, and the others were intent on listening for even the smallest noises. Due to the fact that winter days were usually peaceful, the group and the locals were alerted a few minutes later by the sound of 2 gunshots. Just down the street from her home, Helen Knopfs and her son heard a car scream into a ditch. Could this have something to do with the recent gunfire, or was it just a coincidence? The fact that gunshots were common in the vicinity did not change the fact that the timing and closeness could not have been coincidental. Nofs and her son were inquisitive and worried as they walked up to the automobile and noticed a sweaty man behind the steering wheel. His expression was unpleasant, and he appeared anxious. She offered to call a tow truck for him because Nofs believed he needed assistance, but he declined, claiming that a deer had unexpectedly crossed the road and left him in the ditch. There was something wrong, even though the justifications appeared sincere. After all, people used to come here and hunt deer. Nofs believed he was being calm, which was strange, yet he seemed eager to go out. The man in the automobile wasn't even looking for assistance when she offered to call the cops. He said he didn't want to involve the police because he was sure someone else would fix his car, and then he drove off. However, the gunfire echoes were still audible. Since the sound originated from the direction he traveled, Bobby Brown assumed that his stepfather had captured the deer. He continued in the same direction, almost eager to congratulate him, and discovered Doug lying on his back in a pool of blood on the ground. It was such a strange sight that Bobby's initial reaction was whether Doug was pulling a practical joke. There had been 2 gunshots, but he could not believe what he was seeing as reality set in. Doug might have been shot twice as a result, but he was only wounded by 1 gunshot. The alternative was that someone actually attempted to kill him by firing 2 shots at once and missed one. However, while Bobby searched the area in a panic, he saw something else that was unbelievable. Another body was lying face down. He hurried over to the other man's corpse and rolled him over, but he was obviously dead. He had first checked for Doug's pulse, but there was no hope. Bobby was powerless to help. He promptly alerted the police and raced out to seek assistance. The police responded quickly to examine the disturbing events that transpired on that fatal day, setting the stage for a thorough inquiry. Bobby had previously told the officers about the 2 bodies and they confirmed their presence. Their first task was to identify the victims, and before long the police were able to identify them. Bobby had already identified his stepfather Doug as he had phoned the police, and the other man was Jim Bennett, a nature enthusiast who was hunting alone that day. Jim Bennett and Doug Estes were both struck in the back with their hunting licenses at close range. The males had been shot with separate guns, which was strange. According to one version, they shot each other because they thought they were the deer they were searching for. The first problem was that they were nearly impossible to strike because they had both been shot in the back. When ballistic testing revealed that Doug's gun was missing from the scene and Jim's muzzle loader was fully loaded, the second discrepancy emerged. However, that was just the beginning of the chaos. Detective Bruce Wiersma, who was now retired, and Sergeant Roy Ballett were given the case. Since the area had not seen murder cases in a long time, Wiersma was overwhelmed by it because he lacked experience in homicide cases, much less double homicide. But Wiersma made the decision to pay close attention to the specifics in order to guarantee correct protocol. As the investigation went forward, they discovered that Jim and Doug had never met before. It was just a coincidence that they were both slain at the same moment, because they had gone hunting separately. Already the detectives had no idea what might have been the reason behind the murder. It was more difficult to comprehend the case given since there was no relationship between the victims, although if they had been acquaintances, a mutual friend may have been found. However, there was still optimism, since they began to suspect Bobby Brown, one of the victim's stepson. At first, the detectives thought that Jim was the target, which is why the killings took place. They claimed that Bobby had intended to rob him, but the heist failed and Doug was also killed in the process. Bobby had to call the police because his plan did not succeed, the police suspected. However, Bobby's intents and motives did not align with the crime, and Estes and Bennett's families felt that their loved one was not the primary target. The detective's suspicion radar was always on, regardless of what the family stated, in case they overlooked any evidence. In order to find out if the neighbors had heard or seen anything odd that day, the police proceeded to check the crime scene once more. The neighbors had indeed heard the gunshots, but Helen Knopf's statement added a fresh perspective to the tale. She assisted the officers in drawing a composite of the man whose vehicle went into the ditch. The detectives spoke with other neighbors because, although the mystery man was starting to be suspected, there was no evidence connecting him to the crime. Following extensive discussion and exploration of their narratives, a new name surfaced from the obscurity. Jeff Titus, who was born in 1952, owned the land directly behind the Fulton State Game Area, where it served as a boundary. Prior to joining President Richard Nixon's security detail, he was a police officer in the U.S. Marine Corps. He then got a job at a VA medical center as a security guard. He loved hunting and being outside in addition to his professional activities, but he was fiercely protective of his land. When hunters would wander into his lands, he would become enraged. Could Doug and Jim have crossed the boundary into Titus's territory and enraged him? The cops wanted to know where Titus was when the murder occurred. That same day, the investigators brought him in for questioning in the evening when he was free. It turns out that Jeff Titus was himself hunting deer. He had gone off with a friend to an elderly couple's home at Battle Creek, which is over 27 miles from the Fulton Game State area. Titus and his friend went to Burger King and then drove back home after a few hours. The narrative began to diverge at that point. It had finally been discovered that Doug Estes' lost rifle was fully loaded. Titus was involved. He claimed that after finding it some 30 yards from the scene of the crime, he decided to keep it clean so that no one could claim it and it could not be linked to another person. The revelation demonstrated that Doug and Jim had not killed each other and that someone else was to blame for their deaths, even though it threatened to seriously implicate Titus. Although it undoubtedly sparked concerns, Titus was cleared since there was no way to verify whether his tale was false. More importantly, he had a strong alibi. However, the investigators were aware that something was amiss. Despite their best efforts, the situation seemed to get more complicated. The investigation ultimately became cold in 2000 since there were no new leads or closures. A fresh team of detectives, led by Detective Mike Brown and now retired Sergeant Mike Workema, took over the case files and reopened the double homicide case of Doug and Jim. Re-examining the neighbors, re-examining the clues, and re-evaluating the previous suspects were the first steps in their investigation. It turned out that Bobby Brown was the object of their initial suspicion. He was cleared after much back and forth. Who had slain those men that day? Then, if the primary suspect was exonerated and there were no leads or clues. In retrospect, that would seem like a straightforward response. But the cold case investigators took their time and ultimately concluded that Jeff Titus had to be the murderer, regardless of what the original cops thought. Since the incident had occurred more than 10 years ago, people's recollections were hazy and their accounts varied. It was turning out to be harder than they thought. But the investigator quickly developed a tenable theory. It implied that Titus had left the hunting property where he had been at the time of the murders on November 17, 1990, and gone back to his own adjacent property close to the Fulton State Game Area. He took this move because he believed that someone might have entered his property without permission. Following that, it was thought that he killed the victims before returning to the Battle Creek farm and going home with his friend. Titus, a father and married man, was arrested in 2001 after his co-workers at the Veterans Affairs facility made reports. During the deer hunting season, they both revealed that Titus did not appreciate trespassing hunters. It was a good enough motivation, the cops said. Additionally, his colleagues claimed that he boasted and talked openly about the murders. The now retired assistant prosecutor Scott Brower of Kalamazoo County presided over Jeff Titus's trial in 2002. Unfortunately, Titus's alibi witnesses had become weaker with time and were no longer able to testify in his favor. The original investigators, who had completely exonerated Titus of any crime, were not called to testify during the trial, and his neighbor Helen Knopfs did not appear on the witness stand regarding the mysterious man in his car. Titus was found guilty and given 2 life sentences without the chance of release. Even though the prosecutors did not dispute the veracity of his alibi, he was imprisoned in Coldwater, Michigan, at the Lakeland Correctional Facility. However, this tale was far from over. Howard Swabash, a recently retired polygraph examiner from the Michigan State Police, was a noteworthy addition to the team during Titus's legal defense, which was led by attorney William Fett. It turned out that Fett had hired Swabash as a private investigator. According to court documents, Swabash's wife filed for divorce in January 2002, just 5 weeks after Titus was accused of murder. Even though the identity of the second woman involved was kept secret, the accusations of marital adultery led to the dissolution of their marriage. 3 months after Titus was found guilty by a jury, on the memorable Halloween day of October 31, 2002, his wife Julie visited him at Sagina prison with their daughter and private investigator Swabash. Since they had not gotten along for years, Julie told Titus that she planned to file for divorce. According to the public records, Swabash and Titus's ex-wife Julie eventually got married in Florida in April 2005, just 3 years after Titus was found guilty. This was a startling development that sparked speculation about their relationship and how it might have affected the case. The first inquiry that resulted in Titus's exoneration in 1990 was greatly aided by retired Sergeant Roy Belay of the Kalamazoo County Sheriff's Office. Shortly after Titus's conviction, Belay confronted Swabash, the investigator in the Kalamazoo County Courthouse, feeling confused and unhappy with the way things had gone. Belay was disappointed, asking why Swabash had not even bothered to get in touch with him to share his thoughts and feelings about the matter, especially if he had assumed the responsibility of conducting the investigation to prove Titus's innocence. Belay and the other initial detective would have given important testimony on Titus's alibi, but the defense did not call them as witnesses. The altercation became heated, and Swabash's response was combative and offensive. He left quickly, leaving Belay to think over the experience. During a phone interview from prison, Titus freely questioned if the private investigator for this defense team had been genuinely interested in his interests. Titus maintained his innocence throughout the entire incident, saying, "It's a shocker, and then I wonder, was he working for me? Was he working for an ulterior motive? I don't know." But when Bruce Wiersma and Roy Belay, the two detectives who worked on the original inquiry, publicly said that they were willing to testify in favor of Titus's alibi, it was a turning point. The University of Michigan's Innocence Clinic became interested in this development and became involved in the case. At the same time, an independent inquiry was launched by the Michigan Attorney General's office. As both organizations examined the evidence, an important discovery was made. A key aspect that had not been revealed to Titus's defense team during the initial trial was that they discovered that there were many Hunter deaths in the area and that it appeared to be the work of a serial murderer. Without a doubt, it cast suspicion on any possible link between Titus and Doug and Jim's untimely deaths in 2002. The Innocence Clinic filed a motion for relief of judgment and a new trial on Titus's behalf as a result of these findings and other strong evidence. The genuine turning point, however, occurred in 2019, when 47-year-old producer Jacinda Davis, who is well known for her work in the true crime genre, happened upon her most compelling narrative while traveling the highways to find ideas for her next series. The murderer's journey took her to the center of Michigan, where she was enticed by Jack White's renowned Third Man Records. She came over the intriguing case of Jeff Titus while browsing the internet. Susan Simpson, a 34-year-old former lawyer who is now a podcaster, shared a trip with Davis. Simpson, Rabia Chaudhry, and Colin Miller were the hosts of the popular podcast Undisclosed. After meeting, discussing, and finally deciding to work together, Davis and Simpson decided to combine their narrative skills to help solve the mysterious Titus case. On October 26, 2020, Simpson's podcast Undisclosed was set to debut its upcoming season. The audience was able to uncover some previously unknown facts and delve further into the complex issues of the contentious conviction after it was broadcast. At the same time, on November 1, 2020, fans watched the premiere of the gripping 2-hour documentary Killer in Question, which was broadcast on Investigation Discovery. During their investigation for the series and podcast, Davis and Simpson discovered that there was a problem with the story. The original detectives in this case absolutely 100% clear Jeff Titus and believe he is not guilty, and the cold case team is the opposite. They believe beyond a doubt that they have the right man. During their lengthy investigation, they discovered a significant breakthrough involving 2 key witnesses who had seen a car stuck in a ditch immediately after the gunshots, Davis said. "I can't think of another case where there are 2 sets of detectives that don't agree." Further issues were raised by the fact that Titus's neighbor, Helen Knopfs, could have readily identified him if he had been in the car. When they discovered that the driver was not him, they began to question the stranger's motivations and the reason behind his hasty departure from the scene. Was he the elusive killer they were looking for? They were shocked to see that the composite sketch created using Knopf's testimony bore a striking resemblance to Ohio serial killer Thomas Dillon. Dillon has previously targeted outdoor enthusiasts, hunters, and fishermen. When he was finally caught in 1993 for killing other hunters, Knopf herself had even recognized him from a police lineup, according to FBI reports. Both Simpson and Davis were full of optimism that their accounts might inspire others who might have important information about the Estes and Bennett killings to come forward. Simpson noted that the simple act of sharing these stories frequently has a cascading effect, encouraging people to come forward with insightful information that may be added to the ongoing investigation. Davis agreed with them. She admitted that memories might evolve with time, with little information occasionally disappearing. Original memories, however, usually survive on their own. Both investigators had their own judgments about Titus's guilt as they dug more into the case. After initially being dissatisfied by the evidence, Simpson found strong corroborations that supported the original investigators' conclusions. Simply put, the evidence against Jeff Titus was insufficient. The Michigan State Attorney General's Office's Conviction Integrity Unit has been thoroughly reviewing Titus's case since 2019. Since none of the motions filed by the Innocence Clinic had been approved throughout the ongoing inquiry into this potential erroneous conviction, Jeff Titus was forced to serve 2 life sentences at the Lakeland Correctional Facility in Coldwater Branch County, Michigan. Despite the challenges, the Innocence Clinic worked to get Titus released from the facility in 2021 because of the COVID-19 outbreak, which resulted in several of the Lakeland inmates testing positive for the virus. They requested a bond release under extraordinary circumstances. Regretfully, the district judge who administered their plea thought it was unjustified. The podcasters Davis and Simpson were the first detectives to discover a possible connection between Dillon, the serial killer, and the 1990 killings. Their natural curiosity brought them to Dillon's troubled history, since he had admitted to the gruesome 1993 killings of 5 hunters and outdoor enthusiasts. And Dillon also told his cellmate that he was a main suspect in another murder in Pennsylvania, and that he was involved in the murders of 2 hunters in a county that he thought the police would never connect him to. Dillon's involvement in the investigation provided a strong lead, even though he passed away in prison on October 21, 2011. Motivated by their resolve, David Morin, director of the Michigan Innocence Clinic, set out on a mission and traveled to the Kalamazoo County Sheriff's Office. Morin spent a long 6 hours carefully going through the file room's archives. As each document was analyzed, the pieces of the puzzle started to fit together, revealing a potentially important development in the inquiry. Deep within the repository, Moran discovered a unique folder as he persisted in his quest for the truth. There were perhaps 30 interesting pages in the thin folder. It was gently penciled with the words "serial killer" on the outside. Moran grew increasingly certain as he perused the pages that these records held important details about Dillon and might hold the secret to their case's resolution. The knowledge that these crucial documents had never been given to the defense added yet another level of surprise. There was an uncomfortable void in the information provided throughout the trial, since it seemed that the prosecutor's office was still unaware of their existence. This revelation gave Moran optimism and strengthened his conviction that their fight for justice was headed towards success. Bruce Worsema, the original detective who put together the serial killer file, stated that he was convinced Dillon was the criminal responsible for the crimes and that the reports on Dillon were part of the case file. The retired cold case sergeant Mike Worsema, however, claimed he had never seen that specific file. He denied knowing about the alternate suspect, as did other detectives on the cold case squad. But according to a police report that turned up in court records, the file was known to at least one of the cold case detectives. Former Kalamazoo County Associate Prosecutor Stuart Fenton had a different viewpoint. He stated that he thought Titus was behind the killings. He was adamant that an innocent man had not been wrongly condemned and that the jury had made the right choice. Fenton believed that the new material would not likely have changed the first trial's outcome in light of the subsequent claims. Titus personally promised himself that he would not cut his beard until the day he was released from prison. On February 16, 2023, he finally received the long-awaited call telling him of his imminent release, and he was overcome with emotion. Titus recounted, "I just started bawling." He would frequently cry with happiness again when he started working on the cards, briefly covering his face with his hands. Jeff Getting, the Kalamazoo County prosecutor, stated that it is still unclear whether additional charges will be brought. He continued, "We're in the process of reviewing the case. It is a complicated factual and legal analysis that will take some time to process." After serving more than 20 years in jail for the 1990 murder case involving Doug Estes and Jim Bennett, 71-year-old Jeff Titus was released on February 24, 2023. His conviction was reversed. It should never have happened in the first place, according to Titus, who added that people had been waiting for this day for 22 years. The moment of being released from jail produced a wave of feelings that Titus found difficult to express. "I'm just ecstatic and overjoyed to finally be out where I can get out and do something. I want to see my grandkids. I haven't seen them. I want to see them." A supporting group of people who had been instrumental in his battle for justice greeted him as he entered the free world. Attorney Moran supported Titus during his newfound freedom, as did the sons of the late Detective Roy Ballet, investigative podcasters Jacinda Davis and Susan Simpson, and committed students from the Michigan Innocence Clinic. Although Detective Ballet, a steadfast supporter of Titus's innocence, had died in January 2022, his influence endured. Workema, the cold case investigator, was still certain of Titus's culpability, even though he supported the judge's decision to free Titus from jail due to Dylan's ignorance. "I still believe Jeff Titus is the killer," Workema declared. "Considering his character and the actions he took, I believe he is the perpetrator. He is a dangerous individual, and I have apprehensions about him. I hope that now that he has gained his freedom, he will use it responsibly and make the right choices." Titus used his newfound freedom to do things that he had not been able to do for 20 years. Enjoying the meals he had long missed while away, he rediscovered the pleasures of life and immersed himself in the presence of loved ones. He even obtained his driver's license and liked spending time with his grandsons whom he had never met before. He remarked, "I can't express enough how grateful I am to be free and have the freedom to simply live again." Titus continued to create and sketch greeting cards, and he enjoyed feeding songbirds and deer. Jeff Titus ultimately received justice after nearly 20 years, but the cases of Doug Estes and Jim Bennett remained unsolved until the passing of serial killer Thomas Dillon. Was the serial killer responsible for the crime, in your opinion, or was Titus? Who, in your opinion, erred during the investigation? The cold case team or the original investigators? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Every 7th crime on the planet takes place in a family, and men are responsible for more than 38% of these crimes. Furthermore, domestic violence is most common in developed nations. Between 33 and 50% of all violent deaths of women are committed by their spouses or partners, underscoring the urgent need to protect women from domestic abuse. However, what causes a woman to occasionally fall into the hands of a monster because she wants a powerful man by her side? Perhaps it's because some people will stop at nothing to have that strong shoulder. After all, we learn from our families and society that a woman requires a guy to be at her side. That's how we're brought up, and some women eventually experience abuse. In 2012, this occurred. The murderer of 26-year-old Ekaterina Gurova has already left prison and returned to Izhevsk. Let's start a new narrative. West of the Ural Mountains, Izhevsk is a major industrial city in the Russian Federation and the cultural, educational, and scientific hub of the Volga region. The engineering and weaponry industries in this Udmurtian capital are well known. While there, one can explore the renowned Ishmash Museum, take in the architecture of the city, and learn about Udmurtia culture. Ekaterina Gurova's life was not going well back in her hometown. She was raising a small child by herself, had no prospects, and had gone through a difficult divorce. She made the decision to start again because she felt exhausted and disheartened. She relocated to Izhevsk, a new city, new experiences, and new people, with her daughter from Naberezhny Chelny. Color returned to her life as a result of the transformation. After landing a job she loved, Ekaterina made a name for herself in the beauty business and even planned to launch her own salon. Her personal life was falling apart, but other than that, everything was going great. Ekaterina wasn't in a rush to put her trust in anyone, even though she was attractive and attracted to men all the time. Before Alexei Tachurkin entered her life, she stayed away from relationships and focused entirely on her career. In 2007, they had their first encounter. Alexei was employed as a cabbie. He'd turned on the charm since he felt flatteringly recognized by a woman as beautiful as Ekaterina. With 2 degrees in system administration and economics, he informed Ekaterina that he worked as a system administrator for numerous large corporations during the day, and that driving a taxi was only a side activity. Although Ekaterina was independent and self-sufficient by this point, she was intrigued for a while by his apparent ambition and education. They had a rigorous, amiable relationship. Then a system administrator was required for her ex-husband's company. Alexei was on Ekaterina's mind. After he was hired, Alexei became more involved in her life, taking her to see her parents in Naberezhny Chelny, fixing her computer, strolling her dog, and even driving her and her child to daycare. Ekaterina, however, saw it as just a friend lending a hand, despite Alexei's attentiveness. In order to capture her heart, he changed his strategy. He started to appeal to her pity. One day, outside the office where Ekaterina worked, Alexei put on quite a show. Tears filled his eyes as he told her that he had discovered his wife with another guy, and that his wife's aunt had even informed him that the children he believed to be his weren't. Despite the absurdity of the entire situation, Ekaterina sympathized with him and volunteered to help. Alexei continued to play the compassion card, saying that he had served in Chechnya, suffered a brain injury there, and occasionally attended the funerals of his deceased colleagues. Ekaterina was moved by his struggles and couldn't leave him alone. However, he eventually won her over when he traveled to Moscow for surgery to remove a bullet that was allegedly stuck in his head. From the train station, Alexei called her to report that he had fainted and that his money and documents had been stolen. After rushing to his aid, the empathetic Ekaterina took him home and cared for him for a whole week. They began dating following this occurrence. Unfortunately, Alexei's story was a total fabrication, with just a little portion of it being true. However, Ekaterina was too enamored and naive to recognize the lies at the time. Problems in their relationship started almost immediately, because relationships based on deceit rarely last. Alexei didn't seem to care that Ekaterina was left without enough money to even buy food for herself and her child after he grabbed the final 1,000 rubles out of her purse to buy her roses. Over time, Ekaterina eventually consented to move in with Alexei after he began to convince her to do so. But she was in for another surprise. Alexei recommended that they tie the knot. Ekaterina repeatedly turned down his 3 applications at the registry office. He used theatrical motions once more. In a desperate attempt to convince her that he had no one else in the world, Alexei Tachurkin would twist his arms and threaten to commit suicide if she rejected him once more. At last, Ekaterina caved in, and their marriage was formally recorded on August 30, 2011. Alexei was disliked by Ekaterina's mother from the beginning. She believed he wasn't a suitable match for her daughter, and regarded him to be untrustworthy. She even repeatedly told him on the phone not to rush Ekaterina into marriage if she wasn't ready. However, her daughter called her one day and said, "Mom, I'm not sure how to explain this, but we got married. Perhaps the second divorce won't be as frightening as the first," she joked, trying to lighten the situation. Their life together didn't improve after the wedding. They continued to quarrel over money. Alexei Tachurkin became deeply involved in Ekaterina's business operations just 2 months after they were married. The Kamaz trucks she received as part of her prior marriage's property partition were sold by him. They used the funds to travel to Moscow and purchase 3 foreign used cars that they intended to repair and then resale. But they ultimately only received payment for 2 of the vehicles, and the funds for the third appeared to disappear. Ekaterina no longer believed Alexei's claims that he had been duped. She insisted that he give her a car worth the same amount of money or return the money. Ekaterina took the promissory note he eventually wrote her for 400,000 rubles to her mother, asking her to store it in case something happened. Notably, Ekaterina put in a great deal of effort to provide for the family. She worked till as late as 1 in the morning and occasionally took on 10 or 12 clients in a single day. Her daily expenses included paying for her advanced training courses, gas and auto components, purchasing clothing for herself, her kid, and her new spouse, paying off the car loan, and covering daycare costs. However, Alexei would always react jealously and accuse Ekaterina of leading an unsuitable lifestyle whenever she attempted to discuss money matters with him. She frequently announced to her mother and friends that she was divorcing and that the marriage had been a mistake, but it was almost impossible to induce Alexei Tatarkin to vacate her residence. They eventually split up around the middle of February 2012, but their disagreements persisted. Ekaterina Gurova vanished on May 27, 2012, a few days after filing for divorce. A prominent Izhevsk beauty expert, Ekaterina Gurova, was reported missing on May 28. Alexei was called by Ekaterina's mother. Although she didn't want to contact him and didn't like him, Ekaterina hadn't returned her call and hadn't answered her phone since the previous evening, which had never occurred before. Though her mother realized Alexei Tatarkin wasn't being completely honest, Alexei calmly said he didn't know where Ekaterina was and even promised to check her apartment. She was able to locate her daughter's friend's phone number that same day and contacted her from Naberezhny. She reported a missing individual to the police and made calls to nearby hospitals and morgues. Ekaterina's mother hurried to Izhevsk as soon as she received the news. Her daughter's car was still parked in the courtyard, and the apartment she had been renting was locked. One of the biggest search operations in the history of the city started at that point. At an attempt to piece together what might have happened on the day she disappeared, Ekaterina's acquaintances said that she was spotted sitting at a cafe with a man at around 2:00 p.m. One of the waitresses is said to have provided this information. Ekaterina then took her car and drove home. Around 3:40 p.m., she parked in the courtyard and entered her building, according to security cameras nearby. What followed is still unknown. Ekaterina vanished without a trace, but her automobile remained in the parking lot. According to Ekaterina's mother, she attempted to phone her. The phone rang at about 6 p.m., but Ekaterina didn't pick it up. Her phone was off by 11 p.m. and nobody could get through to her. Even if it was only for a brief excursion, Ekaterina's loved ones insisted that she would never simply leave town without notifying anyone. Under Part 1 of Article 105 of the Russian Criminal Code, the investigative department of the Pervomiaysky district in Izhevsk, under the investigative committee of the Russian Federation for the Udmurtia Republic, opened a criminal case on May 30, 2012, in relation to the unexplained disappearance of Ekaterina Gurova. The investigation was given special supervision by the investigative committee of the Russian Federation for the Udmurtia Republic. Even a month later, Ekaterina was still missing while the search went on to be located. Izhevsk as a whole was looking for Ekaterina. There were flyers everywhere with her picture on them. Her pals even sought assistance from psychics. The police searched for her with the help of dozens of volunteers, including her friends, acquaintances, and clients. On the basis of witness suggestions, they searched the suburbs and various locations throughout the city, but they were unable to find any clues. No progress was achieved in spite of the police and volunteers' ceaseless efforts. Olga Gurova, Ekaterina's mother, therefore lodged complaints with the prosecutor of the Republic, every agency in Udmurtia, and even Russian President Vladimir Putin. All of the offices responded to her letters, informing her that they had been registered. The detectives didn't begin to exhibit renewed interest in the case until after this. One of the main suspects was Ekaterina's spouse. Ekaterina thought he was responsible for the disappearance of her paperwork just before their divorce because he had been so jealous. But Alexei insisted he knew nothing and that he had nothing to do with Ekaterina's disappearance. He was arrested, interrogated, and then released shortly after she vanished. Then Alexei shut off his phone, stopped talking to anyone, and retreated from the outside world. As the hunt went on, it became clear that Alexei Tatarkin's role in Katia's disappearance was complicated. A waitress who had taken money out of Ekaterina's card at Alexis's request was responsible for the break. A few days later, she called Ekaterina's mother after seeing the posters for missing persons. A neighbor's testimony further bolstered the case. From Ekaterina's apartment, the neighbor had heard a scream. On the day of Ekaterina's disappearance, other witnesses claimed to have seen Alexei operating her vehicle. Ekaterina's blood was discovered in the car when the authorities confiscated it and conducted an investigation. Early in July, the forensic results were returned. Alexei Tatarkin was taken into custody by July 10. He would put on a show while being questioned, saying he felt ill and that we needed to call an ambulance, all the while maintaining that he had nothing to do with his wife's abduction. The doctors were unable to identify any problems with Yevgeny Fedorov, the lead investigator for high-priority cases with the Investigative Committee of the Russian Federation for Udmurtia, and there was no evidence to support his claim that he had suffered a mild stroke. During another interrogation on July 12, he abruptly admitted to killing his wife Alexei. He claimed that his fear was the reason he confessed. He claimed that Ekaterina had been talking to him and driving him crazy in his dreams every night. On July 13, the eve of her birthday, he tragically gave her his confession as a gift. Even after confessing, the murderer of Ekaterina Gurova continued to mislead the investigators on the day of her 27th birthday. He claimed to have committed the crime on the banks of the Kama River 1 minute, and then he was unable to recall where he had hidden the remains. The case of the young woman's disappearance had a lot of strange details, but investigators' diligent work helped piece together the events leading up to the crime against Ekaterina Gurova. Alina, one of Ekaterina's students, was the last person to see her alive. On May 27, they met at a cafe at 2 o'clock or 3:30 p.m. Her goal was to start a beauty parlor. I remembered that Alina wanted to recruit me. Our conversation had scarcely begun when Ekaterina's phone rang. According to what I understood, the caller informed her that her private chats had been uploaded to the internet. Ekaterina attempted to use her phone to check the internet, but was unable to access anything. She stated that she was leaving for home and would return in around half an hour. I should wait for her, she asked. According to the witness, Ekaterina called her husband while she was on her way home. She felt he was the one who had posted her texts, and they were already going through a divorce. She set up a meeting with him in the building on Udmurtskaya Street, 161, where she had been renting an apartment for the last 2 months because he was very tech-savvy. Alexei Techkin claims that after they had split up, they reconnected in the building's foyer, and a dispute started practically right away. He was accused by Ekaterina of disclosing her private messages to another man. Alexei responded by making his own charges. My wife essentially said that I would be a fool if I hadn't figured it out by now when I asked her whether the reports I had heard about her seeing other guys were true. Without thinking, I reached for a knife and stabbed Ekaterina in the chest, Alexei told police. Ekaterina fell to the ground after the stab. I managed to capture her. Ekaterina was on my knees while I sat on the floor. She stopped exhibiting any signs of life after I remained that way for almost 10 minutes. I understood I had killed her when I regained consciousness. To hide my traces, I grabbed the knife and started chopping up the body. Ekaterina's neighbor claimed to have heard a woman cry for almost 5 minutes. Sometimes it sounded muffled, like someone had covered her lips afterwards. For several hours, the bathroom was filled with the sound of running water. Alexei Tarkin's subsequent actions were anything from indicative of someone in a blind fit of wrath. Everything he did appeared to have been planned out to provide the ideal alibi. He didn't try to save his wife or call for help. Rather, he ruthlessly cut her body into 9 parts and placed them in trash bags. He then texted Ekaterina from her phone to his own, stating that she had gone for a drive and that she would give him a call the following day. The probe was further derailed that same evening when he sent texts posing as her, using her laptop. He loaded the luggage into a car he had gotten from a client for repairs the previous day at around 9 o'clock in the evening. He left the remainder to a landfill close to the village of Vohoy in the Zavolovsky district, and he buried part of the remains close to the village of Chiltam. Then he went home quietly and kept watching while the whole city looked for the woman he had already buried. On July 17, 2012, Ekaterina Gurova's formal funeral was held. She was buried in a closed coffin. The hearse took her casket to Naberezhnye Chelny after a memorial service was performed for her in Izhevsk. The decision to bury Ekaterina adjacent to her father's grave was made by her family. Many of her father's old co-workers came to bid Ekaterina farewell and told her how much he had loved her. Valery Gurova has been employed at the prenatal facility for many years as an anesthesiologist, but in October 2008, he unexpectedly died of cancer at the age of 45. Nastya, Ekaterina's 6-year-old daughter, was left behind. Why then did her spouse choose to admit to the crime? Olga Gurova, Ekaterina's mother, thought that even his confession was part of a premeditated scheme a month and a half later. She thought he waited long enough to prevent the remnants from revealing the precise manner in which the crime had been perpetrated. How, where, and how quickly a human body decomposes are all covered in abundance on the internet. It's probable that Alexei Tatarkin planned everything and only made the body public when it was too late to ascertain the precise manner of his attack on Ekaterina or the number of wounds he caused. What about the motivation? Were there other factors at play, or was jealousy the only one? It's evident that their most heated arguments from the start of their relationship were always about money, and Alexei Tatarkin did have a complex relationship with money. Olga Gorova, for instance, claims that Ekaterina would provide him with the funds to settle her auto loan each month. However, those payments ceased in May 2011. Alexei continued to assure Ekaterina that he would soon repay the entire sum. He insisted that he had been paying regularly out of his own pocket and that he had provided Ekaterina all of the receipts, even during the investigation. However, a collection agency that had bought the debt from the bank called a number in their database in November 2011, and it was Alexis. He assured them that they would begin loan repayment shortly, but explained that his wife had been in a car accident, was in the hospital, and was unable to communicate. He succeeded in delaying this until May 2012. He informed them that he was now the one in the hospital following Ekaterina's passing. The most of the significant disagreements in their relationship stemmed from financial concerns. Alexei's lack of a reliable source of income and seemingly limitless expenses for what he said were business endeavors infuriated Ekaterina. Tatarkin and Gorova were diametrically opposed. He was crafty and avaricious, and to top it all off, he was incredibly envious, whereas she was straightforward and honest. Tatarkin Ken's envy had some merit, to be fair. Alexei's buddies testified throughout the trial that he had asked them to spy on his wife on multiple occasions. They discovered Ekaterina flirting with another man during one of these stakeouts. Alexei's experience as a computer specialist and system administrator also allowed him to surreptitiously monitor her social media posts, which only served to heighten his jealousy. It would be accurate to characterize Alexei Tatarkin as emotionally unstable, and any concern he had for Ekaterina was a facade. Additionally, the research found that Alexei had no college degree. He had never been in the military, much less in Chechnya, as he had claimed, and he hadn't even completed one semester of study. 7 large volumes that included explanations of the investigative procedures, the findings of numerous forensic reports, and the testimony of dozens of witnesses chronicled the full criminal case. For a month and a half, Ekaterina Gorova vanished on the evening of May 27 of last year, leaving behind not only her family and law enforcement, but also groups of volunteers. Years were spent looking for her, examining abandoned buildings, checking basements, and combing through neighboring woodlands. According to the court's ruling, as a result of Gorova's decision to revoke her marriage application and Tatarkin's habit of picking disputes and arguing with her prior to their marriage, Tatarkin made an attempt at suicide in February 2012. Gorova moved out of Tatarkin and began living on his own. Tatarkin staged an imaginary stroke in the beginning of May. The date of their divorce hearing was set for June 6. Based on Tatarkin Ken's own evidence, Gorova trusted them to manage her loan payments in 2012. After putting the body parts in garbage bags, I carried them to my Vaz 2153 and drove to Kozakino village. I attempted to submerge the bags containing Gorova's body pieces in the river, but they refused to sink. Brick bags came away from the rope I used to secure them to the torso. I then drove back toward Izhevsk from Neshkino. Upon his return to the flat, Tatkin wiped the blood off the flooring. He collected the blood-stained objects in a bag and put them back in the car with the other body pieces in other bags. Just then he saw that one of Gorova's friends, posing as Ekaterina, had left a note on her laptop. In order to provide an alibi for himself, he responded that she had allegedly gone out of town for a drive. Additionally, the murderer texted his own phone twice from hers, stating that Ekaterina was urging him to not worry and that she would undoubtedly give him a call back the following day. I left the torso in a forested area on the left side of the road after the accused's testimony to Tatarkin. I did not bury the bags. Instead, I covered them with leaves. The distance between the bags was around 30 yards. I also left the sweater I was wearing when the incident was committed there. I buried the garments and the rest of the body. Olga, Ekaterina's mother, broke down in tears as the witness statements were read in court and had to leave the room, calling paramedics to help her. The judge read the verdict for about an hour and a half. Alexei Tatarkin received a sentence of 9 years and 6 months in a prison colony with highest security. A 10-year sentence was what the prosecutor had asked for. No appeal was filed. At the sentencing, Ekaterina Guruva's mother and her family attorney were not present. A demand for damages, in which Ekaterina's mother sought 5 million rubles for mental suffering, was attached to the criminal case. She also filed paperwork to be reimbursed for 30,000 rubles in burial costs. Funeral costs were reimbursed by the court. Nonetheless, the court recommended that Ekaterina's mother bring a different civil claim in relation to the 5 million rubles in emotional compensation. Alexei Tatarkin's face was expressionless as the decision was read. His only apparent relief was that Ekaterina was no longer a part of his dreams. The thought of this amazing woman who was never able to get away from the monster she married is devastating. Ekaterina's optimistic and compassionate disposition allowed her to find the good in Alexei when there was only darkness. Perhaps the issue is that women are taught from an early age that they are incomplete without a male in their lives, and that they must have one by their sides. This kind of thinking creates a sense of self-worth that makes getting married to anyone happens to come along simple. How little did she regard herself to let a man who had to steal from her pocketbook and couldn't even afford to buy her flowers to remain in her life? Why are women so oblivious? Early on, Ekaterina saw that he was not a real man, but a fake. In order to see his girlfriend smile, a loving man would shield her and give her even the simplest presents. However, Ekaterina had already fallen into his trap by that point. She couldn't get away alive, to start. After being freed, Alexei Tarkin went back to Izyevsk in 2022. We don't write the laws or make the judgments, so what good is justice? What we can do is take lessons from tales such as this. This example ought to serve as a caution to attractive, successful women, those who are so sure of themselves and the world's goodness that they wind up picking someone who appears to be a faithful servant, a trustworthy companion, or a straightforward guy who finds a way into your life. He will eventually stab you in the back because deep down he knows he can never achieve or experience the success you have, and that knowledge will slowly and cruelly eat away at his ego. You trust him with everything, even your children and property, believing him to be highly loyal. This criminal will eventually face justice, which comes from above. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Have you ever pondered how one choice, one accident, and all you knew and loved can suddenly turn life into a nightmare? I'll tell you about a day that began normally but ended in a way that nobody could have foreseen. Consider this. At 3 in the morning, the doorbell rings. You expect to see a neighbor or perhaps a courier who has the wrong address, but instead you see the man you believed was forever gone from your life. The air in the room is suddenly heavy, his hands are clenched into fists, and his eyes are filled with anger. What are you doing? Will you freeze, knowing that this is your final error, or will you scream and flee? Alina Shaiket's journey started when she came to the conclusion that love shouldn't be painful. She moved on from everything, but when he returned, everyone who knew her was shocked by what transpired. In 1997, Alina Shaiket was born in Russia. When she was 7 years old, she and her family relocated to Pennsylvania in the United States. She was a lively and curious youngster from birth. She picked up English fast and developed an interest in science and the arts in school. She was regarded as a gifted and driven young woman who consistently pursued her objectives. Her responsiveness and friendliness were her defining traits. She frequently assisted her peers and took part in charitable activities. Alina enrolled in the University of Pittsburgh to study biology after graduating from high school. She was motivated to work hard and study because she wanted to become a doctor. Alina was well liked by her classmates and numerous friends, who characterized her as a cheerful individual who was always willing to offer guidance and support. She stood out from her friends because of her kindness and quest for fairness. Alina's pride and support came from her family, particularly from her parents, Ian and Ellie. She was the focal point of their lives as an only child. They had a close relationship and frequently spent time together, traveling and helping her with everything. The Shakettes had never experienced such worry as they did in October 2017. 20-year-old Alina's parents, Ian and Ellie, had become used to her incessant texts and phone calls. Their kid was always in contact, particularly when they shared plans. However, the quiet that's surrounding their house on this particular day took on a new, ominous color. Even the morning before they were to be brought together for a significant occasion, the annual charity marathon in which they took part, Alina had just vanished from view. They were passionate about the breast cancer campaign, and Alina was constantly at the center of these gatherings. She had a genuine and profound compassion for people. She seemed to find power in helping others, as though she were attempting to shield her family from the dangers of the outside world. But she didn't arrive that morning. There were no missed calls or messages. Every minute seemed like an unending torment. Unable to control the mounting worry that was coursing through her body, Ellie was always scrolling through her phone. The automobile seemed to be moving at a snail's pace, and Jan, who was seated behind the wheel, tried to maintain composure, but his quivering hands and fixated gaze revealed his growing concern. They were on their way to Alina's apartment rental on the University of Pittsburgh campus. Long hours of waiting for something unthinkably awful grew out of what should have been a 30-minute drive. Without even looking back at her husband and their dog, who were silently staying in the car, Ellie hurried to the home. As though it were trying to escape, her heart thumped in her chest. She pressed the doorbell quickly, her hands shaking. The few seconds of waiting seemed to drag on forever. The house was so quiet that it seemed as though the walls were closing in on you. When Ellie and Jan arrived at their daughter's house, the usual warmth and noises of life were vanished, leaving behind the icy silence of unsolved problems. Even the air seemed to have become heavier, as if the whole world had frozen in expectation of something terrible. To make one final call to Alina, Ellie took out her phone once more. The lengthy rings rang in her heart, each one piercing it more deeply like shattered strands of hope. Nobody could have predicted that a seemingly normal morning would become the Shaikette family's greatest nightmare. Ellie had been frantically attempting to contact her daughter just 30 minutes prior. She was now standing in front of Alina's locked door. The dull sound of her fists hitting the wood echoed throughout the house, but there was only quiet in answer. Her voice wavered and erupted into a cry as she called her daughter's name once more, but she received no answer at that very moment. Something inside her broke. Realizing that things had gotten out of hand, they panicked. Ellie called out for Jan. Fear gave him the strength to act, and he rushed into the house. He was aware that time was running out, an excruciating length of empty minutes every second. The sensation of approaching doom intensified with each blow to the door. The door finally gave way, opening with a jarring noise that allowed them to enter a scene they were neither ready for. Alina's neighbor, Zach, had been observing from the stairwell. All of a sudden, he felt alienated from this tragedy that was developing. The only reason he took the automatic step back was to protect himself from the horror that was suddenly leaking out of the still room. Ellie and Jan were met with a quiet that was no longer able to conceal what had transpired as soon as the door opened. Like a scene from a nightmare, the room was covered in dark stains. The walls and floor were marked by something unimaginable, as though the blackness had engulfed the light itself. At first glance, parents were unable to recognize their own daughter because of the horrifying sight of Alina's face. Ellie's voice broke the stillness and echoed through the home, causing the walls to vibrate as she yelled. Unable to comprehend the horror before him, Jan stood next to her, motionless. Nothing seemed to be able to return the world to normal at that point. It looked to have stopped. The dog added to the pandemonium that had taken over the house by barking hysterically when it sensed its owner's worry. It was as if an unbreakable darkness had engulfed the entire area. Jan eventually moved forward, but his legs were trembling as Ellie continued to scream. He was at a loss for what to do. The terror that had infiltrated their home left no one knowing how to handle it. When Zach heard the cries, he summoned up the bravery to go into the room. He hesitated to go through the doorway, knowing that what had transpired would permanently alter the course of this family's life. Alina lay on the floor in front of him. Her body was stretched out as though she had struggled for her life and defended herself until the end. As like something or someone had stolen not just her life but also her identity. Half of her face was utterly deformed. With a start, Zach reached for his phone and dialed 911. His fingers were shaking as though the air had grown heavy and thick. The silence of the Saturday morning was soon broken by the sound of sirens. The fictitious quiet of the neighborhood was broken by the sound of sirens that were getting louder in the distance and filling the now empty streets. The paramedics, solemn and determined, hurried to the door as the ambulance screamed to a stop in front of the house. Every second felt hostile as their footsteps reverberated through the strange and chilly house. Ellie, who was still motionless at the entrance, welcomed the paramedics with a face that immediately made them realize that this woman would never be the same. She could hardly guide her trembling hands toward the room. As they passed the paramedics entering the darkened room, Jan, still mute and overcome, watched from the door. The gloomy scene is made even more intense by the draperies, which hardly let any light in. They dropped to their knees next to Elena's body. Everything moved swiftly, almost robotically, as they looked at each other and checked for a pulse. Time seemed to slow down for Jan and Ellie, even if it only took a few seconds. Their entire world fell apart as one of the paramedics shook his head. Ellie lost it, as though attempting to go back in time and bring her daughter back. She collapsed to her knees and let out a scream. Shock nearly paralyzed Jan. He did what he could. Even though he no longer felt like he had a firm foundation beneath him, he tried to keep his wife on the ground by embracing her. For a little while longer, the paramedics stayed in the room, getting ready to declare the death formally. However, that revelation felt like a sentence to Ellie and Jan, a blow from which they would never fully recover. Neighbors turned to watch as the roadway was illuminated by blue and red police lights. A group of people started to assemble, some of them muttering, some looking around anxiously, and some taking out their phones to take pictures. Alina Shiket's home was already surrounded by barriers and cop cars, and curious bystanders gazed at it, as if to protect the world from the terrible reality that awaited them inside the doors of that house. Officers with gloomy expressions were erecting barricades and gradually separating the crime scene from the rest of the city. The investigation was personally led by Police Chief Scott Schubert. He and a group of investigators carefully inspected the scene, taking pictures of me, a broken mirror, an overturned table, and every inch of the room. The haphazardly dispersed victims on the floor all indicated a frantic struggle. Alina died from multiple hits from a blunt object, the medical examiner's report stated. Every detail of this heinous act of aggression shouted rage, terror, and despair. It was not a calm crime of passion. Outside, rumors were circulating quickly. The throng was still expanding and the conversation was getting louder. While some had heard about her lover and others were aware of the tumultuous nature of their relationship, nobody could have foreseen how horribly it would end. A crime that would soon dominate conversations around the area had upended the customary tranquility of this suburban neighborhood. Matthew Darby, a young and talented basketball player and Alina's ex-boyfriend, was already a prime suspect in the police's eyes. Matthew's attractiveness with women was as well known as his performances on the collegiate court. He was always surrounded by prosperous, self-assured, and charming people, but beyond that polished facade, particularly with regard to Alina, were deeper, harmful impulses. Beginning at a Greensburg University, their friendship swiftly developed into a passionate romance, but jealousy and control gradually replaced the pleasure. After she moved to a different university, things began to shift. Alina made an effort to put her education first, make a fresh start, and break free from the toxic attachment. She ended the relationship, but Matthew was unable to cope. When Alina was gone from his life, his confidence collapsed, and his fury became overwhelming. On September 20, 2017, he began calling her non-stop and finally went too far. Hands shaking, Alina reported it to the police. Like a scene from a horror film, Matthew had climbed through a second-story window to break into her house. Even in her worst dreams, she couldn't have guessed that it was him. Yet she had heard someone scaling the drainpipe. With rage in his eyes, he stormed into her room and accused her of betraying him, ignoring his calls and leaving him. Roughly pushing her into the bed, his hands clamped down on her shoulders and squeezed her wrists until the bruises lasted for days. Feeling both relieved and afraid, she submitted the report, thinking she could finally stop him and that justice was on her side. She went to court with Jan and Ellie. Although the restraining order against Matthew seemed like a positive move, the courtroom tranquility was all too short. As the judge ordered his arrest, Jan and Ellie clutched her hands tightly. Alina's family believed that the horror that had plagued their daughter in recent months would come to an end when he was arrested for unlawful entry, but their dreams were quickly dashed. Alina was forced to confront her anxieties alone after Darby was released on $10,000 0 bail, a negligible amount in the legal system. Ellie and Jen were unaware that this would be the sign of impending doom. The house where they had sought solace became the scene of a tragedy a few days later. The oppressive feeling of dread that had pervaded the atmosphere for so long came to pass in the most terrible manner. Every action the detectives performed that day was tinged with the knowledge that crucial opportunities had been lost, and that Alina had not received the proper protection. Ellie had stopped crying as she stood behind the police tape. A mask of shock and disbelief froze her face. Jan held her hand as he stood by her. Alina's world never really left Matthew Darby. Every step she took was obscured by his shadow, which seemed to follow her. Zach, Alina's neighbor, subsequently acknowledged that he frequently witnessed Darby loitering outside her home. He felt like he belonged there. Zach recalled that he had been watching the catastrophe unfold without comprehending it, but he realized it too late. As if stalking Alina, he had witnessed Darby lurking in the shadows for hours on end, silently observing through the windows, never letting her leave his gaze. She blocked his number and changed passwords in an attempt to get away from him, but he always managed to get into her life. Once more, Matthew's jealousy was unquenchable, tearing apart anything that didn't comply with his demands like a ferocious animal. Zach once saw Darby yelling at Alina outside her windows in the middle of the night. There was mad jealousy and anger in his words. Every altercation seemed planned, and he became more vicious with each blow. Darby had taken over Alina's virtual world a month before to the catastrophe, hacking her accounts and removing likes she had given to other guys. The virtual world had to be exclusively his. Alina made an effort to establish limits with Virtue, but it wasn't enough, Matthew. Nobody was aware of what was going on behind closed doors on the evening of September 20. A weird sound, as if something had snapped, reached Zach's ears. He didn't give it much thought. In old houses, things break all the time. But then, there was a scream and a smashing bang. It was a terrified, despairing cry that broke through the night's silence. Zach was unsure of what to do. Hoping for a response, he posted a message to the house's group chat, but nothing came up. It felt as though time had stopped. Zach wouldn't find out until much later that Matthew Darby had already broken into the house and started attacking Alina while the neighbors were asleep. Alina's phone records, which had vanished from her residence following the crime, were being examined by police. The data showed that she had been frantically attempting to save herself by phoning for assistance between 4:15 and 4:55 a.m. Alina's phone was traced to Route 76 close to the village of Irwin, and the most recent contact was placed from Darby's number. It was an unanswered last call for assistance. Police received a statement from a cab driver who became involved in this gruesome case. Around 4:21 a.m., he claimed to have driven Darby to Oakland's Seal Street and Ward Street crossroads. Darby begged him to wait for a few minutes, but that quickly increased to 10, and then 10 more. The driver started to feel nervous, and he continued to experience fear. He eventually departed without his travel companion. Something was horribly off. The police kept reviewing the security footage in the meantime. They discovered video from a camera close to Alina's house that showed a man who looked like Matthew Darby strolling down the street while toting big black suitcases. Like a predator, he looked around warily, looking for a place to cover his tracks. The moment he came to a stop at a manhole cover was caught on camera. As though attempting to get rid of not only the evidence but also a piece of himself, his harshness and guilt, Darby carefully lowered the bags inside after lifting the lid. The case's main detective, Edward Fair, sent his team to the scene right away. There was no room for error on the part of the forensic investigator. After gently removing the manhole cover, they discovered a hammer and 2 knives within, all of which were smeared with dried blood. There were fragments of skin and hair on the hammer. Everyone working on the investigation was profoundly impacted by this revelation. which served as a silent testimonial to the ruthless and untamed aggression. The identification of the material would confirm the worst, and now everything depended on the forensic analysis. The system, which ought to have shielded Alina, failed her with every new fact. Only a trail of agony and misery remained after Matthew Darby had disappeared, as if vanishing into thin air. The police had enough proof to take action, even though they knew they wouldn't have much time to apprehend him. It was impossible to dispute the evidence gathered at the crime scene. Everything suggested Darby was the culprit, including surveillance footage, traces found at the scene, and the objects dumped in the manhole. An arrest warrant was issued right away, but Darby had already left Pennsylvania and vanished into the wide United States by the time the police began their thorough hunt. The search for Darby became a national manhunt. Although the search was conducted with unwavering resolve, the sense of urgency increased with every hour that went by. In the small South Carolina town of Myrtle Beach, Darby's luck finally ran out after a few days. A bystander alerted the police right away after spotting a suspicious individual trying to enter a property through a window. A man whose look matched the description given by witnesses was discovered by officers as soon as they got on the scene. Darby attempted to flee, his fear showing in every step, but the officers outran him. He provided false identification after being caught, which only made matters worse. His identification was verified by security footage and witness statements after his attempt to pose as a fugitive failed. Darby was charged with giving false information to the police, which added another charge in South Carolina and further compounded his case. He tried to persuade the judge of his innocence, but his request for bail was turned down. Fearing that he would try to escape again, the judge decided to keep him in detention and delayed his request for extradition so that he could speak with his lawyer. Another drama involving Alina's memory and the suffering of her loved ones was taking place in Pennsylvania while Darby was still being held. In Pittsburgh, Alina's friends and classmates organized a protest. To show support for her parents and to promote awareness, hundreds of people gathered outside the courthouse, knowledge of an issue that had been neglected for too long. Signs with the words, "Say no to domestic aggression," and "Love shouldn't kill," in strong letters, were held by people. Many participants donned purple shirts, which are symbolic of the fight against domestic abuse, and the words, "Our Russian Princess," which Alina's friends had given her, were printed on the back. This was a painful and unifying gesture that conveyed their rage at a system that had let their friend get hurt. Along with the demonstration, campaigners and Alina's family worked to have a new bill passed. Domestic abusers would be subject to electronic monitoring under Alina's law. In addition to paying tribute to their daughter, they did this in an effort to stop future tragedies of this kind. Already on the table for consideration, the bill became a symbol of hope that no one else would have to deal with such a harsh reality. Prosecutors were now providing more thorough evidence in the courtroom, all of which pointed to Darby's deliberate acts. Duquesne University security camera footage from the night before the crime was one of the most important pieces of evidence. It was evident from the video that Darby was trembling as he walked across campus and looked over his shoulder. According to a policeman on patrol that evening, Darby appeared anxious, probably even a little drunk. Using the excuse that he needed to charge his phone, he tried to enter the student union building. However, there was something concerning about his actions. The officer had a strong suspicion that Darby was hiding something, since he kept looking around as though he was frightened someone was following him. With each new piece of evidence and every videotaped moment, the court was getting closer to its inevitable conclusion. The name Matthew Darby had come to represent suffering, unfairness, and the pursuit of truth. The time a picture of him in a beer-lagered striped shirt on the campus elevator was revealed in court. His doom was all but certain. When he was arrested, the same clothing was discovered with him. There was not much space for doubt because of the prosecutors. Around 4 in the morning, Darby got a cab and left the university campus to go to Alina's neighborhood. The evidence left at the crime scene, the spooky traces of a fight, and the late-night break-in all made sense. The defenders, however, refused to give up. David Sri, Darby's attorney, attempted to refute every piece of evidence. He maintained that someone else might have called the cab using Darby's account, and that the security camera footage was insufficient to prove his identity. Is there any chance that this will result in an acquittal? Not likely. Soon after, Darby was apprehended while trying to break into a house near Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. His use of phony identification simply served to bolster the evidence against him and further expose his flight. Darby decided to continue fighting in spite of everything. He went back to court with a new attorney, Joseph Haddock, a year after the conviction. Darby claimed that at his prior trial he had not been given adequate legal representation. According to Haddock, Darby was not completely aware of the trial's possible hazards and consequences. This was a new attempt to overturn the conviction on the grounds that Darby was not given a fair trial because of the lawyer's mistakes. In a prompt response to Darby's appeal, the Allegheny District Attorney's Office asserted that all of Darby's rights had been completely upheld. The concept of coordinating jurisdiction, which basically states that judges from one district shouldn't reverse the rulings of another without good reason, was debated. Nevertheless, the matter might still be reopened for a new hearing in the courtroom. The process might be slowed down but not completely stopped by this procedure. Despite the fact that his life sentence already appeared certain, Darby persisted in fighting for his freedom. His attorney put forth a lot of effort, gathering fresh information and looking for any way to overturn the verdict. Like a dying man clutching at straws, Darby clung to each attempt as if it were another lifeline. The problem is that this story isn't over yet, even though you're undoubtedly eager for the conclusion. Matthew Darby received a life sentence without the chance of release. Although it seemed that justice had been done, a new chapter had begun. He appealed, saying his last attorney had not done everything he could to protect him. Years after the initial sentence, Darby is currently battling for his freedom once more. Any chance to contest the case is being seized by his legal team. Despite her untimely death, Alina left behind more than just memories. She became a source of motivation for reforming a system that had for too long kept women at risk. Her friends and family have taken every possible action. Make sure it wasn't a pointless death. I would like to take a moment to speak to each and every one of you who is listening to this tale. How do we stop disasters like this from happening again? How can we ensure that Alina's parents' experience doesn't happen to any other family? We can't keep quiet. Thousands of women worldwide must deal with the realities of domestic violence. Every aspect of the issue needs to be addressed, from raising family awareness to taking legislative action. We must all realize that love should never be hurtful, and that caring should never become dominating. Together, let's help those who are in need. If we work together, we can make this world a safer place. And even though Alina is no longer with us, her influence endures because of the people she touched. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Roger Kemp died in his Livewood home on March 5, 2022 at the age of 77. He took care of his family right up until the last minute and was the ideal father and husband. But until his passing, Roger was plagued by a single recollection from 20 years ago. Since tragedy had radically altered his life, he had to spend 2 arduous years becoming a careful detective in order to identify the culprit behind the premature death of his only daughter. Since the police were essentially helpless, the case might not have been solved if Roger hadn't gotten involved. Roger, however, was above the police and could not let the criminal escape punishment. Let's go back in time and observe what transpired on that fateful day. Let's get started. The setting for our story was Livewood, Kansas, a tiny, secure suburb of the state. Every neighbor in this neighborhood knows you by name and greets you with a pleasant day. On June 18, 2002, 19-year-old Alexandra Kemp's morning began as usual. Her dad had left for work. Her mother was preparing a delectable meal, while her younger brother was still in bed. Alexandra was rushing to get to work, so she didn't drink her coffee. After completing her first year of college, Allie, as her loved ones nicknamed her, spent the summer vacations back in her hometown. She was hired as a lifeguard at a public outdoor pool where her brother and boyfriend were already employed. Ollie quietly examined the surroundings and cleaned the auxiliary facilities on that day, when there were hardly any guests. Ali went into the pump room and turned around when she heard a voice she didn't recognize. He rushed her and began tearing at her clothing until she gestured for him to leave the restricted area and pointed to the door. He was much stronger than Ali, who struck him in the face. She attempted to scream, but he put his palm over her mouth and drowned out any sound from the running pumps. A second later, Ali was unconscious. After a while, her brother Tyler arrived at the pool to cover for her. He was unable to locate her, but he did spot her personal stuff on a table. He called her by name and looked everywhere, but Ali did not answer. The young man called their father, Roger, in a panic, and Roger hurried to the pool, dropping everything. Roger was relieved to see that Ali was not in the pool after he and Tyler thoroughly examined the area. Roger entered the pump room and noticed a flashlight shining on a large piece of tarpaulin in the dark. He saw a foot protruding from beneath the sheet, followed by a pool of blood on the floor. At the sight, the father yelled and threw off the tarp. He dropped to his knees in an attempt to rouse her, but she was not responding. Roger Kemp reported his daughter's fatal injuries to the emergency services at 5:29 p.m. The father attempted to resuscitate his daughter during the conversation. Blood still trickled from the wounds he had caused, but he covered her lovingly with his jacket. During their conversation, Roger begged her to stay. However, the girl was not conscious. Ali Kemp, 19, was pronounced dead at the hospital after the deceased was transferred there immediately. She never returned, but I hope she was still awake and could hear me. According to Roger, a pool of blood was found close to Alexandra Elizabeth Kemp's multiple blunt force head injuries that occurred soon after she arrived at the neighboring hospital. She had a ripped top. Her neck showed evidence of strangulation, and she was without pants or undergarments. Her nails were ripped off and several of her fingers were fractured, indicating that she had been severely beaten before being deprived of her life. Items were scattered haphazardly in the pump room where Ali's body was discovered. It became evident that Ali and her attacker had engaged in a heated battle, during which she persisted, but he outmatched her in strength. The victim's body was sent for forensic analysis after her life was deemed over, and the murder scene was carefully examined. Regretfully, neither the pump room nor the pool's grounds contained the weapon used in the crime. However, investigators had to figure out why a blood-stained container of ointment that was typically stored in the first aid box was discovered at the crime scene so strange. For examination, the ointment tube and its cap were gathered. In my 35 years of service, this was probably the most horrific crime that could occur in the Livewood community, said Police Chief Craig Hill, who examined the crime scene and offered his sympathies to the parents of the deceased Ali Kemp. Both the public and the investigators were left with too many unanswered questions by this atrocity, which rocked the sleepy community. Since the motive for the crime against the young woman was one of the primary questions, the inquiry was perplexed. Robbery was initially thought to be the motivation, but since her pocketbook and everything in it were undamaged, this notion was totally disproved. After obtaining the forensic examination report, it was determined that Ali had not experienced intimate partner violence, despite the second alleged motivation being an attack. Even seasoned investigators found the incident weird and intriguing because there was no motive for it, let alone either of these two. Therefore, who had the right to brutally end the life of a young woman whose life had only begun? On October 11, 1982, Alexandra Elizabeth Kemp was born in Livewood. Ali, the Kemp family's only daughter, was the much-anticipated first child. She grew up in the picturesque, tree-lined suburb of Livewood with her parents and two brothers in a loving household. She received honors when she graduated from high school. and was chosen as the most attractive girl in the 7th grade and loved poetry and soccer. In 2002, Ali followed her aspirations and enrolled at Kansas State University. Her family and boyfriend were waiting for her when she returned to her hometown of Leawood after completing her first year of university. 4 blocks from her family's house, she accepted a position as a member of the service staff at the neighborhood pool. Her brother and boyfriend were already working at a local pool, and it was a great job. Ali was therefore a young, bright woman who could not have had any adversaries because she was raised in a loving and caring environment. To obtain a more comprehensive picture of the day of the crime, investigators spoke with Ali's friends and acquaintances and kept investigating several ideas on the assault. Phil House, Ali's boyfriend, was one of the initial suspects. Ali and he had been dating for more than 5 years by 2002. He had known Ali from school. The police had to treat Phil as a suspect even though it didn't seem like he had any motive to hurt Ali. Under interrogation, Phil clarified that Ali had taken his place at the pool at 2:00 p.m. before leaving for another work. He stayed until 4 p.m., after which he was playing video games at a friend's house when he got a call informing him that Ali was in the hospital. Colleagues and acquaintances with whom Phil had been playing games verified his alibi. But he did provide the police with important information. As it happened, Phil was unable to answer when Ali contacted him at 2:52 p.m. because she did not answer the phone when he contacted her again at 3:44 p.m. Authorities surmised that Ali met her terrible end at this time. This hint did not help the police discover the perpetrator, despite their determination to solve the case as soon as possible. As there should have been enough on a summer day at a public pool, there was optimism in the testimony of possible witnesses. However, the pool was nearly empty that day due to unfavorable weather, and the hunt for any hints or testimonies was moving very slowly. A few days later, it was determined that 2 workers from a lawn care firm were in the parking lot on the day of the incident. After re-interviewing the pool personnel and the neighborhood, when they were taken in for interrogation, they reported seeing an automobile circle the parking lot at approximately 2:40 p.m., occasionally pulling away and then coming back. The suspect vehicle, a beige 1980 Ford truck, was well described by them. The authorities now had a crucial piece of information, even though they were missing the car's license plate number. But one of Ali's pals provided even more useful information. A description of the suspected culprit was aided by the testimony of Laurel Wynn, a friend of Ali's. As it turned out, Ali called her friend Laurel at around 3 p.m. that day to ask her to keep her company while she worked at the pool. Since it was a foggy and chilly day, there weren't many people there. After some time, Laurel's automobile finally pulled into the pool parking area. There was no answer when she called Ali. Laurel thought it would be funny to blow loudly on a lifeguard whistle, since she didn't see Ali outdoors. Just then, a man came out of the pump room while feigning to be on the phone. Laurel suspected he was Ali's supervisor, so in order to keep her friend out of trouble, she hurried out of the pool. Laurel was able to recall the man's face as he turned around and waved to her as she left the pool area. Presuming she had spotted the offender, Laurel went without waiting for a call from her friend. Based on Laurel's account, the police produced and released a composite sketch in the hopes of identifying the offender. This led to the creation of an extremely precise sketch of the alleged culprit. Local television aired the sketch and the description of the suspicious car. The likelihood of finding and apprehending the offender was definitely improved by this publicity. And it's true that the police got a ton of reports from folks who thought they saw this man. This brought the investigation's first suspect, a young guy named James Drider, to light. Drider looked a lot like the composite sketch and had an old Ford pickup. He worked as a mechanic at a tiny auto repair business in Olata, which is about a 20-minute drive from Livewood. Police contacted the believed culprit at his place of employment after acquiring his address. James, however, had an alibi and strongly denied any involvement in the incident. James Drider was removed from the list of suspects, despite his close likeness to the composite, since his manager verified that he was at the auto business on June 18 because he was at work all day. The hunt went on. Roger persisted even as the path cooled over the course of several months. He pursued new leads while investigators worked on each one. Roger carried out his own research with tenacity. His frequent visits to the police station included a variety of suggestions for apprehending the offender. Roger's persistent efforts earned him a spot on America's Most Wanted, where he not only told Ali's story, but also displayed the composite sketch of the suspected criminal. Both local and national television networks carried the well-liked program. Police stations were inundated with fresh communications. Every message was carefully examined, but for different reasons. Almost instantly, every fresh suspect was thrown out. Phil House, Ali's 5-year boyfriend, also helped. He started a virtual quest by contacting college students via email. A reward of $50,000 0 was offered for any information that led to an arrest, and he encouraged them to view the America's Most Wanted show that focused on Ali's case and look at the composite sketch. The case came to a standstill once more in spite of all attempts. But cops learned something new about the once familiar James Drider 6 months after Ali was killed. As it happened, News organizations in nearby Colorado covered the hunt for a man who had committed 3 assaults in January 2003. Ryder, who had been ruled out as a suspect in Ali's murder and was now sought for assaults, was identified by Roger from the wanted sketch. The police were certain they had identified their suspect despite the driver's alibi on the day of Ali Kemp's murder, but they still needed to establish James's involvement. Investigators were unable to match DNA since the man was not in the database, because he had no past convictions. In order to compare this person's DNA with that recovered from the crime scene, they needed to examine him once again. James Ryder was by this time evasive and nearly impossible to find. 3 weeks passed before the cops located him at a Utah gas station. When Ryder didn't pay for his fuel, the employees arrested him and called the police. James Ryder was charged with 3 assaults and may have been responsible for Ali Kemp's death. Police were dismayed to discover no similarities between his DNA sample and the sample taken from the crime scene. Ali Kemp was not killed by James Ryder, a serial killer. This was a significant setback, because police had to start the case afresh after it had come so close to catching the suspect. Days stretched into weeks, and weeks into months, and the police still had no fresh leads in the case of Ali Kemp. Roger, Ali's father, tried everything in his ability to find his daughter's attacker, even though the police's interest in the case gradually diminished after 2 years. Despite having few choices, he kept in touch with USA Today, which released the composite sketch of the suspected suspect. Roger looked frantically for a man with a big face and a hint of baldness. He put up wanted signs all around the city. As a loving father, he wanted to preserve his daughter's narrative in the public memory in addition to apprehending the offender. Roger then had a simple yet excellent idea one day. He noticed a billboard at the entrance to the city. He realized that this billboard was seen every day by hundreds or possibly thousands of individuals. The composite sketch might be placed on it, why not? To rent the billboard, he got in touch with an advertising firm. After hearing Mr. Kemp's tale, the company's management offered to place the poster for free on 8 billboards along the highways close to. Roger's efforts eventually started to pay off, with an estimated 10,000 people viewing his billboards each day. Police began to get reports of persons who looked like the drawing 2 years after Ali Kemp was killed. A young man called Benjamin Appleby was among the many tips that came in as a result of the billboard, television commercials, and a larger prize. Ted Hoover was the name of this person who resided in Bantam, Connecticut. The 29-year-old man lived under the alias Hoover in order to evade being charged with a personal crime. Beginning in 1997, he possessed a Ford truck that was the same beige color as the car the suspect was thought to be driving. As it turned out, Ted Hoover was employed in 2002 to do pool maintenance, especially at the pool where Ali was killed. Equipped with this knowledge, detectives visited Ted Hoover's residence to interrogate him. He acted unsure and clearly anxious during the chat. Ted was asked to submit a DNA sample at the conclusion of the conversation in order to be removed from the suspect list. He attempted to avoid this request by making excuses, but it was obvious that he was unprepared for it. He first requested some time to reflect and asked that samples be held until he could consult with his attorney. The investigator called Ted Hoover's attorney the following day, who told him that Ted was against willingly giving the police a DNA sample because he did not want his DNA included to the national database. Investigators made an effort to get the attorney to sign a document guaranteeing that the DNA would not be added to any database and would just be utilized in connection with Ali Kemp's case. The attorney asked to take a moment to tell his client of this. 2 days later, though, the attorney replied that his client was still opposed to giving the police his DNA. The investigators were certain that this person had a secret. They recalled having a conversation with Ted Hoover at the location of Ali's death many years prior. He did not appear suspicious at the time, but the police had questioned him in relation to Ali's case without making the breakthrough they were hoping for. The detectives were forced to get an order for the mandatory collection of Ted Hoover's DNA, and when they returned to his home on March 24, 2004, they discovered it was deserted. The man was gone. During the search, Ted Hoover was formally listed as sought on suspicion of killing Ali Kemp, but Roger remained involved. He went back to the tried and true strategy of posting posters on billboards in nearby states. He bought more than 500 billboard ads. In Colorado, Oklahoma, Arkansas, Missouri, Iowa, and Nebraska, Ted Hoover's face was on exhibit. Since the entire billboard campaign now cost over $100,000, 0 cents, Roger Kemp had to spend all of his funds and even sell the house his family had occupied for more than 20 years in order to pay for such a big manhunt. And it wasn't for nothing. Missouri notified the police in August 2004 that someone had recognized the individual from the billboard. The report did note, however, that this person was now going by Benjamin Appleby instead of Ted Hoover. When the police arrived at the house given in the tip, they did in fact find the man they knew to be Ted Hoover. The cops lawfully took a sample of his saliva and immediately detained him on suspicion of murder. When the DNA from the crime scene and that of Benjamin Appleby, also known as Ted Hoover, matched, their suspicions were validated. Benjamin's past encounters with the law included intimate partner crimes and robberies. He was arrested by Connecticut police on a previous warrant after being accused of indecent exposure. He admitted to the police when they questioned him about Ali's murder that he had tried to flirt with the girl he liked, but she had not reciprocated. Benjamin lost control and attacked her when she pushed him away when he attempted to touch her. Benjamin was later accused of both attempted assault and murder. On both charges, he was found guilty. "I choked her. I suppose I have no idea why I did." In a recorded interview, Benjamin Appleby stated as much. Appleby claims that he touched her, but not very deeply. "Ang Lee," he said, and when she objected, he started beating and strangling the 19-year-old. The investigators then discovered the terrible explanation for the antiseptic ointment's open state. When Ali passed out and Appleby required lubricant, he attempted to attack her. Benjamin Appleby defended himself by claiming that he just lost it, went back to his car, and drove off. On the last day of the trial, Benjamin Appleby, also known as Ted Hoover, was found guilty and given a 50-year prison sentence on December 10, 2005. According to Kansas law, he was found guilty and given a 50-year prison term without the possibility of release until 2054. But after serving his term for a number of years, Benjamin Appleby has questioned whether his punishment under the Kansas Hard 50 legislation was fair. He contended that Kansas law automatically mandated that his sentence be changed because the elements that resulted to his Hard 50 were decided by a judge rather than a jury, as mandated by a prior U.S. Supreme Court decision. Prosecutors argue that the Hard 50 should be maintained and that Benjamin Appleby's case is exempt from the state statute. Roger Kemp cautioned the public that lowering Benjamin Appleby's prison sentence would endanger other young girls and women. Roger Kemp's battle and his search for the guy responsible for his daughter's death came to an end at this point. He had a somewhat unique notion as a result of his unwavering commitment to see Ali's attacker brought to justice. He intended to display the composite sketch on highway billboards for everyone to see. The creative use of billboards by Roger Kemp to expand his audience proved to be a very successful strategy. Following Benjamin Appleby's conviction, a number of jurisdictions nationwide made the decision to implement comparable policies, with varying degrees of success. Take Defense is the name of the Ali Kemp Educational Foundation, which Roger Kemp started. Girls and young women between the ages of 12 and 23 can receive self-defense instruction there. Workshops are held all throughout the country. Hundreds of testimonies from women have been sent by participants, stating that the training preserved their lives till his final days and even stopped attacks. Over 70,000 people nationwide have taken this self-defense course, and Kemp himself has given speeches at events and prior to each local session. Subsequently, he established the Ali Kemp Educational Foundation, or just TAKE, a self-defense program that trains women and girls of all ages how to defend yourself in perilous circumstances. For his efforts with the charity, Roger Kemp was also given the Presidential Citizens Medal in 2011. Kemp was one of 13 individuals out of 6,000 nominations to be granted one of the highest awards the president bestows on civilians. He wished to educate other women how to defend themselves, since he thought his daughter would still be alive if she had learned how to do so. He did not want to remember that terrible day that radically altered his life, and years after the terrible death of his only beloved daughter, he still could not bear to talk about the vicious attack on her. Because he tried to attack her, which is so difficult for me to say, he took her life. In an interview, Roger Kemp said that after killing her, he attempted to attack her once more. The close-knit family of friends and acquaintances who actively participated in the hunt for Alexandra Kemp's attacker continues to commemorate and lament her unexpected and unfair death, kind, passionate, and never-ending. Roger Kemp died when he was 77 years old. According to his friend and coworker Jill Leaker, he was a true national treasure. Hundreds of people were able to obtain justice thanks to Roger Kemp's inventiveness. Since being inspired by Kemp's concept, numerous other law enforcement agencies nationwide have implemented comparable billboard tactics. In Kansas alone, these billboards have assisted law enforcement in apprehending over 30 fugitives. Roger Kemp once stated, "You have two choices on a well-known television program. You have two options. Either get out of bed and fight the battle I decided to wage, or stay in bed and cover your head." He honored his promise that I would never allow him to win. He saved the town from a vicious criminal who undoubtedly would have done the same thing again thanks to his efforts. Bravo to a genuinely strong person and a caring, devoted parent. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Tim Hack and Kelly Drew, two 19-year-old high school sweethearts, went missing on August 9, 1980, after attending a wedding celebration at Concord House in Concord, Wisconsin. Searchers discovered a pair of pants, Tim's car with his wallet inside, some ropes, and a pair of women's undergarments strewn over Concord over the course of the following few days. A gruesome finding resulted from these hints. Tim and Kelly's bodies were discovered brutally mutilated and allowed to decay in a field 2 months later. Nearly 30 years later, the culprit, a man so modest that even his neighbors were unaware he had such sinister secrets, was identified thanks to developments in DNA technology, an unusual witness, and an investigator's unwavering pursuit of the truth. But why did it take so long to locate this individual, and who was he? The story for today transports us back to Concord, Wisconsin, a tiny community of just over 2,000 people in Jefferson County. The peaceful town is a great place for those who enjoy the outdoors because it includes a lot of parks and natural areas. Locals frequently engage in outdoor pursuits like biking, hiking, fishing, and camping. At roughly 7%, Concord's violent crime rate is 1/3 of the national average of 22.7%. Concord was the kind of community where neighbors looked out for one another, and people never locked their doors in the 1980s when the major events of today's story took place. Tim Hack and Kelly Drew, both 19-year-old high school sweethearts, thought they could marry, settle down on a farm, raise their kids, and age together in this kind of setting. Tim Hack and Kelly Drew were high school sweethearts who were 19 years old and engaged in 1980. The couple originally met while attending Fort Atkinson High School, despite the fact that Kelly lived with her family in Fort Atkinson, which is also in Jefferson County, while Tim lived with his family in Hebron, a small village in Jefferson County. Kelly was a lovely, compassionate young lady who had a strong interest in cosmetics. Tim was a tough, industrious farm lad. Because of their gentle dispositions, their friends and family adored them both. As a pair, Tim and Kelly were viewed as role models for other young people. Tim began working as a farmer after high school, and his best buddy was a tractor known as the Lonesome Loser. Kelly, meantime, attended beauty school and recently graduated in 1980 with the goal of becoming a beautician and hairstylist. Tim and Kelly went to a wedding reception at Concord House in Wisconsin on August 9, 1980. After the reception, the couple was supposed to go to a carnival with some friends, but they never did. They departed the reception on August 9, 1980 at about 11 p.m., the last time anyone saw them alive, when they were still nowhere to be found or heard from on the morning of August 10, 1980. Tim's father, David Hack, reported them as missing. David discovered Tim's brown Oldsmobile in the Concord House parking lot that same day. Tim's jacket, checkbook, and wallet with $67.00 were all locked inside the car. About 3 miles from Concord House, Kelly's pants and underwear were discovered on the side of the road on August 15th, together with male bodily fluids. By the side of the road, they also discovered some ropes that had been tied by a person who seemed to have military experience. The case took a significant turn when these garments were found. Finding a couple who might have just decided to run off and have a romantic break was suddenly no longer the goal. Instead, it was to try to find them alive, since they were probably in danger. Approximately 2 months later, a group of squirrel hunters from Milwaukee were located approximately 7 miles from Concord House in the Ixonia, Wisconsin area. They discovered Kelly Drew's severely decomposed bones while strolling through a forested area along a railroad track that ran parallel to Highway 16 east of Watertown. She had no clothes on. They discovered a fully clothed male body around 100 yards distant, which they determined to be Tim Hack's. Both of them died by homicide, and the case, which is now officially a homicide, was known as the Sweetheart Murders. Because no murder weapon was discovered at the site, police were unable to determine the cause of death right away. Nevertheless, the medical examiner discovered ligature marks on Kelly and stab wounds on Tim's body, indicating that he died from strangling and stabbing. Kelly's wrists and ankles had ligature marks that were consistent with being bound. Damage and bug activity near Kelly's throat suggests that she was strangled. Additionally, the bodily fluids discovered on Kelly's clothing pointed to assault. Because the Sweetheart Murders had all the makings of a fantastic tale, it began to garner national attention. Police were unable to identify the perpetrator or killers of 2 adolescent sweethearts who seemed to have been killed in a mindless act of violence. In order to determine whether someone might have despised the couple enough to murder them, they started their inquiry by speaking with everyone who knew them. Everyone who attended the wedding celebration, including the Concord House employees who were on duty that evening, was also questioned by police. Edward Wayne Edwards, a handyman employed at the Concord House, was one of the employees that was questioned. According to Edward, who lived in a campsite next to the Concord House close to Interstate 94, he had not seen the pair and was not even at the Concord House when they vanished. He said he was shooting deer in the woods around here, but when the police questioned him about it, they discovered that he had a broken nose. He said he had acquired it while hunting deer. Given that it was August and Wisconsin's deer shooting season began in November, the detectives found it strange. In September 1980, Edward left Wisconsin with his wife and 5 children after being questioned by the police. Eyewitness reports of a filthy-looking van that had been parked close to Tim's car in the Concord House parking lot meantime provided investigators with the most promising lead. Around the time Tim and Kelly were last seen, witnesses said they saw the van abruptly and suspiciously drive away. That was the case with Edward's vehicle, where he frequently kept a .357 revolver. However, authorities had limited options for investigating that lead in the absence of a license plate number or compelling evidence linking him to the crime site. The investigation's remaining leads abruptly stopped. The case fell cold once the file was put away. One of the investigators in charge of the initial investigation, Richard Lewell of the Wisconsin Department of Justice, requested that the case be revisited in 2008, 20 years after Tim Hack and Kelly Drew were murdered. Lewell had been obsessed with the case for nearly 3 decades. He wanted to settle the case as soon as possible because he was getting near to retirement. In an interview, he stated, "As I was reaching my retirement age, DNA was making drastic leaps and bounds. The scientific and technological developments over the past few decades gave him the confidence to pursue the case at this time. His vigorous approach to the matter demonstrated his newly discovered confidence." Lewell suspected that the killer's name would be on file because the police had previously interviewed him during the early phases of the investigation. He simply needed to locate it. Lewell searched through the paperwork, witness accounts, and interview tapes for 2 months before identifying Edward Wayne Edwards. In addition to having the resources and opportunity to conduct the murders, Edwards' decision to relocate his whole family out of Wisconsin soon after being examined by the police prompted suspicions. Lewell's suspicion that Edward was the murderer led him to enlist the help of a group of cold case investigators. They discovered that Edward had been a very challenging person to live with when they spoke with his neighbors during his time in Concord, Wisconsin. He was a restless, short-tempered man who frequently thrashed his wife and kids without warning. He was essentially a monster, they said. In 2008, his 37-year-old son, John Edwards, said of him, "I don't think he knew how to control his emotions. There was some type of rage there." Edwards' daughter, Belicio Edwards, called the police in April 2009 with alarming information. She claimed to have knowledge of certain details regarding the cold case murders of Tim Hack and Kelly Drew that she thought would aid police in wrapping up the case. Her father, Edward Wayne Edwards, a former Marine with a lengthy criminal past, was one of the men she was closest to. Yet this knowledge implicated him. April was an inquisitive youngster growing up, and the most intriguing mystery to her was her father's peculiar existence. She had always wondered about her father's lifestyle and the reasons behind the family's frequent moves. She recalled that they had moved from Concord, Wisconsin, around the time of the unsolved killings of Tim Hack and Kelly Drew, and she saw the news report about them one day when she was an adult. Finally, the pieces were coming together, and she had a gut feeling she needed to call the police. 1933 saw the birth of Edward Wayne Edwards in Akron, Ohio. He had to live in a nun-run orphanage after losing his parents when he was a small child. After experiencing emotional and physical abuse throughout his stay at the orphanage, Edwards became a restless and disobedient adolescent. By the age of 17, he was incarcerated at a juvenile detention facility after multiple run-ins with the law for minor offenses including shoplifting and breaking and entering. Edward was released from juvenile incarceration in 1951 at the age of 18, provided that he enlisted in the United States Marines. However, Edward vanished and had to be dishonorably discharged from the Marines after only a few months of service. He wasn't prepared to abandon the life of crime, and Edward was soon imprisoned for robbery once more. At the age of 22, he broke out of Akron's jail in 1955 and proceeded to loot petrol stations around several states. For the remainder of his 20s and 30s, Edward would live as a fugitive, traveling the nation and performing odd jobs as a handyman, ship docker, and vacuum cleaner vendor. It is clear from his autobiography that Edward relished his fame at this time. He claims that because he wanted to be renowned, he never attempted to hide his name or use a pseudonym while conducting his crimes. Edward was incarcerated again in 1960 at the age of 27, this time for trying to pose as a federal officer. But after he broke out of the jail where he was being held in Portland, Oregon, the FBI listed him on its 10 most wanted list in 1961. Edward was apprehended by the authorities in 1962 and sent in the United States Penitentiary Leavenworth. Nevertheless, he was released on parole in 1967 due to his good behavior. In his autobiography, he credited a kind guard at Leavenworth with helping him grow. Following his release from prison, Edward married and started giving motivational speeches. At the age of 39, Edward made appearances on 2 television programs, To Tell the Truth and What's My Line. In 1972, he also released his autobiography, The Metamorphosis of a Criminal, the true life story of Ed Edwards, and discussed his life as a master criminal on a number of talk shows and game shows. Edwards was listed on the FBI's 10 most wanted list in the late 1000s, 960s. He was one of the suspects in 2 murders that occurred in Portland, Oregon. Although they were unable to provide proof, it was evident from looking up Edward Lane Edwards' criminal history that he had served time in jail and had been found guilty of a number of offenses, including fraud, arson, robbery, and car theft. He had accomplished a great deal. For Edward, everything appeared to be coming together at last. The system had been beaten by him. He was headed toward success. Sadly, Edward's good fortune was short-lived. He killed his first victim in 1977. Billy Loveco, age 21, and his girlfriend Judith Straub, age 18, who lived in Sterling, Ohio, were his victims. On August 7, 1977, Billy and Judith went on a date, but they never came back. Judith's shoes and pocketbook were still in her car when it was discovered later that day in Silver Creek Metro Park's parking lot. On August 8, Norton police searched for Billy and Judith with the help of family members and a National Guard helicopter. Their bodies were discovered by the search team in the dense weeds close to Metro Park. A 20-gauge shotgun had been fired at them directly. Edward got away with the killings because police at the time were unable to link him to the case of Billy and Judith. Additionally, these killings set a pattern that would be followed by Tim and Kelly's murders. At the age of 49, Edward was incarcerated again for arson in Pennsylvania in 1982. In 1993, however, he sent a letter to the FBI asking for his criminal history records for cities in 19 states, demonstrating his continued pride in his criminal achievements. The data were purportedly for a new book he was writing about criminals like Jimmy Hoffa, Charles Manson, and Tony Provenzano that he had met while incarcerated. Edward killed his third person in 1996 when he was 63 years old. His victim was Danny Boy Edwards, a 25-year-old foster son who spent 7 years living with him in Burton, Ohio, before he was brutally murdered. Danny Boy served in the U.S. military, Army. In some way, Edwards persuaded him to leave the service and go home. Edward killed him with 2 gunshots to the face after tricking him into going into the neighboring woods when he arrived home. Danny Boy's body was left in a shallow grave by Edward. Eventually, a hunter discovered it there and informed the police. However, Edward also got away with killing Danny, just like he did with his first round of killings. In addition to the well-known Zodiac deaths, Edward may have been responsible for 15 more murders. John Cameron, a retired homicide investigator, also thought Edward was behind the Zodiac murders and other well-known unresolved cases. These statements, however, are regarded as conspiracy theories because they have not yet been validated. At the age of 77, Edward Edwards died on April 7, 2011, at the Corrections Medical Center in Columbus, Ohio. He died naturally, which was a rather kind conclusion to a heinous crime spree that left 5 people dead and many grieving. On August 31, 2011, Edward was scheduled to be executed by lethal injection, but he fled. Even though Edward was apprehended and subsequently convicted guilty of killing Tim and Kelly, their relatives have not exactly been comforted by this development. Norma Walker, Kelly's mother, stated, "Instead of getting closure, Edward's arrest ripped open old wounds. You hope this day would come, but now that it's here, it's really hard. Everything starts all over again. All the memories come back. He robbed me of my daughter. Robbed me of my Christmases, birthdays, weddings, everything families do together." Tim's family was satisfied knowing that their son and his girlfriend's killer had been apprehended. David, Tim's father, expressed gratitude for the DNA evidence that proved Edward was the murderer and stated he was simply relieved it was ended. Through her podcast, The Clearing, Edward's daughter April Belicio, whose tip led to the cold case's conclusion, now dedicates her time to assisting the families of victims with unresolved cases in finding closure. She looks into unsolved homicide cases and works to have them reopened by the police. Edward Edwards, the murderer of Tim Hack and Kelly Drew, brutally ripped away their promising future. The serial killer Edward had no personal grudges against the pair. It is all the more terrible since they simply happened to be in the wrong location at the wrong time. Some people think Edward evaded justice by passing away from natural causes a few weeks before his scheduled execution, despite the fact that he was eventually captured and given a death sentence for his crime. What are your thoughts about that? Did Edward receive his just deserts? Were his victims given justice? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The police were looking for an elderly man who had been reported missing by his friend on the evening of April 28 in the woodland region of Hibbs Park, located at 59th Street and Kensington Avenue in Kansas City, Missouri. However, rather than locating the man, they made the terrible discovery of a female toddler's severed head in the woods, about 200 yards from where her severed body was recovered on May 1, 2001. The child's missing head was discovered wrapped in a plastic bag. No one had reported the youngster missing, and the head was completely decayed. The cops named her Precious Doe because they didn't know who she was. There were many unresolved questions surrounding this discovery. Who was this kid? What was the reason behind the horrifying manner of her murder? So let's go straight to the riddle without any more ado. Large plains, undulating hills, and scenic splendor are the hallmarks of Kansas City, Missouri. Numerous cultural attractions such as museums and art galleries are abundant in Kansas. With more than 20 authorized wildflower trails spread throughout the state's rural and urban areas, it is aptly known as the Sunflower State. Kansas City, which has a population of nearly 500,000, is among the most violently crime-ridden cities in the United States, with 57 violent crimes per 10 citizens, and our story starts in this city. In order to pick up Erica for a family reunion, Michelle and Harold returned to Betty's house on April 4, 2001. Because she loved the little girl so much, and because Easter was quickly approaching, Betty was hesitant to let her go. She also made arrangements for Erica to spend the Easter break with her. However, because Michelle was the biological mother, Betty was powerless. Betty packed up Erica's belongings, including the beautiful gowns she had purchased for her Easter outfits and her favorite doll. Unaware that it would be her final encounter with Erica, she said goodbye. They both agreed to bring the youngest of their children to Kansas City, Missouri, most likely because Carol had children before he met Michelle. Carol abducted Markeisha Johnson, his 6-month-old child, for a number of reasons, including the fact that Harold's cousin LaWanda Driscoll owned the apartment in Kansas and that Michelle already had her other 4 children elsewhere. They chose not to bring all of their children with them to Kansas City. After a few weeks, Harold's cousin LaWanda Driscoll quickly became aware that Erica was no longer with her. Michelle informed LaWanda that Betty Brown had traveled from Oklahoma to pick up Erica when she inquired about her location. An unidentified man called the police on the evening of April 28, 2001, claiming that he had been attempting to contact his friend for some time but had been unsuccessful. The cops complied with his request for assistance in performing a welfare check on his companion. They had to explore the forested area close to Hibbs Park, which is located at 59th Street and Kensington Avenue in Kansas City, Missouri, as they were unable to locate the man at his home. The police received a call informing them that the individual they were hunting for had been located after some time of searching, but just as they were ready to depart, they came upon a horrifying scene: a toddler's severed head. The remains was quickly identified by the authorities as belonging to a female toddler. The cops were dubious about the discovery right away, because the deceased was discovered naked. In addition to wondering why no one had reported the disappearance of a child her age in the region, they also questioned why a toddler's death would be found in the woods. The absence of the head left the investigators at a loss. The probe would never move forward. They were only able to ascertain the child's age and sex. They discovered that the deceased body belonged to a black woman, who was between the ages of 3 and 6. They also discovered that the woman had suffered maltreatment prior to her murder. About 200 yards from the location of the child's body, on May 1, 2001, 3 days after it was discovered, a volunteer searcher recovered the child's head, wrapped in a plastic bag. An ashtray that the police thought was the murder weapon was found next to the body. Despite finding the head, the authorities were unable to identify the body's owner because it had completely decayed. Because of the victim's age and the gruesomeness of the murder, it quickly attracted national attention. The investigators kept looking in the hopes that the child's parent or guardian would come forward to collect her remains, but nobody did. The victim was given the nickname Precious Doe when it was impossible to identify them. Before long, a large number of people offered their time to help publicize Precious Doe by distributing flyers, radio, television, and newspapers. They even went door to door to ask questions that would lead to the victim's identity. The case was frequently highlighted on cold case files and America's Most Wanted in an effort to find the young child. However, despite everything, no one claimed the infant and no witnesses came forward. The public contributed funds for Precious Doe's funeral, which took place at Hibbs Park, close to the location where her body was discovered, in December 2001. Hundreds of individuals attended, demonstrating the large turnout of local citizens. Even though the case received a lot of publicity, nobody knew who Precious Doe was. When Precious Doe's body was dug up by the police in 2002 for an autopsy, the findings revealed that she had been severely beaten with an ashtray and mistreated prior to her murder. Nothing was discovered when police checked the ashtray for DNA and fingerprints. Researchers examined the resemblance of Precious Doe's skull in July 2003 and also fashioned busts that suggested her possible appearance. The case was so well known that the police were often getting tips, sometimes from people nearby and sometimes from far away. At one point, Jamaica called the police about the matter, but they discovered that it had nothing to do with who Precious Doe was. The people soon lost hope, since the police were preoccupied with other cases. However, Alonzo Washington, a strong advocate for Precious Doe's cause, never gave up on finding the truth. Every year, Alonzo placed advertisements about the case in a local newspaper. Because the victim was a Black American, Alonzo considered placing the advertisement in an African American newspaper for Precious Doe's 4th-year commemoration in April 2005. Additionally, he produced T-shirts using the bust image of Precious Doe, which proved to be the crucial breakthrough in the case. Thurman McIntosh, later identified as Harold Johnson's father, called Alonzo on April 30, 2005, and claimed to be well-versed in the Precious Doe case. Alonzo heard Thurman, who was 81, say that Precious Doe was actually Erica Green. Additionally, he asserted that Erica Green was murdered by Harold Johnson, his son. Thurman was asked by Alonzo why he had kept the information secret since 2001 and was only disclosing it in 2005. Every time Thurman called the police to tip them about the crime, he said, "They fired him." Alonzo then insisted that Thurman provide him a photo of Erica and a lock of Michelle's hair. As soon as Thurman sent Alonzo a hair sample, he forwarded it to Detective David Bernard, the lead detective in the Precious Doe investigation. When Thurman was taken in for interrogation on May 4, 2005, he explained to the detectives why he was certain his son was responsible. After Thurman stopped seeing Erica, he asked Harold and Michelle where she was. In his capacity as an activist, he learned of other citizens who believed that the police were not paying attention to their issues. They both replied that she was in Oklahoma with Betty. Thurman claimed that he had a sudden suspicion that Precious Doe was Erica Green, as the couple and Markeisha were moving back to Oklahoma. Harold said it was an error when Thurman confronted him and admitted that he knew he killed Erica. After learning the truth, Thurman declared his desire to share Precious Doe's fate with the world before his passing. The hair was exactly like Precious Doe's, even though the photo Thurman sent was for one of Erica's relatives. Precious Doe was finally pronounced as Erica Green by the authorities. Erica Michelle Marie Green is the name of the young child we have known for 4 years as Precious Doe. On May 15, 1997, Erica Green was born in McLeod, Oklahoma, in the United States. She was the youngest of 5 children born to her father Larry Green and mother Michelle Johnson. Michelle was sentenced to 2 years in the custody of the Oklahoma Department of Corrections after being found guilty of larceny of products from a merchant when she was 8 months pregnant with Erica. However, due to her pregnancy, she was placed in the Mabel Bassett Correctional Center. Michelle went into labor after just 1 month of her sentence. She gave birth to Erica Green at the OU Medical Center in Oklahoma City after being transported there. She was asked to get in touch with a guardian who could help her hold her child until she was released because she was unable to care for Erica. In order to find a guardian for their child, Michelle reached out to Larry Green, Erica's father. Then Larry would give a call to Betty Brown, a friend of Larry's mother who was in her late 60s. When Betty arrived at the prison, she was requested to complete a series of tasks in order to be granted custody of Erica. To determine if Betty was qualified to receive care of the kid, the Correctional Facility Authority did not perform a background investigation. She just produced a Sam's Club card and her driver's license. A form was given to her to sign. Following this, on May 16, 1997, custody of Erica Green was awarded to Betty. Betty referred to Erica as one of the most self-reliant kids she had ever encountered, and she loved and cared for her as if she were her own child. She added that Erica was a sweet girl who never stopped smiling and that everyone adored her whenever she brought her to church. On October 23, 1997, Michelle was then freed on probation. Since Michelle only seldom came to see Betty Brown to see how her child was doing, Betty claims that Michelle was not very engaged in caring for Erica. When Erica was 3 years old in 2000, Michelle had already found a new partner, Harold Johnson, whom she married that same year. Harold Johnson soon had Michelle living with him in Oklahoma. After verifying that the body was that of Erica, the police searched for her mother, Michelle, and her companion, Harold. Harold and Michelle were both in the Muskegon County Jail in Oklahoma after being detained on certain warrants. The police were on the spot. They went straight to the facility to interrogate Harold Johnson and Michelle. When the authorities showed Michelle Erica's photo during the interrogation, Michelle recognized her daughter and put a note on the reverse. She agreed to inform the police how the murder occurred after writing, "Mama is sorry. You are always in my heart and soul. Love you always, little E." Michelle claims that Harold quickly became intoxicated and high on PCP when the family got home at around 8 p.m. on the evening of April 2001. In the same room as Harold, Michelle told Erica to go to bed while she went to the restroom. Harold had started complaining that Erica was horrible because she wouldn't go to bed before she even got out of the shower. Harold got upset after telling Erica to go to bed 5 or 6 times. Erica had left her bed once more by the time Michelle emerged from the restroom. Then she told Erica to return to her bed, but she didn't move. Harold kicked Erica till she passed out at that moment. According to Michelle, she hurried to get Erica and put her in a cold bathtub, but she refused to wake up. Michelle realized then that something significant had occurred. About 15 minutes later, Michelle carried Erica to the restroom and then to the floor, but she was still unconscious and not responding. Since they still had outstanding warrants, Michelle and Harold opted not to seek medical attention for Erica, even though they knew she needed it at that point. Despite knowing that Erica could die, Michelle decided not to call an ambulance because she didn't want to end up in jail. Erica remained unconscious for 10 to 14 hours, and by the next morning, she had passed away. Harold and Michelle concealed Erica's body in a baby stroller after she passed away. Michelle claims that they decided to dispose of the body because they were both afraid and unsure of what to do. After waiting until nightfall to ensure that no one would notice, they both carried Erica's body outside through the house's window and headed directly for the woods. Harold considered using edge clippers to remove the head and disfiguring it to make identification more difficult, since he worried that leaving the body in its current state may eventually lead the police to their house. Michelle felt that was a bad idea, but they wrapped the head in plastic bags and threw it in a dumpster at a local church. Because the smell may alert the church owners, she instructed Harold to remove the head. Harold followed his wife's advice and tossed the head into Hibbs Park's forested area. Harold then left Erica's body in the woods after removing her clothing and giving it to Michelle. They went back home and went into their room the same way they had left. LaWanda Driscoll would soon realize that Erica was not there, but no one saw what they did. Michelle pretended that she was lying in the room because she was ill when she was questioned where she was. Michelle told the police what had happened and then requested that they take her to meet Harold. She encouraged Harold to confess to their misdeeds, telling him that she had already done so. Harold initially became agitated and pleaded with Michelle to retract her testimony, but Michelle had already decided to testify against Harold in court. Later, Harold consented to provide an oral statement in which he explained how he killed Erica and took off her head. "I'm so sorry that this happened, and I hope that you forgive me for what I have done, and I will always love you with my heart and my soul. I will always miss you. Harold Johnson," is written on the note he wrote behind Erica's photo, which he took while being questioned. Many people who worked tirelessly to bring Erica justice found closure in the charging of the offenders in this case. Unfortunately, Erica's father, Larry Green, was incarcerated when the people decided to give her a dignified funeral in August 2005 under her real identity. According to Kansas City Councilman Alvin Brooks, he and other individuals attempted but were unable to obtain authorization from Larry Green to attend his daughter's funeral. Erica would be happy wherever she is because of the vast number of people that helped secure justice for her, even though her family was not there at her funeral. LaWanda Driscoll also described her knowledge of the case. She claimed that Carol had been abusing Erica in the days leading up to her passing. LaWanda claimed that Erica's scream from the bedroom was the last time she heard from her. LaWanda claims that because Erica was not accustomed to living with her mother and stepfather, she sobbed a lot, and Harold punished her more severely for her emotions. She added that Harold would beat Erica for anything, no matter how insignificant. A week or two later, LaWanda heard Harold say to Michelle, "You better go take care of your daughter or I'm going to do something bad." She now thinks the big bang she heard coming from the bedroom was the kick that knocked Erica out. According to LaWanda, Michelle assisted in distributing flyers to individuals and even shed tears during the girls' vigil, while everyone searched for Precious Doe's identification. LaWanda claims that if someone had a question about Erica, Michelle had an answer ready. Michelle and Harold were charged on May 5, 2005 with Erica Green's murder, abandoning a corpse, tampering with physical evidence, and endangering the welfare of a child. Before being put on trial, Michelle entered a guilty plea to second-degree murder and other associated offenses in 2007 and was given a 25-year jail sentence. Harold began saying things that would implicate Michelle as soon as he realized she would testify against him. According to him, Michelle had no interest in Erica at all. According to him, Michelle would occasionally leave Erica alone so she could go do narcotics. However, the investigators already knew everything he stated. It was not until 2008 that Harold was put on trial. The neurologist testified that Erica might have survived if she had received medical assistance in the hours prior to her death, even though her autopsy described her cause of death as a closed head injury, which happens when the head strikes an object. However, this would not have been equivalent to first-degree murder. Following many days of deliberation, the jury convicted Harold of first-degree murder, child abuse, and endangering the welfare of a child. Harold received a life sentence without the possibility of release. In November 2008, Harold filed an appeal, continuing to maintain that he is not the kind of person the state claimed he was. The state attorney and the defense lawyer exchanged arguments, with Harold's team arguing that the murder was not planned, but according to the state, Erica's murder was planned. Michelle revealed in her confession that she instructed Harold to give his orders to Markeisha solely and not to order Erica around the night of Erica's murder. According to the state, Harold was irritated by Michelle's statement and considered killing Erica at that same moment. Additionally, the autopsy reveals that Erica was kicked several times, demonstrating Harold's deliberate continuation of the child's kicking, even though he was aware that she may die. Harold's appeal of the verdict, according to John Torrance, demonstrated no remorse because the murder was not premeditated. Harold's appeal was denied by the judge, who described him as a textbook sociopath who refuses to accept responsibility for his acts. Many individuals found relief at this sentencing, even if the disclosure of Erica's identity provided closure to those who were rooting for her. Everyone in attendance at Erica's sentencing was happy with Harold's verdict, but others wanted Michelle to receive the same punishment. Erica's real father, Larry Green, also sued the Oklahoma D.C., raising concerns about the procedure used to decide custody of children born to incarcerated moms. However, in order to guarantee that infants delivered to prisoners will be transferred to the Department of Human Services for appropriate care, the Department of Corrections and the Department of Human Services agreed to implement new protocols. The tragedy of Erica Green serves as a reminder that evil exists inside human nature. Even though parents are known to love and protect their children, it is horrifying and heartbreaking to learn that some parents would put their own needs before of their children. Many individuals with knowledge of Erica's situation have opinions regarding the sentence. Do you also believe that, as the biological mother, Michelle ought to have received a harsher penalty? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Victor Auxiliers, a seasoned skydiver, made another jump on a typical sunny day in Wiltshire County. The sensation of wind on her face, the rush of adrenaline, and the view of the infinite sky were all familiar to her. However, she became aware that something had gone horribly wrong shortly after she had deployed her parachute. The reserve parachute did not deploy correctly, and the lines were tangled. Victoria fell with a terrifying velocity. Her only concern during that heart-stopping moment was her kids and how they would be left without her. However, how could a seasoned teacher like this make such a mistake, and why? These questions led to the discovery of a terrifying mystery that would permanently alter Victoria's life. Victoria Cilliers, who is she? Victoria Cilliers was born in 1977 to a retired military officer in Edinburgh, Scotland's capital. She was lively, vivacious, and full of life from a young age. She devotedly pursued a number of sports during her school years, and when she made her first skydive at the age of 16, she instantly fell in love with the sky. Victoria entered the University of Glasgow's medical program after graduating from high school. She obtained her degree in physical therapy while still participating in sports. She joined the British Army as a physical therapist because she wanted to be like her father. Victoria developed into a highly accomplished skydiver in addition to her medical career. She completed more than 1,500 jumps and obtained her instructor's certification. As a mentor with the Army National Parachuting Association and a free fall coach, she was a true professional. Through perseverance and hard work, Victoria rose to the position of captain by the time she turned 30, marking a significant career accomplishment. She made a good living while juggling her duties as a skydiving instructor and a physical therapist at a military hospital. Her private life, however, was less fortunate. She wed a medical colleague in 2008, but the union disintegrated after just 1 year. A tall, gregarious officer named Emile Cilliers entered the hospital where Victoria worked in the middle of 2009. He ended up attending one of Victoria's therapy sessions while he was recuperating from a skiing accident. He quickly became the love of her life and her second husband, a love that nearly cost her everything. Emile Cilliers, an unfaithful partner and perilous charmer. Let's now examine the primary antagonist of the narrative. Born in South Africa in 1980, Emile Cilliers came from a wealthy British expat family that ran a construction business. His parents catered to all of his needs and desires, allowing him to grow up pampered and conceited. Emile began dating Nicolene Shepherd, a young girl, when he was 17. He was already employed at his father's business and had completed high school by then. Emile knew how to make a good impression, dressed well, and always had money to spend. Shortly before her 16th birthday, Nicolene became pregnant and gave birth to their first child, a daughter. A second child was born to the couple approximately a year and a half later. However, they never made it to the altar, even though they had 2 children together. Emile asserted that he was not prepared for the obligations of family life. He kept having affairs with other women in spite of his role as a father. Although he didn't try hard to conceal his actions, he was always able to win Nicolene back and persuade her to stay with him. Emile made the decision to relocate to the UK in the early 2000s with the intention of establishing a prosperous career, purchasing a house, and eventually bringing Nicolene and the children to live with him. On a work visa, he went to the UK, but his trip didn't go as expected. Emile took on menial side jobs to make ends meet because he was having trouble finding steady employment. He often lived with different women and made fewer calls home to save money. Emile consistently refused Nicolene's requests to bring them to the UK or return to South Africa. Citing financial difficulties, he said he was unable to provide for them. However, he frequently bought pricey things for himself and lavished gifts on his many romantic partners. Nicolene and the kids were temporarily financially supported by Emile's parents. Nicolene's prospective mother-in-law then disclosed a startling secret during one of their conversations. Emile had just gotten married. Carly Taylor, a British woman, became his new wife. Nicolene called Emile that same day and demanded an explanation. He reassured her calmly that the marriage was solely for legal purposes, to obtain permanent residency in the United Kingdom. Nicolene tried to remain composed and trusted his story, but she soon discovered he had no intention of inviting them over. She packed one suitcase, gathered her children, and took a plane to the UK, determined to force Emile to take responsibility. She desired Emile to be involved in raising their kids. By this point, Carly was expecting their second child, and Emile and Carly already had a son together. Carly was unaware of the existence of Nicolene and her 2 children. The unexpected appearance of Nicolene surprised Emile and his expectant wife. In an attempt to make his shocked wife understand him, Emile had to switch to South African Afrikaans. He told Nicolene quite bluntly that he had no intention of continuing to be involved in their children's lives, and that their relationship was over. The always endearing Emile was forced to tell his wife who she was, but the heartbroken Nicolene fled in tears. However, Nicolene was portrayed as a villain rather than a victim in the highly embellished story he told Carly. For about 6.5 years, Emile and Carly were married, but their marriage was not happy. It was the same pattern as in his last relationship. Emile regularly cheated on Carly with several women he met wherever he went, even though they had 2 kids together. Interestingly, Nicolene, Carly, and later Victoria would all talk about Emile's incessant demands for intimacy, even weeks after giving birth, with little consideration for the discomfort or health hazards his partners might face. Emile signed a contract to join the Army Physical Training Corps shortly after he married Carly, joining the British Armed Forces. He basically turned into a fitness instructor who earned a respectable salary and a military rank. Emil and Victoria's love story. Emil broke his ankle in a skiing accident in 2009 and ended up in the hospital. Victoria, a physical therapist, was there when he first met her. Immediately sparks flew between them. It made no difference that Victoria was 3 years older. Emil tried his best to comfort her in any way he could, because she was still emotionally healing from a recent divorce. Victoria was initially unaware that her new romantic interest was still married. Similarly, Carly was unaware that her husband was meeting with a divorce lawyer and getting ready to file for divorce. When the truth was revealed, Emil attempted to blame Carly for his marriage's failure, but she responded by telling Victoria that Nicolai and Emil had 2 other children. This realization astounded Victoria. Her ostensibly ideal partner had a convoluted past, including 4 children and 2 prior relationships. Emil, however, insisted that he had never felt this way about anyone else and declared his unwavering love for her. Victoria had already fallen deeply in love with him, even though those words might have meant nothing to someone else. She discovered that she could accept him for who he was, flaws and all, and forgive the lies. With time, Carly and Victoria were able to establish a true friendship in addition to becoming cordial. The 2 women had become so close that Carly even trusted Victoria to take care of her kids. Emil quickly proposed to Victoria after completing his divorce in 2010. The couple threw a lavish wedding after she gladly accepted. After her parents died, Victoria used the money she inherited from them to buy a large house in Wiltshire, where they now reside. The couple's first child, a daughter named April, was born in 2011. In 2015, their son Ben was born, expanding their family. Spending a lot of time with their children, the new parents seemed committed. Their family appeared to be content and strong from the outside. Victoria was an enthusiastic skydiver who had even introduced the sport to her husband, Emil. He became an expert in packing both main and reserve parachutes and obtained his own certification as a skydiving instructor, giving the family an additional source of income. With 2 gorgeous kids, a devoted husband who had just been promoted to sergeant, and a life that appeared ideal to their friends and family, Victoria's marriage seemed like a dream come true. However, Emil soon got tired of this seemingly perfect life. He started looking for affairs, and even though he didn't do much to conceal his actions, he would constantly beg Victoria's pardon on his knees. He would vouch for the fact that these liaisons were pointless and that she was the only person he loved. In order to keep up appearances, and the appearance of a perfect family in front of friends, family, and co-workers, Victoria repeatedly forgave him. As previously stated, Victoria had been an instructor at the Army Parachute Association and had a deep love for skydiving since she was a young girl. By early 2015, she had performed more than 2,500 jumps without any mistakes or mishaps. Naturally, Victoria had to take a break from the sport she loved so much during her pregnancy, and she missed it terribly. Her second child was born in early March 2015. Emil then shocked her on April 1st by telling her that he had reserved a tandem skydive for the 2 of them. Victoria was ecstatic, perceiving this as a considerate act from her spouse, who appeared to wish to inject some excitement into their everyday routine. The couple arrived at the skydiving base with their older daughter on April 4, the day of the scheduled jump. They prepared, but the weather abruptly changed against them. Heavy clouds rolled in and the wind increased, making it impossible for the plane to take off. The jump was rescheduled for Easter Sunday the following day. Upon arriving home, Emil abruptly informed Victoria that he would not be able to accompany her the following day. In addition to insisting that it would be best to leave the kids at home because they would only grow tired and no one else would be available to watch them, he said that urgent matters had arisen. Emil wished Victoria luck as he bid her farewell on the morning of April 5 and remained behind with their 5-week-old son and 4-year-old daughter. With a positive attitude, Victoria set out, looking forward to her long-awaited jump. However, the weather wasn't great again. After waiting for several hours, the group was finally given the all-clear to take off. The plane carrying 12 skydivers took off at around 3 p.m. One by one, the skydivers started their jumps at the proper altitude. Last to jump, Victoria Cillier relished every moment of her ascent through the sky. But as soon as she pulled the cord to release her parachute, she knew something was seriously amiss. No matter how hard she tried, she was unable to untangle the tangled lines of her main parachute. Quickly, she sliced it off and proceeded to use her backup chute. The unimaginable occurred at that point. Approximately 1/3 of the reserve parachute opened. It looked like this might be the end, as Victoria started to spin wildly through the air at a terrifying speed. Victoria later acknowledged that, although she was afraid, she didn't consider dying. Her husband and their 2 young children were waiting for her at home, and she was thinking about them. She tried to position her body to minimize the injuries from the inevitable impact, and did everything she could to slow her fall. In her ears, the wind roared. She lost all sense of time and space as everything whirled around her. The world grew dark. Victoria was lying in a recently plowed field when she came to. She couldn't understand what had happened or why there was so much noise all around her. She was confused. Her co-workers were shocked to discover her alive after racing to the scene. They were taken aback, however, when Victoria opened her eyes and requested assistance in standing up. As it happened, she had been extremely lucky. Her fall had been cushioned by the soft, loose soil, avoiding potentially fatal injuries. Victoria had suffered a broken leg, collarbone, and multiple ribs, but she miraculously survived. However, her head, internal organs, and spine were largely intact on the side she landed on. After being airlifted to the closest hospital by emergency personnel, it is almost unheard of for both parachutes to fail, and it is rarely necessary to deploy a reserve parachute. Red flags were raised right away. After learning of the incident, the skydiving base's lead instructor made the decision to examine Victoria's parachutes in person. Although the main chute's lines were tangled, it was unclear if this was the result of a packer's error or if someone had purposefully sabotaged it. Things became even more suspicious when the reserve parachute was examined. There were 2 essential pieces of equipment missing. It appeared as though these parts had never been there and had never been torn away because there was no indication of damage. Victoria came perilously close to death as a result of the reserve chute's improper deployment. A mistake of this size was practically impossible because the parachute had been inspected at least 10 times by numerous experienced professionals. The lead instructor was extremely concerned about both parachute failures. He made the decision to report a possible murder attempt to the police on his own. It just so happened that, at about the same time, Victoria's best friend Caroline called the police with a similar worry. But Caroline didn't think twice about naming the suspect she had in mind. When Caroline learned of the suspicious accident, she became concerned. She told investigators that Emile, Victoria's husband, might be connected. Caroline claims that although the marriage appeared to be happy on the surface, Emile was actually a toxic and manipulative partner. Victoria disregarded numerous warning signs because she was so consumed by her love for him. An expanding study. The parachutes turned out to be important pieces of evidence during the police's thorough investigation into the incident. Victoria, meanwhile, recovered remarkably quickly and was in the hospital for less than a month. She credited her husband's constant care and support for her quick recovery. Emile seemed to be the ideal husband, showing her affection, taking care of the house, and assisting with their kids. Victoria was therefore taken aback when policemen arrived at their door to talk to Mr. Cilliers. Emile didn't fight back. He went to the station voluntarily to respond to their inquiries. Emile, a negligent father and an unfaithful husband, maintained his composure while being questioned, but he was aware that investigators would soon find text messages he had exchanged with his many lovers. He made the decision to discuss his affairs with others in the hopes of avoiding the disclosures. He acknowledged that he had been dissatisfied in his marriage and blamed Victoria for not providing for him. He claimed that although he had been preparing to divorce her for some time, he had put it off due to the children. Emile admitted that he had been seeing an Austrian ski instructor named Stephanie Galler for about 6 months, and even had plans to wed her shortly. Emile disclosed his financial difficulties as well. He owed a lot of money to a number of individuals and businesses that provided high-interest loans. He was a self-confessed gambling addict who regularly wagered and lost, which led to his debts skyrocketing. He said that some of his creditors had started threatening him, and he even implied that Victoria's death attempt might have been a warning to him. As it happened, Emile Cilliers did have a mountain of debt, but his account of the parachute incident sounded so implausible. The fact that Emile casually stated that he had personally examined his wife's parachutes and never left them in his sight, even bringing them with him when he used the restroom, only served to heighten investigators' suspicions. The police detained him for additional interrogation after this detail raised serious concerns. Officers conversed with Victoria at home during this time, telling her about the strange details and the suspicions expressed by the lead instructor and her friend Caroline. Victoria was shaken and in disbelief. She acknowledged her husband's extramarital affairs and financial difficulties, admitting that their marriage was far from ideal. She also disclosed that Emil had not been very enthusiastic about the birth of their youngest son and had hardly spent any time with her children. Victoria found it difficult to accept that her husband would ever wish to hurt her, in spite of everything. Emil didn't initially seem to have a strong reason to divorce his wife. First of all, despite his mounting debts, Victoria had always supported him financially and forgiven him for his infidelity, giving him unfettered access to her bank account. Emil led a comfortable life and indulged in his vices. Second, Victoria had safeguarded her resources. In her will, she left her savings account and the house she purchased prior to their marriage to her sister. Her sister would take on the role of guardian for the children in the event of her death, guaranteeing Emil would not be able to access the inheritance. Victoria feared her husband would waste everything because she knew he was not responsible for his finances. Emil was also aware of this and realized that her estate would not be advantageous to him. Investigators believed that he might have been motivated by the possibility that he would receive a life insurance payout of almost £200,000 sterling if Victoria died. Emil was also planning to move abroad with his new girlfriend as part of their future plans. Victoria recalled an important detail when questioned about the parachute. Taking Victoria's backpack with him, Emil had taken their daughter to the bathroom when she needed to use it on the day of the jump. According to the rules, all equipment had to be returned because the jump was cancelled that day due to bad weather. However, Emil persuaded Victoria to leave the equipment in a locker, claiming that doing so would avoid the lines at the equipment window the following morning and save time. Victoria insisted, however, that her husband was not allowed to tamper with the parachutes. She noted that he had only been gone for roughly 5 minutes, which was, in her opinion, not nearly enough time to make any changes to the equipment. Caroline talked about a terrifying experience that happened a week prior to the unsuccessful parachute jump during her interview. Victoria had almost died from a gas leak at home. Victoria and their 2 kids were left alone when Emil said he had to spend the night at the barracks the previous evening. Victoria smelled gas the following morning. When she called Emil to tell him, he told her that she was just dreaming and told her to start cooking without worrying. Fortunately, Victoria was not easily persuaded. When the technician from the gas company arrived after she called, they found a significant leak at the gas valve located inside a cabinet close to the stove. The valve nut's noticeable scratches indicated that someone had used a wrench to tamper with it. Emil was notoriously clumsy with tools, so it appeared that he was the one who made the marks. Additionally, there were blood traces on the valve from a cut he probably sustained while working on it quickly, and he hadn't bothered to clean up the evidence. According to investigators, he had loosened the nut just enough to start a slow leak, not enough to be noticeable unless there was an explosion. Later, Emil asserted that the valve had most likely come loose due to vibrations from a nearby building's construction. The incident was written off as a strange accident at the time, and no one suspected Emil of foul play. However, if an explosion had occurred, Victoria and their 2 small children might have perished, instantly resolving Emil's issues. Determined to depart for Austria with his new partner Stephanie, he swiftly came up with the plan with the parachutes after that plan failed. The suspected attacker is defended by the victim. Victoria persisted in defending her husband, claiming he could never want her dead, in spite of all the dubious evidence and witness statements. At that point, investigators decided it was time to expose her to the harsh reality of the man she had lived with. They told Stephanie about Emil's messages, in which he essentially asked her to marry him. He had written about his desire to start a new life and his profound regrets about marrying Victoria. That wasn't all, though. Emil had profiles on several dating apps, was seeing a number of other women, and even went to speed dating events to meet new people for casual dates. But finding out that her husband had been having an affair with his ex-wife Carly was the greatest betrayal for Victoria. Unaware of Emil's dishonesty, Carly and Victoria were good friends who frequently worked out weekend custody arrangements for the children. Although Victoria acknowledged that the gas leak incident had raised suspicions from the beginning, She chose to ignore them because she believed her husband would never endanger their children. In addition, he had been gone nearly 3 times as long as Emile, who had only been in the bathroom for 5 minutes with her parachute. He said their daughter had spent a lot of time in the restroom when he got back. Victoria was also aware that her husband was using her credit cards to make extravagant purchases for his mistresses. Emile, however, had consistently maintained that fraudsters had somehow obtained his account details and pledged to notify the authorities of the theft, even though he never did. The case was taken to court because of Victoria's and other witnesses' strong testimony. An expert would only need roughly 10 minutes to sabotage both parachutes and repack them carefully enough to evade detection, according to a reenactment done during the investigation. The fact that Emile had allegedly attempted to harm his wife twice, putting not only her but also their children in danger, persisted even though the majority of the evidence appeared circumstantial. When the trial started in November 2017, Emile vehemently denied all of the charges. He asserted that he would never endanger his own children and that he would never harm the mother of his children. In addition, he claimed that Victoria had been on the edge of a breakdown after multiple heated arguments with him and that she may have tampered with her own parachute because she was suffering from severe postpartum depression. Victoria was experiencing an odd situation. Emile almost seemed to hypnotize her. She reiterated his allegations in court, saying he couldn't have hurt her or their kids. She even acknowledged that she had experienced depression following the birth of their son. Attendees at the trial were unable to ignore how strongly Emile continued to influence her. Emile was found guilty of all charges on June 15, 2018, and given a life sentence with the possibility of release after at least 18 years. Victoria finally admitted to herself that she had been living with a real monster for all those years, and she filed for divorce shortly after the trial. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A person's life can be completely transformed by the emotion of love. It can be tender and loving, or it can be hurtful and disappointing. Almost everyone has times in their lives when they meet someone who becomes special to them, but occasionally these relationships don't work out as planned. In this tale, a man and a woman fell in love, but their relationship ended because of a well-publicized investigation. What transpired between them? For what reason were their parents against their relationship? This video will teach you the answers to these questions. I want to start by saying that this is one of the most unbelievable stories I have ever posted on my channel. Why do those who are meant to protect and serve act indifferently? And everyone will be shocked by this story's conclusion. We will therefore talk about what happened in Kemerovo, Russia in 2020. The administrative hub of the Kemerovo Oblast is the sizable Russian city of Kemerovo. It is located in western Siberia's southern region. It is one of the biggest cities in Siberia, with a population of over 500,000. On September 24, 1997, Vera Pekdeleva was born in Kishtym, Kemerovo Oblast. She developed into a happy, imaginative adult. She won first place in several competitions because she loved singing while studying in school. Despite their divorce while she was in school, Vera's parents, Oksana and Yevgeny, remained friendly. Vera got along well with her mother's new husband and her father's new wife. She was characterized as a non-confrontational, upbeat, and kind individual. Vera's mother, Oksana, lived in Kiselyausk, about 110 miles from Kemerovo, and Vera visited her mother whenever she had free time. As I mentioned earlier, Vera was a creative person, so her family was taken aback when she moved to Kemerovo after high school and enrolled in the State Technical University rather than pursuing a creative career. Vera met a man her own age, Vladislav Kanyas, during one of these trips in 2016. Vera was nothing like Vlad, as everyone called him. He was reclusive, irritable, and lacked life goals. Vlad was raised in a dysfunctional household and left school after the 9th grade. He lived with his father after his mother abandoned her family. But the challenges in his life did not stop there. In the end, his father committed suicide as a result of his legal troubles. Vlad was profoundly affected by everything that transpired in front of his eyes. Vera fell in love with Vlad despite the fact that they had little in common. Vera's parents opposed this relationship because they were aware of Vlad's identity. Although we sympathized with the man and understood that his life wasn't easy, we wanted Vera to have an entirely different life. We didn't agree with her decision. According to her mother, Oksana, we waited for her to break up with him. Vera's father requested that they break up after learning about Vlad. But Vlad and his daughter remained together. She simply ceased discussing him with her parents. Vlad never showed up for our family get-togethers. The pictures on Vera's social media accounts did not feature him. She seemed to be concealing him, Vera's mother recalled. It's important to note that in 2019, Vera and Vlad moved to Kemerovo to live together. Vlad, who was unemployed and did not want to change that, loved living with Vera, and her parents helped pay for the apartment. She always had some cash in her wallet and was intelligent and attractive. She gave him financial support. The couple's relationship was strained. It was obvious that Vlad would not stop abusing alcohol. In November 2019, Vlad allegedly beat her, according to her parents. When Vera finally made the decision to end this toxic relationship, her boyfriend was adamantly against it. As previously stated, Vera's parents assisted her in paying for the apartment where she and Vlad resided. Since Vera ended their relationship in November 2019, it stands to reason that Vlad ought to have moved out, but he refused to do so. He enjoyed living at the expense of others. This is a passage from Vlad's testimony. It will help you understand what transpired after Vera made the decision to break up with him. However, keep in mind that this is Vlad's testimony. Whether or not you believe what he says in his testimony is up to you. I got into a fight with Vera on December 15, 2019, he said. I wanted to go to a nightclub, but she said no, so we got into a fight. Vera started traveling frequently to Kislyovsk during our time together. Slowly, she started to distance herself from me. She informed me that she was speaking to someone else. Remember that. Vera had told Vlad she was ending their relationship a month prior, he went on. Our mutual friend also told me that she was seeing someone else. According to her, Vera was seeing Alexander, a man from Kislyovsk. I was not personally acquainted with him. I wanted to speak with Vera after finding out that she was seeing Alexander. During this period, we remained in the same apartment. Following our argument on December 15, 2019, she departed and took a few items with her. At the same time, I kept calling her to stay in contact. I offered to assist Vera in moving her remaining possessions to a different apartment when I called her on January 12, 2020. I offered to meet and move things, and Vera accepted. I would assist her with the move, we decided. We decided to meet in the afternoon on January 13. I was supposed to get her belongings. Vera approached me on January 13, 2020, at approximately 4 or 6 o'clock. I wanted to leave this apartment as well, so when she arrived, we packed our belongings. Without Vera, I didn't want to live there. We consumed beer, liqueur, and vodka while packing. Then I was intoxicated and Vera was intoxicated too. On January 14, 2020, we drank alcohol until 5 in the morning. We had no arguments while we were drinking, but when I brought up our relationship and suggested that we get back together, I revealed that I knew she was seeing another man, which caused a rift between us. It was not to her liking. She then began to curse, insult me, and hit me. Specifically, she kicked me at least 5 times in the groin and struck me in the face with her palm at least 8 times. When she slapped me, I felt no pain. Vera began hitting me first, but I felt physical pain when she kicked me between the legs. It infuriated me. She lied and claimed she wasn't seeing another man at the same time, which infuriated me. Vera kept insulting me, saying that I was intruding on her personal life because I was aware of every detail about her at the time. Vlad told the police that version of events. We'll talk about the opposing viewpoint next, which provides compelling evidence that Vlad was dishonest in his testimony. Take note of this phrase. On January 14, 2020, we drank alcohol until 5 in the morning. We did not argue while doing so. Vera had no intention of sharing the apartment with Vlad, much less partaking in alcohol. She requested a friend's assistance with the move. Vera left a voicemail for her friend at 5:08 p.m., stating that she was already in the apartment packing up her belongings. At around 6 o'clock in the afternoon, she promised to be at her new apartment. Vera requested assistance from a friend to move her belongings from the taxi to the apartment. Vera left another voicemail 3 minutes later. She asked her friend to assist her with the move by coming to the apartment where she and Vlad shared. But before Vera could finish, Vlad interrupted, saying, "No one's coming in here," and he objected to Vera's friend entering the apartment. 4 minutes later, at 5:15 p.m., Vera asked her friend to come in a low voice, suggesting that things had gotten out of hand. This message appears to have been a request for assistance. She purposefully spoke quietly so Vlad wouldn't hear her. Vera leaves another voicemail at 5:25 p.m., and Vlad's commanding voice can be heard once more. He advises Vera's friend to wait for Vera to text her and not to bother them. Vlad himself recorded the voicemail at 7:19 p.m. Vera was unable to use her phone from that point on. The monster and she were left alone, but we must explain what happened next. A witness described the horrific screams coming from apartment 738 as a massacre, and at around 3 in the morning, the neighbors on the same floor began to wake up. 15 people gathered in the hallway outside the apartment because the screams were so loud. Among them was Vlad's brother. Since his brother had previously threatened to kill Vera, he recalled Vlad's words and understood that they would have to smash down the door. Since the apartment's door was iron, the neighbors began searching for instruments to pry it open. People called the emergency service, and these calls eventually became part of a separate investigation, all the while hearing Vera's heartbreaking cries coming from the apartment. The police were still nowhere to be found 30 minutes later. During the 3.5 hours it lasted until 6:30 a.m., people called the police, but nobody arrived to help Vera. While Vera was fighting for her life, the witnesses called the emergency services 7 times, but no one answered. Vlad was the last person to speak to them from behind the door. "Forgive me, Vera," he said. "You have my undying love." Ultimately, the neighbors broke down the door using a crowbar they found in a nearby parking lot. Vlad was in the restroom by now, and Vera was already dead. He was inebriated. While Vera was suffering a terrible death at the hands of her ex-boyfriend, and the neighbors were futilely attempting to contact the police for assistance. Operators were drinking tea, laughing, and discussing life in 112, and they were quite upset about being bothered. It was only after Vera's death that the police showed up. They will later allege that one car ran out of gas and that no officers were available because everyone was attending to other calls. Consequently, the police officers who were on duty that evening and the 112 operators were also put on trial. The police station video was released while the investigation was underway, but translating it into English is pointless. I can sum it up in one word: indifference, and even without subtitles, it's obvious. Recall that Vlad stated in his testimony that he and Vera had no disputes until 5 in the morning, but the forensic analysis revealed that he had lied. 6 hours prior to her demise, Vera sustained her initial injuries, at around midnight, that is. It indicated that she had been beaten and injured by Vlad Kanyas for 6 hours prior to her passing. Her nose and ribs were broken, and she had approximately 100 injuries total, including stab wounds. Additionally, there were marks from strangulation on her neck. If you were surprised by the police's lack of action, prepare yourself. You won't believe what happened next. Over 1,000 people showed up for Vera Pexteleba's funeral, and the church was unable to accommodate them all. According to Oksana, Vera's mother, the funeral home tried to restore her daughter's face with makeup for 4 hours, but she was still unable to identify her. Her injuries were that severe. Vlad Kanyus was telling the investigators in the meantime his account of events. Naturally, he made an effort to minimize his involvement in this crime. He said as much about that evening. "I told her I knew she was seeing another guy and suggested we get back together when I first started talking to her about our relationship. We began to argue. It was not to her liking. She then began hitting me, insulting me, and using profanity. In particular, she struck me in the face with her palm at least 8 times and kicked me at least 5 times in the groin. When she slapped me, I felt no pain. Vera began hitting me first, but I felt physical pain when she kicked me between the legs. It infuriated me. She lied and claimed she wasn't seeing anyone else, which infuriated me. Vera also claimed that since I was well versed in her personal life, I was intruding on her privacy. She persisted in insulting me during this time. So I became enraged and struck her multiple times with my palms, roughly 4 times on the head, though the blows were not very strong. Vera fell to the ground and struck the closet when I struck her. On her stomach she lay. She struck me back too. Specifically, she used her fists and palms to beat my head. It hurt. She didn't stop even after I told her to. She scratched my back, I recall. I then made the decision to grab her by the neck. On the floor I noticed an iron. After grabbing this iron, I wrapped Vera's neck with the iron cord. Then I pulled the cord a little tighter around her neck. For a minute and a half or 2, I squeezed her neck. I didn't want to kill Vera at the time, and I was unaware that my actions could do so. I wanted to frighten Vera, so I was pulling the cord tighter around her neck. My goal was for her to faint. I hoped she would go to sleep. After I took the cord off her neck, she began coughing and wheezing for 15 minutes. When I took Vera's neck cord off, I placed her on her back. After she had been in the prone position, she was unconscious at the time. She wheezed and made noises at the same time. She seemed fine to me. I eventually began rousing Vera, but she was not responding. I then began to hear if her heart was pounding. I listened to her mouth and then her heart. Her heart wasn't beating. She was not breathing. I can't recall what came next. I recall that I eventually found myself in the restroom. I was holding a knife at the same time. I wanted to injure myself, so I brought a knife. I knew Vera was dead, and I didn't want to kill her, so I didn't want to live. After a while, my brother and a policeman entered the apartment through the open door. I was then instructed to put on my clothes. The police station is where I was taken. I apologize for my actions. I don't deny that Vera died as a result of what I did. I had no desire to murder her. I would like to express my regret to Vera's family. Vlad has a selective memory, as you have observed. He recalled strangling Vera, but he couldn't recall how he hurt her roughly 100 times. Vera was lying on her stomach on the floor during the interrogation, and it was unclear how she could have scratched his back and punched him in the face. It also became evident how Vlad's brother got to the crime scene. He lived in a different city, after all. This is what Vlad said to the police. I called my brother and informed him of the situation. My brother advised me to call an ambulance and perform cardiopulmonary resuscitation on Vera. After I informed him that she was not breathing, I attempted to administer first aid to her. I attempted to massage her heart and perform CPR. He called his brother around midnight and threatened to kill Vera, according to information uncovered during the investigation. When questioned again about Vera's injuries during the second interrogation, he said, "It was probably me who caused those injuries to Vera. Although I didn't keep track of how many blows I delivered, the expert discovered some injuries on Vera's body that might have been my fault. I can't recall how many times I struck her, but I believe it was the same amount as the expert suggested. I acknowledge that I caused her every injury listed in the report. I desired quiet. I didn't consider how she was suffering. During our argument, she yelled at me and insulted me. When I struck her, I didn't like it. I didn't enjoy her yelling. I wished she would stop talking. At the time, I didn't consider her suffering. Additionally, Vlad Kanyus claimed that he and Vera were intimate by consent. Since it was impossible to prove the opposite, the charges pertaining to this were ultimately dropped that evening. Emergency service operators and police officers were charged with negligence. It's difficult to accept, but throughout the investigation, they continued to give ludicrous justifications for their actions, and no one suspended them from their jobs. For each of the 5 defendants, the prosecutors sought actual prison sentences, but the judge made a different decision. They were given suspended sentences ranging from 1.5 to 2 years. Additionally, the court mandated that each give the victims roughly $350. The police department also had to pay about $11,000 at the same time. Although the ruble is the currency of Russia, I have converted all amounts to US dollars. The indictment claims that the police officers had gasoline, and even if they didn't, they should have taken the proper action to address the situation. However, they did not view going to the scene as an urgent task, so everyone can understand these numbers. According to them, neither police officer admitted guilt and refused to assist with the investigation. The investigation team was at another address where the man's body had been discovered earlier, when witnesses called to report the woman's screams and cries for assistance. Vera had no intention of staying in the apartment that night. so we'll probably never find out what actually transpired. She even asked a friend to assist her in moving. Thus, there is every reason to believe that Vlad poured alcohol into Vera's mouth while she was unconscious, or forced her to drink it. He had time to devise a story that would demonstrate that everything that occurred was accidental. Vlad Kanus was given a 17-year prison sentence by the court in the summer of 2022. He partially acknowledged his guilt. Additionally, he was mandated to make a compensation payment of roughly $45,000. Vera's parents were shocked by what transpired next, since they felt that 17 years was a very light sentence for what Kanus had done to their daughter. They intended to appeal the decision. But Vlad was not even imprisoned for a year. Pictures of Kanus in uniform were broadcast on the network in November 2023, and it was revealed in April 2023 that he had been pardoned by the president following 6 months of involvement in the war. He was also released from the duty to compensate Vera's parents in any way, and you are all aware of the type of conflict Russia is currently embroiled in. In Russia, the case of Vera Pekteleva has generated a lot of interest. Not less poignant was the news of Vlad Kanus's pardon. This is what the Russian president's press secretary had to say about it. Pardoning follows a specific process, which we have discussed on numerous occasions. The convicted individual should first confess his guilt before the documents are sent to the president for review. This decision is made at the level of the Federal Bureau of Prisons, followed by the regional level, the federal district, the Central Commission, and finally the president. This is one method. Another is for prisoners, including those incarcerated for major offenses, to atone for their crimes with blood on the battlefield. Blood under shells and bullets was how they atoned for their sins. When Vera's parents found out that the person who killed their daughter was free and could start over, it's difficult to imagine how they felt. Such a chance will never come to their daughter. She was denied another chance. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Vicki Lynn Belk, a young mother, vanished in Charles County, Maryland in August 1979. Later, evidence of a vicious kidnapping, sexual assault, and deadly shooting was found on her body in a remote wooded area. The community was rocked by the horrible crime, and Vicki's family was left with unsolved questions and indescribable sorrow. A lack of leads, witnesses, and forensic evidence caused the case to go cold despite investigators' best efforts. After decades without a conclusion, an unexpected arrest was made in 2023 thanks to advances in DNA. What made the offender carry out this heinous deed? Will Vicki and her loved ones receive justice at last? Let's dive right in. A paradox exists in Suitland, Maryland, which is a census-designated community in Prince George's County. It appears to be a quiet town that offers a blend of suburban and urban living, making it an ideal place to raise a family. The community's residents love to spend their weekends in the well-known parks in the area, where they can take in the serene atmosphere and stunning scenery. Beneath this serene exterior, Suitland has a higher crime rate than the national average. It is comparable to both small rural towns and large metropolitan areas that face high crime rates. The community's safety and the steps required to address its higher crime rate are called into question by this striking disparity. It started like any other day in Suitland on August 27, 1979. The community was bathed in a warm glow as the sun rose above the peaceful streets. Vicki Lynn Belk, 28, and her boyfriend James Hill were having a typical Monday morning. They got up, ate breakfast, and prepared to work at the offices of the Department of Agriculture. They drove James's 1972 Buick out of their apartment and began their journey, making a partial stop at Stadium Armory Station before continuing on into Washington, D.C. For the last portion of their trip, they chose to get out of the car and ride the metro. Vicki reminded James that she would be running errands during her lunch break that morning before they parted ways. James bid them farewell quickly and went on with his work, oblivious to the tragedy that lay ahead. When James finished his work for the day, Vicki intended to meet him in the parking lot and take the subway back to the car. James accepted the plan, believing it to be simple, and promised to see her soon. Without suspecting anything unusual, he said this. But when James got off work that afternoon, He was unable to locate Vicky or his vehicle in the parking lot. He glanced around, but neither she nor the car was there. As the minutes passed, he began to worry that perhaps she was running late. He thought she might be back at their apartment, so he found another way home, but she wasn't there either. There was silence when he called her name. James frantically called every friend and relative of Vicky's he could recall throughout the night. In the hopes that someone would know where she might have gone, he asked each person if they had any idea. However, nobody appeared to be aware of her location, so James was left with only more concerns and questions. James was not reassured by this. He was unsure of what to think or do. He had been clueless about Vicky's whereabouts the entire day and night. By the following morning, James's concern had escalated into a desperate situation. He called the Prince George's County Police because he was so concerned. He informed them that he had not seen his girlfriend in almost 24 hours and that he was now deeply worried about her safety. He wanted to locate her and safely bring her home with the assistance of the police. James attempted to report his girlfriend Vicky missing to the Prince George's County Police Department early on August 28, 1979, but the authorities informed him that an official report could only be made 72 hours after Vicky's disappearance because she was an adult. For James, it was infuriating and unbelievable. How come the police didn't act right away? All he could do was wait and hope that Vicky would come back, which was an agonizing thought. As he considered all the horrible things that might be happening to her, each minute seemed to drag on forever. When he informed Vicky's family, they became very concerned, particularly Maydell Belk, Vicky's mother. Maydell was a strong woman who became anxious and scared because she was unable to comprehend what was happening. She couldn't stop thinking about how dependable and responsible Vicky had always been, and how it wasn't unusual for her to call or let her loved ones know where she was going. Vicky's failure to check on her son was definitely out of the ordinary, and Maydell's mind was churning with the worst-case scenarios. As Vicky's family awaited news, the uncertainty was intolerable. Their fear increased as each hour seemed to drag on forever. Their anxiety grew during the 72-hour waiting period. As they waited for the police to intervene, their minds were racing with horrible ideas and anxieties, and they felt helpless and dreadful. Vicky Lynn Belk, the oldest of 6 children in the close-knit Belk family, was born on March 20, 1951, to proud parents Lonnie and Maydell Belk. Vicky assumed a nurturing role as the responsible and caring oldest sibling, showing kindness and devotion to her younger brother Lonnie Jr., also known as Ricky, and her 4 younger sisters, April, Grenda, Judy, and Kay. The Belk family's children were raised in the lovely Virginian city of Alexandria. Vicky and her sister Judy broke the color barrier at George Mason Elementary School in Alexandria, making history as the first African-American students to do so. For upcoming generations of African-American students in the community, this groundbreaking accomplishment cleared the path. They later received their degrees from T.C. Williams High School in 1969, which is evidence of their diligence and willpower. Vicky grew up in a family that steadfastly upheld their values and relentlessly battled for their rights during the unrestricted civil rights era. The Belk family persisted in seeking equality and justice in the face of hardship and discrimination. The community was inspired by the bravery of the Belk family. Vicky stood up for her community's rights and spoke out for what was right, just like her family did. She was a leader who sought to improve the justice and fairness of society. As a leader, Vicky was respected and idolized by her siblings. Her generosity and compassion, which were apparent in all she accomplished, drew them in. Vicky persisted and became the first person in her family to earn a college degree in spite of many challenges and few opportunities. She graduated from St. Augustine's College in Raleigh, North Carolina, with a Bachelor of Arts in Education in 1974. Vicky's skills and knowledge were recognized. Vicky began a successful career by breaking down barriers and accomplishing great things, and in 1979, at the age of 28, she landed a prestigious job as a management analyst in the Department of Agriculture's Office of Operations and Finance in Washington, D.C. Vicky, a single mother, put a lot of effort into raising her young son, Lamont Belk. She also had a time-consuming and hard-working job in Washington, D.C. Vicky volunteered at Oakland Baptist Church, where her great-grandfather was a co-founder, in spite of the difficulties. She had a strong religious and community commitment. Vicky's family always found time for one another, despite everything, because they were so close. Judy, Vicky's sister, married at Oakland Baptist Church in August 1979. To commemorate this momentous day, the entire family gathered. Vicky was a key player in the wedding preparations and served as Judy's maid of honor. James Hill, her boyfriend and co-worker at the Department of Agriculture, accompanied her to the wedding. Following the wedding, Vicky resumed her usual activities. She still put in a lot of work, looked after her son, and spent time with James. Nobody was aware of Vicky on August 29. Every lead seemed to end in disappointment for her family and friends who had been looking for her. They had no idea that their hopes would soon be dashed by a terrible discovery. At 7 p.m. on that fateful evening, a teenage boy from the area rode his bike down Metropolitan Church Road. In Maryland, he was riding close to the intersection of Route 227 when he noticed something. It was hard to see as he rode because of the long shadows cast by the waning daylight. However, he noticed something. He noticed a strange, still figure in the brush. His interest sparked him to get off his bike and approach the object carefully. His heart sank as he got closer. The body was dead. In a panic, the boy ran home to tell his mother about the horrifying discovery. She called the authorities right away. Authorities confirmed the heartbreaking fact that the remains were those of Vicky Lynn Belk at 910, who acted quickly after reaching the scene. Vicky's body was found about 20 feet from the road in a wooded area. She appeared to be in a desperate attempt to repel an assailant because she was lying on her back with her legs outstretched and her fists clenched close to her collarbone. She was shot in the head and died as a result. Unexpectedly, the medical examiner's further investigation revealed that Vicky had experienced sexual assault. Vicky's parents, Lonnie and Maydell Belk, were contacted by the Charles County Sheriff's Office and asked to visit the police station. They made a suggestion that they knew something about Vicky. Lonnie and Maydell came with mixed feelings, hoping that maybe Vicky was just hurt and had been located at last. But when they got to the sheriff's office, their hopes were dashed. They couldn't handle the heartbreaking news they got. They had brutally attacked, killed, and mercilessly abandoned their firstborn daughter on the side of the road. Following Vicky's horrific murder, her family was overcome with trauma and grief. The man who did this to her daughter was cursed by her mother. They were completely traumatized by the violent and disorderly nature of the crime. They gathered themselves in spite of their suffering and trusted the detectives with the case, hoping that Vicky's killer would be apprehended and given a fair punishment. Detectives secured the crime scene, carefully looked for clues, and gathered evidence as part of the immediate investigation into the homicide. Vicky's pantyhose, brown shoes, hair samples, nail clippings, jewelry, bra, dress, and slip were among the items the detectives found at the crime scene. Despite being extensively tested several times, these items sadly failed to provide any noteworthy leads for the investigation. In addition, the detectives interviewed Vicky's family, co-workers, and witnesses to the crime scene innumerable times. However, despite following up on a number of leads, the investigation didn't appear to be moving forward. In the hopes that it would contain a vital clue that would help them find Vicky's killer, the detectives were still looking for James's car, which she had borrowed to run errands the day she vanished. Within a few days, James's Buick was discovered abandoned in Washington, D.C. Unfortunately, though, no evidence of the murderer was found. Even though there were no new developments in the case, the detectives were committed to finding Vicky's killer. In the hopes that it would eventually result in a breakthrough, they meticulously preserved every piece of evidence. Additionally, they were hoping that technological advancements would eventually aid in solving the case in the upcoming years. The case was further hampered by the lack of forensic resources and investigative methods at the time. Given the time period, other lines of inquiry were either non-existent or very limited. Detectives from Charles County and Maryland State Police worked together to re-examine the evidence in Vicky's case. To make use of cutting-edge technologies, they also collaborated with Sorensen Forensics in Salt Lake City, Utah, and Bode Technology in Lorton, Virginia. Together, they sought to solve the case and provide fresh insight into Vicky's killer. But they once again found themselves disappointed. The identity of Vicky's killer remains a mystery, as the investigation into her assault and murder gradually came to a standstill. DNA testing technology was not developed until the 1980s, and it was not in use when Vicky was tragically killed in 1979. After it surfaced, authorities started building a nationwide database of fingerprints and DNA samples from people accused of crimes. But until the 2000s, despite continuous research, no notable advancements were made. Advances in DNA technology by the early 2000s enabled detectives to re-examine the evidence in Vicky's case. Investigators were able to develop a possible suspect profile after re-examining Vicky's dress and finding a foreign bodily fluid. Even though testing technology had advanced, it still needed a lot of work. The created profile was judged inappropriate for comparison with suspects or database entry. Over the years, detectives continued to retest Vicky's possessions using new technologies, unfazed by previous failures. But in spite of their best efforts, no noteworthy progress was made, and the case was once again unsolved, leaving Vicky's family with unresolved questions. However, new evidence was found in 2022 when Vicky's clothing was re-examined with the aid of new technology. Important hints that had been overlooked for decades were made clear by this discovery. A male's DNA profile connected to the crime scene was discovered. This important finding gave investigators new hope that Vicky's killer would be apprehended at last. An important turning point in the case was reached when the new DNA profile was compared to profiles in the Combined DNA Index System, CODIS. When Noel Gehrman learned of a DNA match connecting Andre Taylor to the evidence gathered in Vicky's case, on November 1, 2022, it was a momentous occasion. This crucial discovery led detectives to look into Taylor's past and his ties to Bryan's Road, Maryland, the scene of the crime, as he was a 62-year-old convicted criminal from Washington, D.C. Detectives found that Taylor's address on his arrest records from the 1980s was Bryan's Road, 4 miles from the location where Vicky's body was found. The investigation also showed that Taylor's DNA was added to the national database after he was arrested and found guilty of violent crimes in Washington, D.C. This important discovery strengthened Taylor's connection to the case even more. Once Taylor was identified as the suspect, the next task for the investigators was to find him. Detectives worked in conjunction with law enforcement partners from the D.C. Metropolitan Police Department Homicide, the U.S. Homeland Security Investigations, and the U.S. Baltimore Field Office of the Secret Service to find him. After months of unrelenting search, investigators eventually found Taylor in Washington, D.C., where he was living in a nursing and rehabilitation center. In order to get proof, detectives kept a close eye on him and gathered more details about his past. In March 2023, detectives visited Andre at the nursing home with a warrant in order to obtain a saliva sample for a new DNA comparison with the evidence from the crime scene. Detectives weren't worried about Andre running away because of his poor health and amputated leg, even though the unexpected visit made him aware of his suspect status. The results of lab tests would not be available for weeks, and authorities were certain he posed no flight risk. Andre Taylor's life took a turn for the worse as he grew older. Even though Taylor had never met Vicky Belk, his actions would eventually bring him back to her case decades later. After killing a man during a street robbery in April 1989, Taylor was charged with murder. The prosecution contended that Taylor should be detained without bail, citing his lengthy criminal history. He had at least 10 prior convictions for drug and gun possession in his criminal history. Taylor received a substantial sentence of 5 to 15 years in prison because he was a repeat offender, even though he was only found guilty of carrying a pistol without a license in the homicide case. Following his release, Taylor made several arrests in the 2000 system and kept circling back and forth through the criminal justice system. Taylor's DNA was added to the federal database at some point during this time. This crucial entry would ultimately connect Taylor to Vicky Belk's murder, providing her family with some closure and justice for her heinous murder. A grand jury heard the case from the Charles County State's Attorney's Office on June 16, 2023, and after considering the evidence, found Andre Taylor guilty of 3 serious charges: first-degree rape, first-degree murder, and second-degree rape. 6 days later, on June 22, Taylor was arrested in Washington, D.C. by a team of detectives from the Charles County Sheriff's Office, the United States Marshal's Service, and the Metropolitan Police Department. Taylor was first detained in a Washington, D.C. detention facility before he consented to return to Charles County on June 27. Vicky Belk was 28 years old, and Andre Taylor was 18 when she was murdered in 1979. There is no proof that Andre Taylor and Vicky Belk were acquainted, according to a careful analysis of the original report and follow-up investigations since 1979. Furthermore, the The Belk murder and the circumstances surrounding Taylor's arrests in Washington, D.C. are completely different. On June 22, 2023, Vicki Belk's family celebrated a momentous occasion. Vicki's family and detectives spoke to the media during a press conference after Andre Taylor was detained without bail. Although the tearful reunion brought back painful memories, it also brought closure. The family was content and joyful. "I thank God that we are alive and well to witness this historic occasion," Vicki's son said. "I was 7 years old in 1979. Vicki's family expressed their appreciation and treasured memories, saying, "Thank you to the court for holding this person in custody." Through their accomplishments and the establishment of the Vicki Belk Scholarship Foundation in 1980, they paid tribute to her legacy, in spite of the pain. About 100 students have benefited from the foundation, perpetuating Vicki's passion for youth and education. It wasn't over yet. Andre Taylor's sentencing was still pending for the family. Will this be the next one? After 45 years of waiting, will the family finally find peace? Will the memory of Vicki Lynn Belk be buried at last? In the decades-old murder case of Vicki Lynn Belk, a Charles County jury found Andre Taylor criminally liable for her untimely death and returned a guilty verdict on July 18, 2024. According to Assistant State's Attorney John Stackhouse, the 45-year-long incident resulted in generational trauma. Belk's son was raised without a mother figure. Her daughter had to be buried by her parents. Not knowing who killed their daughter, her parents were forced to lie on their deathbeds. There was never an opportunity for her grandchildren to meet their grandmother. However, throughout this case, I have never witnessed a family with such grace, grit, and determination. After decades of evading justice, Andre Taylor was finally held accountable for his horrible crimes. Taylor acknowledged raping Vicki Belk during a detective interview, but he denied having anything to do with her death. Nevertheless, indisputable proof revealed his guilt and connected him to the crime. A 4-decade wait for justice ended on August 25, 2024, at 12:30 p.m., when Andre Taylor was sentenced to life in prison for the horrific first-degree murder of Vicki Lynn Belk. He would be imprisoned for the remainder of his life because the consequences of his crimes had finally caught up with him. "I can't thank the assistant state's attorneys enough for their tireless efforts to bring justice to this case," said State's Attorney Tony Covington, who praised the team. The Belk family had been waiting for justice for 45 years, and this was the culmination of a long and agonizing journey. Even though Vicki wouldn't return, it provided closure and explanation. Vicki's legacy would endure, proving the strength of tenacity. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Today we'll talk about what happened in Maine in 2016. While her husband Luke was shopping at Walmart, Valerie Tiemann, 34, vanished from the parking lot. There was no sign of Valerie when he got back in the car. The police opened an investigation as soon as they heard about Valerie's disappearance, but it soon took a surprising turn. Sarah Jean Sampsarmanen and Jean Allharman welcomed Valerie Jo Harmanen into the world on December 3, 1981, in Salem, Virginia. Valerie attended Hampton Park Christian School and graduated in 2000. She was born and raised in Greenville, South Carolina. She graduated from Bob Jones University with a degree in cosmetology. She was well known for her gregarious demeanor and warm smile. Valerie was well known for her passion for speech and theater. She played the flute and piano and loved music. Valerie worked in pageants, spas, and salons using her cosmetology skills. She helped people look and feel their best in order to support them. Valerie had been seeing a man named Matt Guccio. When Valerie was around 22, they met through a mutual friend. In many ways, they were too dissimilar. Matt was more reserved, but Valerie was gregarious and happy. However, they did not find this difference problematic. Valerie and Matt were married in 2004. They moved into Matt's tiny house after the honeymoon, and while everything was great at first, Valerie's parents started to notice behavioral changes over time. Matt was very frugal with his money. To have some personal savings, Valerie had to open a different bank account. Matt's behavior changed more and more over time. He attempted to exert total control over Valerie's life and held her responsible for all of his and their family's issues. She endured a great deal of emotional suffering and a lot of things, but patience has its limits. Matt and Valerie got divorced 10 years later. Valerie wanted a new chapter in her life, and Luke Tiemann opened it. He helped Valerie move past her past issues. Luke spent 10 years in the army. Valerie saw him as a trustworthy man who cared for her family while he was in Iraq and Afghanistan. Valerie was starting to look happy again. Valerie was once again smiling and full of joy as she had been 10 years before. Luke and Valerie entered into marriage on June 6, 2014. They relocated to the Fairfield home of Luke's parents. Luke was living in Maine at the time, and Valerie's parents were in South Carolina. After visiting Valerie's family in South Carolina, Luke and Valerie returned to Maine in August 2016. The final text message exchange between Valerie's mother, Sarah Jean Harmon, and her daughter took place on August 18, 2016. Luke was spotted with a woman he had begun chatting with on Facebook a week prior, on August 24, 2016. This woman and Luke Tiemann had sex on the evening of August 24, 2016, and it appears that Valerie learned of it that evening. In 5 hours, Valerie called Luke 31 times. A mutual friend of Luke and Valerie reached out to the latter through Messenger on August 26, 2016. Valerie was told by a friend that Luke was getting sucked into other women and claiming that they were no longer together. Valerie replied in multiple messages that, although it was heartbreaking, everything would work out because God has a timing and he would never find a better woman than her. She also said that he had lost her the following month in 2016. Luke Tiemann moved into the home of a woman with whom he was having an affair and told Valerie, his wife, that Valerie had fled with another man. Every week, Valerie would call her parents in South Carolina, but now they were unable to get in touch with their daughter for over a week. They couldn't get in touch with their daughter because she didn't answer their calls or texts. Luke was decided by Alan Harmon and Sarah Harmon. Speak with Luke. They texted him to inquire about his and Luke's well-being. The following day, Luke replied, "We are good. Thank you, love her so much." Another 13 days have passed, but Valerie's parents still can't contact Luso. They call Luke's father. They were shocked by the man's response. Valerie had been missing for approximately 2 weeks, according to Luke's father. In addition, he consulted Valerie's parents about what to do with her belongings. After that, Luke Tiemann was questioned about why he hadn't informed them about their daughter. "I was waiting for her to get in touch with you because," Tiemann said, "I never speak poorly of her. I still adore each of you." Luke said Valerie had run off with another man, and he thought she would tell her parents that they had broken up. Sarah Jean and Alan knew it wasn't true. It was a far cry from their daughter's behavior. Valerie couldn't have done that, they were certain. They also thought she would have called them, since she was aware of their concerns. Alan reported a missing person to the Fairfield Police Department the following day, September 9, 2016. Investigators began by visiting Valerie's parents, who were the residents of Luke Tiemann. They spoke with Laurel Tiemann, who told them she didn't know where they were. Since Valerie was, the detectives left without finding out where Laurel Tiemann's were. Because of Laurel Tiemann's domineering behavior, Valerie's parents felt it was difficult for their daughter to share a home with her. Laurel packed everything she owned in trash bags after Valerie was gone for 2 weeks. It was a clear representation of Laurel's daughter-in-law. She wasn't worried about Valerie at all. All she wanted to do was get rid of her things so they wouldn't occupy space in the house. The police meant to find Luke Tiemann and ask him a few questions, but they couldn't locate him. He didn't show up at his home, and his parents said they didn't know where their son might be. However, 5 days after Valerie's disappearance, Luke took the initiative to call the police himself. He claimed to have heard that the detectives were interested in speaking with him. When and under what circumstances he had last seen Valerie was one of the questions the detectives asked him. About 2 weeks ago, he and Valerie went to the local Walmart to buy some food, and he said that the response was really strange. While he went shopping, Valerie remained in the car in the parking lot. He finished his shopping and went back to the car, but Valerie was gone. According to Luke, he tried to find Valerie and promised to take her back by calling and texting her after leaving the store and realizing she wasn't there. Luke also disclosed that Valerie and he were approaching the end of their marriage. He claims that Valerie once brought up another man in a conversation, and he thought she was having an affair with him. Luke didn't know the man's name or where he lived. He believed Valerie had fled with him. The police appealed to the public through the media because Valerie's family was not aware of Luke Tieman's existence. They asked anyone who has seen Valerie in the past few weeks to report it to detectives by posting a picture of her. From Valerie's disappearance from the Walmart parking lot to the disposal of her possessions in garbage bags, the whole story seemed strange. The fact that Luke Tieman did nothing to find his wife was another intriguing element of the narrative. He might have been too preoccupied with another woman. On the day that Valerie vanished, investigators visited Luke Walmart, where Luke and Valerie were. There were surveillance cameras inside the building as well as outside. Consequently, it was simple to verify Luke's story. Examining the CCTV footage took the investigators over an hour. They were in for a surprise. Lucy did not see Valerie or Luke Tieman in any of the recordings. Lucian implied that Luke had lied to the police. The police were now aware that he was concealing something. The investigators chose to have a face-to-face conversation with Luke. They did not, however, reveal all of the information they possessed. They thought he would embellish or alter some of Lucci's testimony. It was no secret that Lucci was seeing another woman, Billy Joe Goodman. The fact that he was unfaithful to Valerie was not denied by him. He claimed that his relationship with Billy Joe was an effort to move on from Valerie's breakup. She was in a number of failed relationships. She thought she could start a future with Luke Tieman when they first met. Another question now faced the investigators. Is it possible that Valerie acted as a mediator between Lucas and Billy Joe? Maybe these two chose to get rid of everything that might interfere with their plans in order to begin a new life. Billy Joe spoke with the police. She thought Louis had already separated from his wife. She claimed to investigators that she had no knowledge of Valerie Tieman's disappearance. Meanwhile, one of the residents gave the police a tip. In one of the parking lots, the man had discovered a driver's license in the grass. The driver's license that was discovered belonged to Valerie, and this parking lot was adjacent to Billy Joe's house. Many people were suspicious because Valerie's driver's license was located close to her husband's new girlfriend's home. Few people think that on September 19, 2016, 10 days after Valerie's father, Alan, reported her missing to the police, Valerie fled with another man, leaving behind all of her possessions and discarding her documents. Luke Tieman spoke with the news center Maine about the police. When he got back, Valerie wasn't in the car. He told reporters about Walmart. He didn't know Walmart had security camera footage. His story was not supported by footage. Without a doubt, after hearing Luke Tieman's words and seeing his actions, each of you has drawn your own conclusions. On September 20, 2016, the following day, this case took a surprising turn. A.S. Luke warrant was obtained by detectives for the Fairfield property owned by Luke's parents. This was, after all, Valerie's last known residence. During the search, police dogs that are trained to detect human remains participated. His stream, and the land lot were to be checked. After searching the woods behind the house for about 5 minutes, a police dog discovered something. As the officer dug through the dirt with his hand, he noticed a shoe protruding from the ground. He was joined by other officers, who also began digging while wearing gloves. They discovered the body of a woman, wrapped in a blanket, and buried it with a number of odd items. These items included a package of sweet tarts, a bag of potato chips, a bottle of Gucci perfume, a flannel shirt, a handwritten note, a Mason note, and a wedding ring, an item that was not found until the evidence was being packaged for trial. While handling the con jar, Sergeant Scott Bryant, chief of Maine's evidence response team, testified that he discovered the ring. There were twigs and flower stems made of dirt in the mason jar. I knew there was something heavy in the envelope when I heard a thud. According to Bryant, it was still unknown if the ring belonged to a man or a woman. But according to Bryant, the discovered ring was significantly larger than his own wedding band. For my sole happiness, the police read, the soiled handwritten note that was discovered with Valerie's body. Joy, you will always bloom. I love you, Valerie, the note read. May you rest in peace with Jesus in my heart, Joy. I am looking forward to seeing you again. T. Lucio Bear, signed Lucy Bear. Tiemann Lucy Bear claimed in a police recording that he gave himself the nickname Lucy Bear and used it to sign a number of other notes discovered in Valerie's purse throughout the course of the investigation. Valerie's death was connected to all of Lucy's possessions. They took the body. For an autopsy and identification, the body was brought to the forensic medical examiner's office. Unfortunately, the body discovered behind the Tiemann family home actually belonged to their daughter, V. Lucre, so Jean and Alan Harmon had to worry about the worst thing their parents could hear. In addition to Valerie and Luke, the house was also occupied by his parents and younger brother Sam. Detectives discovered Sam's landscaping tools in the barn. Valerie discovered a contraband device in the same barn where Sam had dug up the burial site using these tools. Detectives soon discovered that Sam, Luke's younger brother, had engaged in illicit substance use. When Valerie visited her parents in South Carolina, she told them she used illegal drugs, which led the police to look into whether Sam Tiemann was involved in Valerie's death. When investigators searched Valerie's parents' bedroom, they found a .45 caliber handgun that Luke Tiemann had bought in 2015. Luke's parents told investigators they were unaware Valerie was buried close to their home. It's difficult to accept that this was the case, of course. Around the same time that Valerie was located, investigators found Luke and Billy Joe, his new friend. Luke Tiemann was taken into custody by investigators and taken to the police station to be questioned. He told the investigators Valerie had used illegal drugs and had overdosed and died nearly 25 months ago on August 25th. It is alleged that Lucian did not want Valerie's parents to be aware of their daughter's illicit drug use. He didn't tell them anything because of this. Since she was already dead, her husband knew that 911 would not be able to help her, so he chose not to call. As an alternative, he left Valerie in bed until nightfall. When it grew dark, he wrapped her in a blanket, left a note outside, and led her to the house in the woods. After that, Luke Clary was buried in a hole that Luke and his brother Sam had dug. Valerie had no physical wounds prior to her passing, according to Luke. Luke Tiemann was lying, though, according to the autopsy results, which showed that Valerie's blood had no traces of illegal substances, only traces of prescription medications were found. It wasn't the most unexpected thing, though. 2 gunshot wounds to Valerie's head and neck were the cause of her death. According to the results of the ballistics analysis, investigators used a .45 caliber handgun to fire the bullets that were taken from Valerie's body. When investigators searched Luke's parents' bedroom, they discovered the same gun. He claimed to have purchased a Buga Gohei gun for his father approximately a year ago, but he did not deny owning one. He asserted that he was unaware that Valerie had a loop shot. Valerie's age is 32. Luke Tiemann was charged with the murder of Valerie Tiemann, 34. The police were unable to uncover any proof that her brother was involved in Valerie Tiemann's death when they were investigating her death at the age of 4. According to Luke, his younger brother, Sam helped him bury Valerie's body. But according to the police, Sam wasn't home when Valerie died, and it's still unclear if his parents knew about it or had anything to do with it. However, it's rather odd that they didn't hear 2018. The 5-day trial started with opening statements on April 2, 2018, at Somerset Skowhegan's principal court. Luke entered a not guilty plea and claimed that he had been set up, although he insisted he wouldn't have left incriminating objects like a note and an engagement ring close to Valerie's body. The investigation linked Luke Tiemann to every item discovered there. After looking over the data on both Luke's and Valerie's phones, a computer forensics specialist also testified. The last time Valerie's phone was used, according to the records, was August 25, 2016, the day authorities think she died. The majority of the detective's time was devoted to outlining the process for monitoring cell phone usage and how it can be used to ascertain an individual's location at the time of a call. According to the documents, Valerie allegedly spent time with his friend Billy Joe while making 31 calls in a single day. Valerie only took the final call, which lasted a little more than 13 minutes. By the end of the call, police think he was at home. Another woman accused him of cheating on her in a message that Valerie received the following morning. After that, she refused to be with Tiemann again, and his defense questioned these phone logs. Luke's younger brother, Sam Tiemann, testified against his brother in court. Sam told the jury that he had no relationship with the 28-year-old, despite Luke's claims to the police that he helped him bury Valerie. Saways, 28, had his work log to prove that he was actually working 2 hours away. Sam testified in court that he overheard his brother confess to being an accomplice, and that Luke chose to confront him about it. He asked Luke why, and he responded with claims. Luke said, "What else do you do with a dead body?" in response to what he said. Luke kept asking questions about Luke, pointing the finger at Sam's parents and accusing him of shooting Valerie. Tiemann said that neither she nor Sam's parents could Luke anything like that. The officer questioned whether PTSD was the reason behind Luke's blackout. He had previously admitted to police that he occasionally had flashbacks due to his PTSD. Afterwards, witnesses that the prosecutor brought to the court discussed Valerie's side of the story and Valerie's team behind closed doors. They testified that the couple used a lot of illegal substances and that Luke informed people that he was divorcing Valerie at the same time that Valerie's ex-girlfriend, Sam's girlfriend, was getting a divorce. Sam Jackie Spencer, the older brother, told jurors that she and the couple had a wonderful relationship. At their wedding, she even served as the maid of honor. Spencer testified that she saw Valerie and Luke using a variety of illegal substances together. Spencer claimed that, around the time Valerie disappeared, Luke began texting her frequently. She had always sensed that he was interested in dating her. "He used to tell me that he always felt a connection to me. According to Spencer, he has always wanted to get together or hang out." Jurors were shown additional evidence from the crime scene in addition to witnesses who knew the couple personally. 3 minutes after Valerie's body was found, a video showed the officer walking through dense forest on an overgrown ATV trail, a common sight behind many rural Maine homes, to Tiemann's house. At the Tiemann Lucidance, members of the evidence response team gave testimony regarding their fee. Tiemann. Luke's defense team quickly objected to a few items, such as a .45 caliber handgun taken from one of the home's rooms and gardening tools found in a property. Tiemann Smith, a team attorney, NC attorney, argued that the state assumed the gun and ammunition that Tiemann had taken because they were discovered in the house. They noted that they never confirmed who owned them, suggesting that someone else in the house might have had access to them. UC Tiemann gave his closing remarks on the 5th day of the trial. Despite his own objections, he testified. Tiemann admitted that he had made many changes to his version. To protect his clients, he provided investigators with multiple stories, he told the jury. According to Luke, he was forced to make a false statement by the detectives. He said he had no motive to take his wife's life and that there was no DNA evidence linking him to the crime. All the evidence pointed to Tiemann, the prosecutor, as the only person who could hurt Valerie. The jury deliberated for less than an hour before finding Tiemann guilty. On May 11, 2018, the jury announced the verdict. Valerie T. Mother's Mothmog, Thayed, acknowledged her sincere grief and heartache in her statement at the sentencing hearing. Luke is an evil-hearted man who should be sentenced to life in prison because of his persistent denial of the events, which disgusts me greatly. In addition, Luke's mother spoke for her son. She requested that the court take into account Luke Ken Tiemann's entire life. She said, "I don't ask you to ignore evidence, but I ask you to consider the whole person and balance justice with me." When his parents pleaded for the judge's pity, Tiemann sobbed. His mother, La Tiemann, claimed that her son was changed after returning from 3 combat tours in Iraq and Afghanistan. "I'm asking for understanding," she said, adding that she wasn't trying to use post-traumatic stress disorder as an excuse. Valerie's parents wanted Luke Tiemann to receive a life sentence, but he was given a 55-year sentence. The attorney for Harmon's family was shocked to learn that Tiemann's defense did not use post-traumatic stress disorder to obtain a lighter sentence for him. Tiemann changed his testimony once more, but this did not help him either. Tiemann appealed, but it did not have the desired effect while he was incarcerated. Why, in your opinion, did Luke Tiemann bury Valerie's body with other items? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. This video shows 47-year-old Fiona Beale, a primary school teacher at Eastfield Academy in Northampton, dancing sloppily in front of the pupils. Every one of her pupils enjoyed having her as their instructor. She was a committed educator who wished to make the most of her students' school time. Nobody in this video has yet to comprehend that Fiona's tale will be featured on newspaper front pages in a few of months. We will thus talk about the events that took place in England in 2021 today. The details of Fiona Beale's early years are scarce. She was a lovely and amiable woman who liked her work and her students, according to many who knew her. She lived in Northampton, which is roughly 60 miles northwest of London, with her partner Nicholas Billingham, 42. According to the 2021 census, the total population of the urban area is close to 250,000, making it one of the biggest towns in England. Moore Street was the residence of Nick and Fiona, and it was on this peaceful street that the events of today took place. They spent 17 years together. Naturally, Fiona and Nick experienced highs and lows like any other couple. Here's what I know about Fiona and Nick's connection, though many facts will likely be revealed later as this case was concluded approximately 2 weeks ago. According to Leslie Oldham, who knew the couple well, I thought she was really nice. Leslie remembered that although they weren't holding hands or smitten, they appeared content enough. She was quite courteous and talkative when Nick invited her around for tea. You never knew how long a relationship would continue with Nick, because he was always a little of a ladies' man and liked being pampered by women. When Nick and Fiona became infected with a virus that was then circulating the globe in November 2021, their love ended. After testing positive for the virus, Fiona and Nick had to separate themselves, she told her loved ones, on November 1, 2021. All they needed to do was complete an online application and spend 10 days at home, but she texted her sister the very following day to let her know that Nick had broken up with her and gone out with someone else. It's crucial to remember that it happened in early November 2021. Nicholas Billingham remained in contact with his friends and family after splitting from Fiona Beale. He sent his mother a text message claiming that he had fled with Faye. He claimed to be content and to have a wonderful new life. After 10 days at home, Fiona went back to work after her recuperation. When she returned to work, co-workers who had learned about the breakup gave her a lot of encouraging comments. But many saw that she was affected by the separation with Nick. Nearly 4 months after splitting with Nick, at the end of February 2022, her mental health started to decline. She could no longer live in a home that made her think of Nick all the time. She thus relocated to Cumbria, which is roughly 200 miles away from Northampton. Her family members were alarmed by the text she sent them on March 15, 2022. Her relatives phoned the police because they were so concerned. Police discovered Beale gravely hurt in a bath at a Lake District property she was renting while doing a welfare check. Constable Josh Parkin spoke in court about how he first thought she was dead and how ominous music was coming from her cell phone. According to Parkin, "I saw a female laying in the bath, completely naked. It looked like bodily fluids in the bath, leading me to believe the individual was deceased. What I would describe as sinister acoustic music was playing from a mobile phone that was next to her. I immediately requested an ambulance to attend our location. I suggested that we tried to get her out of the bath to perform CPR. She then roused and became somewhat conscious. I pulled quite violently on her ear to try and get a pain response. She moaned and went to turn over in the bath. We sat her up, and that's when she started to become emotional. I discovered a blue notebook that was leather-bound and had a logo of some kind on the front. The fact that the paper and the parting note were identical at the time held significance for me. It was evident from a cursory glance at the notebook that it contained information about her mental health at the time. I remembered that the last page of the book mentioned both vomiting and defecating. At the time, I believed it to be essentially a continuation of the farewell note. Fiona left a second message for the home's owner along with her bank card. The message read, "This is my PIN, don't go into the bathroom." Fiona was taken to the hospital by ambulance, and as the doctors treated her, the cops took a closer look at her notebook. They discovered something evil there. Constable Lawson rejected the notes as ramblings, even though they seemed to describe Beale killing someone. He also stated that he did not think anyone had been killed at that point. The notes seemed to be ramblings, he claimed. In a statement, Constable Roy Williams, a colleague, stated that he too thought the notes were ramblings, but that there were some extremely unsettling elements. I believe these comments to be a delusional fantasy, as Beale appeared to be having a mental health episode. Because of the book's substance, we were unable to overlook the statement, She said her long-term partner was not a very nice man, and that she had killed him. Fiona wrote in her notebook, "Everything changed last year. You be sweet to them, especially your wife. My husband wasn't sweet to me. I suppose I ought to explain what happened to get me to this point. My mental health had been deteriorating. Whenever he was cheating, he would up the ante on belittling, moaning, and criticizing. I have to confess. Okay, here goes. October 2021, he spat on me and threatened me during intimate contact. I thought about leaving, but the things he said and did fueled my dark side. I call her Tulip 22. She's reckless, fearless, and efficient. Ruthless. I started plotting as Tulip 22 after he'd gone to bed. I could no longer sleep in the bed due to my breathing being too loud, or I moved too much, or I was snoring. Another notebook entry mentioned that Nick had been nasty and mean for 17 years, and that she decided she couldn't let him get away with it because of his disgusting behavior on Halloween. Another entry stated, "That night I planned pandemic rules, meant I had a guaranteed 10-day isolation period from positive symptoms. I called the school administration on Monday and said we'd tested positive and had symptoms. He went to work. Tulip 22 smoked and planned. I'd planned it mentally so many times before. I had a bath. I left the water in. I encouraged the bath with the incentive of intimate contact. Afterwards, while he was in the bath, I kept the knife in my dressing gown pocket and then hid it in the drawer next to the bed. I brought a chisel, bin bag, and cable ties up too." She made him put on an eye mask before stabbing him, according to the note. The notes that followed read, "Still, my actions haunt me. I sometimes have to catch myself and remember what I did and then remember my cover story. Neither seemed convincing. I got him to wear an eye mask. It was harder than I thought it would be. Hiding a body was bad. Moving a body is much more difficult than it looks on TV. I am sorry I didn't leave him. I am sorry I let him rip my self-esteem and self-worth apart. I am sorry. I am weak. I am sorry for what I did. Yes, I am alive currently, but it's more like a waiting room. People will blame my mental health. I should have, could have fixed myself. Do I regret what I did? Of course I do. I'm not a monster. It had been building up for so long. The funny thing is that he was such an unlikable person, I only had to send a few texts. No one seemed bothered. I don't think anyone would have looked for him." Beale had written in her journal that Billingham why she stabbed him. Recall that Nicholas Billingham vanished on November 1, 2021, and he only used text messages to communicate with his loved ones after that. The police visited Fiona Beale's residence on Moore Street, where she and Nick resided, the day after they finished reading her notebook. In their hasty inspection, they found nothing out of the ordinary. But when they came back the following day, they discovered a few things, such as a mattress in the cellar that was noticeably covered in blood when it was moved. More evidence was discovered when the police returned to Moore Street on March 19. A body was discovered buried in the backyard by forensic investigators and specialized search teams, which included a cadaver dog. Buried beneath bark, chippings, soil, wooden sheeting, concrete building blocks, bricks and planks, plastic bags, rubble, mortar, polystyrene, laminate flooring, and pieces of fabric and vinyl recovered from a constructed structure concealing the body. Billingham's remains were discovered wrapped in carpet. The eyes were covered with a sleep mask. On the inside, the words, "This is my morning after face," were printed. According to the police spokesperson, he was not given any dignity or opportunity to die because of the way he was wrapped in cables, hose pipes, plastic bags, and construction debris. It displays complete disdain. One day after the body was found, a post-mortem was performed. It has been determined that he was killed by a single stab wound to the right side of his neck, which cut the esophagus and trachea and crossed the right jugular vein. Moderate force would have been needed for this. It is impossible to rule out severe force. Fiona Beale was taken into custody by the authorities on March 22, 2022, and accused with killing Nicholas Billingham. When Nick's family learned of his passing, they were crushed. Fiona's use of Nick's phone to text them and his buddies startled them. One of these texts was shown to reporters by Nick's mother, Yvonne Valentine. "Nick has been taken from us far too early and will always be in our hearts," said Nick's family in a statement. "We've been overwhelmed with offers of kind support and words of comfort from so many beautiful people, and know that he will be sadly missed by all his friends, family, and loved ones. Our heart aches for Nick. He was a gorgeous little boy, and we have so many cherished memories of him growing up, and we're so proud of the man he became. Fiona Beale's coworkers and her students' parents were shocked to hear that the adored teacher had a darker side. We are particularly mindful of the impact this news will have on the children, and we'll be doing everything we can to support both pupils and staff as we work through this difficult time together. This is an appalling tragedy that will shake our school community to its roots, and it's at times like this that we must rally around each other, support each other, and be kind to each other. The administration of the school where Fiona worked issued a statement saying, "We were shocked and saddened to hear that one of our teaching staff has been charged with a very serious offense and is now remanded in custody." Nick passed away on November 20, 2021, after the police began their investigation. In the days that followed, Fiona made every effort to conceal any evidence of the crime she had orchestrated. Fiona understood that by informing everyone that she had the virus, she would have 10 days to avoid being bothered. She allegedly falsified the test results in order to complete an online application form. Fiona never took the test, according to the evidence. She claimed to be suffering from the crippling effects of the virus following the murder, yet her conduct during those 10 days were incongruous with those symptoms. Using her deceased partner's and subsequently her own Amazon account, she purchased a number of cleaning supplies, including for Venetian blinds, a new mop and bucket, ultra-heavy-duty bin bags, a new mattress, bedding, clothes, wall art, and mirrors. The cleanup began as early as 1:07 a.m. on November 2. She added 3 rolls of duct tape to a Tesco order that included many cleaning supplies later that same day. She bought a stainless steel digging shovel, heavy-duty long gardening gloves, a galvanized incineration bin, garden leaves, and a wood burner at 2:19 p.m. She eventually purchased other items to dispose of the body, as well as numerous items for her personal comfort and delight, including apparel, scented candles, shampoos, chocolates, and soft furnishings. Fiona went shopping nearly 2 weeks after killing Nick. On November 13, she was seen purchasing a variety of goods from supermarket cameras, including building supplies that she would later use to construct a cemetery. The cops revealed the CCTV footage. As I mentioned before, Fiona spent several months texting Nick's friends and family in an attempt to pass for him. She also extended an invitation for Nick's mother to come see her. On December 23, 2021, as her son was buried in the backyard, Ms. Valentine recounted how Beale invited her to her house for a Christmas drink. "You moved the furniture to obscure views to the garden. Why? To stop anyone seeing where you had buried my son. You sat in your front room with me, having a casual chat with me, having a Christmas drink with me, and the whole time you knew that you had killed my son and buried him only feet from where I was sat." Ms. Valentine said in her victim impact statement that Beale continued to go about her personal life and work as usual, showing no signs of depression or trauma. There was evidence to the contrary. She was enjoying what she referred to as a new life in one of her erased files, after killing a partner she no longer liked and likely suspected of having an affair. Fiona Beale first protested her culpability during the trial, but she eventually acknowledged that she killed Nick, saying it was an involuntary crime. The prosecutor, however, thought otherwise. He said during the trial that during their 17-year romance, Nicholas Billingham had cheated on Beale with other women. Despite leaving the defendant a few times, Nicholas Billingham always came back to her, and she welcomed him. He stated, "One of the women he slept with became pregnant and gave birth to his child. Instead of leaving him, she worked out a plan on how and when to kill him, where to conceal his body, how to cover up and explain his disappearance to others, and to explain her own absence from work when she killed him." However, defense lawyer Andrew Wheeler informed the jury in a brief statement read following the prosecution's opening argument that Beale had suffered from mental health issues for years prior to the murder, as a result of Mr. Billingham's coercive actions. Beale's attorney, Wheeler, continued, "We submit that in fact this case is not as straightforward as the prosecution suggests. Miss Beale is 49 years of age. She is a lady of good character, a partner to Nicholas Billingham for some 17 years, a hard-working and thoroughly liked schoolteacher. In essence, a lady about whom you will hear many good things as you listen to the evidence." Wheeler next asked the jury, "How does that person go on to kill? There is no dispute in this case that she unlawfully killed Nicholas Billingham. What this case is really about is her state of mind. You will hear that she has, over the years, struggled with her mental health. As you will hear, the defense lawyer described Nicholas Billingham as psychologically controlling and wearing her down over time. She was worn down till she was practically broken over the years. We surrender to you. Many of the specifics of the actual act itself are difficult for Fiona Beale to remember. The teacher continued to work as usual, even traveling to London with the class, according to the court. However, Beale started messaging the head teacher frequently to claim she was sick a few weeks after her capital visit. When the worried head teacher called Beale's mother after receiving the texts in March, she disclosed that Beale had informed her that she was leaving on a school residential trip. After that, the head teacher reported her missing to the police. She was located by Cumbrian police at a rental address close to Kendal. But Beale informed the officer that she didn't want her family to know her precise whereabouts and that all she needed was some peaceful time. Fiona Beale eventually modified her initial statement and completely accepted her guilt, but not before Beale sent a message to her family saying, "I'm so sorry, I love you all very much." The officer then sent the message to Beale's mother, and 3 days later, they went to the lodge. She then described her personal and professional life to the jury at Northampton Crown Court, claiming that Billingham had made cleaning a major point of contention between them and had thrown a dinner plate against a wall twice. Beale said that she was administered antidepressants while attending college. She claimed that when they first started dating, Billingham, who was working as a builder with his stepfather, was incredibly kind and considerate. Little by little, Billingham had changed. "I remember when we were in a flat," Beale said in the opening statement to the court. "I had left a cloth with cleaner on it, and it stained a worktop. It didn't seem really serious, but then cleaning became a huge issue throughout the years, and rather than laughing things off, I would get told off." Beale also mentioned that everything had to be exactly how her partner wanted it during mealtimes. Beale said, "I couldn't tell you when it started. It just got worse, and it lasted till the end. Items placed in cupboards had to be placed facing outwards. While there were a couple of occasions when he threw a plate of dinner at the wall, I lost a lot of confidence. It started with joking that I wasn't doing something, and then it just crept into being nasty about it." She also revealed that prior to killing Nick, she had threatened to kill him so that he couldn't do to another woman what he did to her. Nick's mother, Yvonne, spoke after the guilty plea, saying it was painful to know that her son's killer offered her a drink as he was buried a few feet away. "How you could hate someone that much to do what she did. I can't believe it," and apparently, his last word was "why," when she stabbed him in the neck. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video.